Ibn Khaldun. The Muqaddimah. An Introduction to History. Translated and introduced by Franz Rosenthal. Abridged and edited by N. J. Dawood. With a new introduction by Bruce B. Lawrence. Introduction to the 2005 edition. By Bruce B. Lawrence. This is the abridged version of the only complete English translation of the Muqaddimah, Introduction, which was published in 1958 in 3 volumes for the Bollingen Foundation. The Muqaddimah is the most significant, and challenging, Islamic history of the pre-modern world. Its author was the 14th century Mediterranean scholar Ibn Khaldun, 1332–1406. Ibn Khaldun was a man of his time, but he was not like others of his time. He was marked by travel, even before he was born. In the 8th century his ancestors emigrated from southern Arabia or Yemen to Andalusia or southern Spain, then a part of the Muslim world. His full name attests to his Yemeni roots, Abdar Ram Abu Zayd Ibn Muhammad Ibn Khaldun al-Aram. Al-Aram links its bearer to Hadramaut, a part of Yemen. Other privileged members of Andalusian society were also Arab immigrants, though many, including Ibn Khaldun's forebears, had intermarried with indigenous Berbers. What distinguished Ibn Khaldun was neither his Arab lineage nor his linkage to Berbers via marriage but his Mediterranean location. At the intersection of Jewish, Christian, and Muslim influences, heir to Greek science and Arabic poetry, and connected by trade and history to Asia, the Mediterranean Sea had become the nexus of Muslim cosmopolitanism by the 14th century. Social mobility as well as physical travel animated Mediterranean Muslims, especially those, like Ibn Khaldun, who rose to high posts in government, law, and education. Travel, Rila, became the model for his autobiography, At-Tarif by Ibn Khaldun wa Relatuhu Garban wa Sharkan, or Biography of Ibn Khaldun and his travel in the West and in the East, hereafter referred to as autobiography. Point 1 Though other Muslims wrote autobiographies prior to Ibn Khaldun's his is unusual because he attempts to place his own life squarely at the intersection of East and West. Begun in the last decade of his life and continuing up through his meeting with Tamerlane, in 1401, it situates him in the midst of the political activities of his time, but even more, it stresses how crucial is the awareness of geographical/historical factors in assessing political events and their consequences. What made Ibn Khaldun different was not travel per se but rather his ability to travel in the imagination of his own world, to create another perspective that at once linked him to his contemporaries yet set him apart from them. Whether we call this disposition quirkiness or eccentricity, narcissism, or genius, we must recognize it as the critical element of Ibn Khaldun that made it possible for him to conceive, then write the Muqaddimah, a study which the 20th century doyen of British historians, Arnold J. Toynbee, has called undoubtedly the greatest work of its kind that has ever yet been created by any mind in any time or place. For marking himself as different was almost reflexive for Ibn Khaldun. He was different not just in his thought and speech but also in his dress. When he served as a judge in Cairo, he continued to wear Maghribi, or North African, robes instead of the lighter robes of Egyptian judges. Though he may have been uncomfortable, he was indicating pride in his Andalusian roots, without, however, suggesting that he was less than a faithful, observant Muslim or other than an obedient, subservient officer of the Egyptian state. 5. In his writing Ibn Khaldun also expressed difference, but always within limits and often by inference. It must be remembered that he was not employed to be a historian. He was a juridical activist with a secondary interest in history. Particularly in the odd circumstances of his own life experience did he hope to find lessons, ibar, that would be instructive for others. While his autobiography ranges over many moments, none is more poignant, or more instructive, than his meetings with Tamerlane. The year was 1401. The place was Damascus. Tamerlane had just laid siege to the Mamluk city, which had not yet surrendered. During the previous 20 years Tamerlane had become the most feared and successful warrior from the east after the Mongol chieftain Chinggis Khan. Tamerlane was heir to Chinggis Khan in a double sense. Though Turkish and Muslim, he also had Mongol lineage, with shamanic loyalties, through his mother. Even more important, Tamerlane had inherited the Mongol ideal of universal sovereignty via military conquest. He had been systematic in his plundering and massacres, from Moscow in the north to Delhi in the south to Izmir in the west. No one was spared, all those conquered, whether Muslim or not, were treated as prisoners. Some were tortured, many were slain, all were at risk. When Ibn Khaldun was summoned by Tamerlane in January 1401, he met him outside Damascus, where the conqueror had camped while his army laid siege to the city. Ibn Khaldun feared for his life. Yet he also knew from reports that Tamerlane could be indulgent as well as cruel, and that he had befriended scholars and mystics on previous occasions. 6 Ibn Khaldun won Tamerlane's confidence, so much so that the account of their meetings justified his supplementary labor as a historian. Not only did Ibn Khaldun claim a role in gaining pardon for Mamluk prisoners of Tamerlane, but he also saw in the Central Asian world conqueror a Turco-Mongol vindication of his own thesis, to wit, that civilization is always and everywhere marked by the fundamental difference between urban and primitive, producing a tension that is also an interplay between nomad and merchant, desert and city, orality and literacy. Ibn Khaldun may have been projecting his own life's ambition in the subsequent portrait he provided of Timur, or Tamerlane. This King Timur is one of the greatest and mightiest of kings. Some attribute to him knowledge, others attribute to him heresy because they note his preference for members of the house of Ali, still others attribute to him the employment of magic and sorcery, but in all this there is nothing, it is simply that he is highly intelligent and perspicacious, addicted to debate and argumentation about what he knows and also about what he does not know. 7. The final part of this description could have served as an epitaph for Ibn Khaldun, even without the legacy of his Muqaddimah. He is highly intelligent and perspicacious, addicted to debate and argumentation about what he knows and also about what he does not know. It is his ability to test the limits of what is known and knowable that makes Ibn Khaldun an explorer of the mind and not a conventional intellectual in the terms of either his own time or later times in the history of Muslim civilization. The biggest difference between Ibn Khaldun and the cosmopolitan elites of his generation was his orientation to adab. 8 Though trained as a faqih or jurist and familiar with all the ancillary sciences of fiqh, jurisprudence, Ibn Khaldun was also an adib, or literateur. A literateur is attentive to words, to their expression in both speech and writing, but above all, to their polyvalence. Words can mean many things in different times, places, and contexts. Though this may seem a truism today, it was far from accepted knowledge or the dominant outlook, even among the notables whom Ibn Khaldun knew and whom he engaged in discussion or debate. As a literateur, Ibn Khaldun was especially concerned with poetry and prose. It is crucial to recognize, for instance, that he was engaged by the lyrical tones of verse, that he saw poetry as a register of local identity, and that he himself had poetic aspirations. 9 As a literateur, he also moved beyond the range of what is usually thought to be literature. He engaged the full spectrum of sciences that were known in Arabic translations from Greek sources by the 9th century and which were then expanded through experiment and study by Muslim scientists during subsequent centuries. By the time of Ibn Khaldun, scientific activity had been professionalized so much so that most of the distinguished physicians and astronomers of 12th and 13th century Syria and Cairo were employed as jurists, teachers in madrasa-like medical institutions, or timekeepers in the region's major mosques. 10 At first, it may seem odd that his treatment of the sciences would be delayed until the 6th and final chapter of the Muqaddimah. It is not because sciences are unimportant, or of second-order importance, to Muslim elites, but rather because sciences are not integral to urban life. Like other aspects of urban society, sciences are a luxury or convenience, neither natural nor necessary. Sciences are unlike crafts. Crafts are a necessity. They are linked to gainful occupations, and because they are, Ibn Khaldun introduces, then analyzes them in chapter 5 of the Muqaddimah, prior to his enumeration and assessment of the sciences. Both the placement of science and the distinction between crafts and sciences reveal the organizational vision of Ibn Khaldun about his new science. It builds materially from manual, physical labor to refined, intellectual pursuits. It builds thematically from desert to sedentary civilization. It builds diachronically from notions of statecraft that relate to religious norms at different angles, peripheral in tribal dynasties, central in the caliphate, then asymmetric in the royal/military empires that followed the caliphate. The 6 chapters of the Muqaddimah sort out from the most general to the most specific. 1. On human civilization and the part of the earth that is civilized. 2. On desert civilization, among tribes and savage nations. 3. On dynasties, the caliphate, and royal authority. 4. On sedentary civilization, countries, and cities. 5. On crafts and ways of making a living. 6. On sciences, their acquisition and study. 43:11. In assessing the Muqaddimah in general and its organizational structure in particular, one must remember that Ibn Khaldun was more than a jurist and a literateur, he was also a teacher. Teachers repeat, not to be redundant but to communicate the same thought on different occasions and often to different audiences. A practicing jurist fond of adab, Ibn Khaldun wrote as he taught. He propounded novel ideas that he both documented and qualified. He repeated himself, often with different examples or sources, in order to make the same point in multiple contexts, and perhaps for multiple audiences. Point 12. It is the principle of Ibn Khaldun's argumentation that remains the same. To appreciate that principle in its stark originality, however, we need to consider 2 crucial instances relating the basis of jurisprudence to the laws of evidence in depicting historical data. As a jurist he approaches his new science within the parameters of juridical reasoning, yet precisely because jurisprudence too is a science, it is not till chapter 6 that Ibn Khaldun discusses the relationship between it and his own method. Jurisprudence is the crucial science for Ibn Khaldun. To understand his persistent, foundational use of juridical logic, one must first grasp what he says in chapter 6 about jurisprudence as a science and then return to chapter 1, where he introduces the decisive distinction between 2 terms that pervades his entire book but only makes sense from the perspective of juridical logic. The 2 terms are khabar, or event, and adth, or tradition. Point 13. For Ibn Khaldun, jurisprudence is both a science and a pedagogical tool. Though its provenance is religious law, its practice also informs linguistics, or rather lexicography. In chapter 6 the connection of these 2 scientific fields, fiqh and lugha, jurisprudence and lexicography, is made in compelling argumentation, at once novel and subtle. After establishing that ijma, or consensus, is a third kind of evidence, after the Quran and the Sunnah, for jurisprudence, Ibn Khaldun explains. Now many of the things that happened after the Prophet are not included in the established texts, the Quran and the Sunnah. Therefore, they religious scholars compared and combined them with the established evidence that is found in the texts, and drew their conclusions from analogy, according to certain rules that governed their combinations. This assured the soundness of their comparison of 2 similar cases, so that it could be assumed that one and the same divine law covered both cases. This became another kind of legal evidence, because the early Muslims all agreed upon it by ijma'ihim alayhi. This is analogy qiyas, the 4th kind of evidence. 347:14. The subtlety of this approach is its connection of analogy to consensus as part of a continuous process. Earlier, in the case for upholding the Sunnah, Ibn Khaldun had also argued that the Sunnah, as it has been transmitted to us, is justified by the general consensus, to the effect that Muslims must act in accordance with traditions that are sound. 15. There are 4 elements without which law could not be law in an Islamic key: the Quran, the Sunnah, consensus, and analogy. Though the Quran would seem to be prior to consensus, it is in fact the consensus of the community of believers in Allah and His last prophet who confirm that the book is the revealed word to Muhammad, just as the Sunnah becomes forceful because it too reflects this same consensus. Nor can analogy work, as the above quotation makes clear, except as a further application of the principle of consensus. Consensus, in short, is the glue, the cohesive element, that informs and fortifies every step of the judicial process that safeguards Islam as a divinely guided community. To a person who has heard the lectures or read the book that became the Muqaddimah, it is evident that Ibn Khaldun is investing ijma, or consensus, with a special property, a collective will, an awbiyah. Awbiyah is the major neologism permeating all of Ibn Khaldun's work. Franz Rosenthal translates it throughout as group feeling. Some have criticized that standardized rendition of awbiyah, considering it too static and natural, an English equivalent of what remains for Ibn Khaldun, a variable pinned between the state, dawla, and religion, din. Mohm Talbi, for instance, defines awbiyah as at one and the same time the cohesive force of the group, the conscience that it has of its own specificity and collective aspirations, and the tension that animates it and impels it ineluctably to seek power through conquest. 16. The last element, the drive to power through conquest, seems to fall outside the juridical realm, unless one realizes that the law also is an instrument of power, whether through persuasion or domination. John Anderson comes closest to understanding the itinerancy of Ibn Khaldun's usage when he writes that awbiyah seems to be a concept of relation by sameness, opposed both to the state, dawla, based on relations of difference or complementarity, and to religion, din, which alone supersedes it. 17. Religion does supersede awbiyah, but it does so by redefining it rather than denying it. The concept of consensus, valorized as the glue or binding element of Islamic law, functions with the force of awbiyah, at least during the period of the early caliphate. And so it is not ambiguous but ambivalent use of language that characterizes Ibn Khaldun. As a jurist who is also a litterateur, he does not employ a technical term out of context, rather he applies a concept to fit the argument at hand. As Miriam Cook has observed, for Ibn Khaldun a word used metaphorically may convey the meaning more clearly than a conventional word, because it conveys itself and also a possible consequence, i.e., the double/multiple level of meaning prized by writers. 18. The same may be said of his coining of new terms. He coins new terms like awbiyah or imran or badawa with a specific range of meanings, one of which may be to amplify the notion of a known word, as awbiyah deftly does with the juridical concept of consensus. Reliance on metaphor also allows Ibn Khaldun to demonstrate how the same word, like the same event or person, can be viewed differently over time, and also from different places in the same time frame. Perhaps the most crucial argument that Ibn Khaldun makes on behalf of history as an Islamic science is that historians alone among Muslim scientists can explain how Islam arose out of a context of orality and nomadism/primitivism, badawa, to become a proponent of both writing and civilization, ara. What had been speech and a habit became writing and a craft. 19. Yet the very lifeline of Islam depended on maintaining the connection between literacy and orality, between writing and speech, as also between civilized and nomad. In short, analogy, while it had its most immediate application in law, could, and should, also be applied to the understanding of the laws of history, above all, the history of Muslim civilization. Now, when speech was a habit of those who used it, the pagan Arabs and early Muslims, these, linguistic matters, were neither sciences nor norms. At that time, jurists did not need them, because linguistic matters were familiar to them by natural habit. But when the habit of the Arabic language was lost, the experts who made it their speciality determined it once and for all with the help of a sound tradition and of sound rules of analogy they evolved. Linguistic matters, thus became sciences the jurists had to master, in order to know the divine laws. 347-48, emphasis added. Analogy applied to history is not the same as analogy applied to law, however. The strategy of one science is imported to the practice of another. It is crucial to understand how the connection emerged and developed in Ibn Khaldun's imagination, for the same term when used in divergent contexts also embraces new connotations. Put differently, new connotations require new facts which analogy itself cannot provide. On this point Ibn Khaldun is clear, though his clarity as a historian has always to be qualified by his status as a jurist. As he writes in chapter 6, the meanings of words cannot be established by analogy, if their usage is not known, although, for jurists, their usage may be known by virtue of the existence of an inclusive concept that attests to the applicability of a wider meaning to the first word. This is so, only because the use of analogy, in this case, is attested by the religious law, which deduces the soundness of the application of analogy, in this case, from the general norms on which it is based. We do not have anything like it in lexicography. There, only the intellect can be used, which means, relying on judgment. It should not be thought that the establishment of word meanings falls under the category of word definitions. A definition indicates the meaning of a given idea by showing that the meaning of an unknown and obscure word is identical with the meaning of a clear and well-known word. Lexicography, on the other hand, affirms that such and such a word is used to express such and such an idea. The difference here is very clear. Point 20. What Ibn Khaldun is explaining comes closest to what modern linguists call the distinction between stipulative and conventional definitions. Elsewhere, Ibn Khaldun notes that knowledge of the conventional meanings in general is not sufficient for jurisprudence. 21 Lexical or conventional definitions link a specific word to a known idea, creating synonyms within a familiar realm of limited association, while stipulative or juridical definitions take an unknown and obscure word and link it to the meaning of a clear and well-known word, enlarging the connotative range of the latter while adding heuristic value to the former because of its novelty. While the difference is far from clear to most people, it is both clear and compelling to Ibn Khaldun. Stipulative definitions become the hallmark of his new science. The key strategy for students of Ibn Khaldun is always and everywhere to recall that he is at once a jurist and a litterateur. His move to the latter, as in the above excerpt, does not falsify his standing in the former. He is not trying to undercut the Islamic juridical tradition or to disparage the history of Muslim civilization. He is trying to forge a new science that at once makes Islamic law more expansive and Muslim civilization more resilient, at the same time that it foregrounds him as the interpreter who facilitates and protects both. Having followed the linguistic turn in juridical logic outlined in chapter 6, we can now return to the beginning of the Muqaddimah. The major lexical term is khabar, or event. Ibn Khaldun already highlights it in the full title for the larger book to which the Muqaddimah was intended as an introduction, though chapter 1 was later incorporated along with the introduction into what now appears as the Muqaddimah. Point 22. The crucial comparison is event to tradition. Trained as a jurist, Ibn Khaldun understood both the importance of tradition and the danger of generalizing its usage. While it was impossible for him to write the history of Islam without attention to the religious sciences, he also deemed it impossible to do justice to the scope and depth of Muslim civilization if restricted to the religious sciences. Ibn Khaldun strove to be different, to be a man of his times and more, to grasp a point of balance or measurement, miyar, between the norms of belief, religion, and law, dawah, and the demands of state, science, and practical reason, dawla. In schematizing his view of history, he relied on observation and argumentation to offset a blind acceptance of stories, even those that could be confirmed by a sound chain of transmitters. He used the methodology of tradition scholars but did not accept its claim to be universal in scope. To the claims of tradition he counterposed event, the sort of evidence that can be proven or disproven by independent inquiry. The term event, however, is itself open to qualification. In Arabic, the full title of Kitab al-Ibar reads, Kitab al-Ibar wa Divan al-Mubtada wa al-Kabar fi im al-Arab wal-Ajam wal-Barbar wa man asarayam min Dha'i as-Sultan al-Akbar. In translation the title becomes, The Book of Lessons and Archive of Early and Subsequent History, dealing with political events concerning Arabs, non-Arabs, and Berbers, and with their contemporary supreme rulers. If Ibn Khaldun hopes to offer ibar, instructions or lessons, their content revolves around understanding event. What is Divan al-Mubtada wal Kabar? They are the bookends of history, the beginning and the end, with Kabar having a multilayered meaning. It is both event and outcome or sequel. Given Ibn Khaldun's disposition to use linguistics in the service of his new science, al-Mubtada wal Kabar are framed as grammatical terms, specifically, the subject and the predicate, that is the beginning and the sequel or end, of a nominal sentence. The subject becomes the early conditions, or first instances, of social organization, namely, Badawa or desert civilization, which sets the stage for what follows it, namely, the emergence of world civilization, Umran, through sedentary or urban civilization. From the very title of Kitab al-Ibar, Kabar becomes the key word, or signifier, the cipher, for what will be the showcase of his new science, namely, the interplay of oral and written, primitive and cosmopolitan, Arab and non-Arab, in the making of ecumenical or world civilization. Kabar is at once event, sequel, outcome, civilization. At the same time, however, event retains another, more juridically weighted meaning. Event is integral to tradition scholarship, but as a subsidiary link, events were the accounts of the persons whose integrity was being reviewed in order to verify or disqualify what they reported as tradition. For Ibn Khaldun, the grammatical and juridical meanings of event expand into something more vital and visionary, the surplus of labor, but also of thought, that produces a model of civilization across time and space. The linchpin to transforming event into this new conceptual domain was mabeka, or conformity. Even while eschewing the idea that all forms are external, Ibn Khaldun did believe in conformity, namely, the correspondence between what one remembered as event and historical reports of what others witnessed as event. Methodologically, the passage linking tradition to event while also distinguishing between them is the most crucial one in the Muqaddimah. It occurs at the outset of Chapter 1, where Ibn Khaldun sets forth the criteria of assessment for his own historical project. Here he pits knowledge of the nature of civilization against criticism of the personalities of transmitters. It is a double move. He is not saying that the appraisal or criticism of the personalities of transmitters is invalid or useless, but he is saying that its use should be limited to norms and values. While crucial to laying out a religious system, it cannot, and should not, guide historical inquiry. Though Rosenthal's translation is apt, it is best comprehended within the larger argument about the rules of scholarly inquiry that separate law from history, tradition from event. Personality criticism is taken into consideration only in connection with the soundness, or lack of soundness, of Muslim religious information. For events, by contrast, a requirement to consider is the conformity, or lack of conformity of the reported information with general conditions. And so the correct notion about something that ought to be insha can only be derived from personality criticism, while the correct notion about something that was kabar can and should be derived from personality criticism, and external evidence, by checking the conformity of the historical report with general conditions. Point 23. The difficulty of this passage is precisely its pithy understatement. At first glance, it seems to be just a matter of tenses, the shift between subjunctive, normative, and indicative, past/present/future. The Moroccan historian Abdallah Laroui has provided a straightforward translation that reflects this level of reading. The normative draws its sense solely from itself, while the account, which is indicative, draws its sense both from itself and from an external fact which corresponds to it. Laroui is condensing the earlier, more complex analysis of another North African historian, the Tunisian Moum Talbi. Talbi, like Laroui, agrees that this passage is the decisive methodological statement in the entire Muqaddimah. Yet Talbi explains the intricacy of this phrase as turning on a linguistic usage, in this case not grammatical but rhetorical. Arab rhetoricians, observes Talbi, divide language into two categories, insha and khabar. What is prescribed as a norm or tradition, insha, cannot be qualified with any other datum, it functions as a command or a query, while event, khabar, is open to either confirmation, qualification, or refutation by other sources both internal and external to itself. 24. For Talbi, the introduction of insha as tradition is yet another application of analogy by Ibn Khaldun. In other words, its rhetorical use is extended to a new field of inquiry, the demarcation of historical inquiry from juridical investigation. Since no scholar before Ibn Khaldun had summarized the process of adth verification as insha, its use here stamps Ibn Khaldun as radically different, it demarcates his new science from the efforts of all his predecessors. But precisely because neither the dyad of tradition/event nor its importance will be transparent to non-specialists reading the Muqaddimah, it seems necessary to frame the context in which this crucial use of analogy takes place. The practice of law depends on the soundness of characters in the chain of transmitters. The core methodology for juridical scholars is the integrity or soundness of those who claim to have received the report of an esteemed person, in this case, the Prophet Muhammad, whose words and deeds become the Sunnah, or model for Islamic law, during all the successive generations of devout Muslims. To understand the centrality of tradition studies, one need only consider the commendation of tradition offered by Shah Wali Allah, one of its most renowned and cosmopolitan advocates. There is no way for us to obtain knowledge of the divine laws except through the report of the Prophet. There is also no way for us to have knowledge of the sayings of the Prophet except by receiving reports which go back to him by successive links and transmission, whether they are in his words, or they are interrupted traditions whose transmission was verified by a group of the companions and the successors. And in our time there is no way to receive these reports except to follow the literature written in the science of tradition. 25. Even though the author of this passage lived in the 18th century, 300 years after Ibn Khaldun, he was reflecting a comparable worldview. Observance of the law was the backbone of collective Muslim life. Jurists had to make decisions based on Islamic principles, and those revolved around a double axis, the messenger and the message, the prophet and the Quran, each reinforcing the other, but with different textual domains. While the Quran exceeds 6,600 verses, most Muslim jurists and scholars agree that only some 500 verses have a legal content. Though these verses, often quite long, do provide elements for a coherent legal system, they need to be supplemented in a society based on divine law. And so the locus of attention became the vast legacy of attributions to the Prophet. Collecting, verifying, and systematizing traditions occupied enormous scholarly labor in the aftermath of the rapid expansion, then consolidation of an Islamic polity. Among the four schools of Sunni jurisprudence that evolved, the eponymous founder of one, Ahmad ibn Hanbal, was renowned for both his knowledge of tradition and his skill in applying tradition to the demands of jurisprudence. Once, we are told, Ahmad ibn Hanbal was asked how many traditions a scholar needed to know in order to give a fatwa, or authoritative legal opinion. His response was 300,000, 500,000, 26. Even if we were to accept the middle figure of 400,000 traditions as the baseline of knowledge requisite for juridical scholars issuing fatwas, the dedication to tradition dwarfs the attention to Quranic data, despite the towering importance of the latter. Perhaps even more daunting than the task of mastering tradition was the subsidiary task of winnowing out the true from the false. By the 3rd century after the Hijra, Exodus 27, the tracing of isnad, or chains of transmission, had become a fixed part of Islamic legal training. One book catalogues all the various categories of malfeasants who make up traditions. They range from atheists and heretics to outright falsifiers of traditions, including those who would invent traditions in order to embellish religious stories they told in mosques and hence collect larger donations from gullible believers. 28. In order to establish his new science, Ibn Khaldun the jurist had to both affirm his own practice of tradition criticism 29 while also allowing for another way to approach human social organization, which for him is the basis of global or world civilization, Umran al-Alam. Hence it is crucial to understand how his forensic skill as a literateur allowed him to cite event, itself an ancillary part of tradition scholarship, as an independent term conveying the surplus of meaning that he wanted to impart to the study of human social organization or the history of world civilization. Demarcating tradition from event, while affirming both, became the pathway to his new science. As crucial as is the distinction between tradition and event, it is important not to overanalyze Ibn Khaldun's motives for invoking, then pursuing this distinction. Was he smuggling philosophical reason into the domain of law and history? Was he a secularist undermining transcendental absolutes with pragmatic alternatives? Was he a crypto-Sufi jurist offsetting external formalism with internal dynamism? Even while all these speculations have circulated about Ibn Khaldun, their confirmation, or disavowal, depends on a prior question: what difference did Ibn Khaldun project between himself and most of his predecessors as well as his contemporaries? Above all, he was a literateur cast as a jurist. His novelty was linguistic: a. to use old terms in new ways and b. to introduce new terms that might reflect the deeper layers of actual experience. He remained engaged by dyads or binary expressions of major phenomena, even as he often invoked dyads in order to qualify or even invert them. The intricate relationship of crafts to sciences, earlier discussed, is but one major instance of dyadic logic pushed to new limits. Crafts are a crucial category, related to custom yet different from it. Crafts, like custom, may be practiced every day, but the former are also marked as intrinsically useful. They are indispensable to science and the sciences, even when the latter seem to distance themselves from their material origins. In the same way, Ibn Khaldun seems to privilege writing over orality when, toward the end of chapter 5, he asserts that writing is the most useful craft, 331. Writing allows for calculation and scientific inquiry. It permits one to move over the range of symbols. It makes possible the habit of intellection, 332. Because writing emerges at the core of urban cosmopolitan life, it, rather than poetry or oral communication, would seem to be the centerpiece of world civilization. Yet poetry remains a desideratum at the heart of sedentary culture, and the final sections of the final chapter, 6.51-59, of the Muqaddimah are devoted to extolling the benefits, and clarifying the challenge, of poetry for city dwellers, whether they be Arabs or non-Arabs. No one will ever know the full set of conversations between Ibn Khaldun and Tamerlane. 30 Addicted, as both were, to debate and argumentation, they must have discussed the nature of dynastic power, the collective urge to control, and also the relationship between primitive/nomadic life, Badawa, and the demands of urban civilization, Ara. Samarkand and the splendors of its courtly life remain the legacy of Timur's cultural sophistication and organizational prowess. The Muqaddimah and, in its shadow, Kitab al-Ibar remain the legacy of Ibn Khaldun's juridically inspired and linguistically channeled genius. 31 If you cannot travel to Samarkand, you can read the Muqaddimah. In it you will discover the marvel of a civilizational vision that exceeds both time and space, precisely because it is so attentive to each. The Muqaddimah. The Introduction and Book 1. Of the World History, entitled Kitab al-Ibar. Of Ibn Khaldun. In the name of God, the Compassionate, the Merciful. Pray, O God, for our Master Muhammad, his family, and the men around him. The servant of God who needs the mercy of God who is so rich in his kindness, Abdar Rambi. Muhammad b. Khaldun al-Aram God give him success, says. Praised be God. He is powerful and mighty. In his hand, he holds royal authority and kingship. His are the most beautiful names and attributes. His knowledge is such that nothing, be it revealed in secret whispering or left unsaid, remains strange to him. His power is such that nothing in heaven or on earth is too much for him or escapes him. He created us from the earth as living, breathing creatures. He made us to settle on it as races and nations. From it, he gave us sustenance and provisions. Our mother's wombs, and then houses, are our abode. Sustenance and food keep us alive. Time wears us out. Our life's final terms, the dates of which have been fixed for us in the book of destiny, claim us. But he lasts and endures. He is the living one who does not die. Prayer and blessings upon our Lord and Master, Muhammad, the Arab prophet, whom Torah and Gospel have mentioned and described, for whose birth the world that is was already in labor before Sundays followed upon Saturdays in regular sequence and before Saturn and Behemoth had become separated, to whose truthfulness pigeon and spider bore witness. Prayer and blessings also upon his family and the men around him who, by being his companions and followers, gained wide influence and fame, and who by supporting him found unity while their enemies were weakened through dispersion. Pray, O God, for him and them, for as long as Islam shall continue to enjoy its lucky fortune and the frayed rope of unbelief shall remain cut. Manifold blessings upon them all. Forward. History is a discipline widely cultivated among nations and races. It is eagerly sought after. The men in the street, the ordinary people, aspire to know it. Kings and leaders vie for it. Both the learned and the ignorant are able to understand it. For on the surface history is no more than information about political events, dynasties, and occurrences of the remote past, elegantly presented and spiced with proverbs. It serves to entertain large, crowded gatherings and brings to us an understanding of human affairs. It shows how changing conditions affected human affairs, how certain dynasties came to occupy an ever wider space in the world, and how they settled the earth until they heard the call and their time was up. The inner meaning of history, on the other hand, involves speculation and an attempt to get at the truth, subtle explanation of the causes and origins of existing things, and deep knowledge of the how and why of events. History, therefore, is firmly rooted in philosophy. It deserves to be accounted a branch of it. The outstanding Muslim historians made exhaustive collections of historical events and wrote them down in book form. But, then, persons who had no right to occupy themselves with history introduced into those books untrue gossip which they had thought up or freely invented, as well as false, discredited reports which they had made up or embellished. Many of their successors followed in their steps and passed that information on to us as they had heard it. They did not look for, or pay any attention to, the causes of events and conditions, nor did they eliminate or reject nonsensical stories. Little effort is being made to get at the truth. The critical eye, as a rule, is not sharp. Errors and unfounded assumptions are closely allied and familiar elements in historical information. Blind trust in tradition is an inherited trait in human beings. Occupation with the scholarly disciplines on the part of those who have no genuine claim to them is widespread. But the pasture of stupidity is unwholesome for mankind. No one can stand up against the authority of truth, and the evil of falsehood is to be fought with enlightening speculation. The reporter merely dictates and passes on the material. It takes critical insight to sort out the hidden truth, it takes knowledge to lay truth bare and polish it so that critical insight may be applied to it. Many systematic historical works have been composed, and the history of nations and dynasties in the world has been compiled and written down. But there are very few historians who have become so well known as to be recognized as authorities, and who have replaced the products of their predecessors by their own works. They can almost be counted on the fingers. There are, for instance, Ibn Ishq, 1 Abar, 2 Ibn al-Qalbi, 3 Muhammad b. Umar al-Waqidi, 4 Saif b. Umar al-Asadi, 5 al-Masudi, 6 and other famous historians who are distinguished from the general run. It is well known to competent persons and reliable experts that the works of al-Masudi and al-Waqidi are suspect and objectionable in certain respects. However, their works have been distinguished by universal acceptance of the information they contain and by adoption of their methods and their presentation of material. The discerning critic is his own judge as to which part of their material he finds spurious, and which he gives credence to. Civilization, in its different conditions, contains different elements to which historical information may be related and with which reports and historical material may be checked. Most of the histories by these authors cover everything because of the universal geographical extension of the two earliest Islamic dynasties 7 and because of the very wide selection of sources of which they did or did not make use. Some of these authors, such as al-Masudi and historians of his type, gave an exhaustive history of pre-Islamic dynasties and nations and other affairs in general. Some later historians, on the other hand, showed a tendency towards greater restriction, hesitating to be so general and comprehensive. They brought together the happenings of their own period and gave exhaustive historical information about their own part of the world. They restricted themselves to the history of their own dynasties and cities. This was done by Ibn Ayn, the historian of Spain and the Spanish Umayyads 8, and by Ibn Araqiq, the historian of Afriqiyan 9 and the dynasty in Kairouan, Al-Qayrawan. 10. The later historians were all tradition-bound and dull of nature and intelligence, or did not try to avoid being dull. They merely copied their predecessors and followed their example. They disregarded the changes in conditions and in the customs of nations and races that the passing of time had brought about. Thus, they presented historical information about dynasties and stories of events from the earliest times as mere forms without substance, blades without scabbards, as knowledge that must be considered ignorance, because it is not known what of it is extraneous and what is genuine. It concerns happenings, the origins of which are not known. It concerns species, the genera of which are not taken into consideration, and whose specific differences are not verified. They neglected the importance of change over the generations in their treatment of historical material, because they had no one who could interpret it for them. Their works, therefore, give no explanation for it. When they then turn to the description of a particular dynasty, they report the historical information parrot-like and take care to preserve it as it had been passed down to them, whether imaginary or true. They do not turn to the beginning of the dynasty. Nor do they tell why it unfurled its banner and was able to give prominence to its emblem, or what caused it to come to a stop when it had reached its term. The student, thus, has still to search for the beginnings of conditions and for the principles of organization adopted by the various dynasties. He must himself inquire why the various dynasties brought pressure to bear upon each other and why they succeeded each other. He must search for a convincing explanation of the elements that made for mutual separation or contact among the dynasties. All this will be dealt with in the introduction to this work. Other historians, then, came with too brief a presentation. They went to the extreme of being satisfied with the names of kings, without any genealogical or historical information, and with only a numerical indication of the length of their reigns. This was done by Ibn Rashid in the Mizan al-Amal 1 and by those lost sheep who followed his method. No credence can be given to what they say. They are not considered trustworthy, nor is their material considered worthy of transmission, for they caused useful material to be lost and damaged the methods and customs acknowledged to be sound and practical by historians. When I had read the works of others and probed into the recesses of yesterday and today, I shook myself out of that drowsy complacency and sleepiness. Although not much of a writer, I exhibited my own literary ability as well as I could, and, thus, composed a book on history. In this book I lifted the veil from conditions as they arose in the various generations. I arranged it methodically in chapters dealing with historical facts and reflections. In it I showed how and why dynasties and civilization originated. I based the work on the history of the two races that constitute the population of the Maghreb at this time and people its various regions and cities, and on that of their ruling houses, both long and short-lived, including the rulers and allies they had in the past. These two races are the Arabs and the Berbers. They are the two races known to have resided in the Maghreb for such a long time that one can hardly imagine they ever lived elsewhere, for its inhabitants know no other human races. I corrected the contents of the work carefully and presented it to the judgment of scholars and the elite. I followed an unusual method of arrangement and division into chapters. From the various possibilities, I chose a remarkable and original method. In the work, I commented on civilization, on urbanization, and on the essential characteristics of human social organization, in a way that explains to the reader how and why things are as they are, and shows him how the men who constituted a dynasty first came upon the historical scene. As a result, he will wash his hands of any blind trust in tradition. He will become aware of the conditions of periods and races that were before his time and that will obtain thereafter. I divided the work into an introduction and 3 books. The introduction deals with the great merit of historiography, offers an appreciation of its various methods, and cites historians' errors. The first book deals with civilization and its essential characteristics, namely, royal authority, government, gainful occupations, ways of making a living, crafts and sciences, as well as with the causes and reasons thereof. The second book deals with the history, races, and dynasties of the Arabs, from the beginning of creation down to this time. This will include references to such famous nations and dynasties contemporaneous with them, as the Nabateans, the Syrians, the Persians, the Israelites, the Copts, the Greeks, the Byzantines, and the Turks. The third book deals with the history of the Berbers and of the Zenata who are part of them, with their origins and races, and, in particular, with the royal houses and dynasties of the Maghreb. Later on, there was my trip to the East, to seek the manifold illumination it offers and to fulfill the religious duty and custom of circumambulating the Kaaba and visiting Medina, as well as to study the systematic works on history. As a result, I was able to fill the gaps in my historical information about the non-Arab, Persian, rulers of those lands, and about the Turkish dynasties in the regions over which they ruled. I added this information to what I had written here. I inserted it into the treatment of the nations of the various districts and rulers of the various cities and regions that were contemporary with those races. In this connection I was brief and concise and preferred the easy goal to the difficult one. I proceeded from genealogical tables to detailed historical information. Thus, this work contains an exhaustive history of the world. It forces stubborn stray wisdom to return to the fold. It gives causes and reasons for happenings in the various dynasties. It turns out to be a vessel for philosophy, a receptacle for historical knowledge. The work contains the history of the Arabs and the Berbers, both the sedentary groups and the nomads. It also contains references to the great dynasties that were contemporary with them, and, moreover, clearly points out memorable lessons to be learned from early conditions and from subsequent history. Therefore, I called the work Book of Lessons and Archive of Early and Subsequent History, dealing with the political events concerning the Arabs, non-Arabs, and Berbers, and the supreme rulers who were contemporary with them. I omitted nothing concerning the origin of races and dynasties, the synchronism of the earliest nations, the reasons for change and variation in past periods and within religious groups, also concerning dynasties and religious groups, towns and hamlets, strength and humiliation, large numbers and small numbers, sciences and crafts, gains and losses, changing general conditions, nomadic and sedentary life, actual events and future events, all things expected to occur in civilization. I treated everything comprehensively and exhaustively and explained the arguments and reasons for its existence. As a result, this book has become unique, as it contains unusual knowledge and familiar if hidden wisdom. Still, after all has been said, I am conscious of imperfections when I look at the work of scholars past and present. I confess my inability to penetrate so difficult a subject. I wish that men of scholarly competence and wide knowledge would look at the book with a critical, rather than a complacent eye, and silently correct and overlook the mistakes they come upon. The capital of knowledge that an individual scholar has to offer is small. Admission of one's shortcomings saves from censure. Kindness from colleagues is hoped for. It is God whom I ask to make our deeds acceptable in His sight. He is a good protector. The introduction. The excellence of historiography. An appreciation of the various approaches to history. A glimpse of the different kinds of errors to which historians are liable. Why these errors occur. It should be known that history is a discipline that has a great number of approaches. Its useful aspects are very many. Its goal is distinguished. History makes us acquainted with the conditions of past nations as they are reflected in their national character. It makes us acquainted with the biographies of the prophets and with the dynasties and policies of rulers. Whoever so desires may thus achieve the useful result of being able to imitate historical examples in religious and worldly matters. The writing of history requires numerous sources and much varied knowledge. It also requires a good speculative mind and thoroughness, which lead the historian to the truth and keep him from slips and errors. If he trusts historical information in its plain transmitted form and has no clear knowledge of the principles resulting from custom, the fundamental facts of politics, the nature of civilization, or the conditions governing human social organization, and if, furthermore, he does not evaluate remote or ancient material through comparison with near or contemporary material, he often cannot avoid stumbling and slipping and deviating from the path of truth. Historians, current commentators, and leading transmitters have committed frequent errors in the stories and events they reported. They accepted them in the plain transmitted form, without regard for its value. They did not check them with the principles underlying such historical situations, nor did they compare them with similar material. Also, they did not probe with the yardstick of philosophy, with the help of knowledge of the nature of things, or with the help of speculation and historical insight. Therefore, they strayed from the truth and found themselves lost in the desert of baseless assumptions and errors. This is especially the case with figures, either of sums of money or of soldiers, whenever they occur in stories. They offer a good opportunity for false information and constitute a vehicle for nonsensical statements. They must be controlled and checked with the help of known fundamental facts. For example, Al-Masudi and many other historians report that Moses counted the army of the Israelites in the desert. He had all those able to carry arms, especially those 20 years and older, pass muster. There turned out to be 600,000 or more. In this connection, Al-Masudi forgets to take into consideration whether Egypt and Syria could possibly have held such a number of soldiers. Every realm may have as large a militia as it can hold and support, but no more. This fact is attested by well-known customs and familiar conditions. Moreover, an army of this size cannot march or fight as a unit. The whole available territory would be too small for it. If it were in battle formation, it would extend 2, 3, or more times beyond the field of vision. How, then, could two such parties fight with each other, or one battle formation gain the upper hand when one flank does not know what the other flank is doing? The situation at the present day testifies to the correctness of this statement. The past resembles the future more than one drop of water another. Furthermore, the realm of the Persians was much greater than that of the Israelites. This fact is attested by Nebuchadnezzar's victory over them. He swallowed up their country and gained complete control over it. He also destroyed Jerusalem, their religious and political capital. And he was merely one of the officials of the province of Fars. It is said that he was the governor of the western border region. The Persian provinces of the two Iraqs, one Khorasan, Transoxania, and the region of Derbend on the Caspian Sea were much larger than the realm of the Israelites. Yet, the Persian army did not attain such a number or even approach it. The greatest concentration of Persian troops, at Al-Qadisiyah, amounted to 120,000 men, all of whom had their retainers. This is according to Saif, who said that with their retainers they amounted to over 200,000 persons. According to Aisha and Azizuri, the troop concentration with which Rustam advanced against Esaid at Al-Qadisiyah amounted to only 60,000 men, all of whom had their retainers. Then, if the Israelites had really amounted to such a number, the extent of the area under their rule would have been larger, for the size of administrative units and provinces under a particular dynasty is in direct proportion to the size of its militia and the groups that support the dynasty. Now, it is well known that the territory of the Israelites did not comprise an area larger than the Jordan province and Palestine in Syria and the region of Medina and Khaybar in the Ij. Also, there were only 3 generations between Moses and Israel, according to the best informed scholars. Moses was the son of Amram, the son of Kohat, the son of Levi, the son of Jacob, who is Israel Allah. This is Moses' genealogy in the Torah. 2 The length of time between Israel and Moses was indicated by Al-Masudi when he said, Israel entered Egypt with his children, the tribes, and their children, when they came to Joseph, numbering 70 souls. The length of their stay in Egypt until they left with Moses for the desert was 220 years. During those years, the kings of the Copts, the pharaohs, passed them on, as their subjects, one to the other. It is improbable that the descendants of one man could branch out into such a number within 4 generations. It has been assumed that this number of soldiers applied to the time of Solomon and his successors. Again, this is improbable. Between Solomon and Israel, there were only 11 generations, that is, Solomon, the son of David, the son of Jesse, the son of Obed, the son of Boaz, the son of Salmon, the son of Nahshon, the son of Amminadab, the son of Ram, the son of Hezron, the son of Perez, the son of Judah, the son of Jacob. The descendants of one man in 11 generations would not branch out into such a number, as has been assumed. They might, indeed, reach hundreds or thousands. This often happens. But an increase beyond that to higher figures is improbable. Comparison with observable present-day and well-known nearby facts proves the assumption and report to be untrue. According to the definite statement of the Israelite stories, one Solomon's army amounted to 12,000 men, and his horses numbered 1,400, which were stabled at his palace. This is the correct information. No attention should be paid to nonsensical statements by the common run of informants. In the days of Solomon, the Israelite state saw its greatest flourishing and their realm its widest extension. Whenever contemporaries speak about the dynastic armies of their own or recent times, and whenever they engage in discussions about Muslim or Christian soldiers, or when they get to figuring the tax revenues and the money spent by the government, the outlays of extravagant spenders, and the goods that rich and prosperous men have in stock, they are quite generally found to exaggerate, to go beyond the bounds of the ordinary, and to succumb to the temptation of sensationalism. When the officials in charge are questioned about their armies, when the goods and assets of wealthy people are assessed, and when the outlays of extravagant spenders are looked at in ordinary light, the figures will be found to amount to 1/10 of what those people have said. The reason is simple. It is the common desire for sensationalism, the ease with which one may just mention a higher figure, and the disregard of reviewers and critics. This leads to failure to exercise self-criticism about one's errors and intentions, to demand from oneself moderation and fairness in reporting, to reapply oneself to study and research. Such historians let themselves go and made a feast of untrue statements. They procure for themselves entertaining stories in order to lead others away from the path of God. This is a bad enough business. It may be said that the increase of descendants to such a number would be prevented under ordinary conditions which, however, do not apply to the Israelites. The increase in their case would be a miracle in accordance with the tradition which said that one of the things revealed to their forefathers, the prophets Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, was that God would cause their descendants to increase until they were more numerous than the stars of heaven and the pebbles of the earth. God fulfilled this promise to them as an act of divine grace bestowed upon them and as an extraordinary miracle in their favor. Thus, ordinary conditions could not hinder it and nobody should speak against it. Someone might come out against this tradition with the argument that it occurs only in the Torah which, as is well known, was altered by the Jews. The reply to this argument would be that the statement concerning the alteration of the Torah by the Jews is unacceptable to thorough scholars and cannot be understood in its plain meaning, since custom prevents people who have a revealed religion from dealing with their divine scriptures in such a manner. Thus, the great increase in numbers in the case of the Israelites would be an extraordinary miracle. Custom, in the proper meaning of the word, would prevent anything of the sort from happening to other peoples. It is true that a movement of such a large group would hardly be possible, but none took place, and there was no need for one. It is also true that each realm has only its particular number of militia. But the Israelites at first were no militiamen and had no dynasty. Their numbers increased that much, so that they could gain power over the land of Canaan which God had promised them and the territory of which He had purified for them. All these things are miracles. God guides to the truth. The history of the Tubas, the kings of the Yemen and of the Arabian Peninsula, as it is generally transmitted, is another example of silly statements by historians. It is said that from their home in the Yemen, the Tubas used to raid Afriqiya and the Berbers of the Maghrib. Africa's B. K's B. Ive, one of their great early kings who lived in the time of Moses or somewhat earlier, is said to have raided Afriqiya. He caused a great slaughter among the Berbers. He gave them the name of Berbers when he heard their jargon and asked what that Barbara was. This gave them the name which has remained with them since that time. When he left the Maghrib, he is said to have concentrated some Imyar tribes there. They remained there and mixed with the native population. Their descendants are the Inja and the Qudama. This led Ayabar, al-Masudi, and others to make the statement that the Inja and the Qudama belong to the Imyar. The Berber genealogists do not admit this, and they are right. Al-Masudi also mentioned that one of the Imyar kings after Africus, Dhuladhar, who lived in the time of Solomon, raided the Maghrib and forced it into submission. Something similar is mentioned by al-Masudi concerning his son and successor, Yasir. He is said to have reached the Sand River in the Maghrib and to have been unable to find passage through it because of the great mass of sand. Therefore, he returned. Likewise, it is said that the last Tuba, Azad Abu Karib, who lived in the time of the Persian Khayanate king Yastasib, ruled over Mosul and Azerbaijan. He is said to have met and routed the Turks and to have caused a great slaughter among them. Then he raided them again a second and a third time. After that, he is said to have sent 3 of his sons on raids, one against the country of Fars, one against the country of the Sogdians, one of the Turkish nations of Transoxania, and one against the country of the Rum, Byzantines. The first brother took possession of the country up to Samarkand and crossed the desert into China. There, he found his second brother who had raided the Sogdians and had arrived in China before him. The two together caused a great slaughter in China and returned together with their booty. They left some Imyar tribes in Tibet. They have been there down to this time. The third brother is said to have reached Constantinople. He laid siege to it and forced the country of the Rum into submission. Then, he returned. All this information is remote from the truth. It is rooted in baseless and erroneous assumptions. It is more like the fiction of storytellers. The realm of the Tubas was restricted to the Arabian Peninsula. Their home and seat was in the Yemen. The Arabian Peninsula is surrounded by the ocean on 3 sides, the Indian Ocean on the south, the Persian Gulf jutting out of the Indian Ocean to Basra on the east, and the Red Sea jutting out of the Indian Ocean to Suez in Egypt on the west. This can be seen on the map. There is no way from the Yemen to the Maghrib except via Suez. The distance between the Red Sea and the Mediterranean is 2 days' journey or less. It is unlikely that the distance could be traversed by a great ruler with a large army unless he controlled that region. This, as a rule, is impossible. In that region there were the Amalekites and Canaan in Syria, and, in Egypt, the Copts. Later on, the Amalekites took possession of Egypt, and the Israelites of Syria. There is, however, no report that the Tubas ever fought against one of these nations or that they had possession of any part of this region. Furthermore, the distance from the Yemen to the Maghrib is great, and an army requires much food and fodder. Soldiers traveling in regions other than their own have to requisition grain and livestock and to plunder the countries they pass through. As a rule, such a procedure does not yield enough food and fodder. On the other hand, if they attempted to take along enough provisions from their own region, they would not have enough animals for transportation. So, their whole line of march necessarily takes them through regions they must take possession of and force into submission in order to obtain provisions from them. Again, it would be a most unlikely and impossible assumption that such an army could pass through all those nations without disturbing them, obtaining its provisions by peaceful negotiation. This shows that all such information is silly or fictitious. Mention of the allegedly impassable Sand River has never been heard in the Maghrib, although the Maghrib has often been crossed and its roads have been explored by travelers and raiders at all times and in every direction. Because of the unusual character of the story, there is much eagerness to pass it on. With regard to the supposed raid of the Tubas against the countries of the East and the land of the Turks, it must be admitted that the line of march in this case is wider than the narrow passage at Suez. The distance, however, is greater, and the Persian and Byzantine nations are interposed on the way to the Turks. There is no report that the Tubas ever took possession of the countries of the Persians and Byzantines. They merely fought the Persians on the borders of the Iraq and of the Arab countries between Al-Bahrain and Al-Ra, which were border regions common to both nations. It would, however, ordinarily have been impossible for the Tubas to traverse the land of the Persians on their way to raid the countries of the Turks and Tibet, because of the nations that are interposed on the way to the Turks, because of the need for food and fodder, as well as the great distance, mentioned before. All information to this effect is silly and fictitious. Even if the way this information is transmitted were sound, the points mentioned would cast suspicion upon it. All the more then must the information be suspect, since the manner in which it has been transmitted is not sound. In connection with Yathrib, Medina, and the Aws and Hazraj, Ibn Ishq says that the last Tuba traveled eastward to the Iraq and Persia, but a raid by the Tubas against the countries of the Turks and Tibet is in no way confirmed by the established facts. Assertions to this effect should not be trusted. All such information should be investigated and checked with sound norms. The result will be that it will most beautifully be demolished. Even more unlikely and more deeply rooted in baseless assumptions is the common interpretation of the following verse of the Surat al-Fajr: "Did you not see what your Lord did with Ad-Iram, that of the pillars?" 1. The commentators consider the word Iram the name of a city which is described as having pillars, that is, columns. They report that Ad-B. Iram had two sons, Shaddad and Shaddad, who ruled after him. Shaddad perished. Shaddad became the sole ruler of the realm, and the kings there submitted to his authority. When Shaddad heard a description of paradise, he said, "I shall build something like it." And he built the city of Iram in the desert of Aden over a period of 300 years. He himself lived 900 years. Iram is said to have been a large city, with castles of gold and silver and columns of emerald and hyacinth, containing all kinds of trees and freely flowing rivers. When the construction of the city was completed, Shaddad went there with the people of his realm. But when he was the distance of only 1 day and night away from it, God sent a clamor from heaven, and all of them perished. This is reported by Abar, Adhtha Alibi, Aziz Amakshari, and other Quran commentators. They transmit the following story on the authority of one of the men around Muhammad, Abdullah b. Kilaba. When he went out in search of some of his camels, he came upon the city and took away from it as much as he could carry. His story reached Muawiyah, who had him brought to him, and he told the story. Muawiyah sent for Kabi al-Abra and asked him about it. Kabi said, "It is Iram, that of the pillars. Iram will be entered in your time by a Muslim who is of a reddish, ruddy color, and short, with a mole at his eyebrow and one on his neck, who goes out in search of some of his camels." He then turned around and, seeing Ibn Kilaba, he said, "Indeed, he is that man." No information about this city has since become available anywhere on Earth. The desert of Aden, where the city is supposed to have been built, lies in the middle of the Yemen. It has been inhabited continuously, and travelers and guides have explored its roads in every direction. Yet, no information about the city has been reported. No antiquarian, no nation has mentioned it. If, the current commentators, said that it had disappeared like other antiquities, the story would be more likely, but they expressly say that it still exists. Some identify it with Damascus, because Damascus was in the possession of the people of Ad. Others go so far in their crazy talk as to maintain that the city lies hidden from sensual perception and can be discovered only by trained magicians and sorcerers. All these are assumptions that would better be termed nonsense. All these suggestions proffered by current commentators were the result of grammatical considerations, for Arabic grammar requires the expression, that of the pillars, to be an attribute of Iram. The word pillars was understood to mean columns. Thus, Iram was narrowed down in its meaning to some sort of building. The commentators were influenced in their interpretation by the reading of Ibn Aziz Zubayr, who read a genitive construction, ad of Iram. They then adopted these stories, which are better called fictitious fables. In fact, however, the pillars are tent poles. If columns were intended by the word, it would not be far-fetched, as the power of the people of Ad was well known, and they could be described as people with buildings and columns in the general way. But it would be far-fetched to say that a special building in one or another specific city was intended. If it is a genitive construction, as would be the case according to the reading of Ibn Aziz Zubayr, it would be a genitive construction used to express tribal relationships, such as, for instance, the Quraysh of Kinana, or the Ilyas of Mu'ar, or the Rabi'a of Nizar. There is no need for such an implausible interpretation which uses for its starting point silly stories of the sort mentioned, which cannot be imputed to the Quran because they are so implausible. Another fictitious story of the historians, which they all report, concerns the reason for Ar-Rashid's destruction of the Barmecides. It is the story of Al-Abaisa, Ar-Rashid's sister, and Ja'far b. Khalid, his minister. Ar-Rashid is said to have worried about where to place them when he was drinking wine with them. He wanted to receive them together in his company. Therefore, he permitted them to conclude a marriage that was not consummated. Al-Abaisa then tricked Ja'far in her desire to be alone with him, for she had fallen in love with him. Ja'far finally had intercourse with her, it is assumed, when he was drunk, and she became pregnant. The story was reported to Ar-Rashid, who flew into a rage. This story is irreconcilable with Al-Abaisa's position, her religiousness, her parentage, and her exalted rank. She was a descendant of Abdullah b. Abbas and separated from him by only 4 generations, and they were the most distinguished and greatest men in Islam after him. Al-Abaisa was the daughter of Muhammad al-Mahdi, the son of Abu Ja'far Abdullah al-Manr, the son of Muhammad as-Sajjad, the son of the father of the caliphs Ali. Ali was the son of Abdullah, the interpreter of the Quran, the son of the Prophet's uncle, Al-Abbas. Al-Abaisa was the daughter of a caliph and the sister of a caliph. She was born to royal power, into the Prophet-ical succession, the caliphate, and was descended from the men around Muhammad and his uncles. She was connected by birth with the leadership of Islam, the light of the revelation, and the place where the angels descended to bring the revelation. She was close in time to the desert attitude of true Arabism, to that simple state of Islam still far from the habits of luxury and lush pastures of sin. Where should one look for chastity and modesty, if she did not possess them? Where could cleanliness and purity be found, if they no longer existed in her house? How could she link her pedigree with that of Ja'far b. and stain her Arab nobility with a Persian client? His Persian ancestor had been acquired as a slave, or taken as a client, by one of her ancestors, an uncle of the Prophet and noble Qurayshite, and all Ja'far did was that he together with his father was drawn along, by the growing fame of the Abbasid dynasty, and thus prepared for and elevated to a position of nobility. And how could it be that Rashid, with his high-mindedness and great pride, would permit himself to become related by marriage to Persian clients? If a critical person looks at this story in all fairness and compares Alabasa with the daughter of a great ruler of his own time, he must find it disgusting and unbelievable that she could have done such a thing with one of the clients of her dynasty and while her family was in power. He would insist that the story be considered untrue. And who could compare with Alabasa and Rashid in dignity? The reason for the destruction of the Barmecides was their attempt to gain control over the dynasty and their retention of the tax revenues. This went so far that when Rashid wanted even a little money, he could not get it. They took his affairs out of his hands and shared with him in his authority. He had no say with them in the affairs of his realm. Their influence grew, and their fame spread. They filled the positions and ranks of the government with their own children and creatures who became high officials, and thus barred all others from the positions of wazir, secretary, army commander, doorkeeper, and from the military and civilian administration. It is said that in the palace of Rashid, there were 25 high officials, both military and civilian, all children of Yib. Khalid. There, they crowded the people of the dynasty and pushed them out by force. They could do that because of the position of their father, Yi, mentor to Harun both as crown prince and as caliph. Harun practically grew up in his lap and got all his education from him. Harun let him handle his affairs and used to call him father. As a result, the Barmecides, and not the government, wielded all the influence. Their presumption grew. Their position became more and more influential. They became the center of attention. All obeyed them. All hopes were addressed to them. From the farthest borders, presents and gifts of rulers and amirs were sent to them. The tax money found its way into their treasury, to serve as an introduction to them and to procure their favor. They gave gifts to and bestowed favors upon the men of the Shia and upon important relatives of the Prophet. They gave the poor from the noble families related to the Prophet something to earn. They freed the captives. Thus, they were given praise as was not given to their caliph. They showered privileges and gifts upon those who came to ask favors from them. They gained control over villages and estates in the open country and near the main cities in every province. Eventually, the Barmecides irritated the inner circle. They caused resentment among the elite and aroused the displeasure of high officials. Jealousy and envy of all sorts began to show themselves, and the scorpions of intrigue crept into their soft beds in the government. The Kaaba family, Ja'far's maternal uncles, led the intrigues against them. Feelings for blood ties and relationship could not move or sway the Kaabas from the envy which was so heavy on their hearts. This joined with their master's incipient jealousy, with his dislike of restrictions and high-handedness, and with his latent resentment aroused by small acts of presumptuousness on the part of the Barmecides. When they continued to flourish, as they did, they were led to gross insubordination. Ja'far himself paved the way for his own and his family's undoing, which ended with the collapse of their exalted position, with the heavens falling in upon them and the earth sinking with them and their house. Their days of glory became a thing of the past, an example to later generations. Close examination of their story, scrutinizing the ways of government and their own conduct, discloses that all this was natural and is easily explained. One understands that it was only jealousy and struggle for control on the part of the caliph and his subordinates that killed them. Another factor was the verses that enemies of the Barmecides among the inner circle surreptitiously gave the singers to recite, with the intention that the caliph should hear them and his stored-up animosity against them be aroused. These are the verses. Would that Hind could fulfill her promise to us, and deliver us from our predicament, and for once act on her own. The impotent person is he who never acts on his own. 1. When Rashid heard these verses, he exclaimed, "Indeed, I am just such an impotent person." By this and similar methods, the enemies of the Barmecides eventually succeeded in arousing Rashid's latent jealousy and in bringing his terrible vengeance upon them. God is our refuge from men's desire for power and from misfortune. The stupid story of A.R. Rashid's wine-bibbing and his getting drunk in the company of boon companions is really abominable. It does not in the least agree with A.R. Rashid's attitude toward the fulfillment of the requirements of religion and justice incumbent upon caliphs. He consorted with religious scholars and saints. He wept when he heard their sermons. Then, there is his prayer in Mecca when he circumambulated the Kaaba. He was pious, observed the times of prayer, and attended the morning prayer at its earliest hour. He used to go on raids, against unbelievers, one year and to make the pilgrimage to Mecca the next. He once rebuked his jester, Ibn Abi Maryam, who made an unseemly remark to him during prayer. When Ibn Abi Maryam heard A.R. Rashid recite, "How is it that I should not worship him who created me?" He said, "Indeed, I do not know why." Jokes even at prayer, he said. Beware, beware of the Quran and Islam. Apart from that, you may do whatever you wish. Furthermore, A.R. Rashid possessed a good deal of learning and simplicity, because his epoch was close to that of his forebears who had those qualities. The time between him and his grandfather, Al-Manr, was not a long one. He was a young lad when Al-Manr died. Al-Manr possessed a good deal of learning and religion. His son, Al-Mahdi, A.R. Rashid's father, experienced the austerity of Al-Manr, who would not use public funds to provide new clothes for his family. One day, Al-Mahdi came to him when he was at his office discussing with the tailors the patching of his family's worn garments. Al-Mahdi did not relish that and said, "O Commander of the Faithful, this year I shall pay for the family's clothes from my own income." Al-Manr's reply was, "Do that." He did not prevent him from paying himself but would not permit any public Muslim money to be spent for that purpose. A.R. Rashid was very close in time to that caliph and to his forebears. He was reared under the influence of such and similar conduct in his own family, so that it became his own nature. How could such a man have been a wine-bibber and have drunk wine openly? It is well known that noble pre-Islamic Arabs avoided wine. The vine was not one of the plants cultivated by them. Most of them considered it reprehensible to drink wine. A.R. Rashid and his forebears were very successful in avoiding anything reprehensible in their religious or worldly affairs and in making all praiseworthy actions and qualities of perfection, as well as the aspirations of the Arabs, their own nature. It is a well-established fact that A.R. Rashid had consented to keep Abu Nuwas imprisoned until he repented and gave up his ways, because he had heard of the latter's excessive wine-bibbing. A.R. Rashid used to drink a date liquor, according to the Iraqi legal school whose responsa, concerning the permissibility of that drink, are well known. But he cannot be suspected of having drunk pure wine. Silly reports to this effect cannot be credited. He was not the man to do something that is forbidden and considered by Muslims as one of the greatest of capital sins. Not one of the early Abbasids had anything to do with effeminate prodigality or luxury in matters of clothing, jewelry, or the kind of food they took. They still retained the tough desert attitude and the simple state of Islam. Could it be assumed they would do something that would lead from the lawful to the unlawful and from the licit to the illicit? Historians such as Abar, al-Masudi, and others are agreed that all the early Umayyad and Abbasid caliphs used to ride out with only light silver ornamentation on their belts, swords, bridles, and saddles, and that the first caliph to originate riding out in golden apparel was al-Mutazbi al-Mutawakkil, the eighth caliph after A.R. Rashid. The same applied to their clothing. Could one, then, assume any differently with regard to what they drank? This will become still clearer when the nature of dynastic beginnings in desert life and modest circumstances is understood. A current story explains how Al-Ma'mun came to be Alison b. Saul's son-in-law by marrying his daughter Buran. One night, on his rambles through the streets of Baghdad, Al-Ma'mun is said to have come upon a basket that was being let down from one of the roofs by means of pulleys and twisted cords of silk thread. He seated himself in the basket and grabbed the pulley, which started moving. He was taken up into a chamber of extraordinary magnificence. Then, a woman of uncommonly seductive beauty is said to have come out from behind curtains. She greeted Al-Ma'mun and invited him to keep her company. He drank wine with her the whole night long. In the morning he returned to his companions at the place where they had been awaiting him. He had fallen so much in love with the woman that he asked her father for her hand. How does all this accord with Al-Ma'mun's well-known religiosity and learning, his emulation of the way of life of his forefathers, the right-guided, Abbasid, caliphs, his adoption of the way of life of those pillars of Islam, the first four caliphs, his respect for religious scholars, or his observance in his prayers and legal practice of the norms established by God? How could it be correct that he would act like one of those wicked scoundrels who amuse themselves by rambling about at night, entering strange houses in the dark, and engaging in nocturnal trysts in the manner of Bedouin lovers? And how does that story fit with the position and noble character of Alison b. Saul's daughter, and with the firm morality and chastity that reigned in her father's house? There are many such stories. They are always cropping up in the works of the historians. The incentive for inventing and reporting them shows a tendency to forbidden pleasures and for smearing the reputation of others. People justify their own subservience to pleasure by citing the supposed doings of men and women of the past. Therefore, they often appear very eager for such information and are alert to find it when they go through the pages of published works. I once criticized a royal prince for being so eager to learn to sing and play the strings. I told him it was not a matter that should concern him and that it did not befit his position. He referred me to Ibrahim B. al-Mahdi, one who was the leading musician and best singer of his time. I replied, for heaven's sake, why do you not rather follow the example of his father or his brother? Do you not see how that pursuit prevented Ibrahim from attaining their position? The prince, however, was deaf to my criticism and turned away. Further silly information is accepted by many historians. They do not care to consider the factual proofs and circumstantial evidence that require us to recognize that the contrary is true. Dynasty and government serve as the world's marketplace, attracting to it the products of scholarship and craftsmanship alike. Wayward wisdom and forgotten lore turn up there. In this market stories are told and items of historical information are delivered. Whatever is in demand on this market is in general demand everywhere else. Now, whenever the established dynasty avoids injustice, prejudice, weakness, and double-dealing, with determination keeping to the right path and never swerving from it, the wares on its market are as pure silver and fine gold. However, when it is influenced by selfish interests and rivalries, or swayed by vendors of tyranny and dishonesty, the wares of its marketplace become as dross and debased metals. The intelligent critic must judge for himself as he looks around, examining this, admiring that, and choosing the other. Lengthy discussion of these mistakes has taken us rather far from the purpose of this work. However, many competent persons and expert historians slipped in connection with such stories and assertions, and they stuck in their minds. Many weak-minded and uncritical men learned these things from them, and even competent historians accepted them without critical investigation, and thus, strange stories crept into their material. In consequence, historiography became nonsensical and confused, and its students fumbled around. Historiography came to be considered a domain of the common people. Therefore, today, the scholar in this field needs to know the principles of politics, the nature of things, and the differences among nations, places, and periods with regard to ways of life, character qualities, customs, sex, schools, and everything else. He further needs a comprehensive knowledge of present conditions in all these respects. He must compare similarities or differences between present and past conditions. He must know the causes of the similarities in certain cases and of the differences in others. He must be aware of the differing origins and beginnings of dynasties and religious groups, as well as of the reasons and incentives that brought them into being and the circumstances and history of the persons who supported them. His goal must be to have complete knowledge of the reasons for every happening, and to be acquainted with the origin of every event. Then, he must check transmitted information with the basic principles he knows. If it fulfills their requirements, it is sound. Otherwise, the historian must consider it as spurious and dispense with it. It was for this reason alone that historiography was highly esteemed by the ancients, so much so that Abar, al-Bukhari, and, before them, Ibn Ishq and other Muslim religious scholars, chose to occupy themselves with it. Most scholars, however, forgot this, the secret of historiography, with the result that it became a stupid occupation. Ordinary people as well as scholars who had no firm foundation of knowledge, considered it a simple matter to study and know history, to delve into it and sponge on it. Strays got into the flock, bits of shell were mixed with the nut, truth was adulterated with lies. The final outcome of things is up to God. 1. A hidden pitfall in historiography is disregard for the fact that conditions within nations and races change with the change of periods and the passage of time. This is a sore affliction and is deeply hidden, becoming noticeable only after a long time, so that rarely do more than a few individuals become aware of it. This is as follows. The condition of the world and of nations, their customs and sects, does not persist in the same form or in a constant manner. There are differences according to days and periods, and changes from one condition to another. Such is the case with individuals, times, and cities, and it likewise happens in connection with regions and districts, periods, and dynasties. The old Persian nations, the Syrians, the Nabateans, the Tubas, the Israelites, and the Copts, all once existed. They all had their own particular institutions in respect of dynastic and territorial arrangements, their own politics, crafts, languages, technical terminologies, as well as their own ways of dealing with their fellow men and handling their cultural institutions. Their historical relics testify to that. They were succeeded by the later Persians, the Byzantines, and the Arabs. The old institutions changed and former customs were transformed, either into something very similar, or into something distinct and altogether different. Then, there came Islam. Again, all institutions underwent another change, and for the most part assumed the forms that are still familiar at the present time as the result of their transmission from one generation to the next. Then, the days of Arab rule were over. The early generations who had cemented Arab might and founded the realm of the Arabs were gone. Power was seized by others, by non-Arabs like the Turks in the east, the Berbers in the west, and the European Christians in the north. With their passing, entire nations ceased to exist, and institutions and customs changed. Their glory was forgotten, and their power no longer heeded. The widely accepted reason for changes in institutions and customs is the fact that the customs of each race depend on the customs of its ruler. As the proverb says, the common people follow the religion of the ruler. 1. When politically ambitious men overcome the ruling dynasty and seize power, they inevitably have recourse to the customs of their predecessors and adopt most of them. At the same time, they do not neglect the customs of their own race. This leads to some discrepancies between the customs of the new ruling dynasty and the customs of the old race. The new power, in turn, is taken over by another dynasty, and customs are further mixed with those of the new dynasty. More discrepancies come in, so that the contrast between the new dynasty and the first one is much greater than that between the second and the first one. Gradual increase in the degree of discrepancy continues. The eventual result is an altogether distinct set of customs and institutions. As long as there is this continued succession of different races to royal authority and government, changes in customs and institutions will not cease to occur. Analogical reasoning and comparison are well known to human nature. They are not safe from error. Together with forgetfulness and negligence, they sway man from his purpose and divert him from his goal. Often, someone who has learned a good deal of past history remains unaware of the changes that conditions have undergone. Without a moment's hesitation, he applies his knowledge of the present to historical information, and measures such information by the things he has observed with his own eyes, although the difference between the two is great. Consequently, he falls into an abyss of error. This may be illustrated by what the historians report concerning Al-Ajoy. 1. They state that his father was a schoolteacher. At the present time, teaching is a craft and serves to make a living. It is a far cry from the pride of group feeling. Teachers are weak, indigent, and rootless. Many weak professional men and artisans who work for a living aspire to positions for which they are not fit but which they believe to be within their reach. They are misled by their desires, a rope which often slips from their hands and precipitates them into the abyss of ruinous perdition. They do not realize that what they desire is impossible for men like them to attain. They do not realize that they are professional men and artisans who work for a living. And they do not know that at the beginning of Islam and under the Umayyad and Abbasid dynasties, teaching was something different. Scholarship, in general, was not a craft in that period. Scholarship consisted of transmitting statements that people had heard the lawgiver, Muhammad, make. It was the teaching of religious matters that were not known, by way of oral transmission. Persons of noble descent and people who shared in the group feeling and directed the affairs of Islam were the ones who taught the Book of God and the law of the Prophet, and they did so, as one transmits traditions, not as one gives professional instruction. The Quran was their scripture, revealed to the Prophet in their midst. It constituted their guidance, and Islam was their religion, and for it they fought and died. It distinguished them from the other nations and ennobled them. They wished to teach it and make it understandable to the Muslims. They were not deterred by censure coming from pride, nor were they restrained by criticism coming from arrogance. This is attested by the fact that the Prophet sent the most important of the men around him with his embassies to the Arabs, in order to teach them the norms of Islam and the religious laws he brought. He sent his 10 companions one and others after them on this mission. Then, Islam became firmly established and securely rooted. Far-off nations accepted Islam at the hands of the Muslims. With the passing of time, the situation of Islam changed. Many new laws were evolved from the basic texts as the result of numerous and unending developments. A fixed norm was required to keep the process free from error. Scholarship came to be a habit. For its acquisition, study was required. Thus, scholarship developed into a craft and profession. The men who controlled the group feeling now occupied themselves with directing the affairs of royal and governmental authority. The cultivation of scholarship was entrusted to others. Thus, scholarship became a profession that served to make a living. Men who lived in luxury and were in control of the government were too proud to do any teaching. Teaching came to be an occupation restricted to weak individuals. As a result, its practitioners came to be despised by the men who controlled the group feeling and the government. Now, Yusuf, the father of Al-Ajoy, was one of the lords and nobles of the Thaqif, well known for their share in the Arab group feeling and for their rivalry with the nobility of the Quraysh. Al-Ajoy's teaching of the Quran was not the same as the teaching of the Quran is at this time, namely, a profession that serves to make a living. His teaching was the kind practiced at the beginning of Islam, and as we have just described. Another illustration of the same kind of error is the baseless conclusion critical readers of historical works draw when they hear about the position of judges, leadership in war, and the command of armies that judges exercised. Their misguided thinking leads them to aspire to similar positions. They think that the office of judge at the present time is as important as it was formerly. When they hear that the father of Ibn Abi Arnir, who had complete control over Hisham, and that the father of Ibn Abad, one of the rulers of Sevilla, were judges, they assume that they were like present-day judges. They are not aware of the change in customs that has affected the office of judge. Ibn Abi Amir and Ibn Abad belonged to Arab tribes that supported the Umayyad dynasty in Spain and represented the group feeling of the Umayyads, and it is known how important their positions were. The leadership and royal authority they attained did not derive from the rank of the judgeship as such. In the ancient administrative organization, the office of judge was given by the dynasty and its clients to men who shared in the group feeling of the dynasty, as is done in our age with the Wazirate in the Maghreb. One has only to consider the fact that, in those days judges, accompanied the army on its summer campaigns and were entrusted with the most important affairs, such as are entrusted only to men who can command the group feeling needed for their execution. Hearing such things, some people are misled and get the wrong idea about conditions. At the present time, weak-minded Spaniards are especially given to errors in this respect. The group feeling has been lost in their country for many years, as the result of the annihilation of the Arab dynasty in Spain and the emancipation of the Spaniards from the control of Berber group feeling. The Arab descent has been remembered, but the ability to gain power through group feeling and mutual cooperation has been lost. In fact, the Spaniards came to be like passive subjects, without any feeling for the obligation of mutual support. They were enslaved by tyranny and had become fond of humiliation, thinking that their descent, together with their share in the ruling dynasty, was the source of power and authority. Therefore, among them, professional men and artisans are to be found pursuing power and authority and eager to obtain them. On the other hand, those who have experience with tribal conditions, group feeling, and dynasties along the western shore, and who know how superiority is achieved among nations and tribal groups, will rarely make mistakes or give erroneous interpretations in this respect. Another illustration of the same kind of error is the procedure historians follow when they mention the various dynasties and enumerate the rulers belonging to them. They mention the name of each ruler, his ancestors, his mother and father, his wives, his surname, his seal ring, his judge, doorkeeper, and wazir. In this respect, they blindly follow the tradition of the historians of the Umayyad and Abbasid dynasties, without being aware of the purpose of those historians. Their predecessors wrote their histories for members of the ruling dynasty, whose children wanted to learn about the lives and circumstances of their ancestors, so that they might be able to follow in their steps and to do what they did, even down to such details as obtaining servants from among those who were left over from the previous dynasty and giving ranks and positions to the descendants of its servants and retainers. Judges, too, shared in the group feeling of the dynasty and enjoyed the same importance as wazirs, as we have just mentioned. Therefore, the historians of that time had to mention all these details. Later on, however, various distinct dynasties made their appearance. The time intervals became longer and longer. Historical interest now was concentrated on the rulers themselves and on the mutual relationships of the various dynasties in respect to power and predominance. The problem now was, which nations could stand up to the ruling dynasty, and which were too weak to do so. Therefore, it is pointless for an author of the present time to mention the sons and wives, the engraving on the seal ring, the surname, judge, wazir, and doorkeeper of an ancient dynasty, when he does not know the origin, descent, or circumstances of its members. Present-day authors mention all these things in mere blind imitation of former authors. They disregard the intentions of the former authors and forget to pay attention to historiography's purpose. An exception are the wazirs, who were very influential and whose historical importance overshadowed that of the rulers. Such wazirs as, for instance, Al-Ajoy, the Banu Muhalab, the Barmecides, the Banu Salbi, Nawbakht, Kafir al-Ikhshidi, Ibn Abi Amir, and others should be mentioned. There is no objection to dealing with their lives or referring to their conditions, for in importance they rank with the rulers. An additional note to end this discussion may find its place here. History refers to events that are peculiar to a particular age or race. Discussion of the general conditions of regions, races, and periods constitutes the historian's foundation. Most of his problems rest upon that foundation, and his historical information derives clarity from it. It forms the topic of special works, such as the Murajadh of al-Masudi. In this work, al-Masudi commented upon the conditions of nations and regions in the West and in the East during his period, the 330s, the 940s. He mentioned their sects and customs. He described the various countries, mountains, oceans, provinces, and dynasties. He distinguished between Arab and non-Arab groups. His book, thus, became the basic reference work for historians, their principal source for verifying historical information. Al-Masudi was succeeded by al-Bakri, one who did something similar for routes and provinces, to the exclusion of everything else, because, in his time, not many transformations or great changes had occurred among the nations and races. However, at the present time, that is, at the end of the 8th–14th century, the situation in the Maghrib, as we can observe, has taken a turn and changed entirely. The Berbers, the original population of the Maghrib, have been replaced by an influx of Arabs, that began in the 5th–11th century. The Arabs outnumbered and overpowered the Berbers, stripped them of most of their lands, and also obtained a share of those that remained in their possession. This was the situation until, in the middle of the 8th–14th century, civilization both in the East and the West was visited by a destructive plague which devastated nations and caused populations to vanish. It swallowed up many of the good things of civilization and wiped them out. It overtook dynasties at the time of their senility, when they had reached the limit of their duration. It lessened their power and curtailed their influence. It weakened their authority. Their situation approached the point of annihilation and dissolution. Civilization decreased with the decrease of mankind. Cities and buildings were laid waste, roads and way signs were obliterated, settlements and mansions became empty, dynasties and tribes grew weak. The entire inhabited world changed. The East, it seems, was similarly visited, though in accordance with and in proportion to its more affluent civilization. It was as if the voice of existence in the world had called out for oblivion and restriction, and the world had responded to its call. God inherits the earth and all who dwell upon it. When there is a general change of conditions, it is as if the entire creation had changed and the whole world been altered, as if it were a new and repeated creation, a world brought into existence anew. Therefore, there is need at this time that someone should systematically set down the situation of the world among all regions and races, as well as the customs and sectarian beliefs that have changed for their adherents, doing for this age what al-Masudi did for his. This should be a model for future historians to follow. In this book of mine, I shall discuss as much of that as will be possible for me here in the Maghrib. I shall do so either explicitly or implicitly in connection with the history of the Maghrib, in conformity with my intention to restrict myself in this work to the Maghrib, the circumstances of its races and nations, and its subjects and dynasties, to the exclusion of any other region. 1. This restriction is necessitated by my lack of knowledge of conditions in the East and among its nations, and by the fact that second-hand information would not give the essential facts I am after. Al-Masudi's extensive travels in various countries enabled him to give a complete picture, as he mentioned in his work. Nevertheless, his discussion of conditions in the Maghrib is incomplete. God is the ultimate repository of all knowledge. Man is weak and deficient. Admission of one's ignorance is a specific, religious duty. He whom God helps finds his way made easy and his efforts and quests successful. We seek God's help for the goal to which we aspire in this work. God gives guidance and help. He may be trusted. It remains for us to explain the method of transcribing non-Arabic sounds whenever they occur in this book of ours. It should be known that the letters, sounds, one of speech are modifications of sounds that come from the larynx. These modifications result from the fact that the sounds are broken up in contact with the uvula and the sides of the tongue in the throat, against the palate or the teeth, and also through contact with the lips. The sound is modified by the different ways in which such contact takes place. As a result, the sounds become distinct. Their combination constitutes the word that expresses what is in the mind. Not all nations have the same sounds in their speech. One nation has sounds different from those of another. The sounds of the Arabic alphabet are 28, as is known. The Hebrews have sounds that are not to be found in our language. In our language, in turn, there are sounds that are not in theirs. The same applies to the European Christians, the Turks, the Berbers, and other non-Arabs. In order to express their audible sounds, literate Arabs chose to use conventional letters written individually separate, such as B, J, R, and so forth through all the 28 letters. When they come upon a letter for which there is no phonetic equivalent in their language, it is not indicated in writing and not clearly expressed. Scribes sometimes express it by means of the letter which is closest to it in our language, the one either preceding or following it. This is not a satisfactory way of indicating a sound but a complete replacement of it. Our book contains the history of the Berbers and other non-Arabs. In their names and in some of their words, we came across sounds that have no equivalents in our written language and conventional orthography. Therefore, we were forced to indicate such sounds by special signs. As we said, we did not find it satisfactory to use the letters closest to them, because in our opinion this is not a satisfactory indication. In my book, therefore, I have chosen to represent such non-Arabic sounds in such a way as to indicate the two sounds closest to it, so that the reader may be able to pronounce it somewhere in the middle between the sounds represented by the two letters and thus reproduce it correctly. I derived this idea from the way the current scholars write sounds that are not sharply defined, such as occur, for instance, in air according to Caliph's reading. The is to be pronounced somehow between and z. In this case, they spell the word with and write a z into it. They thus indicate a pronunciation somewhere in the middle between the two sounds. In the same way, I have indicated every letter that is to be pronounced somehow in the middle between two of our letters. The Berber K, for instance, which is pronounced midway between our clear K and G or Q, as, for instance, in the name Bulajin, is spelled by me with a K with the addition of one dot from the G below, or one dot or two from the Q on top of it. This indicates that the sound is to be pronounced midway between K and G or Q. This sound occurs most frequently in the Berber language. In the other cases, I have spelled each sound that is to be pronounced midway between two sounds of our language, with a similar combination of two letters. The reader will thus know that it is an intermediate sound and pronounce it accordingly. In this way, we have indicated it satisfactorily. God gives success. Book 1 of the Kitab al-Ibar. The Nature of Civilization. Bedouin and Settled Life, the Achievement of Superiority, Gainful Occupations, Ways of Making a Living, Sciences, Crafts, and all the other things that affect civilization. The causes and reasons thereof. It should be known that history, in matter of fact, is information about human social organization, which itself is identical with world civilization. It deals with such conditions affecting the nature of civilization as, for instance, savagery and sociability, group feelings, and the different ways by which one group of human beings achieves superiority over another. It deals with royal authority and the dynasties that result in this manner and with the various ranks that exist within them. Also with the different kinds of gainful occupations and ways of making a living, with the sciences and crafts that human beings pursue as part of their activities and efforts, and with all the other institutions that originate in civilization through its very nature. Untruth naturally afflicts historical information. There are various reasons that make this unavoidable. One of them is partisanship for opinions and schools. If the soul is impartial in receiving information, it devotes to that information the share of critical investigation the information deserves, and its truth or untruth thus becomes clear. However, if the soul is infected with partisanship for a particular opinion or sect, it accepts without a moment's hesitation the information that is agreeable to it. Prejudice and partisanship obscure the critical faculty and preclude critical investigation. The result is that falsehoods are accepted and transmitted. Another reason making untruth unavoidable in historical information is reliance upon transmitters. Investigation of this subject belongs to the discipline of personality criticism. Point 1. Another reason is unawareness of the purpose of an event. Many a transmitter does not know the real significance of his observations or of the things he has learned about orally. He transmits the information, attributing to it the significance he assumes or imagines it to have. The result is falsehood. Another reason is unfounded assumption as to the truth of a thing. This is frequent. It results mostly from reliance upon transmitters. Another reason is ignorance of how conditions conform with reality. Conditions are affected by ambiguities and artificial distortions. The informant reports the conditions as he saw them, but on account of artificial distortions he himself has no true picture of them. Another reason is the fact that people as a rule approach great and high-ranking persons with praise and encomiums. They embellish conditions and spread their fame. The information made public in such cases is not truthful. Human souls long for praise, and people pay great attention to this world and the positions and wealth it offers. As a rule, they feel no desire for virtue and have no special interest in virtuous people. Another reason making untruth unavoidable, and this one is more powerful than all the reasons previously mentioned, is ignorance of the nature of the various conditions arising in civilization. Every event, or phenomenon, whether it comes about in connection with some essence or, as the result of, action, must inevitably possess a nature peculiar to its essence as well as to the accidental conditions that may attach themselves to it. If the student knows the nature of events and the circumstances and requirements in the world of existence, it will help him to distinguish truth from untruth in investigating the historical information critically. This is more effective in critical investigation than any other aspect that may be brought up in connection with it. Students often happen to accept and transmit absurd information that, in turn, is believed on their authority. Al-Masudi, for instance, reports such a story about Alexander. Sea monsters prevented Alexander from building Alexandria. He took a wooden container in which a glass box was inserted, and dived in it to the bottom of the sea. There he drew pictures of the devilish monsters he saw. He then had metal effigies of these animals made and set them up opposite the place where building was going on. When the monsters came out and saw the effigies, they fled. Alexander was thus able to complete the building of Alexandria. It is a long story, made up of nonsensical elements which are absurd for various reasons. Thus, Alexander is said to have taken a glass box and braved the sea and its waves in person. Now, rulers would not take such a risk. Any ruler who would attempt such a thing would work his own undoing and provoke the outbreak of revolt against himself, and be replaced by the people with someone else. That would be his end. People would not wait one moment for him to return from the risk he is taking. Furthermore, the jinn are not known to have specific forms and effigies. They are able to take on various forms. The story of the many heads they have is intended to indicate ugliness and frightfulness. It is not meant to be taken literally. All this throws suspicion upon the story. Yet, the element in it that makes the story absurd for reasons based on the facts of existence is more convincing than all the other arguments. Were one to go down deep into the water, even in a box, one would have too little air for natural breathing. Because of that, one's spirit one would quickly become hot. Such a man would lack the cold air necessary to maintain a well-balanced humor of the lung and the vital spirit. He would perish on the spot. This is the reason why people perish in hot baths when cold air is denied to them. It also is the reason why people who go down into deep wells and dungeons perish when the air there becomes hot through putrefaction, and no winds enter those places to stir the air up. Those who go down there perish immediately. This also is why fish die when they leave the water, for the air is not sufficient for a fish to balance its lung. The fish is extremely hot, and the water to balance its humor is cold. The air into which the fish now comes is hot. Heat, thus, gains power over its animal spirit, and it perishes at once. This also is the reason for sudden death, and similar things. Al-Masudi reports another absurd story, that of the statue of the starling in Rome. On a fixed day of the year, starlings gather at that statue bringing olives from which the inhabitants of Rome get their oil. How little this has to do with the natural procedure of getting oil. Another absurd story is reported by al-Bakri. It concerns the way the so-called Gate City was built. That city had a circumference of more than a 30 days journey and had 10,000 gates. Now, cities are used for security and protection. Such a city, however, could not be controlled and would offer no security or protection. Then, there is also al-Masudi's story of the Copper City. This is said to be a city built wholly of copper in the desert of Sijil Mesa, which Musa b. Nu'artu crossed on his raid against the Maghrib. The gates of the city are said to be closed. When the person who climbs its walls, in order to enter it, reaches the top, he claps his hands and throws himself down and never returns. All this is an absurd story. It belongs to the idle talk of storytellers. The desert of Sijil Mesa has been crossed by travelers and guides. They have not come across any information about such a city. All the details mentioned about it are absurd. They contradict the natural facts that apply to the building and planning of cities. Metal exists at best in quantities sufficient for utensils and furnishings. It is clearly absurd and unlikely that there would be enough to cover a city with it. There are many similar things. Only knowledge of the nature of civilization makes critical investigation of them possible. It is the best and most reliable way to investigate historical information critically and to distinguish truth from falsehood. It is superior to investigations that rely upon criticism of the personalities of transmitters. Such personality criticism should not be resorted to until it has been ascertained whether a specific piece of information is in itself possible, or not. If it is absurd, there is no use engaging in personality criticism. Critical scholars consider absurdity inherent in the literal meaning of historical information, or an interpretation not acceptable to the intellect, as something that makes such information suspect. Personality criticism is taken into consideration only in connection with the soundness, or lack of soundness, of Muslim religious information, because this religious information mostly concerns injunctions in accordance with which the lawgiver, Muhammad, enjoined Muslims to act whenever it can be presumed that the information is genuine. The way to achieve presumptive soundness is to ascertain the probity, adala, and exactness of the transmitters. On the other hand, to establish the truth and soundness of information about factual happenings, a requirement to consider is the conformity, or lack of conformity of the reported information with general conditions. Therefore, it is necessary to investigate whether it is possible that the reported facts could have happened. This is more important than, and has priority over, personality criticism. For the correct notion about something that ought to be can be derived only from personality criticism, while the correct notion about something that was can be derived from personality criticism and external evidence by checking the conformity of the historical report with general conditions. If this is so, the normative method for distinguishing right from wrong in historical information on the grounds of inherent possibility or absurdity is to investigate human social organization, which is identical with civilization. We must distinguish the conditions that attach themselves to the essence of civilization as required by its very nature, the things that are accidental and cannot be counted on, and the things that cannot possibly attach themselves to it. If we do that, we shall have a normative method for distinguishing right from wrong and truth from falsehood in historical information by means of a logical demonstration that admits of no doubts. Then, whenever we hear about certain conditions occurring in civilization, we shall know what to accept and what to declare spurious. We shall have a sound yardstick with the help of which historians may find the path of truth and correctness where their reports are concerned. Such is the purpose of this first book of our work. The subject is in a way an independent science with its own peculiar object, that is, human civilization and social organization. It also has its own peculiar problems, that is, explaining in turn the conditions that attach themselves to the essence of civilization. Thus, the situation is the same with this science as it is with any other science, whether it be a conventional or an intellectual one. It should be known that the discussion of this topic is something new, extraordinary, and highly useful. Penetrating research has shown the way to it. It does not belong to rhetoric, one of the logical disciplines, represented in Aristotle's organon, which are concerned with convincing words whereby the mass is moved to accept or reject a particular opinion. It is also not politics, because politics is concerned with the administration of home or city in accordance with ethical and philosophical requirements, for the purpose of directing the mass toward a behavior that will result in the preservation and permanence of the species. The subject here is different from those two disciplines which, however, are often similar to it. In a way, it is an entirely original science. In fact, I have not come across a discussion along these lines by anyone. I do not know if this is because people have been unaware of it, but there is no reason to suspect them of having been unaware of it. Perhaps they have written exhaustively on this topic, and their work did not reach us. There are many sciences. There have been numerous sages among the nations of mankind. The knowledge that has not come down to us is larger than the knowledge that has. Where are the sciences of the Persians that Umar ordered to be wiped out at the time of the conquest? Where are the sciences of the Chaldeans, the Syrians, and the Babylonians, and the scholarly products and results that were theirs? Where are the sciences of the Copts, their predecessors? The sciences of only one nation, the Greeks, have come down to us, because they were translated through Al-Mamun's efforts. He was successful in this direction because he had many translators at his disposal and spent much money in this connection. Of the sciences of others, nothing has come to our attention. The accidents involved in every manifestation of nature and intellect deserve study. Any topic that is understandable and real requires its own special science. In this connection, scholars seem to have been interested in the results of the individual sciences. As far as the subject under discussion is concerned, the result, as we have seen, is just historical information. Although the problems it raises are important, both essentially and specifically, exclusive concern for it leads to one result only, the mere verification of historical information. This is not much. Therefore, scholars might have avoided the subject. God knows better. And you were given but little knowledge. 1. In the field under consideration here, we encounter certain problems, treated incidentally by scholars among the arguments applicable to their particular sciences, but that in object and approach are of the same type as the problems we are discussing. In connection with the arguments for prophecy, for instance, scholars mention that human beings cooperate with each other for their existence and, therefore, need men to arbitrate among them and exercise a restraining influence. Or, in the science of the principles of jurisprudence, in the chapter of arguments for the necessity of languages, mention is made of the fact that people need means to express their intentions because by their very nature, cooperation and social organization are made easier by proper expressions. Or, in connection with the explanation that laws have their reason in the purposes they are to serve, the jurists mention that adultery confuses pedigrees and destroys the species, that murder, too, destroys the human species, that injustice invites the destruction of civilization with the necessary consequence that the species will be destroyed. Other similar things are stated in connection with the purposes embedded in laws, which are based upon the effort to preserve civilization. Therefore they apply to things that belong to civilization. This is obvious from our references to these problems which are mentioned as representative of the general situation. We also find a few of the problems of the subject under discussion treated in scattered statements by the sages of mankind. However, they did not exhaust the subject. For instance, we have the speech of the Mobid Hantu before Bahram b. Bahram in the story of the owl reported by Al-Masudi. It runs, "O king, the might of royal authority materializes only through the religious law, obedience toward God, and compliance with his commands and prohibitions. The religious law persists only through royal authority. Mighty royal authority is accomplished only through men. Men persist only with the help of property. The only way to property is through cultivation. The only way to cultivation is through justice. Justice is a balance set up among mankind. The Lord set it up and appointed an overseer for it, and that overseer is the ruler. There also is a statement by An-Ashar 1:3 to the same effect. Royal authority exists through the army through money, money through taxes, taxes through cultivation, cultivation through justice, justice through the improvement of officials, the improvement of officials through the forthrightness of wazirs, and the whole thing in the first place through the ruler's personal supervision of his subjects' condition and his ability to educate them, so that he may rule them, and not they him. In the book on politics that is ascribed to Aristotle and has wide circulation, we find a good deal about our subject. The treatment, however, is not exhaustive, nor is the topic provided with all the arguments it deserves, and it is mixed with other things. In the book, the author referred to such general ideas as we have reported on the authority of the Muqaddimah and An-Ashar 1. He arranged his statement in a remarkable circle that he discussed at length. It runs as follows: the world is a garden, the fence of which is the dynasty. The dynasty is an authority through which life is given to proper behavior. Proper behavior is a policy directed by the ruler. The ruler is an institution supported by the soldiers. The soldiers are helpers who are maintained by money. Money is sustenance brought together by the subjects. The subjects are servants who are protected by justice. Justice is something familiar one, and through it, the world persists. The world is a garden. And then it begins again from the beginning. These are 8 sentences of political wisdom. They are connected with each other, the end of each one leading into the beginning of the next. They are held together in a circle with no definite beginning or end. The author was proud of what he had hit upon and made much of the significance of the sentences. When our discussion in the section on royal authority and dynasties has been studied and due critical attention given to it, it will be found to constitute an exhaustive, very clear, fully substantiated interpretation and detailed exposition of these sentences. We became aware of these things with God's help and without the instruction of Aristotle or the teaching of the Muqaddimah. The statements of Ibn al-Muqaffatu and the excursions on political subjects in his treatises also touch upon many of the problems of our work. However, he did not substantiate his statements with arguments as we have done. He merely mentioned them in passing in the flowing prose style and eloquent verbiage of the rhetorician. Judge Abu Bakr Ayrish III also had the same idea in the Kitab Siraj al-Muluk. He divided the work into chapters that come close to the chapters and problems of our work. However, he did not achieve his aim or realize his intention. He did not exhaust the problems and did not bring clear proofs. He sets aside a special chapter for a particular problem, but then he tells a great number of stories and traditions, and he reports scattered remarks by Persian sages such as Buzur Jamir I and the Muqaddimah, and by Indian sages, as well as material transmitted on the authority of Daniel, Hermes, and other great men. He does not verify his statements or clarify them with the help of natural arguments. The work is merely a compilation of transmitted material similar to sermons in its inspirational purpose. In a way, Ayrish aimed at the right idea, but did not hit it. He did not realize his intention or exhaust his problems. We, on the other hand, were inspired by God. He led us to a science whose truth we ruthlessly set forth. If I have succeeded in presenting the problems of this science exhaustively and in showing how it differs in its various aspects and characteristics from all other crafts, this is due to divine guidance. If, on the other hand, I have omitted some point, or if the problems have got confused with something else, the task of correcting remains for the discerning critic, but the merit is mine since I cleared and marked the way. God guides with his light whom he will point to. In this book, now, we are going to explain such various aspects of civilization that affect human beings in their social organization, as royal authority, gainful occupation, sciences, and crafts, all in the light of various arguments that will show the true nature of the varied knowledge of the elite and the common people, repel misgivings, and remove doubts. We say that man is distinguished from the other living beings by certain qualities peculiar to him, namely, I, the sciences and crafts which result from that ability to think which distinguishes man from the other animals and exalts him as a thinking being over all creatures. 2. The need for restraining influence and strong authority, since man, alone of all the animals, cannot exist without them. It is true, something has been said in this connection about bees and locusts. However, if they have something similar, it comes to them through inspiration 3, not through thinking or reflection. 3. Man's efforts to make a living and his concern with the various ways of obtaining and acquiring the means of life. This is the result of man's need for food to keep alive and subsist, which God instilled in him, guiding him to desire and seek a livelihood. God said, He gave everything its natural characteristics, and then guided it for civilization. This means that human beings have to dwell in common and settle together in cities and hamlets for the comforts of companionship and for the satisfaction of human needs, as a result of the natural disposition of human beings toward cooperation in order to be able to make a living, as we shall explain. Civilization may be either desert, Bedouin, civilization as found in outlying regions and mountains, in hamlets, near, pastures in waste regions, and on the fringes of sandy deserts, or it may be sedentary civilization as found in cities, villages, towns, and small communities that serve the purpose of protection and fortification by means of walls. In all these different conditions, there are things that affect civilization essentially in as far as it is social organization. Consequently, the discussion in this work falls naturally under 6 chapter headings. 1. On human civilization in general, its various kinds, and the portion of the earth that is civilized. 2. On desert civilization, including a report on the tribes and savage nations. 3. On dynasties, the caliphate, and royal authority, including a discussion of government ranks. 4. On sedentary civilization, countries, and cities. 5. On crafts, ways of making a living, gainful occupations, and their various aspects. And 6. On the sciences, their acquisition and study. I have discussed desert civilization first, because it is prior to everything else, as will become clear later on. The discussion of royal authority was placed before that of countries and cities for the same reason. The discussion of ways of making a living was placed before that of the sciences, because making a living is necessary and natural, whereas the study of science is a luxury or convenience. Anything natural has precedence over luxury. I lump the crafts together with gainful occupations, because they belong to the latter in some respects as far as civilization is concerned, as will become clear later. God gives success and support. Chapter 1. Human civilization in general. First prefatory discussion. Human social organization is something necessary. The philosophers express this fact by saying, man is political by nature. That is, he cannot do without the social organization for which the philosophers use the technical term town, polis. This is what civilization means. The necessary character of human social organization or civilization, is explained by the fact that God created and fashioned man in a form that can live and subsist only with the help of food. He guided man to a natural desire for food and instilled in him the power that enables him to obtain it. However, the power of the individual human being is not sufficient for him to obtain the food he needs, and does not provide him with as much food as he requires to live. Even if we assume an absolute minimum of food, that is, food enough for one day, a little wheat, for instance, that amount of food could be obtained only after much preparation such as grinding, kneading, and baking. Each of these 3 operations requires utensils and tools that can be provided only with the help of several crafts, such as the crafts of the blacksmith, the carpenter, and the potter. Assuming that a man could eat unprepared grain, an even greater number of operations would be necessary in order to obtain the grain, sowing and reaping, and threshing to separate it from the husks of the ear. Each of these operations requires a number of tools and many more crafts than those just mentioned. It is beyond the power of one man alone to do all that, or part of it, by himself. Thus, he cannot do without a combination of many powers from among his fellow beings, if he is to obtain food for himself and for them. Through cooperation, the needs of a number of persons, many times greater than their own number, can be satisfied. Likewise, each individual needs the help of his fellow beings for his defense. When God fashioned the natures of all living beings and divided the various powers among them, many dumb animals were given more perfect powers than God gave to man. The power of a horse, for instance, is much greater than the power of a man, and so is the power of a donkey or an ox. The power of a lion or an elephant is many times greater than the power of man. Aggressiveness is natural in living beings. Therefore, God gave each of them a special limb for defense against aggression. To man, instead, he gave the ability to think, and the hand. With the help of the ability to think, the hand is able to prepare the ground for the crafts. The crafts, in turn, procure for man the instruments that serve him instead of limbs, which other animals possess for their defense. Lances, for instance, take the place of horns for goring, swords the place of claws to inflict wounds, shields the place of thick skins, and so on. There are other such things. They were all mentioned by Galen in De Usu Partium. 1. The power of one individual human being cannot withstand the power of any one dumb animal, especially the power of the predatory animals. Man is generally unable to defend himself against them by himself. Nor is his unaided power sufficient to make use of the existing instruments of defense, because there are so many of them and they require so many crafts and things. It is absolutely necessary for man to have the cooperation of his fellow men. As long as there is no such cooperation, he cannot obtain any food or nourishment, and life cannot materialize for him, because God fashioned him so that he must have food if he is to live. Nor, lacking weapons, can he defend himself. Thus, he falls prey to animals and dies much before his time. Under such circumstances, the human species would vanish. When, however, mutual cooperation exists, man obtains food for his nourishment and weapons for his defense. God's wise plan that mankind should subsist and the human species be preserved will be fulfilled. Consequently, social organization is necessary to the human species. Without it, the existence of human beings would be incomplete. God's desire to settle the world with human beings and to leave them as his representatives on earth too would not materialize. This is the meaning of civilization, the object of the science under discussion. The aforementioned remarks have been in the nature of establishing the existence of the object in this particular field. A scholar in a particular discipline is not obliged to do this, since it is accepted in logic that a scholar in a particular science does not have to establish the existence of the object in that science. 8. On the other hand, logicians do not consider it forbidden to do so. Thus, it is a voluntary contribution. God, in his grace, gives success. When mankind has achieved social organization, as we have stated, and when civilization in the world has thus become a fact, people need someone to exercise a restraining influence and keep them apart, for aggressiveness and injustice are in the animal nature of man. The weapons made for the defense of human beings against the aggressiveness of dumb animals do not suffice against the aggressiveness of man to man, because all of them possess those weapons. Thus, something else is needed for defense against the aggressiveness of human beings toward each other. It could not come from outside, because all the other animals fall short of human perceptions and inspiration. The person who exercises a restraining influence, therefore, must be one of themselves. He must dominate them and have power and authority over them, so that no one of them will be able to attack another. This is the meaning of royal authority. It has thus become clear that royal authority is a natural quality of man which is absolutely necessary to mankind. The philosophers mention that it also exists among certain dumb animals, such as the bees and the locusts. One discerns among them the existence of authority and obedience to a leader. They follow one who is distinguished as their leader by his natural characteristics and body. However, outside of human beings, These things exist as the result of natural disposition and divine guidance, and not as the result of an ability to think or to administrate. The philosophers go further. They attempt to give logical proof of the existence of prophecy and to show that prophecy is a natural quality of man. In this connection, they carry the argument to its ultimate consequences and say that human beings absolutely require some authority to exercise a restraining influence. They go on to say that such restraining influence exists through the religious law ordained by God and revealed to mankind by a human being. He is distinguished from the rest of mankind by special qualities of divine guidance that God gave him, in order that he might find the others submissive to him and ready to accept what he says. Eventually, the existence of an authority among them and over them becomes a fact that is accepted without the slightest disapproval or dissent. This proposition of the philosophers is not logical, as one can see. Existence and human life can materialize without the existence of prophecy, through injunctions a person in authority may devise on his own or with the help of a group feeling that enables him to force the others to follow him wherever he wants to go. People who have a divinely revealed book and who follow the prophets are few in number in comparison with the Magians one who have none. The latter constitute the majority of the world's inhabitants. Still, they have possessed dynasties and monuments, not to mention life itself. They still possess these things at this time in the intemperate zones to the north and the south. This is in contrast with human life in the state of anarchy, with no one to exercise a restraining influence. That would be impossible. This shows that the philosophers are wrong when they assume that prophecy exists by necessity. The existence of prophecy is not required by logic. Its necessary character is indicated by the religious law, as was the belief of the early Muslims. God gives success and guidance. Second prefatory discussion. The parts of the earth where civilization is found. Some information about oceans, rivers, and zones. In the books of philosophers who speculated about the condition of the world, it has been explained that the earth has a spherical shape and is enveloped by the element of water. It may be compared to a grape floating upon water. The water withdrew from certain parts of the earth, because God wanted to create living beings upon it and settle it with the human species that rules as his representative over all other beings. One might from this get the impression that the water is below the earth. This is not correct. The natural below of the earth is the core and middle of its sphere, the center to which everything is attracted by its gravity. All the sides of the earth beyond that and the water surrounding the earth are above. When some part of the earth is said to be below, it is said to be so with reference to some other region. The part of the earth from which the water has withdrawn is 1/2 the surface of the sphere of the earth. It has a circular form and is surrounded on all sides by the element of water which forms a sea called the surrounding sea. The part of the earth that is free from water, and thus suitable for human civilization has more waste and empty areas than habitable areas. The empty area in the south is larger than that in the north. The cultivated part of the earth extends more toward the north. In the shape of a circular plane it extends in the south to the equator and in the north to a circular line, behind which there are mountains separating the cultivated part from the elemental water. The part of the earth that is free from water is said to cover 1/2 or less of the sphere. The cultivated part covers 1/4 of it. It is divided into 7 zones. 1. The equator divides the earth into 2 halves from west to east. It represents the length of the earth. It is the longest line on the sphere of the earth, just as the ecliptic and the equinoctial lines are the longest on the firmament. The ecliptic is divided into 360 degrees. The geographical degree is 25 parasangs, the parasang being 12,000 cubits or 3 miles, since 1 mile has 4,000 cubits. The cubit is 24 fingers, and the finger is 6 grains of barley placed closely together in one row. The distance of the equinoctial line, parallel to the equator of the earth and dividing the firmament into 2 parts, is 90 degrees from each of the 2 poles. However, the cultivated area north of the equator is only 64 degrees. The rest is empty and uncultivated because of the bitter cold and frost, exactly as the southern part is altogether empty because of the heat. We shall explain it all, if God wills. Information about the cultivated part and its boundaries, and about the cities, towns, mountains, rivers, waste areas, and sandy deserts it contains, has been given by men such as Ptolemy in the Geography, and, after him, by the author of the Book of Roger. 1. These men divided the cultivated area into 7 parts which they called the 7 zones. The borders of the 7 zones are imaginary. They extend from east to west. In latitudinal extension they are identical, in longitudinal extension different. The first zone is longer than the second. The same applies to the second zone, and so on. The 7th zone is the shortest. This is required by the circular shape that resulted from the withdrawal of the water from the sphere of the earth. According to these scholars, each of the 7 zones is divided from west to east into 10 contiguous sections. Information about general conditions and civilization is given for each section. The geographers mention that the Mediterranean, which we all know, branches off from the surrounding sea in the western part of the 4th zone. It begins at a narrow straits about 12 miles wide between Tangier and Tarifa, called the Strait of Gibraltar. It then extends eastward and opens out to a width of 600 miles. It terminates at the end of the 4th section of the 4th zone, a distance of 1,160 parasangs from its starting point. There, it is bordered by the coast of Syria. On the south, it is bordered by the coast of the Maghreb, beginning with Tangier at the straits, then Afriqiya, Barca, and Alexandria. On the north, it is bordered by the coast of Constantinople, then Venice, Rome, France, and Spain, back to Tarifa at the Strait of Gibraltar, opposite Tangier. The Mediterranean is also called the Roman Sea or the Syrian Sea. It contains many populous islands. Some of them are large, such as Crete, Cyprus, Sicily, Majorca, and Sardinia. In the north, they say, 2 other seas branch off from the Mediterranean through 2 straits. One of them is opposite Constantinople. It starts at the Mediterranean in a narrow straits, only an arrow shot in width. It flows for a 3 days run and touches Constantinople. Then, it attains a width of 4 miles. It flows in this channel for 60 miles, where it is known as the Straits of Constantinople. Through a mouth 6 miles wide, it then flows into the Black Sea, and becomes a sea that, from there, turns eastward in its course. It passes the land of Heraclea, in Bithynia, and ends at the country of the Hazars, 1,300 miles from its mouth. Along its 2 coasts lie the Byzantine, the Turkish, the Bulgar, and the Russian nations. The second sea that branches off from the 2 straits of the Mediterranean is the Gulf of Venice. It emerges from Byzantine territory at its northern limit. Then, from Sant'Angelo, de Lombardy, its western boundary extends from the country of the Venetians to the territory of Aquileia, 1,100 miles from where it started. On its 2 shores live the Venetians, the Byzantines, and other nations. It is called the Gulf of Venice, Adriatic Sea. From the surrounding sea, they say, a large and wide sea flows on the east at 13 degrees north of the equator. It flows a little toward the south, entering the 1st zone. Then it flows west within the 1st zone until it reaches the country of the Abyssinians and the Negroes and Bab al-Mandeb in the 5th section of the 1st zone, 4,500 parasangs from its starting point. This sea is called the Chinese, Indian, or Abyssinian Sea, Indian Ocean. It is bordered on the south by the country of the Negroes and the country of Berbera, which Imru al-Qais mentioned in his poem. These Berbers do not belong to the Berbers who make up the tribes in the Maghreb. The sea is then bordered by the area of Mogadishu, Sufala, and the land of Al-Waqaq, and by other nations beyond which there is nothing but waste and empty areas. On the north, where it starts, it is bordered by China, then by eastern and western India, and then by the coast of the Yemen, that is, Al-Aqf, Zabad, and other cities. Where it ends, it is bordered by the country of the Negroes, and, beyond them, the Beja. 2 other seas, they say, branch off from the Indian Ocean. One of them branches off where the Indian Ocean ends, at Bab al-Mandeb. It starts out narrow, then flows widening toward the north and slightly to the west until it ends at the city of Al-Kulzum in the fifth section of the second zone, 1,400 miles from its starting point. This is the Sea of Al-Kulzum or Sea of Suez, Red Sea. From the Red Sea at Suez to Faswan is the distance of a 3 days' journey. The Red Sea is bordered on the east by the coast of the Yemen, the Ij, and Jeddah, and then, where it ends, by Midian, Ayla, and Faran. On the west, it is bordered by the coast of Upper Egypt, Adhab, Suakin, and Zayla, and then, where it begins, by the country of the Beja. It ends at Al-Kulzum. It would reach the Mediterranean at Al-Arish. The distance between the Red Sea and the Mediterranean is a 6 days' journey. Many rulers, both Muslim and pre-Islamic, have wanted to cut through the intervening territory, but this has not been achieved. The second sea branching off from the Indian Ocean and called the Persian Gulf, the Green Gulf, branches off at the region between the west coast of India and Al-Aqf in the Yemen. It flows toward the north and slightly to the west until it ends at Al-Ubala on the coast of Al-Bara in the sixth section of the second zone, 440 parasangs from its starting point. It is called the Persian Gulf, Persian Sea. It is bordered on the east by the coast of western India, Mukran, Kerman, Fars, and Al-Ubala where it ends. On the west, it is bordered by the coast of Al-Bahrain, the Yamama, Oman, Ashir, and Al-Aqf where it starts. Between the Persian Gulf and Al-Kulzum lies the Arabian Peninsula, jutting out from the mainland into the sea. It is surrounded by the Indian Ocean to the south, by the Red Sea to the west, and by the Persian Gulf to the east. It adjoins the Iraq in the region between Syria and Al-Bara, where the distance between Syria and the Iraq is 1,500 miles. In the Iraq are Al-Kufa, Al-Qadisiyah, Baghdad, the reception hall of Khosrav, At-Tisifan, and Al-Ra. Beyond that live non-Arab nations such as the Turks, the Hazars, and others. The Arabian Peninsula comprises the Ij in the west, the Yamama, Al-Bahrain, and Oman in the east, and in the south the Yemen along the coast of the Indian Ocean. In the cultivated area, they say, there is another sea to the north in the land of the Dalam. This sea has no connection with the other seas. It is called the Sea of Jurjan and Abaristan, Caspian Sea. Its length is 1,000 miles, and its width 600. To the west of it lie Azerbaijan and the Dalam territory, to the east of it the land of the Turks and Khwarizm, to the south of it Tabaristan, and to the north of it the land of the Hazars and the Alans. These are all the famous seas mentioned by the geographers. They further say that in the cultivated part of the earth, there are many rivers. The largest among them are 4 in number, namely, the Nile, the Euphrates, the Tigris, and the river of Bach which is called Oxus, Jain. The Nile begins at a large mountain, 16 degrees beyond the equator at the boundary of the fourth section of the first zone. This mountain is called the Mountain of the Qamar. No higher mountain is known on earth. Many springs issue from the mountain, some of them flowing into one lake there, and some of them into another lake. From these 2 lakes, several rivers branch off, and all of them flow into a lake at the equator which is at the distance of a 10 days' journey from the mountain. From that lake, 2 rivers issue. One of them flows due north, passing through the country of the Nuba and then through Egypt. Having traversed Egypt, it divides into many branches lying close to each other. Each of these is called a channel. All flow into the Mediterranean at Alexandria. This river is called the Egyptian Nile. It is bordered by Upper Egypt on the east, and by the oases on the west. The other river turns westward, flowing due west until it flows into the surrounding sea. This river is the Sudanese Nile. All the Negro nations live along its borders. The Euphrates begins in Armenia in the 6th section of the 5th zone. It flows south through Byzantine territory, Anatolia, past Malatya to Manbij, and then passes Sifan, Ar-Rakta, and Al-Kufa until it reaches the marsh, Alba, between Al-Basra and Uzi. From there it flows into the Indian Ocean. Many rivers flow into it along its course. Other rivers branch off from it and flow into the Tigris. The Tigris originates in a number of springs in the country of Kil, which is also in Armenia. It passes on its course southward through Mosul, Azerbaijan, and Baghdad to Uzi. There, it divides into several channels, all of which flow into the Lake of Al-Bara and join the Persian Gulf. The Tigris flows east of the Euphrates. Many large rivers flow into it from all sides. The region between the Euphrates and the Tigris, where it is first formed, is the Jazirah of Mosul, facing Syria on both banks of the Euphrates, and facing Azerbaijan on both banks of the Tigris. The Oxus originates at Bak, in the 8th section of the third zone, in a great number of springs there. Large rivers flow into it, as it follows a course from south to north. It flows through Khorasan, then past Khorasan to Khwarizm in the 8th section of the 5th zone. It flows into Lake Aral, the lake of Girganje, which is situated at the foot of the city of Girganje. In length as in width, it extends the distance of 1 month's journey. The river of Fargana and Tashkent, Ashshash, which comes from the territory of the Turks, flows into it. West of the Oxus lie Khorasan and Khwarizm. East of it lie the cities of Bokhara, At-Tirmidh, and Samarkand. Beyond that are the country of the Turks, Fargana, the Karluk, and other non-Arab nations. All this was mentioned by Ptolemy in his work and by the Sharif al-Idrisi in the Book of Roger. All the mountains, seas, and rivers to be found in the cultivated part of the earth are depicted on maps and exhaustively treated in geography. We do not have to go any further into it. It is too lengthy a subject, and our main concern is with the Maghrib, the home of the Berbers, and the Arab home countries in the east. God give success. Supplementary note to the second prefatory discussion. The northern quarter of the earth has more civilization than the southern quarter. The reason thereof. We know from observation and from continuous tradition that the first and the second of the cultivated zones have less civilization than the other zones. The cultivated area in the first and second zones is interspersed with empty waste areas and sandy deserts and has the Indian Ocean to the east. The nations and populations of the first and second zones are not excessively numerous. The same applies to the cities and towns there. The third, fourth, and subsequent zones are just the opposite. Waste areas there are few. Sandy deserts also are few or non-existent. The nations and populations are tremendous. Cities and towns are exceedingly numerous. Civilization has its seat between the third and the sixth zones. The south is all emptiness. Many philosophers have mentioned that this is because of the excessive heat and slightness of the sun's deviation from the zenith in the south. Let us explain and prove this statement. The result will clarify the reason why civilization in the third and fourth zones is so highly developed and extends also to the fifth, sixth, and seventh zones. We say, when the south and north poles of heaven are upon the horizon, they constitute a large circle that divides the firmament into two parts. It is the largest circle and runs from west to east. It is called the equinoctial line. In astronomy, it has been explained in the proper place that the highest sphere moves from east to west in a daily motion by means of which it also forces the spheres enclosed by it to move. This motion is perceptible to the senses. It has also been explained that the stars in their spheres have a motion that is contrary to this motion and is, therefore, a motion from west to east. The periods of this movement differ according to the different speeds of the motions of the stars. Parallel to the courses of all these stars in their spheres, there runs a large circle which belongs to the highest sphere and divides it into two halves. This is the ecliptic, zodiac. It is divided into 12 signs. As has been explained in the proper place, the equinoctial line intersects the ecliptic at two opposite points, namely, at the beginning of Aries and at the beginning of Libra. The equinoctial line divides the zodiac into two halves. One of them extends northward from the equinoctial line and includes the signs from the beginning of Aries to the end of Virgo. The other half extends southward from it and includes the signs from the beginning of Libra to the end of Pisces. When the two poles fall upon the horizon among all the regions of the Earth, a line is formed upon the surface of the Earth that faces the equinoctial line and runs from west to east. This line is called the equator. According to astronomical observation, this line is believed to coincide with the beginning of the first of the 7 zones. All civilization is to the north of it. The North Pole gradually ascends on the horizon of the cultivated area of the Earth until its elevation reaches 64 degrees. Here, all civilization ends. This is the end of the 7th zone. When its elevation reaches 90 degrees on the horizon, that is the distance between the pole and the equinoctial line, then it is at its zenith, and the equinoctial line is on the horizon. 6 of the signs of the zodiac, the northern ones, remain above the horizon, and 6, the southern ones, are below it. Civilization is impossible in the area between the 64th and the 90th degrees, for no admixture of heat and cold occurs there because of the great time interval between them. Generation, therefore, does not take place. The sun is at its zenith on the equator at the beginning of Aries and Libra. It then declines from its zenith down to the beginning of Cancer and Capricorn. Its greatest declination from the equinoctial line is 24 degrees. Now, when the North Pole ascends on the horizon, the equinoctial line declines from the zenith in proportion to the elevation of the North Pole, and the South Pole descends correspondingly, as regards the 3 distances constituting geographical latitude. Scholars who calculate the prayer times call this the latitude of a place. When the equinoctial line declines from the zenith, the northern signs of the zodiac gradually rise above it, proportionately to its rise, until the beginning of Cancer is reached. Meanwhile, the southern signs of the zodiac correspondingly descend below the horizon until the beginning of Capricorn is reached, because of the inclination of the 2 halves of the zodiac, upward or downward from the horizon of the equator, as we have stated. The northern horizon continues to rise, until its northern limit, which is the beginning of Cancer, is in the zenith. This is where the latitude is 24 degrees in the age and the territory adjacent. This is the declination from the equinoctial at the horizon of the equator at the beginning of Cancer. With the elevation of the North Pole, Cancer rises, until it attains the zenith. When the pole rises more than 24 degrees, the sun descends from the zenith and continues to do so until the elevation of the pole is 64 degrees, and the sun's descent from the zenith, as well as the depression of the South Pole under the horizon, is the same distance. Then, generation stops because of the excessive cold and frost and the long time without any heat. At and nearing its zenith, the sun sends its rays down upon the earth at right angles. In other positions, it sends them down at obtuse or acute angles. When the rays form right angles, the light is strong and spreads out over a wide area, in contrast to what happens in the case of obtuse and acute angles. Therefore, at and nearing its zenith, the heat is greater than in other positions, because the light of the sun is the reason for heat and calefaction. The sun reaches its zenith at the equator twice a year in 2 points of Aries and Libra. No declination of the sun goes very far. The heat hardly begins to become more temperate when the sun has reached the limit of its declination at the beginning of Cancer or Capricorn and begins to rise again toward the zenith. The perpendicular rays then fall heavily upon the horizon there and hold steady for a long time, if not permanently. The air gets burning hot, even excessively so. The same is true whenever the sun reaches the zenith in the area between the equator and latitude 24 degrees, as it does twice a year. The rays exercise almost as much force upon the horizon there as they do at the equator. The excessive heat causes a parching dryness in the air that prevents generation. As the heat becomes more excessive, water and all kinds of moisture dry up, and the power of generation is destroyed in minerals, plants, and animals, because generation depends on moisture. Now, when the beginning of Cancer declines from the zenith at the latitude of 25 degrees and beyond, the sun also declines from its zenith. The heat becomes more or less temperate. Then, generation can take place. This goes on until the cold becomes excessive, due to the lack of light and the obtuse angles of the rays of the sun. Then generation again decreases and is destroyed. However, the destruction caused by great heat is greater than that caused by great cold, because heat brings about desiccation faster than cold brings about freezing. Therefore, there is little civilization in the first and second zones. There is a medium degree of civilization in the third, fourth, and fifth zones, because the heat there is temperate owing to the decreased amount of light. There is a great deal of civilization in the sixth and seventh zones because of the decreased amount of heat there. At first, cold does not have the same destructive effect upon the power of generation as heat, it causes desiccation only when it becomes excessive and thus has dryness added. This is the case beyond the seventh zone. All this, then, is why civilization is stronger and more abundant in the northern quarter. And God knows better. The philosophers concluded from these facts that the region at the equator and beyond it was empty. On the strength of observation and continuous tradition, it was argued against them that it was cultivated. How would it be possible to prove this? It is obvious that the philosophers did not mean to deny entirely the existence of civilization there, but their argumentation led them to infer that the power of generation must, to a large degree, be destroyed there because of the excessive heat. Consequently, civilization there would be either impossible, or only minimally possible. This is so. The region at the equator and beyond it, even if it has civilization as has been reported, has only a very little of it. Averroes 1 assumed that the equator is in a symmetrical position and that what is beyond the equator to the south corresponds to what is beyond it to the north, consequently, as much of the south would be cultivated as of the north. His assumption is not impossible, so far as the argument of the destruction of the power of generation is concerned. However, as to the region south of the equator, it is made impossible by the fact that the element of water covers the face of the earth in the south, where the corresponding area in the north admits of generation. On account of the greater amount of water in the south, Averroes' assumption of the symmetrical position of the equator thus turns out to be impossible. Everything else follows, since civilization progresses gradually and begins its gradual progress where it can exist, not where it cannot exist. The assumption that civilization cannot exist at the equator is contradicted by continuous tradition. And God knows better. After this discussion, we wish to draw a map of the earth, as was done by the author of the Book of Roger. Point 2. Third prefatory discussion. The temperate and the intemperate zones. The influence of the air upon the color of human beings and upon many other aspects of their condition. We have explained that the cultivated region of that part of the earth which is not covered by water has its center toward the north, because of the excessive heat in the south and the excessive cold in the north. The north and the south represent opposite extremes of cold and heat. It necessarily follows that there must be a gradual decrease from the extremes toward the center, which, thus, is moderate. The fourth zone is the most temperate cultivated region. The bordering third and fifth zones are rather close to being temperate. The sixth and second zones which are adjacent to them are far from temperate, and the first and seventh zones still less so. Therefore, the sciences, the crafts, the buildings, the clothing, the foodstuffs, the fruits, even the animals, and everything that comes into being in the three middle zones are distinguished by their temperate, well-proportioned character. The human inhabitants of these zones are more temperate in their bodies, color, character qualities, and general conditions. They are found to be extremely moderate in their dwellings, clothing, foodstuffs, and crafts. They use houses that are well constructed of stone and embellished by craftsmanship. They rival each other in production of the very best tools and implements. Among them one finds the natural minerals, such as gold, silver, iron, copper, lead, and tin. In their business dealings they use the two precious metals, gold and silver. They avoid intemperance quite generally in all their conditions. Such are the inhabitants of the Maghreb, of Syria, the two Iraqs, Western India and China, as well as of Spain, also the European Christians nearby, the Galicians, and all those who live together with these peoples or near them in the 3 temperate zones. The Iraq and Syria are directly in the middle and therefore are the most temperate of all these countries. The inhabitants of the zones that are far from temperate, such as the 1st, 2nd, 6th, and 7th zones, are also farther removed from being temperate in all their conditions. Their buildings are of clay and reeds. Their foodstuffs are dura and herbs. Their clothing is the leaves of trees, which they sew together to cover themselves, or animal skins. Most of them go naked. The fruits and seasonings of their countries are strange and inclined to be intemperate. In their business dealings, they do not use the 2 noble metals, but copper, iron, or skins, upon which they set a value for the purpose of business dealings. Their qualities of character, moreover, are close to those of dumb animals. It has even been reported that most of the Negroes of the 1st zone dwell in caves and thickets, eat herbs, live in savage isolation and do not congregate, and eat each other. The same applies to the Slavs. The reason for this is that their remoteness from being temperate produces in them a disposition and character similar to those of the dumb animals, and they become correspondingly remote from humanity. The same also applies to their religious conditions. They are ignorant of prophecy and do not have a religious law, except for the small minority that lives near the temperate regions, for instance, the Abyssinians, who are neighbors of the Yemenites and have been Christians from pre-Islamic and Islamic times down to the present, and the Mali, the Gaga and the Takrar who live close to the Maghrib and, at this time, are Muslims. They are said to have adopted Islam in the 7th-13th century. Or, in the north, there are those Slav, European Christian and Turkish nations that have adopted Christianity. All the other inhabitants of the intemperate zones in the south and in the north are ignorant of all religion. Religious scholarship is lacking among them. All their conditions are remote from those of human beings and close to those of wild animals. The foregoing statement is not contradicted by the existence of the Yemen, the Aramat, Al-Aqf, the Ij, the Yamamah, and adjacent regions of the Arabian Peninsula in the 1st and 2nd zones. As we have mentioned, the Arabian Peninsula is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides. The humidity of the sea influences the humidity in the air. This diminishes the dryness and intemperance that the heat would cause. Because of the humidity from the sea, the Arabian Peninsula is to some degree temperate. Genealogists who had no knowledge of the true nature of things imagined that Negroes were the children of Ham, the son of Noah, and that they were singled out to be black as the result of Noah's curse, which produced Ham's color and the slavery God inflicted upon his descendants. It is mentioned in the Torah 1 that Noah cursed his son Ham. No reference is made there to blackness. The curse included no more than that Ham's descendants should be the slaves of his brother's descendants. To attribute the blackness of the Negroes to Ham, reveals disregard of the true nature of heat and cold and of the influence they exercise upon the climate and upon the creatures that come into being in it. The black skin common to the inhabitants of the 1st and 2nd zones is the result of the composition of the air in which they live, and which comes about under the influence of the greatly increased heat in the south. The sun is at the zenith there twice a year at short intervals. In all seasons, the sun is in culmination for a long time. The light of the sun, therefore, is plentiful. People there go through a very severe summer, and their skins turn black because of the excessive heat. Something similar happens in the 2 corresponding zones to the north, the 7th and 6th zones. There, a white skin is common among the inhabitants, likewise the result of the composition of the air in which they live, and which comes about under the influence of the excessive cold in the north. The sun is always on the horizon within the visual field, or close to it. It never ascends to the zenith, nor even gets close to it. The heat, therefore, is weak in this region, and the cold severe in all seasons. In consequence, the color of the inhabitants is white, and they tend to have little body hair. Further consequences of the excessive cold are blue eyes, freckled skin, and blonde hair. The 5th, 4th, and 3rd zones occupy an intermediate position. They have an abundant share of temperance, which is the golden mean. The 4th zone, being the one most nearly in the center, is as temperate as can be. We have mentioned that before. The physique and character of its inhabitants are temperate to the degree necessitated by the composition of the air in which they live. The third and fifth zones lie on either side of the fourth, but they are less centrally located. They are closer to the hot south beyond the third zone and the cold north beyond the fifth zone. However, they do not become intemperate. The four other zones are intemperate, and the physique and character of their inhabitants show it. The first and second zones are excessively hot and black, and the sixth and seventh zones cold and white. The inhabitants of the first and second zones in the south are called the Abyssinians, the Zanjay, and the Sudanese. These are synonyms used to designate the particular nation that has turned black. The name Abyssinians, however, is restricted to those Negroes who live opposite Mecca and the Yemen, and the name Zanjay is restricted to those who live along the Indian Sea. These names are not given to them because of an alleged descent from a black human being, be it Ham or anyone else. Negroes from the south who settle in the temperate fourth zone or in the seventh zone that tends toward whiteness, are found to produce descendants whose color gradually turns white in the course of time. Vice versa, inhabitants from the north or from the fourth zone who settle in the south produce descendants whose color turns black. This shows that color is conditioned by the composition of the air. The inhabitants of the north are not called by their color, because the people who established the conventional meanings of words were themselves white. Thus, whiteness was something usual and common to them, and they did not see anything sufficiently remarkable in it to cause them to use it as a specific term. The inhabitants of the middle zones are temperate in their physique and character and in their ways of life. They have all the natural conditions necessary for a civilized life, such as ways of making a living, dwellings, crafts, sciences, political leadership, and royal authority. They thus have had prophecy, religious groups, dynasties, religious laws, sciences, countries, cities, buildings, horticulture, splendid crafts, and everything else that is temperate. Now, among the inhabitants of these zones about whom we have historical information are, for instance, the Arabs, the Byzantines, Rum, the Persians, the Israelites, the Greeks, the Indians, and the Chinese. When genealogists noted differences between these nations, their distinguishing marks and characteristics, they considered these to be due to their different descents. They declared all the Negro inhabitants of the South to be descendants of Ham. They had misgivings about their color and therefore undertook to report the aforementioned silly story. They declared all or most of the inhabitants of the north to be the descendants of Japheth, and they declared most of the temperate nations, who inhabit the central regions, who cultivate the sciences and crafts, and who possess religious groups and religious laws as well as political leadership and royal authority, to be the descendants of Shem. Even if the genealogical construction were correct, it would be the result of mere guesswork, not of cogent, logical argumentation. It would merely be a statement of fact. It would not imply that the inhabitants of the South are called Abyssinians and Negroes because they are descended from Black Ham. The genealogists were led into this error by their belief that the only reason for differences between nations is in their descent. This is not so. Distinctions between races or nations are in some cases due to a different descent, as in the case of the Arabs, the Israelites, and the Persians. In other cases, they are caused by geographical location and physical marks, as in the case of the Zanjay, the Abyssinians, the Slavs, and the Sudanese Negroes. Again, in other cases, they are caused by custom and distinguishing characteristics, as well as by descent, as in the case of the Arabs. Or, they may be caused by anything else among the conditions, qualities, and features peculiar to the different nations. But to generalize and say that the inhabitants of a specific geographical location in the south or in the north are the descendants of such and such a well-known person because they have a common color, trait, or physical mark which that forefather had, is one of those errors caused by disregard, both of the true nature of created beings and of geographical facts. There also is disregard of the fact that the physical circumstances and environment are subject to changes that affect later generations. Fourth prefatory discussion. The influence of climate upon human character. We have seen that Negroes are in general characterized by levity, excitability, and great emotionalism. They are found eager to dance whenever they hear a melody. They are everywhere described as stupid. The real reason for these opinions is that, as has been shown by philosophers in the proper place, joy and gladness are due to expansion and diffusion of the animal spirit. Sadness is due to the opposite, namely, contraction and concentration of the animal spirit. It has been shown that heat expands and rarefies air and vapors and increases their quantity. A drunken person experiences inexpressible joy and gladness, because the vapor of the spirit in his heart is pervaded by natural heat, which the power of the wine generates in his spirit. The spirit, as a result, expands, and there is joy. Likewise, when those who enjoy a hot bath inhale the air of the bath, so that the heat of the air enters their spirits and makes them hot, they are found to experience joy. It often happens that they start singing, as singing has its origin in gladness. Now, Negroes live in the hot zone. Heat dominates their temperament and formation. Therefore, they have in their spirits an amount of heat corresponding to that in their bodies and that of the zone in which they live. In comparison with the spirits of the inhabitants of the fourth zone, theirs are hotter and, consequently, more expanded. As a result, they are more quickly moved to joy and gladness, and they are merrier. Excitability is the direct consequence. In the same way, the inhabitants of coastal regions are somewhat similar to the inhabitants of the south. The air in which they live is very much hotter because of the reflection of the light and rays of the sun from the surface of the sea. Therefore, their share in the qualities resulting from heat, that is, joy and levity, is larger than that of the inhabitants of cold and hilly or mountainous countries. To a degree, this may be observed in the inhabitants of the Dhrid in the third zone. There is much heat there, since it lies south of the coastal plains and hills. Another example is furnished by the Egyptians. Egypt lies at about the same latitude as the Dhrid. The Egyptians are dominated by joyfulness, levity, and disregard for the future. They store no provisions of food, neither for a month nor a year ahead, but purchase most of it in the market. Fez in the Maghrib, on the other hand, lies inland and is surrounded by cold hills. Its inhabitants can be observed to look sad and gloomy and to be too much concerned for the future. Although a man in Fez might have provisions of wheat stored, sufficient to last him for years, he always goes to the market early to buy his food for the day, because he is afraid to consume any of his hoarded food. If one pays attention to this sort of thing in the various zones and countries, the influence of the varying quality of the climate upon the character of the inhabitants will become apparent. Al-Masudi undertook to investigate the reason for the levity, excitability, and emotionalism in Negroes, and attempted to explain it. However, he did no better than to report, on the authority of Galen and Yaqub B. Iskalkindi, that the reason is a weakness of their brains which results in a weakness of their intellect. This is an inconclusive and unproven statement. Fifth prefatory discussion. Differences with regard to abundance and scarcity of food in the various inhabited regions and how they affect the human body and character. It should be known that not all the temperate zones have an abundance of food, nor do all their inhabitants lead a comfortable life. In some parts, the inhabitants enjoy an abundance of grain, seasonings, wheat, and fruits, because the soil is well balanced and favorable to plants and there is an abundant civilization. And then, in other parts, the land is strewn with rocks, and no seeds or herbs grow at all. There, the inhabitants have a very hard time. Instances of such people are the inhabitants of the Aj and the Yemen, or the veiled Inja who live in the desert of the Maghrib on the fringes of the sandy wastes which lie between the Berbers and the Sudanese Negroes. All of them lack grain and seasonings. Their nourishment and food consist of milk and meat. Another such people are the Arabs who roam the waste regions. They may get grain and seasonings from the hills, but this is the case only at certain times and is possible only under the eyes of the militia which protects those parts. Whatever they get is little, because they have little money. They obtain no more than the bare necessity, and sometimes less, and in no case enough for a comfortable or abundant life. They are mostly found restricted to milk, which is for them a very good substitute for wheat. In spite of this, the desert people who lack grain and seasonings are found to be healthier in body and better in character than the hill people who have plenty of everything. Their complexions are clearer, their bodies cleaner, their figures more perfect, their character less intemperate, arid, their minds keener as far as knowledge and perception are concerned. This is attested by experience in all these groups. There is a great difference in this respect between the Arabs and Berbers, on the one hand, and the veiled, Berbers, and the inhabitants of the hills, on the other. This fact is known to those who have investigated the matter. As to the reason for it, it may be tentatively suggested that a great amount of food and the moisture it contains generate pernicious superfluous matters in the body, which, in turn, produce a disproportionate widening of the body, as well as many corrupt, putrid humors. The result is a pale complexion and an ugly figure, because the person has too much flesh, as we have stated. When the moisture with its evil vapors ascends to the brain, the mind, and the ability to think are dulled. The result is stupidity, carelessness, and a general intemperance. This can be exemplified by comparing the animals of waste regions and barren habitats, such as gazelles, wild cows, ostriches, giraffes, onagers, and wild buffaloes, with their counterparts among the animals that live in hills, coastal plains, and fertile pastures. There is a big difference between them with regard to the glossiness of their coat, their shape and appearance, the proportions of their limbs, and their sharpness of perception. The gazelle is the counterpart of the goat, and the giraffe that of the camel. The onagers and wild buffaloes are identical with domestic donkeys and cattle. Still, there is a wide difference between them. The only reason for it is the fact that the abundance of food in the hills produces pernicious superfluous matters and corrupt humors in the bodies of the domestic animals, the influence of which shows on them. Hunger, on the other hand, may greatly improve the physique and shape of the animals of the waste regions. The same observations apply to human beings. We find that the inhabitants of fertile zones where the products of agriculture and animal husbandry as well as seasonings and fruits are plentiful, are, as a rule, described as stupid in mind and coarse in body. This is the case with those Berbers who have plenty of seasonings and wheat, as compared with those who lead a frugal life and are restricted to barley or durra, such as the Mamda Berbers and the inhabitants of As-Sus and the Gumara. The latter are superior both intellectually and physically. The same applies in general to the inhabitants of the Maghrib who have plenty of seasonings and fine wheat, as compared with the inhabitants of Spain in whose country butter is altogether lacking and whose principal food is durra. The Spaniards are found to have a sharpness of intellect, a nimbleness of body, and a receptivity for instruction such as no one else has. The same also applies to the inhabitants of rural regions of the Maghrib as compared with the inhabitants of settled areas and cities. Both use many seasonings and live in abundance, but the town dwellers only use them after they have been prepared and cooked and softened by admixtures. They thus lose their heaviness and become less substantial. Principal foods are the meat of sheep and chickens. They do not use butter because of its tastelessness. Therefore the moisture in their food is small, and it brings only a few pernicious superfluous matters into their bodies. Consequently, the bodies of the urban population are found to be more delicate than those of the inhabitants of the desert who live a hard life. Likewise, those inhabitants of the desert who are used to hunger are found to have in their bodies no superfluous matters, thick or thin. It should be known that the influence of abundance upon the body is apparent even in matters of religion and divine worship. The frugal inhabitants of the desert and those of settled areas who have accustomed themselves to hunger and to abstinence from pleasures are found to be more religious and more ready for divine worship than people who live in luxury and abundance. Indeed, it can be observed that there are few religious people in towns and cities, inasmuch as people there are for the most part obdurate and careless, which is connected with the use of much meat, seasonings, and fine wheat. The existence of pious men and ascetics is, therefore, restricted to the desert, whose inhabitants eat frugally. Likewise, the condition of the inhabitants within a single city can be observed to differ according to the different distribution of luxury and abundance. It can also be noted that those people who, whether they inhabit the desert or settled areas and cities, live a life of abundance and have all the good things to eat, die more quickly than others when a drought or famine comes upon them. This is the case, for instance, with the Berbers of the Maghrib and the inhabitants of the city of Fez and, as we hear, of Cairo. It is not so with the Arabs who inhabit waste regions and deserts, or with the inhabitants of regions where the date palm grows and whose principal food is dates, or with the present-day inhabitants of Afriqiya whose principal food is barley and olive oil, or with the inhabitants of Spain whose principal food is durra and olive oil. When a drought or a famine strikes them, it does not kill as many of them as of the other group of people, and few, if any, die of hunger. As a reason for that, it may tentatively be suggested that the stomachs of those who have everything in abundance and are used to seasonings and, in particular, to butter, acquire moisture in addition to their basic constitutional moisture, and the moisture they are used to eventually becomes excessive. Then, when eating habits are thwarted by small quantities of food, by lack of seasonings, and by the use of coarse food to which it is unaccustomed, the stomach, which is a very weak part of the body and for that reason considered one of the vital parts, soon dries out and contracts. Sickness and sudden death are prompt consequences to the man whose stomach is in this condition. Those who die in famines are victims of their previous habitual state of satiation, not of the hunger that now afflicts them for the first time. In those who are accustomed to thirst and to doing without seasonings and butter, the basic moisture, which is good for all natural foods, always stays within its proper limits and does not increase. Thus, their stomachs are not affected by dryness or intemperance in consequence of a change of nourishment. As a rule, they escape the fate that awaits others on account of the abundance of their food and the great amount of seasonings in it. The basic thing to know is that foodstuffs, and whether to use or not to use them, are matters of custom. Whoever accustoms himself to a particular type of food that agrees with him becomes used to it. He finds it painful to give it up or to make any changes, provided, the food in question, is not something that does not fulfill the purpose of food, such as poison or alkaloids or anything excessively intemperate. Whatever can be used as food and is agreeable may be used as customary food. If a man accustoms himself to milk and vegetables instead of wheat, milk and vegetables become for him his habitual food, and he definitely has no longer any need for wheat or grains. The same applies to those who have accustomed themselves to suffer hunger and do without food. Such things are reported about the trained ascetics. We hear remarkable things about men of this type. Those who have no knowledge of things of the sort can scarcely believe them. The explanation lies in custom. Once the soul gets used to something, it becomes part of its makeup and nature, because the soul is able to take on many colorings. If through gradual training it has become used to hunger, hunger becomes a natural habit of the soul. The assumption of physicians that hunger causes death is not correct, except when a person is exposed suddenly to hunger and is entirely cut off from food. Then, the stomach is isolated, and contracts an illness that may be fatal. When, however, the amount of food one eats is slowly decreased by gradual training, there is no danger of death. The adepts of Sufism practice such gradual abstinence. Gradualness is also necessary when one gives up the training. Were a person suddenly to return to his original diet, he might die. Therefore, he must end the training as he started it, that is, gradually. We personally saw a person who had taken no food for 40 or more consecutive days. Our sheikhs were present at the court of Sultan Abu el-Hasan when two women from Algeciras and Ronda were presented to him, who had for years abstained from all food. Their story became known. They were examined, and the matter was found to be correct. The women continued this way until they died. Many persons we used to know restricted themselves to goat's milk. They drank from the udder some time during the day or at breakfast. This was their only food for 15 years. It should be known that everybody who is able to suffer hunger or eat only little, is physically better off if he stays hungry than if he eats too much. Hunger has a favorable influence on the health and well-being of body and intellect, as we have stated. This may be exemplified by the different influence of various kinds of food upon the body. We observe that those persons who live on the meat of strong, large-bodied animals grow up as a strong and large-bodied race. Comparison of the inhabitants of the desert with those of settled areas shows this. The same applies to persons who live on the milk and meat of camels. This influences their character, so that they become patient, persevering, and able to carry loads, as is the case with camels. Their stomachs also grow to be healthy and tough as the stomachs of camels. They are not beset by any feebleness or weakness, nor are they affected by unwholesome food, as others are. They may take strong, alkaloid, cathartics unadulterated to purify their bellies, such as, for instance, unripe colocynths, the deadly carrot, and euphorbia. Their stomachs do not suffer any harm from them. But if the inhabitants of settled areas, whose stomachs have become delicate because of their soft diet, were to partake of them, death would come to them instantly, because these cathartics have poisonous qualities. An indication of the influence of food upon the body is a fact that has been mentioned by agricultural scholars and observed by men of experience, that when the eggs of chickens which have been fed on grain cooked in camel dung, are set to hatch, the chicks come out as large as can be imagined. One does not even have to cook any grain to feed them, one merely smears camel dung on the eggs set to hatch, and the chickens that come out are extremely large. There are many similar things. When we observe the various ways in which food exercises an influence upon bodies, there can be no doubt that hunger also exercises an influence upon them, because two opposites follow the same pattern. Hunger influences the body in that it keeps it free from corrupt superfluities and mixed fluids that destroy body and intellect, in the same way that food influenced the original existence of the body. God knows all. Sixth prefatory discussion. The various types of human beings who have supernatural perception either through natural disposition or through exercise, preceded by a discussion of inspiration and dream visions. It should be known that God has chosen certain individuals. He honored them by addressing them. He created them so that they might know Him. He made them connecting links between Himself and His servants. These individuals are to acquaint their fellow men with what is good for them and to urge them to let themselves be guided aright. They are to make it their task to keep their fellow men out of the fire of hell and to show them the path to salvation. The knowledge that God gave them, and the wonders He manifested through their statements, indicated that there exist things beyond the reach of man that can be learned only from God through the mediation of such individuals, and that these individuals themselves cannot know unless God instruct them. Muhammad said, "Indeed, I know only what God taught me." It should be known that the information they give is intrinsically and necessarily true, as will become clear when the reality of prophecy is explained. The sign by which such human beings can be recognized is that, in the state of inspiration, they seem to be remote from those present. This is accompanied by a feeling of being choked that looks like swooning or unconsciousness but has nothing to do with either. In reality, it is an immersion in and encounter with the spiritual kingdom, the result of perceptions congenial to them but entirely foreign to the ordinary perceptions of men. These extraordinary perceptions are then brought down to the level of human perceptions in the form of some speech sound the person who receives the revelation hears and is able to understand, or in the form of an individual delivering the divine message to him. This state then leaves him, but he retains the content of the given revelation. When Muhammad was asked about revelation, he said, "At times, it comes to me like the ringing of a bell. This affects me most. When it leaves me, I have retained what was said. At other times, the angel appears to me in the form of a man. He talks to me, and I retain the things he says. During that process, the inspired person shows inexplicable signs of strain and choking." Aisha said, "The revelation would come to him on very cold days. Nevertheless, when it left him, there was sweat on his forehead. God says in the Quran, "We shall lay upon you a weighty message." Because the act of receiving revelations leads to such conditions, the idolaters used to accuse the prophets of being possessed. The outward appearance of the condition they observed misled them. Another sign by which inspired human beings can be recognized is the fact that even before receiving revelations, they are good, innocent men, averse to any blameworthy or sinful action. This is what is meant by infallibility. It looks as if, by nature, they were disposed to avoid and shun base actions, and as if such actions were the negation of their very nature. Another sign is that they seek to propagate religion and divine worship by means of prayer, almsgiving, and chastity. Khadija, as well as Abu Bakr, took that conduct as proof of Muhammad's truthfulness. They did not need any further proof of his mission beyond his conduct and character. It is said that when Heraclius received the Prophet's letter in which he was asked to become a Muslim, he called the Qurayshites who could be found in his country, among them Abu Sufyan, and questioned them about Muhammad. One of the questions he asked concerned the things Muhammad commanded them to do. Abu Sufyan's reply was, prayer, almsgiving, charity, and chastity. Similar replies were given to all the other questions Heraclius asked. Heraclius' comment was, if it is all really as you say, he is a prophet and he will take possession of this very ground upon which I am standing. The chastity to which Heraclius referred is infallibility. It is worth noting that Heraclius considered infallibility and propaganda for religion and divine worship as proofs of the genuineness of a prophetical mission, and did not require a miracle. This story, therefore, is proof that these qualities are among the signs of prophecy. Another sign is the prestige they have among their people. It is said that, Abu Sufyan replied to Heraclius' question concerning Muhammad's standing among the Qurayshites, by saying that he had prestige among them. Whereupon Heraclius said, whenever messengers are sent, they have prestige among their people. That means that, such a man, has group feeling and influence which protect him from harm at the hands of unbelievers, until he has delivered the messages of his Lord and achieved the degree of complete perfection with respect to his religion and religious organization that God intended for him. Another sign is that they work wonders which attest to their truthfulness. Wonders are actions the like of which it is impossible for other human beings to achieve. They are, therefore, called miracles. They are not within the ability of men, but beyond their power. There is a difference of opinion as to how they occur and as to how they prove the truth of the prophets. Speculative theologians base themselves on the doctrine of the voluntary agent and say that miracles occur through the power of God, and not through the action of the prophet. The Mu'tazila one maintain that human actions proceed from man himself. Still, miracles do not belong to the type of actions that human beings perform. According to all schools, the prophet's place in the performance of miracles is circumscribed by the advance challenge which he offers by divine permission. That is, the prophet uses the miracles before they occur as proof of the truth of his claims. They thus take the place of an explicit statement from God to the effect that a particular prophet is truthful, and they are definite proof of the truth. An evidential miracle is the combination of a wonder and the advance challenge. Therefore, the latter constitutes part of the miracle. In the opinion of those who admit the existence of acts of divine grace, if an advance challenge occurs in connection with them, and if it is proof of them, it is proof only of saintliness, which is different from prophecy. This is why Professor Abu Ishq and others did not admit the occurrence of wonders as acts of divine grace. They wanted to avoid confusion between the advance challenge of the saint and prophecy. We, however, have just shown that there is a difference between the two. The advance challenge of a saint is concerned with other things than that of a prophet. There can be no doubt that the report on the authority of Professor Abu Ishq is not clear and has often led to denying that the wonders of the prophets could have been wrought by saints, on the grounds that each of the two groups has its own kind of wonders. It is absurd to believe that miracles could be produced fraudulently by a liar. According to the Ashurites, this is absurd because the essential part of a miracle is defined as confirmation of truthfulness and right guidance. Were a miracle to occur under the contrary conditions, proof would become doubt, guidance misguidance, and, I might add, the confirmation of truthfulness, untruth. Realities would become absurdities, and the essential qualities would be turned upside down. Something, the occurrence of which would be absurd, cannot be possible. The philosophers hold that wonders are acts of the prophet, even though they have no place in his own power. This is based upon their doctrine of an essential and necessary causality, and of events developing out of each other according to conditions and reasons that, always, come up anew and, in the last instance, go back to the necessary per se that acts per se and not by choice. In their opinion, the prophetical soul has special essential qualities which produce wonders, with the help of the power of, the necessary per se, and the obedience of the elements to him for purposes of generation. In their opinion, the role of the prophet, in this process, is that through those qualities which God put into him, he is by nature fitted for being active among all created things, whenever he addresses himself to them and concentrates on them. They hold that wonders are wrought by the prophet himself, whether there is an advance challenge or not. They are evidence of the prophet's truthfulness, inasmuch as they prove that he is active among the created things, such activity constituting a special quality of the prophetic soul, not because they take the place of a clear assertion of his truthfulness. In their opinion, therefore, wonders are no definitive proof of the prophet's truthfulness, as they are in the opinion of the speculative theologians. Advance awareness, for them, does not constitute part of the miracle. It does not stand out as the thing that differentiates miracles from acts of divine grace. They hold that miracles are differentiated from sorcery by the fact that a prophet is by nature fitted for good actions and averse to evil deeds. Therefore, he could not do evil through the wonders he works. The opposite is the case with the sorcerer. All his actions are evil and done for evil purposes. Further, miracles are differentiated from acts of divine grace by the fact that the wonders of a prophet are of an unusual character, such as ascending to heaven, passing through solid bodies, reviving the dead, conversing with angels, and flying through the air. The wonders of a saint, on the other hand, are of a lower order, such as making much out of little, speaking about something that will happen in the future, and similar things inferior to the power of action of prophets. A prophet can produce the wonders of saints, but a saint is not able to produce anything like the wonders of prophets. This has been confirmed by the Sufis in what they have written about the mystic path and reported of their ecstatic experiences. Now that this has been established, it should be known that the evidence of the Quran, which was revealed to our prophet, is the greatest, noblest, and clearest miracle. Wonders are as a rule wrought by a prophet separately and apart from the revelation he receives. The miracle comes as evidence for its truthfulness. The Quran, on the other hand, is in itself the claimed revelation. It is itself the wondrous miracle. It is its own proof. It requires no outside proof, as do the other wonders wrought in connection with revelations. It is the clearest proof that can be, because it unites in itself both the proof and what is to be proved. This is the meaning of Muhammad's statement, "Every prophet was given signs likely to provide reassurance for mankind. What I have been given is a revelation that was revealed to me. Therefore, I hope to have the greatest number of followers on the day of resurrection." He refers to the fact that a miracle identical with the revelation, confirmed by it, is of such clarity and force of evidence that it will be found truthful, because of its clarity, by the greatest number of people. Therefore, many are those who consider the prophet truthful, and believe. They are the followers, the nation of Islam. All this indicates that the Quran is alone among the divine books, in that our prophet received it directly in the words and phrases in which it appears. In this respect, it differs from the Torah, the Gospel, and other heavenly books. The prophets received them in the form of ideas during the state of revelation. After their return to a human state, they expressed those ideas in their own ordinary words. Therefore, those books do not have the attribute of inimitability. Inimitability is restricted to the Quran. The other prophets received their books in a manner similar to that in which our prophet received ideas that he attributed to God, such as are found in many traditions. The fact that he received the Quran directly, in its literal form, is attested by the following statement of Muhammad on the authority of his Lord, who said, "Do not move your tongue too fast to con this revelation. We ourselves shall see to its collection and recital." 1. Many verses of the Quran show that he directly and literally revealed the Quran, of which every surah is inimitable. Our prophet wrought no greater miracle than the Quran and the fact that he united the Arabs in his mission. Had you given away all the riches of the earth, you could not have so united them. But God has united them too. This should be known. It should be pondered. It will then be found to be correct, exactly as I have stated. One should also consider the evidence that lies in the superiority of Muhammad's rank over that of the other prophets and in the exaltedness of his position. We shall now give an explanation of the real meaning of prophecy as interpreted by many thorough scholars. We shall then mention the real meaning of soothsaying, dream vision, divination, and other supernatural ways of perception. We say, the real meaning of prophecy. This world with all the created things in it has a certain order and solid construction. It shows nexuses between causes and things caused, combinations of some parts of creation with others, and transformations of some existent things into others, in a pattern that is both remarkable and endless. Beginning with the world of the body and sensual perception, and therein first with the world of the visible elements, one notices how these elements are arranged gradually and continually in an ascending order, from earth to water, to air, and to fire. Each one of the elements is prepared to be transformed into the next higher or lower one, and sometimes is transformed. The higher one is always finer than the one preceding it. Eventually, the world of the spheres is reached. They are finer than anything else. They are in layers which are interconnected, in a shape which the senses are able to perceive only through the existence of motions. These motions provide some people with knowledge of the measurements and positions of the spheres, and also with knowledge of the existence of the essences beyond, the influence of which is noticeable in the spheres through the fact that they have motion. One should then look at the world of creation. It started out from the minerals and progressed, in an ingenious, gradual manner, to plants and animals. The last stage of minerals is connected with the first stage of plants, such as herbs and seedless plants. The last stage of plants, such as palms and vines, is connected with the first stage of animals, such as snails and shellfish, which have only the power of touch. The word connection with regard to these created things means that the last stage of each group is fully prepared to become the first stage of the next group. The animal world then widens, its species become numerous, and, in a gradual process of creation, it finally leads to man, who is able to think and to reflect. The higher stage of man is reached from the world of the monkeys, in which both sagacity and perception are found, but which has not reached the stage of actual reflection and thinking. At this point we come to the first stage of man. This is as far as our physical observation extends. Now, in the various worlds we find manifold influences. In the world of sensual perception there are certain influences of the motions of the spheres and the elements. In the world of creation there are certain influences of the motions of growth and perception. All this is evidence of the fact that there is something that exercises an influence and is different from the bodily substances. This is something spiritual. It is connected with the created things, because the various worlds must be connected in their existence. This spiritual thing is the soul, which has perception and causes motion. Above the soul there must exist something else that gives the soul the power of perception and motion, and that is also connected with it. Its essence should be pure perception and absolute intellection. This is the world of the angels. The soul, consequently, must be prepared to exchange humanity for angelicality, in order actually to become part of the angelic species at certain times in the flash of a moment. This happens after the spiritual essence of the soul has become perfect in actuality, as we shall mention later on. The soul is connected with the stage next to it, as are all the orders of the existentia, as we have mentioned before. It is connected both upward and downward. Downward, it is connected with the body, thus acquiring the sense perceptions by which it is prepared for actual intellection. Upward, it is connected with the stage of the angels. There, it acquires scientific and supernatural perceptions, for knowledge of the things that come into being exists timelessly in the intellect ions of the angels. This is in consequence of the well-constructed order of existence mentioned above, which requires that the essences and powers of the world of existence be connected with one another. The human soul cannot be seen, but its influence is evident in the body, as if all its parts, in combination or separately, were organs of the soul and its powers. The powers of action are touching with the hand, walking with the foot, speaking with the tongue, and the total combined motion with the body. The powers of sensual perception are graded and ascend to the highest power, that is, the power of thinking, for which there exists the term rational power. Thus, the powers of external sense perception, with the organs of vision, hearing, and all the other organs, lead up to inward perception. The first, inward sense, is the common sense, that is, the power that simultaneously perceives all objects of sensual perception, whether they belong to hearing, seeing, touching, or anything else. In this respect, it differs from the power of external sense perception, as the objects of sensual perception do not all crowd upon external sense perception at one and the same time. The common sense transfers the perceptions to the imagination, which is the power that pictures an object of sensual perception in the soul, as it is, abstracted from all external matter. The organ for the activity of these two powers, common sense and imagination, is the first cavity of the brain. The front part of that cavity is for the common sense, and the back part for the imagination. Imagination leads up to the estimative power and the power of memory. The estimative power serves for perceiving ideas that refer to individualities, such as the hostility of Zaid, the friendship of Amr, the compassion of the father, or the savagery of the wolf. The power of memory serves as a repository for all objects of perception, whether they are imagined or not. It is like a storehouse that preserves them for the time when they are needed. The organ for the activity of these two powers is the back cavity of the brain. The front part of that cavity is for the estimative power, and the back for the power of memory. All these powers then lead up to the power of thinking. Its organ is the middle cavity of the brain. It is the power that causes reflection to be set in motion and leads toward intellection. The soul is constantly moved by it, as the result of its constitutional desire to think. It wants to be free from the grip of the lower human powers and the human kind of preparedness. It wants to proceed to active intellection by assimilating itself to the highest spiritual group, that of the angels, and to get into the first order of the spiritualia by perceiving them without the help of bodily organs. Therefore, the soul is constantly moving in that direction. It exchanges all humanity and human spirituality for angelicality of the highest stage, without the help of any acquired faculty but by virtue of a primary natural disposition that God has placed in it. Human souls are of three kinds. One is by nature too weak to arrive at spiritual perception. Therefore, it is satisfied to move downward toward the perceptions of the senses and imagination and the formation of ideas with the help of the power of memory and the estimative power, according to limited rules and a special order. In this manner, people acquire perceptive and apperceptive knowledge, which is the product of thinking in the body. All this is the result of the power of imagination and is limited in extent, since from the way it starts it can reach the primary intelligibilia, but cannot go beyond them. Also, if they are corrupt, everything beyond them is also corrupt. This, as a rule, is the extent of human corporeal perception. It is the goal of the perceptions of scholars. It is in it that scholars are firmly grounded. A second kind of soul, through thinking, moves in the direction of spiritual intellection, and a type of perception that does not need the organs of the body, because of its innate preparedness for it. The perceptions of this kind of soul extend beyond the primary, intelligibilia, to which primary human perception is restricted, and cover the ground of inward observations, which are all intuitive. They are unlimited as to their beginning and their end. They are the perceptions of saints, of men of mystical learning and divine knowledge. The blessed obtain them after death, in purgatory. A third kind is by nature suited to exchange humanity altogether, both corporeal and spiritual humanity, for angelicality of the highest stage, so that it may actually become an angel in the flash of a moment, glimpse the highest group within their own stage, and listen to essential speech and divine address during that moment. Individuals possessing this kind of soul are prophets. God implanted and formed in them the natural ability to slough off humanity in that moment, which is the state of revelation. God freed them from the lets and hindrances of the body, by which they were afflicted as human beings. He did this by means of infallibility, and straightforwardness, which he implanted in them and which gave them that particular outlook, and by means of a desire for divine worship which he centered in them and which converges from all sides toward that goal. They thus move toward the angelic, sloughing off humanity at will, by virtue of their natural constitution, and not with the help of any acquired faculty or craft. The prophets move in that direction, slough off their humanity, and, once among the highest group of angels, learn all that may there be learned. They then bring what they have learned back down to the level of the powers of human perception, as this is the way in which it can be transmitted to human beings. At times, this may happen in the form of a noise the prophet hears. It is like indistinct words from which he derives the idea conveyed to him. As soon as the noise has stopped, he retains and understands the idea. At other times, the angel who conveys the message to the prophet appears to him in the form of a man who talks to him, and the prophet comprehends what he says. Learning the message from the angel, reverting to the level of human perception, and understanding the message conveyed to him, all this appears to take place in one moment, or rather, in a flash. It does not take place in time, but everything happens simultaneously. It should be known that, in general, the state of revelation presents difficulties and pains throughout. Revelation means leaving one's humanity, in order to attain angelic perceptions and to hear the speech of the soul. This causes pain, since it means that an essence leaves its own essence and exchanges its own stage for the ultimate stage. This is the meaning of the choking feeling which Muhammad referred to in connection with the beginning of revelation in his statement, and he, Gabriel, choked me until it became too much for me, then he released me. Then he said, "Read," and I replied, "I cannot read." He did this a second and a third time, as the tradition tells. Gradual habituation to the process of revelation brings some relief. It is for this reason that the earliest passages, surahs, and verses of the Quran, revealed to Muhammad in Mecca, are briefer than those revealed to him in Medina. This may serve as a criterion for distinguishing the Meccan surahs and verses from the Medinese. God leads to that which is correct. This is the quintessence of prophecy. Soothsaying. Soothsaying, kahana, is also one of the particular qualities of the human soul. This is as follows. In the previous discussion, we stated that the human soul is prepared to exchange its humanity for the spirituality that lies above. Human beings have an intimation of that exchange in prophets who are by nature fitted to achieve it. It has been established that they neither need acquired qualities, nor are they dependent on any help from perceptions, notions, bodily activities, be they speech or motion, or anything else. It is a natural change from humanity to angelicality in the flash of a moment. If this is so, and if such preparedness exists in human nature, logical classification requires that there must be another kind of human beings, as inferior to the first kind as anything that has something perfect as its opposite must be inferior to that opposite. Independence from all help in achieving contact with the supernatural is the opposite of dependence on help in connection with it. They are two very different things. Now, the classification of the world of existence requires that there must be a kind of human beings fitted by nature for the process of thinking voluntarily under the impulse of their rational power, whenever that power has a desire for it. But the rational power is not by nature capable of supernatural perception. Thus, when its weakness keeps it from contact with the supernatural, it is natural for it to get involved with particulars, either of sensual perception or of the imagination, such as transparent bodies, animal bones, speech in rhymed prose, or whatever bird or animal may present itself. A person whose rational power is thus engaged, attempts to retain such sensual or imaginary perceptions, since he depends on their help in attaining the supernatural perception he desires. They give him a sort of assistance. The power which in such persons constitutes the starting point of supernatural perception is soothsaying. The souls of such persons are inferior by nature and unable to attain perfection. Therefore, they have a better perception of particulars than of universals. They get involved with the former and neglect the latter. Therefore, the power of imagination is most strongly developed in those persons, because it is the organ of the particulars. The particulars completely pervade the power of the imagination, both in the sleeping and the waking state. They are ever ready and present in it. The power of imagination brings the particulars to the attention of those persons, and serves as a mirror in which they are seen constantly. The soothsayer is not able to achieve perfection in his perception of the intelligibilia, because the revelation he receives is inspired by devils. The highest state this type of person can reach is to achieve disregard for the senses, with the help of rhymed prose and the use of words of an identical structure at the end of successive cola, and thereby to attain an imperfect contact of the sort described. From that motion and the foreign support that accompanies it, his heart receives some inspiration to express itself in words. The soothsayer, thus, often speaks the truth and agrees with reality. Often, however, what he says are falsehoods, because he supplements his deficiency with something foreign to, different from, and incompatible with, his perceptive essence. Thus, truth and falsehood are jumbled together in him, and he is not trustworthy. He often takes refuge in guesses and hypotheses, because, in his self-deception, he desires to have supernatural perception and is willing to cheat those who ask him for information. Men who use such rhymed prose are distinguished by the name of soothsayers. They rank highest among their kind. Prophecy is a direct and independent contact of the essence of the prophet with the angels. Because of his weakness, the soothsayer depends on the help of foreign notions. These enter into his perception and mingle with the perception toward which he aspires. He thus becomes confused by them. So it is that falsehood makes its way to his door. It is, therefore, impossible, for his activity, to be prophecy. Soothsayers who are a prophet's contemporaries are aware of the prophet's truthfulness and the significance of his miracle, since they derive some intuitive experience from prophecy, such as every human being derives from sleep. Intellectual awareness of this relationship is stronger in the soothsayer than in the sleeper. What prevents soothsayers from acknowledging the truthfulness of the prophet, and causes them to deny him, is simply their misguided desire to be prophets themselves. This leads them to spiteful opposition. But when faith gains the upper hand and they stop aspiring to become prophets themselves, they make the most faithful of believers. Dream visions. Real dream vision is an awareness on the part of the rational soul in its spiritual essence, of glimpses of the forms of events. While the soul is spiritual, the forms of events have actual existence in it, as is the case with all spiritual essences. The soul becomes spiritual through freeing itself from bodily matters and corporeal perceptions. This happens to the soul, in the form of glimpses through the agency of sleep, whereby it gains the knowledge of future events that it desires and regains the perceptions that belong to it. When this process is weak and indistinct, the soul applies to it allegory and imaginary pictures, in order to gain the desired knowledge. Such allegory, then, necessitates interpretation. When, On the other hand, this process is strong, it can dispense with allegory. Then, no interpretation is necessary, because the process is free from imaginary pictures. The occurrence, in the soul, of such glimpses is caused by the fact that the soul is potentially a spiritual essence, supplemented by the body and the perceptions of the body. Its essence, thus, eventually becomes pure intellection, and its existence becomes perfect in actuality. The soul, now, is a spiritual essence having perception without the help of any of the bodily organs. However, among the spiritualia, it is of a lower species than the angels, who inhabit the highest stage, and who never had to supplement their essences with corporeal perceptions or anything else. The preparedness, for spirituality, comes to the soul, as long as it is in the body. There is a special kind of preparedness, such as saints have, and there is a general kind common to all human beings. This is what dream vision means. In the case of the prophets, this preparedness is a preparedness to exchange humanity for pure angelicality, which is the highest rank of spiritualia. It expresses itself repeatedly during revelations. It exists when the prophet returns to the level of corporeal perceptions. Whatever perception he has at that moment is clearly similar to what happens in sleep, even though sleep is much inferior to revelation. Because of this similarity, Muhammad defined dream vision as being the 46th or, according to other recensions, the 43rd, or the 70th part of prophecy. None of these fractions is meant to be taken literally. They are to indicate the great degree of difference between the various stages of supernatural perception. This is shown by the reference to 70 in one of the recensions. The number 70 is used by the Arabs to express the idea of a large number. The remote preparedness is commonly found among human beings. However, there are many obstacles and hindrances that prevent man from translating it into actuality. One of the greatest hindrances is the external senses. God, therefore, created man in such a way that the veil of the senses could be lifted through sleep, which is a natural function of man. When that veil is lifted, the soul is ready to learn the things it desires to know in the world of truth. At times, it catches a glimpse of what it seeks. The reason the veil of the senses is lifted in sleep is as follows. The perceptions and actions of the rational soul are the result of the corporeal animal spirit. This spirit is a fine vapor concentrated in the left cavity of the heart, as is stated in the anatomical works of Galen and others. It spreads with the blood in the veins and arteries, and makes sensual perception, motion, and all the other corporeal actions possible. Its finest part goes up to the brain. There, it is tempered by the coldness of the brain, and it affects the actions of the powers located in the cavities of the brain. The rational soul perceives and acts only by means of that vaporous spirit. It is connected with it, being the result of the wisdom of creation which requires that nothing fine can influence anything coarse. Of all the corporeal matters, only the animal spirit is fine. Therefore, it is receptive to the influence of the essence, which differs from it only in respect of corporeality, that is, the rational soul. Thus, through the medium of the animal spirit, the influence of the rational soul reaches the body. We have stated before that the perception of the rational soul is of two kinds. There is an external perception through the five senses, and an inward perception through the cerebral powers. All these perceptions divert the rational soul from the perception for which it is prepared by nature, that of the essences of the spiritualia, which are higher than it. Since the external senses are corporeal, they are subject to weakness and lassitude as the result of exertion and fatigue, and to spiritual exhaustion through too much activity. Therefore, God gave them the desire to rest, so that perfect perception may be renewed afterwards. This is accomplished by the retirement of the animal spirit from all the external senses and its return to the inward sense. This process is supported by the cold that covers the body during the night. Under the influence of the cold of the night, the natural heat repairs to the innermost recesses of the body and turns from its exterior to the interior. It thus guides its vehicle, the animal spirit, into the interior of the body. This is the reason why human beings, as a rule, sleep only at night. The spirit, thus, withdraws from the external senses and returns to the inward powers. The preoccupations and hindrances of sensual perception lessen their hold over the soul, and it now returns to the forms that exist in the power of memory. Then, through a process of synthesis and analysis, these forms are shaped into imaginary pictures. Most of these pictures are customary ones, because the soul has only shortly before withdrawn from the conventional objects of sensual perception. It now transmits them to the common sense, which combines all the five external senses, to be perceived in the manner of those five senses. Frequently, however, the soul turns to its spiritual essence in concert with the inward powers. It then accomplishes the spiritual kind of perception for which it is fitted by nature. It takes up some of the forms of things that have become inherent in its essence at that time. Imagination seizes on those perceived forms, and pictures them in the customary molds either realistically or allegorically. Pictured allegorically, they require interpretation. The synthetic and analytic activity which, the soul, applies to the forms in the power of memory, before it perceives what it can, of the supernatural, is what is called in the Quran confused dreams. Clear dream visions are from God. Allegorical dream visions, which call for interpretation, are from the angels. And confused dreams are from Satan, because they are altogether futile, as Satan is the source of futility. This is what dream vision really is, and how it is caused and encouraged by sleep. It is a particular quality of the human soul common to all mankind. Nobody is free from it. Every human being has, more than once, seen something in his sleep that turned out to be true when he awakened. He knows for certain that the soul must necessarily have supernatural perception in sleep. If this is possible in the realm of sleep, it is not impossible in other conditions, because the perceiving essence is one and its qualities are always present. God guides toward the truth. Dream words. Note, most of the aforementioned supernatural perception by means of dream visions occurs to human beings unintentionally and without their having power over it. The soul occupies itself with a thing. As a result, it obtains that glimpse of the supernatural while it is asleep, and it sees that thing. It does not plan it that way. In the Gyawan and other books by practitioners of magic, reference is made to words that should be mentioned on falling asleep so as to cause the dream vision to be about the things one desires. These words are called dream words. In the Gaya, Maslama mentioned a dream word that he called the dream word of the perfect nature. It consists of saying, upon falling asleep and after obtaining freedom of the inner senses and finding one's way clear, for supernatural perception, the following non-Arabic words, Tamagis ba danya swata waktas nafanagadis. Point 2. The person should then mention what he wants, and the thing he asks for will be shown to him in his sleep. With the help of these words, I have myself had remarkable dream visions, through which I learned things about myself that I wanted to know. However, the existence of such dream words is no proof that the intention to have a dream vision can produce it. The dream words produce a preparedness in the soul for the dream vision. If that preparedness is a strong one, the soul will be more likely to obtain that for which it is prepared. A person may arrange for whatever preparedness he likes, but that is no assurance that the thing for which preparations have been made will actually happen. The power to prepare for a thing is not the same as power over the thing itself. This should be known and considered in similar cases. Other types of divination. In the human species we find individuals who foretell things before they take place. They have a special natural aptitude for it. Through that aptitude, they are distinguished from all other human beings. They do not have recourse to a craft for their predictions, nor do they get them with the help of astral influences or anything else. Their forecasts are the necessary result of their natural disposition. Among such people are diviners, men who gaze into transparent bodies such as mirrors or bowls of water, men who examine the hearts, livers, and bones of animals, men who draw auguries from birds and wild animals, and men who cast pebbles, grains of wheat, or date pits. All these things are found among mankind, no one can deny them or be ignorant of them. Statements concerning supernatural things are also placed upon the tongues of the insane, who are thus able to give information about supernatural things. Sleeping and dying persons, being about to die or to fall asleep, likewise speak about supernatural things. Men who have followed Sufi training have, as is well known, as acts of divine grace, obtained perceptions of supernatural things. The different kinds of supernatural perception. All the kinds of supernatural perception mentioned are found in man. The Arabs used to repair to soothsayers in order to learn about forthcoming events. They consulted them in their quarrels, to learn the truth by means of supernatural perception. Their literature contains much information about this matter. Some people have another way of supernatural perception. It occurs in the stage of transition from waking to sleeping, and is in the form of unconsciously speaking about the thing one wants to know and thereby obtaining supernatural knowledge of the matter as desired. This happens only during the transition from waking to sleeping, when one has lost the power to control one's words. Such a person talks as if by innate compulsion. The most he can do is to hear and understand what he says. Words of a similar nature come from those who are about to be killed, at the moment when their heads are being severed from their trunks. We have been informed that certain criminal tyrants used to kill their prisoners in order to learn their own future from the words the prisoners would utter when they were about to be killed. It was unpleasant information they received from them. In the Gaya, Maslama similarly mentioned that when a human being is placed in a barrel of sesame oil and kept in it for 40 days, is fed with figs and nuts until his flesh is gone and only the arteries and sutures of the skull remain, and is then taken out of the oil and exposed to the drying action of the air, he will answer all special and general questions regarding the future that may be asked. This is detestable sorcery. However, it shows what remarkable things exist in the world of man. There are men who attempt to obtain supernatural perception through exercise. They attempt an artificial state of death through self-mortification. They kill all corporeal powers in themselves, and wipe out all influences of those powers that color the soul in various ways. This is achieved by concentrated thinking, and doing without food for long periods. It is definitely known that when death descends upon the body, sensual perception and the veil it constitutes disappear, and the soul beholds its essence and its world. These men attempt to produce, artificially before death, the experience they will have after death, and to have their soul behold the supernatural. Other such people are the men who train themselves in sorcery. They train themselves in these things, in order to be able to behold the supernatural and to be active in the various worlds. Most such live in the intemperate zones of the north and the south, especially in India, where they are called yogis. They possess a large literature on how such exercises are to be done. The stories about them in this connection are remarkable. The Sufi training is a religious one. It is free from any such reprehensible intentions. The Sufis aspire to total concentration upon God and upon the approach to Him, in order to obtain the mystical experiences of gnosis and divine oneness. In addition to their training in concentration and hunger, the Sufis feed on exercises by which their devotion to that training can fully materialize. When the soul is reared on such exercises, it comes closer to the gnosis of God, whereas, without it, it comes to be a satanic one. Whatever supernatural knowledge or activity is achieved by the Sufis is accidental, and was not originally intended. Had it been intentional, the devotion of the Sufis would have been directed towards something other than God, namely, towards supernatural activity and vision. What a losing business that would have been! In reality, it would have been polytheism. Through their devotion, Sufis intend to come near the Master, and nothing else. If, meanwhile, some supernatural perception is obtained, it is accidental and unintentional. Many Sufis shun supernatural perception, when it accidentally happens to them, and pay no attention to it. They want God only for the sake of his essence, and nothing else. It is well known that supernatural perception occurs among the Sufis. They call their supernatural experiences and mind-reading physiognomy and uncovering. Their experiences of supernatural activity they call acts of divine grace. None of these things is unworthy of them. Among the adepts of mysticism are fools and imbeciles who are more like insane persons than like rational beings. Nonetheless, they deservedly attain stations of sainthood and the mystic states of the righteous. The persons with mystical experience who learn about them know that such is their condition, although they are not legally responsible. The information they give about the supernatural is remarkable. They are not bound by anything. They speak absolutely freely about it and tell remarkable things. When jurists see they are not legally responsible, they frequently deny that they have attained any mystical station, since sainthood can be obtained only through divine worship. This is an error. The attainment of sainthood is not restricted to the correct performance of divine worship, or anything else. When the human soul is firmly established as existent, God may single it out for whatever gifts of his he wants to give it. The rational souls of such people are not non-existent, nor are they corrupt, as is the case with the insane. They merely lack the intellect that is the basis of legal responsibility. That intellect is a special attribute of the soul. It means various kinds of knowledge that are necessary to man and that guide his speculative ability and teach him how to make a living and organize his home. One may say that if he knows how to make a living, he has no excuse left not to accept legal responsibility, so that he may prepare for his life after death. Now, a person who lacks that special attribute of the soul called intellect still does not lack the soul itself, and has not forgotten his reality. He has reality, though he lacks the intellect entailing legal responsibility, that is, the knowledge of how to make a living. This is not absurd. God does not select his servants for gnosis only on the basis of the performance of some legal duty. If this is correct, it should be known that the state of these men is frequently confused with that of the insane, whose rational souls are corrupted and who belong to the category of animals. There are signs by which one can distinguish the two groups. One of them is that fools are found devoting themselves constantly to certain exercises and divine worship, though not in the way the religious law requires, since, as we have stated, they are not legally responsible. The insane, on the other hand, have no particular devotion whatever. Another sign is that fools were created stupid, and were stupid from their earliest days. The insane, on the other hand, lose their minds after some portion of their life has passed, as the result of natural bodily accidents. When this happens to them and their rational souls become corrupt, they are lost. A further sign is the great activity of fools among men. It may be good or bad. They do not have to have permission, because for them there is no legal responsibility. The insane, on the other hand, show no such activity. The course of our discussion caused us to insert the preceding paragraph. God leads toward that which is correct. Other alleged ways of supernatural perception. Some people think that there are ways of supernatural perception not involving remoteness from sensual perception. Such are the astrologers who believe in astrological indications, consequences of the positions of stars in the firmament, influences of the stars upon the elements, and results from the tempering of the natures of the stars when they look at each other, as well as effects of such tempers upon the air. Astrologers have nothing to do with the supernatural. All is guesswork and conjecture based upon the assumed existence of astral influence, and a resulting conditioning of the air. Such guesswork is accompanied by an additional measure of sagacity enabling scholars to determine the distribution of astral influence upon particular individuals in the world, as Ptolemy said. We shall explain the futility of astrology in the proper place, if God wills. It has nothing whatever to do with the supernatural perception we have mentioned. Geomancy. Other such people include certain men of the common people who, to discover the supernatural and know the future, invented a craft they called sand writing, geomancy, after the material one uses for it. This craft consists in forming combinations of dots in 4 ranks. The sand diviners have given different names to the different combinations and classified them as lucky or unlucky, as is done with the stars. They have invented a discipline that runs parallel to astrology and the system of astrological judgments. However, astrological judgments are based upon natural indications, as Ptolemy assumes. The indications of sand writing, on the other hand, are conventional. Ptolemy discussed only nativities and conjunctions which, in his opinion, come within the influence of the stars and the positions of the spheres upon the world of the elements. Subsequent astrologers, however, discussed questions, interrogations, in that they attempted to discover the innermost thoughts by attributing them to the various houses of the firmament and drawing conclusions concerning them, according to the judgments governing each particular astral house. They are those mentioned by Ptolemy. It should be known that innermost thoughts concern psychic knowledge, which does not belong to the world of the elements. They do not come within the influence of the stars or the positions of the spheres, nor do the stars and the positions of the spheres give any indications with regard to them. The branch of questions, interrogations, has indeed been accepted in astrology as a way of making deductions from the stars and positions of the spheres. However, it is used where it is not natural for it to be used. Some sand diviners attempt supernatural perception, in that they occupy their senses with study of the combinations of figures. They thus reach a state of preparedness, like those who are by nature fitted for preparedness, as we shall mention later on. These men are the noblest class of sand diviners. Geomancy is prevalent in civilized regions. There exists a literature dealing with it. Outstanding ancient and modern personalities were famous for it. But it is obviously based on arbitrary notions and wishful thinking. The truth that should be present to one's mind is that the supernatural cannot be perceived by any craft at all. The only people who can acquire knowledge of the supernatural are those distinguished human beings who are fitted by nature to return from the world of sensual perception to the world of the spirit. The astrologers, therefore, called all such people Venusians, with reference to Venus, because they assumed that the position of Venus in the nativities of these people indicates their ability to have supernatural perception. The sign by which persons who are disposed by nature to supernatural perceptions can be recognized is this: when these persons devote themselves to acquiring a knowledge of things, they suffer a departure from their natural condition. They yawn and stretch, and show symptoms of remoteness from sensual perception. These vary in intensity according to the different degrees to which they possess this natural disposition. Those in whom this sign is not found have nothing to do with supernatural perception. They are merely trying to spread the falsehoods to which they are committed. There are others who also lay down certain rules for the discovery of the supernatural. Their rules do not belong to the first category, that which has to do with the spiritual perceptions of the soul, and also differ from speculations based upon astral influences, as assumed by Ptolemy, as well as from the guesswork and conjecturing with which the diviners work. They are nothing but fallacies thrown out like snares for weak-minded people. And God knows better how it may be. All these ways of perceiving the supernatural are based upon no proof, and are not verifiable. The reader should investigate this matter critically, if he is a well-grounded scholar. It is obvious that it is from the relations existing among the data that one finds out the unknown from the known. This, however, applies only to events occurring in the world of existence or in science. Things of the future belong to the supernatural and cannot be known unless the causes for their happening are known and we have trustworthy information about it. Chapter 2. Bedouin civilization, savage nations and tribes and their conditions of life, including several basic and explanatory statements. 1. Both Bedouins and sedentary people are natural groups. It should be known that differences of condition among people are the result of the different ways in which they make their living. Social organization enables them to cooperate toward that end and to start with the simple necessities of life, before they get to conveniences and luxuries. Some people live by agriculture, the cultivation of vegetables and grains, others by animal husbandry, the use of sheep, cattle, goats, bees, and silkworms, for breeding and for their products. Those who live by agriculture or animal husbandry cannot avoid the call of the desert, because it alone offers the wide fields, pastures for animals, and other things that the settled areas do not offer. It is therefore necessary for them to restrict themselves to the desert. Their social organization and cooperation for the needs of life and civilization, such as food, shelter, and warmth, do not take them beyond the bare subsistence level, because of their inability to provide for anything beyond those things. Subsequent improvement of their conditions and acquisition of more wealth and comfort than they need, cause them to rest and take it easy. Then, they cooperate for things beyond the bare necessities. They use more food and clothes, and take pride in them. They build large houses, and lay out towns and cities for protection. This is followed by an increase in comfort and ease, which leads to formation of the most developed luxury customs. They take the greatest pride in the preparation of food and a fine cuisine, in the use of varied splendid clothes of silk and brocade and other fine materials, in the construction of ever higher buildings and towers, in elaborate furnishings for the buildings, and the most intensive cultivation of crafts in actuality. They build castles and mansions, provide them with running water, build their towers higher and higher, and compete in furnishing them most elaborately. They differ in the quality of the clothes, the beds, the vessels, and the utensils they employ for their purposes. Sedentary people means the inhabitants of cities and countries, some of whom adopt the crafts as their way of making a living, while others adopt commerce. They earn more and live more comfortably than Bedouins, because they live on a level beyond the level of bare necessity, and their way of making a living corresponds to their wealth. It has thus become clear that Bedouins and sedentary people are natural groups which exist by necessity, as we have stated. 2. The Bedouins are a natural group in the world. We have mentioned in the previous section that the inhabitants of the desert adopt the natural manner of making a living, namely, agriculture and animal husbandry. They restrict themselves to the necessary in food, clothing, and mode of dwelling, and to the other necessary conditions and customs. They do not possess conveniences and luxuries. They use tents of hair and wool, or houses of wood, or of clay and stone, which are not furnished elaborately. The purpose is to have shade and shelter, and nothing beyond that. They also take shelter in caverns and caves. The food they take is either little prepared or not prepared at all, save that it may have been touched by fire. For those who make their living through the cultivation of grain and through agriculture, it is better to be stationary than to travel around. Such, therefore, are the inhabitants of small communities, villages, and mountain regions. These people make up the large mass of the Berbers and non-Bedouins. Those who make their living from animals requiring pasturage, such as sheep and cattle, usually travel around in order to find pasture and water for their animals, since it is better for them to move around in the land. They are called sheepmen, that is, men who live on sheep and cattle. They do not go deep into the desert, because they would not find good pastures there. Such people include the Berbers, the Turks, the Turkomans, and the Slavs, for instance. Those who make their living by raising camels move around more. They wander deeper into the desert, because the hilly pastures with their plants and shrubs do not furnish enough subsistence for camels. They must feed on the desert shrubs and drink the salty desert water. They must move around the desert regions during the winter, in flight from the harmful cold to the warm desert air. In the desert sands, camels can find places to give birth to their young ones. Of all animals, camels have the hardest delivery and the greatest need for warmth in connection with it. Camel nomads are therefore forced to make excursions deep into the desert. Frequently, too, they are driven from the hills by the militia, and they penetrate farther into the desert, because they do not want the militia to mete out justice to them or to punish them for their hostile acts. As a result, they are the most savage human beings that exist. Compared with sedentary people, they are on a level with wild, untamable animals and dumb beasts of prey. Such people are the Bedouins. In the west, the nomadic Berbers and the Zenata are their counterparts, and in the east, the Kurds, the Turkomans, and the Turks. The Bedouins, however, make deeper excursions into the desert and are more rooted in desert life because they live exclusively on camels, while the other groups live on sheep and cattle, as well as camels. It has thus become clear that the Bedouins are a natural group which by necessity exists in civilization. 3 Bedouins are prior to sedentary people. The desert is the basis and reservoir of civilization and cities. We have mentioned that the Bedouins restrict themselves to the bare necessities in their way of life and are unable to go beyond them, while sedentary people concern themselves with conveniences and luxuries in their conditions and customs. The bare necessities are no doubt prior to the conveniences and luxuries. Bare necessities, in a way, are basic, and luxuries secondary. Bedouins, thus, are the basis of, and prior to, cities and sedentary people. Man seeks first the bare necessities. Only after he has obtained the bare necessities does he get to comforts and luxuries. The toughness of desert life precedes the softness of sedentary life. Therefore, urbanization is found to be the goal to which the Bedouin aspires. Through his own efforts, he achieves what he proposes to achieve in this respect. When he has obtained enough to be ready for the conditions and customs of luxury, he enters upon a life of ease and submits himself to the yoke of the city. This is the case with all Bedouin tribes. Sedentary people, on the other hand, have no desire for desert conditions, unless they are motivated by some urgent necessity or they cannot keep up with their fellow city dwellers. Evidence for the fact that Bedouins are the basis of, and prior to, sedentary people is furnished by investigating the inhabitants of any given city. We shall find that most of its inhabitants originated among Bedouins dwelling in the country and villages of the vicinity. Such Bedouins became wealthy, settled in the city, and adopted a life of ease and luxury, such as exists in the sedentary environment. All Bedouins and sedentary people differ also among themselves in their conditions of life. Many a clan is greater than another, many a tribe greater than another, many a city larger than another, and many a town more populous than another. 4 Bedouins are closer to being good than sedentary people. The reason for this is that the soul in its first natural state of creation is ready to accept whatever good or evil may arrive and leave an imprint upon it. Muhammad said, "Every infant is born in the natural state. It is his parents who make him a Jew or a Christian or a heathen. To the degree the soul is first affected by one of the 2 qualities, it moves away from the other and finds it difficult to acquire it. When customs proper to goodness have been first to enter the soul of a good person, and his soul has thus acquired the habit of goodness, that person moves away from evil and finds it difficult to do anything evil. The same applies to the evil person. Sedentary people are much concerned with all kinds of pleasures. They are accustomed to luxury and success in worldly occupations and to indulgence in worldly desires. Therefore, their souls are colored with all kinds of blameworthy and evil qualities. The more of them they possess, the more remote do the ways and means of goodness become to them. Eventually they lose all sense of restraint. Many of them are found to use improper language in their gatherings as well as in the presence of their superiors and womenfolk. They are not deterred by any sense of restraint, because the bad custom of behaving openly in an improper manner in both words and deeds has taken hold of them. Bedouins may be as concerned with worldly affairs as sedentary people are. However, such concern would touch only the necessities of life and not luxuries or anything causing, or calling for, desires and pleasures. The customs they follow in their mutual dealings are, therefore, appropriate. As compared with those of sedentary people, their evil ways and blameworthy qualities are much less numerous. They are closer to the first natural state and more remote from the evil habits that have been impressed upon the souls of sedentary people, through numerous and ugly, blameworthy customs. Thus, they can more easily be cured than sedentary people. This is obvious. It will later on become clear that sedentary life constitutes the last stage of civilization and the point where it begins to decay. It also constitutes the last stage of evil and of remoteness from goodness. Clearly, the Bedouins are closer to being good than sedentary people. 5 Bedouins are more disposed to courage than sedentary people. The reason for this is that sedentary people have become used to laziness and ease. They are sunk in well-being and luxury. They have entrusted the defense of their property and their lives to the governor and ruler who rules them, and to the militia which has the task of guarding them. They find full assurance of safety in the walls that surround them, and the fortifications that protect them. No noise disturbs them, and no hunting occupies their time. They are carefree and trusting, and have ceased to carry weapons. Successive generations have grown up in this way of life. They have become like women and children, who depend upon the master of the house. Eventually, this has come to be a quality of character that replaces natural disposition. The Bedouins, on the other hand, live apart from the community. They are alone in the country and remote from militias. They have no walls or gates. Therefore, they provide their own defense and do not entrust it to, or rely upon others for it. They always carry weapons. They watch carefully all sides of the road. They take hurried naps only when they are together in company or when they are in the saddle. They pay attention to the most distant barking or noise. They go alone into the desert, guided by their fortitude, putting their trust in themselves. Fortitude has become a character quality of theirs, and courage their nature. They use it whenever they are called upon or roused by an alarm. When sedentary people mix with them in the desert or associate with them on a journey, they depend on them. They cannot do anything for themselves without them. This is an observed fact. Their dependence extends, even to knowledge of the country, the directions, watering places, and crossroads. Man is a child of the customs and the things he has become used to. He is not the product of his natural disposition and temperament. The conditions to which he has become accustomed, until they have become for him a quality of character and matters of habit and custom, have replaced his natural disposition. If one studies this in human beings, one will find much of it, and it will be found to be a correct observation. 6. The reliance of sedentary people upon laws destroys their fortitude and power of resistance. Not everyone is master of his own affairs. Chiefs and leaders who are masters of the affairs of men are few in comparison with the rest. As a rule, man must by necessity be dominated by someone else. If the domination is kind and just and the people under it are not oppressed by its laws and restrictions, they are guided by the courage or cowardice that they possess in themselves. They are satisfied with the absence of any restraining power. Self-reliance eventually becomes a quality natural to them. They would not know anything else. If, however, the domination with its laws is one of brute force and intimidation, it breaks their fortitude and deprives them of their power of resistance as a result of the inertness that develops in the souls of the oppressed, as we shall explain. When laws are enforced by means of punishment, they completely destroy fortitude, because the use of punishment against someone who cannot defend himself generates in that person a feeling of humiliation that, no doubt, must break his fortitude. When laws are intended to serve the purposes of education and instruction and are applied from childhood on, they have to some degree the same effect, because people then grow up in fear and docility and consequently do not rely on their own fortitude. Thus, greater fortitude is found among the savage Arab Bedouins than among people who are subject to laws. Furthermore, those who rely on laws and are dominated by them from the very beginning of their education and instruction in the crafts, sciences, and religious matters, are thereby deprived of much of their own fortitude. They can scarcely defend themselves at all against hostile acts. This is the case with students, whose occupation it is to study and to learn from teachers and religious leaders, and who constantly apply themselves to instruction and education in very dignified gatherings. This situation and the fact that it destroys the power of resistance and fortitude must be understood. It is no argument that the men around Muhammad observed the religious laws, and yet did not experience any diminution of their fortitude, but possessed the greatest possible fortitude. When the Muslims got their religion from Muhammad, the restraining influence came from themselves, as a result of the encouragement and discouragement he gave them in the Quran. It was not a result of technical instruction or scientific education. The laws were the laws and precepts of the religion that they received orally and which their firmly rooted belief in the truth of the articles of faith caused them to observe. Their fortitude remained unabated, and it was not corroded by education or authority. Umar said, "Those who are not disciplined by the religious law are not educated by God." Umar's desire was that everyone should have his restraining influence in himself. His certainty was that Muhammad knew best what is good for mankind. The influence of religion, then, decreased among men, and they came to use restraining laws. The religious law became a branch of learning and a craft to be acquired through instruction and education. People turned to sedentary life and assumed the character trait of submissiveness to law. This led to a decrease in their fortitude. Clearly, then, governmental and educational laws destroy fortitude, because their restraining influence is something that comes from outside. The religious laws, on the other hand, do not destroy fortitude, because their restraining influence is something inherent. Therefore, governmental and educational laws influence sedentary people, in that they weaken their souls and diminish their stamina, because they have to suffer them both as children and as adults. The Bedouins, on the other hand, are not in the same position, because they live far away from the laws of government, instruction, and education. 7 Only tribes held together by group feeling can live in the desert. It should be known that God put good and evil into the nature of man. Thus, he says in the Quran, we led him along the 2 paths. 1 He further says, and inspired the soul with wickedness as well as fear of God too. Evil is the quality that is closest to man when he fails to improve his customs and when religion is not used as the model to improve him. The great mass of mankind is in that condition, with the exception of those to whom God gives success. Evil qualities in man are injustice and mutual aggression. He who casts his eye upon the property of his brother will lay his hand upon it to take it, unless there is a restraining influence to hold him back. The poet thus says, injustice is a human trait. If you find a moral man, there is some reason why he is not unjust. Mutual aggression of people in towns and cities is averted by the authorities and the government, which hold back the masses under their control from attacks and aggression upon each other. They are thus prevented by the influence of force and governmental authority from mutual injustice, save such injustice as comes from the ruler himself. Aggression against a city from outside may be averted by walls, in the event of unpreparedness, a surprise attack at night, or inability of the inhabitants to withstand the enemy during the day. Or it may be averted with the help of government auxiliary troops, if the inhabitants are prepared and ready to offer resistance. The restraining influence among Bedouin tribes comes from their sheikhs and leaders. It results from the great respect and veneration they generally enjoy among the people. The hamlets of the Bedouins are defended against outside enemies by a tribal militia composed of noble youths of the tribe who are known for their courage. Their defense and protection are successful only if they are a closely knit group of common descent. This strengthens their stamina and makes them feared, since everybody's affection for his family and his group is more important than anything else. Compassion and affection for one's blood relations and relatives exist in human nature as something God put into the hearts of men. It makes for mutual support and aid, and increases the fear felt by the enemy. Those who have no one of their own lineage to care for, rarely feel affection for their fellows. If danger is in the air on the day of battle, such a man slinks away and seeks to save himself, because he is afraid of being left without support. Such people, therefore, cannot live in the desert, because they would fall prey to any nation that might want to swallow them up. If this is true with regard to the place where one lives, which is in constant need of defense and military protection, it is equally true with regard to every other human activity, such as prophecy, the establishment of royal authority, or propaganda. Nothing can be achieved in these matters without fighting for it, since man has the natural urge to offer resistance. And for fighting one cannot do without group feeling, as we mentioned at the beginning. 8. Group feeling results only from blood relationship or something corresponding to it. Respect for blood ties is something natural among men, with the rarest exceptions. It leads to affection for one's relations and blood relatives, the feeling that no harm ought to befall them nor any destruction come upon them. One feels shame when one's relatives are treated unjustly or attacked, and one wishes to intervene between them and whatever peril or destruction threatens them. This is a natural urge in man, for as long as there have been human beings. If the direct relationship between persons who help each other is very close, so that it leads to close contact and unity, the ties are obvious and clearly require the existence of a feeling of solidarity, without any outside prodding. If, however, the relationship is somewhat distant, it is often forgotten in part. However, some knowledge of it remains, and this causes a person to help his relatives for the known motive, in order to escape the shame he would feel in his soul were a person to whom he is somehow related treated unjustly. Clients and allies belong in the same category. The affection everybody has for his clients and allies results from the feeling of shame that comes to a person when one of his neighbors, relatives, or a blood relation in any degree is humiliated. The reason for it is that a client-master relationship leads to close contact exactly, or approximately in the same way, as does common descent. It is in that sense that one must understand Muhammad's remark, learn as much of your pedigrees as is necessary to establish your ties of kindred. It means that pedigrees are useful only in so far as they imply the close contact that is a consequence of blood ties and that eventually leads to mutual help and affection. Anything beyond that is superfluous. For a pedigree is something imaginary and devoid of reality. Its usefulness consists only in the resulting connection and close contact. If the fact of common descent is obvious and clear, it evokes in man a natural affection, as we have said. If, however, its existence is known only from remote history, it moves the imagination but faintly. Its usefulness is gone, and preoccupation with it becomes gratuitous, a kind of game, and as such is not permissible. In this sense, one must understand the remark, genealogy is something which is of no use to know and which it does no harm not to know. This means that when common descent is no longer clear and has become a matter of scientific knowledge, it can no longer move the imagination and is denied the affection caused by group feeling. It has become useless. 9. Purity of lineage is found only among the savage Arabs of the desert and other such people. This is because of the poor life, hard conditions, and bad habitats that are peculiar to the Bedouins. They are the result of necessity, inasmuch as their subsistence depends on camels and camel breeding and pasturage. The camels are the cause of the Bedouins' savage life in the desert, since they feed on desert shrubs and give birth in the desert sands. The desert is a place of hardship and starvation, but to them it has become familiar and accustomed. Generations of Bedouins grew up in the desert. Eventually, they became confirmed in their character and natural qualities. No member of any other nation was disposed to share their conditions. No member of any other race felt attracted to them. But if one of them were to find ways and means of fleeing from these conditions, he would not give them up. Therefore, their pedigrees can be trusted not to have been mixed up and corrupted. They have been preserved pure in unbroken lines. This is the case, for instance, with Mu'ar tribes such as the Quraysh, the Kinana, the Thaqif, the Banu Asad, the Hudhail, and their Huza'a neighbors. They lived a hard life in places where there was no agriculture or animal husbandry. They lived far from the fertile fields of Syria and the Iraq, far from the sources of seasonings and grains. How pure have they kept their lineages? These are unmixed in every way, and are known to be unsullied. Other Arabs lived in the hills and at the sources of fertile pastures and plentiful living. Among these Arabs were the Imyar and the Khaldn, such as the Lakam, the Judham, the Ghassan, the the Qa with circumflex a, and the Eud. Their lineages were mixed up, and their groups intermingled. It is known that genealogists differ with respect to each one of these families. This came about as the result of intermixture with non-Arabs. They did not pay any attention to preserving the purity of lineage of their families and groups. This was done only by true Arabs. Furthermore, the Arabs of the fertile fields were affected by the general human trend toward competition for the fat soil and the good pastures. This resulted in intermingling and much mixture of lineages. Even at the beginning of Islam, people occasionally referred to themselves by their places of residence. They referred to the districts of Kinisrin, of Damascus, or of the Aim, the border region of northern Syria. This custom was then transferred to Spain. It happened not because the Arabs rejected genealogical considerations, but because they acquired particular places of residence after the conquest. They eventually became known by their places of residence. These became a distinguishing mark, in addition to the pedigree, used by the Arabs to identify themselves in the presence of their emirs. Later on, sedentary Arabs mixed with Persians and other non-Arabs. Purity of lineage was completely lost, and its fruit, the group feeling, was lost and rejected. The tribes, then, disappeared and were wiped out, and with them, group feeling was wiped out. But, the earlier situation remained unchanged among the Bedouins. God inherits the earth and all that is upon it. 10. How lineages become confused. It is clear that a person of a certain descent may become attached to people of another descent, either because he feels well disposed toward them, or because there exists an alliance or client-master relationship, or yet because he had to flee from his own people by reason of some crime he committed. Such a person comes to be known as having the same descent as those to whom he is attached and is counted one of them with respect to the things that result from common descent, such as affection, the rights and obligations concerning talion and blood money, and so on. When the things resulting from common descent are there, it is as if common descent itself were there, because the only meaning of belonging to one or another group is that one is subject to its laws and conditions, as if one had come into close contact with it. In the course of time, the original descent is almost forgotten. Those who knew about it have passed away, and it is no longer known to most people. Family lines in this manner continually changed from one tribal group to another, and some people developed close contact with others, of a different descent. This happened both in pre-Islamic and in Islamic times, and between both Arabs and non-Arabs. 11. Leadership over people who share in a given group feeling cannot be vested in those not of the same descent. This is because leadership exists only through superiority, and superiority only through group feeling. Leadership over people, therefore, must, of necessity, derive from a group feeling that is superior to each individual group feeling. Each individual group feeling that becomes aware of the superiority of the group feeling of the leader is ready to obey and follow him. Now, a person who has become attached to people of a common descent usually does not share the group feeling that derives from their common descent. He is merely attached to them. The firmest connection he has with the group is as client and ally. This in no way guarantees him superiority over them. Assuming that he has developed close contact with them, that he has mixed with them, that the fact that he was originally merely attached to them has been forgotten, and that he has become one of their kin and is addressed as one having the same descent as they, how could he, or one of his forebears, have acquired leadership before that process had taken place, since leadership is transmitted in one particular branch that has been marked for superiority through group feeling? The fact that he was merely attached to the tribe was no doubt known at an earlier stage, and at that time prevented him, or rather, his forebears, from assuming leadership. Thus, it could not have been passed on by a man who was still merely attached to the tribe. Leadership must of necessity be inherited from the person who is entitled to it, in accordance with the fact, which we have stated, that superiority results from group feeling. Many leaders of tribes or groups are eager to acquire certain pedigrees. They desire them because persons of that particular descent possess some special virtue, such as bravery, or nobility, or fame, however this may have come about. They go after such a family and involve themselves in claims to belong to a branch of it. They do not realize that they thus bring suspicion upon themselves with regard to their leadership and nobility. These pedigrees are invented by people to get into the good graces of rulers, through sycophantic behavior and through the opinions they express. Their fabrications eventually become so well known as to be irrefutable. 12. Only those who share in a group feeling can have a house and nobility in the basic sense and in reality, while others have it only in a metaphorical and figurative sense. This is because nobility and prestige are the result of personal qualities. A house means that a man counts noble and famous men among his forebears. The fact that he is their progeny and descendant gives him great standing among his fellows, for his fellows respect the great standing and nobility that his ancestors acquired through their qualities. We have explained that the advantage of a common descent consists in the group feeling that derives from it and that leads to affection and mutual help. Wherever the group feeling is truly formidable and its soil kept pure, the advantage of a common descent is most evident, and the group feeling is more effective. It is an additional advantage to have a number of noble ancestors. Thus, prestige and nobility become firmly grounded in those who share in the group feeling of a tribe, because there exists the result of common descent. The nobility of a house is in direct proportion to the different degrees of group feeling, because nobility is the secret of group feeling. Isolated inhabitants of cities can have a house only in a metaphorical sense. The assumption that they possess one is a specious claim. Seen in its proper light, prestige means to the inhabitants of cities that some of them count among their forefathers men who had good, personal, qualities and who mingled with good people, and that, in addition, they try to be as decent as possible. This is different from the real meaning of group feeling, as group feeling derives from descent and a number of forefathers. The terms prestige and house are used metaphorically in this connection, because there exists in this case a number of successive ancestors who consistently performed good deeds. This is not true and unqualified prestige. A house possesses an original nobility through group feeling and personal qualities. Later on, the people, who have a house, divest themselves of that nobility when group feeling disappears as the result of sedentary life, and they mingle with the common people. A certain delusion as to their former prestige remains in their souls and leads them to consider themselves members of the most noble houses. They are, however, far from that status, because their group feeling has completely disappeared. Many inhabitants of cities who had their origins in noble Arab or non-Arab houses share such delusions. The Israelites are the most firmly misled in this delusion. They originally had one of the greatest houses in the world, first, because of the great number of prophets and messengers born among their ancestors, extending from Abraham to Moses, the founder of their religious group and law, and next, because of their group feeling and the royal authority that God had promised and granted them by means of that group feeling. Then, they were divested of all that, and they suffered humiliation and indigence. They were destined to live as exiles on earth. For thousands of years, they knew only enslavement and unbelief. Still, the delusion of nobility has not left them. They can be found saying, "He is an Aaronite, he is a descendant of Joshua, he is one of Caleb's progeny, he is from the tribe of Judah." This in spite of the fact that their group feeling has disappeared and that for many long years they have been exposed to humiliation. Many other inhabitants of cities who hold noble pedigrees but no longer share in any group feeling are inclined to similar nonsense. Abu al-Walid b. Rushd, Averroes, erred in this respect. He mentioned prestige in the rhetoric. Prestige, he states, belongs to people who are ancient settlers in a town. He did not consider the things we have just mentioned. I should like to know how long residence in a town can help anyone to gain prestige, if he does not belong to a group that makes him feared and causes others to obey him. Averroes considers prestige as depending exclusively on the number of forefathers. Yet, rhetoric means to sway the opinions of those whose opinions count, that is, the men in command. It takes no notice of those who have no power. They cannot sway anyone's opinions, and their own opinions are not sought. The sedentary inhabitants of cities fall into that category. It is true that Averroes grew up in a generation and a place where people had no experience of group feeling and were not familiar with the conditions governing it. Therefore, he did not progress beyond his well-known definition of house and prestige as something depending merely on the number of one's ancestors, and did not refer to the reality of group feeling and its influence among men. 13. House and nobility come to clients and followers only through their masters and not through their own descent. This is because, as we have mentioned before, only those who share in a group feeling have basic and true nobility. When such people take people of another descent as followers, or when they take slaves and clients into servitude, and enter into close contact with them, as we have said, the clients and followers share in the group feeling of their masters and take it on as if it were their own group feeling. By taking their special place within the group feeling, they participate to some extent in the descent to which that particular group feeling belongs. His own descent and birth are of no help as regards the group feeling of the master, since that group feeling has nothing to do with his own descent. The group feeling that belonged to his own family is lost, because its influence disappeared when he entered into close contact with that other family and lost contact with the men whose group feeling he had formerly shared. He thus becomes one of the others and takes his place among them. If a number of his ancestors also shared the group feeling of these people, he comes to enjoy among these other people a certain nobility and house, in keeping with his position as their client and follower. However, he does not come to be as noble as they are, but remains inferior to them. This is the case with clients of dynasties and with all servants. They acquire nobility by being firmly rooted in their client relationship, and by their service to their particular dynasty, and by having a large number of ancestors who had been under its protection. One knows that the Turkish clients of the Abbasids and, before them, the Barmecides, as well as the Banu Nawbakht, thus achieved house and nobility and created glory and importance for themselves by being firmly rooted in their relationship to the Abbasid dynasty. Jafar b. Yib. Khalid had the greatest possible house and nobility. This was the result of his position as a client of Ar-Rashid and his family. It was not the result of his own noble descent among the Persians. The same is the case with clients and servants under any dynasty. They have house and prestige by being firmly rooted in their client relationship with a particular dynasty and by being its faithful followers. Their original descent disappears if it is not that of the dynasty. It remains under cover and is not considered in connection with their importance and glory. The thing that is considered is their position as clients and followers, because this accords with that secret of group feeling which produces house and nobility. The nobility of a client is, in a way, derived from the nobility of his masters, and his house is derived from what they have built. His own descent and birth do not help him. His glory is built upon his relationship as client to a particular dynasty, and upon his close contact with it as a follower and product of its education. His own original descent may have implied close contact with some group feeling and dynasty. If that close contact is gone and the person in question has become a client and follower of another dynasty, his original descent is no longer of any use to him, because its group feeling has disappeared. The new relationship becomes useful to him, because its group feeling exists. This applies to the Barmecides. It has been reported that they belong to a Persian house, the members of which had been guardians of the Persian fire temples. When they became clients of the Abbasids, their original descent was not taken into consideration. Their nobility resulted from their position as clients and followers of the Abbasid dynasty. All other notions are unsupported and unrealistic delusions prompted by undisciplined souls. The facts of existence confirm our remarks. 14. Prestige lasts at best 4 generations in one lineage. The world of the elements and all it contains comes into being and decays. Minerals, plants, all the animals including man, and the other created things come into being and decay, as one can see with one's own eyes. The same applies to the conditions that affect created things, and especially the conditions that affect man. Sciences grow up and then are wiped out. The same applies to crafts, and to similar things. Prestige is an accident that affects human beings. It comes into being and decays inevitably. No human being exists who possesses an unbroken pedigree of nobility from Adam down to himself. The only exception was made in the case of the Prophet, as a special act of divine grace to him, and as a measure designed to safeguard his true character. Nobility originates in the state of being outside. That is, being outside of leadership and nobility and being in a base, humble station, devoid of prestige. This means that all nobility and prestige is preceded by the non-existence of nobility and prestige, as is the case with every created thing. It reaches its end in a single family within 4 successive generations. This is as follows: the builder of the family's glory knows what it cost him to do the work, and he keeps the qualities that created his glory and made it last. The son who comes after him had personal contact with his father and thus learned those things from him. However, he is inferior to him in this respect, inasmuch as a person who learns things through study is inferior to a person who knows them from practical application. The 3rd generation must be content with imitation and, in particular, with reliance upon tradition. This member is inferior to him of the 2nd generation, inasmuch as a person who relies upon tradition is inferior to a person who exercises independent judgment. The 4th generation, then, is inferior to the preceding ones in every respect. Its member has lost the qualities that preserved the edifice of its glory. He despises those qualities. He imagines that the edifice was not built through application and effort. He thinks that it was something due his people from the very beginning by virtue of the mere fact of their descent, and not something that resulted from group, effort, and individual qualities. For he sees the great respect in which he is held by the people, but he does not know how that respect originated and what the reason for it was. He imagines that it is due to his descent and nothing else. He keeps away from those in whose group feeling he shares, thinking that he is better than they. He trusts that they will obey him because he was brought up to take their obedience for granted, and he does not know the qualities that made obedience necessary. Such qualities are humility, in dealing with such men, and respect for their feelings. Therefore, he considers them despicable, and they, in turn, revolt against him and despise him. They transfer leadership from him and his direct lineage to some other related branch, in obedience to their group feeling, after they have convinced themselves that the qualities of the new leader are satisfactory to them. His family then grows, whereas the family of the original leader decays and the edifice of his house collapses. That is the case with rulers who have royal authority. It also is the case with all the houses of tribes, of amirs, and of everybody else who shares in a group feeling, and then also with the houses among the urban population. When one house goes down, another one rises in another group of the same descent. The rule of 4 generations, with respect to prestige, usually holds true. It may happen that a house is wiped out, disappears, and collapses in fewer than 4, or it may continue unto the 5th and 6th generations, though in a state of decline and decay. The 4 generations can be defined as the builder, the one who has personal contact with the builder, the one who relies on tradition, and the destroyer. Muhammad said, the noble son of the noble father of the noble grandfather of the noble great-grandfather, Joseph, the son of Jacob, the son of Isaac, the son of Abraham. This indicates that Joseph had reached the limit in glory. In the Torah, there is the following passage: God, your Lord, is powerful one and jealous, visiting the sins of the fathers upon the children unto the third and the fourth generations. This shows that 4 generations in one lineage are the limit in extent of ancestral prestige. 15 savage nations are better able to achieve superiority than others. Since desert life no doubt is the source of bravery, savage groups are braver than others. They are, therefore, better able to achieve superiority and to take away the things that are in the hands of other nations. The situation of one and the same group changes, in this respect, with the change of time. Whenever people settle in fertile plains and amass luxuries and become accustomed to a life of abundance and refinement, their bravery decreases to the degree that their wildness and desert habits decrease. This is exemplified by dumb animals, such as gazelles, wild buffaloes, and donkeys, that are domesticated. When they cease to be wild as the result of contact with human beings, and when they have a life of abundance, their vigor and violence undergo change. This affects even their movements and the beauty of their coat. The same applies to savage human beings who become sociable and friendly. The reason is that familiar customs determine human nature and character. Superiority comes to nations through enterprise and courage. The more firmly rooted in desert habits and the wilder a group is, the closer does it come to achieving superiority over others, if both parties are approximately equal in number, strength, and group feeling. In this connection, one may compare the Mu'er with the Imyar and the Khaldn before them, who preceded them in royal authority and in the life of luxury, and also with the Rubiah who settled in the fertile fields of the Iraq. The Mu'er retained their desert habits, and the others embarked upon a life of abundance and great luxury before they did. Desert life prepared the Mu'er most effectively for achieving superiority. They took away and appropriated what the other groups had in their hands. 16. The goal to which group feeling leads is royal authority. This is because group feeling gives protection and makes possible mutual defense, the pressing of claims, and every other kind of social activity. By dint of their nature, human beings need someone to act as a restraining influence and mediator in every social organization, in order to keep its members from fighting with each other. That person must, by necessity, have superiority over the others in the matter of group feeling. If not, his power cannot be effective. Such superiority is royal authority. It is more than leadership. Leadership means being a chieftain, and the leader is obeyed, but he has no power to force others to accept his rulings. Royal authority means superiority and the power to rule by force. When a person sharing in the group feeling has reached the rank of chieftain and commands obedience, and when he then finds the way open toward superiority and the use of force, he follows that way, because it is something desirable. He cannot completely achieve his goal, except with the help of the group feeling, which causes the others to obey him. Thus, royal superiority is a goal to which group feeling leads, as one can see. Even if an individual tribe has different houses and many diverse group feelings, still, there must exist a group feeling that is stronger than all the other group feelings combined, that is superior to them all and makes them subservient, and in which all the diverse group feelings coalesce, as it were, to become one greater group feeling. Otherwise, splits would occur and lead to dissension and strife. Once group feeling has established superiority over the people who share in it, it will, by its very nature, seek superiority over people who have other group feelings unrelated to the first. If the one group feeling is the equal of the other or is able to stave off its challenge, the competing people are even with and equal to each other. Each group feeling maintains its sway over its own domain and people, as is the case with tribes and nations all over the earth. However, if the one group feeling overpowers the other and makes it subservient to itself, the two group feelings enter into close contact, and the defeated Group feeling gives added power to the victorious group feeling, which, as a result, sets its goal of superiority and domination higher than before. In this way, it goes on until the power of that particular group feeling equals the power of the ruling dynasty. Then, when the ruling dynasty grows senile and no defender arises from among its friends who share in its group feeling, the new group feeling takes over and deprives the ruling dynasty of its power, and, thus, obtains complete royal authority. The power of a given group feeling may reach its peak when the ruling dynasty has not yet reached senility. This stage may coincide with the stage at which the ruling dynasty needs to have recourse to the people who represent the various group feelings in order to master the situation. In such a case, the ruling dynasty includes the people who enjoy the powerful group feeling among those of its clients whom it uses for the execution of its various projects. This, then, means the formation of another royal authority inferior to that of the controlling royal authority. This was the case with the Turks under the Abbasids. It is thus evident that royal authority is the goal of group feeling. When it attains that goal, the tribe, representing that particular group feeling, obtains royal authority, either by seizing actual control or by giving assistance to the ruling dynasty, according to the circumstances prevailing. If the group feeling encounters obstacles on its way to the goal, it stops where it is, until God decides its fate. 17. Obstacles on the way toward royal authority are luxury and the submergence of the tribe in a life of prosperity. This is because, when a tribe has achieved a certain measure of superiority with the help of its group feeling, it gains control over a corresponding amount of wealth and comes to share prosperity and abundance with those who have been in possession of these things. It shares in them to the degree of its power and usefulness to the ruling dynasty. If the ruling dynasty is so strong that no one thinks of depriving it of its power or of sharing with it, the tribe in question submits to its rule and is satisfied with whatever share in the dynasty's wealth and tax revenue it is permitted to enjoy. Hopes would not go so high as to think of royal prerogatives or ways to obtain royal authority. Members of the tribe are merely concerned with prosperity, gain, and a life of abundance. They are satisfied to lead an easy, restful life in the shadow of the ruling dynasty, and to adopt royal habits in building and dress, a matter they stress and in which they take more and more pride, the more luxuries and plenty they acquire, as well as all the other things that go with luxury and plenty. As a result, the toughness of desert life is lost. Group feeling and courage weaken. Members of the tribe revel in the well-being that God has given them. Their children and offspring grow up too proud to look after themselves or to attend to their own needs. They have disdain also for all the other things that are necessary in connection with group feeling. This finally becomes a character trait and natural characteristic of theirs. Their group feeling and courage decrease in the next generations. Eventually, group feeling is altogether destroyed. They thus invite their own destruction. The greater their luxury and the easier the life they enjoy, the closer they are to extinction, not to mention their lost chance of securing royal authority. The things that go with luxury and submergence in a life of ease break the vigor of the group feeling, which alone produces superiority. When group feeling is destroyed, the tribe is no longer able to protect itself, let alone press any claims. It will be swallowed up by other nations. 18. Meekness and docility to outsiders that may come to be found in a tribe are obstacles on the way toward royal authority. This is because meekness and docility break the vigor of group feeling. If people are meek and docile, their group feeling is lost. They do not become fond of meekness until they are too weak to defend themselves. Those who are too weak to defend themselves are all the more weak when it comes to withstanding their enemies and pressing their claims. The Israelites are a good example. Moses urged them to go and become rulers of Syria. He informed them that God had made this their destiny. But the Israelites were too weak for that. They said, "There are giants in that country, and we shall not enter it until the giants have departed, one that is, until God has driven them out by manifesting his power, without the application of our group feeling, and that will be one of your miracles, O Moses. And when Moses urged them on, they persisted and became rebellious, and said, Go yourself and your Lord, and fight too. They had become used to being too weak to offer opposition and to press claims. The verse must be interpreted in that manner. This situation was the result of the quality of docility and the longing to be subservient to the Egyptians, which the Israelites had acquired through many long years and which led eventually to the complete loss of their group feeling. In addition, they did not really believe what Moses told them, namely, that Syria would be theirs and that the Amalekites who were in Jericho would fall prey to them, by virtue of the divine decree that God had made in favor of the Israelites. They were unable to do what they were asked to do, and felt too weak to do it. They realized that they were too weak to press any claims, because they had acquired the quality of meekness. They suspected the story their prophet told them and the command he gave them. For that, God punished them by obliging them to remain in the desert. They stayed in the desert between Syria and Egypt for 40 years. They had no contact with civilization, nor did they settle in any city 3 as it is told in the Quran. This was because of the harshness the Amalekites in Syria and the Copts in Egypt had practiced against them. Thus, they thought themselves too weak to oppose them. From the context and meaning of the verse, it evidently refers to the implication of such a sojourn in the desert, namely, the disappearance of the generation whose character had been formed and whose group feeling had been destroyed by the humiliation, oppression, and force from which it had escaped, and the eventual appearance in the desert of another powerful generation that knew neither laws nor oppression and did not have the stigma of meekness. Thus, a new group feeling could grow up, and that enabled them to press their claims and to achieve superiority. This makes it evident that 40 years is the shortest period in which one generation can disappear and a new generation can arise. Praised be the wise, all-knowing one. This shows most clearly what group feeling means. Group feeling produces the ability to defend oneself, to offer opposition, to protect oneself, and to press one's claims. Whoever loses it is too weak to do any of these things. The subject of imposts and taxes belongs to this discussion of the things that force meekness upon a tribe. A tribe paying imposts did not do that until it became resigned to meek submission with respect to paying them. Imposts and taxes are a sign of oppression and meekness that proud souls do not tolerate, unless they consider paying them easier than being killed and destroyed. In such a case, the group feeling of a tribe is too weak for its own defense and protection. People whose group feeling cannot defend them against oppression certainly cannot offer any opposition or press any claims. They have submitted to meekness, and, as we have mentioned before, meekness is an obstacle. When one sees a tribe humiliated by the payment of imposts, one cannot hope that it will ever achieve royal authority. 19. A sign of royal authority is a person's eager desire to acquire praiseworthy qualities, and vice versa. Royal authority is something natural to human beings, because of its social implications. In view of his natural disposition and his power of logical reasoning, man is more inclined toward good qualities than toward bad qualities, because the evil in him is the result of the animal powers in him, and inasmuch as he is a human being, he is more inclined toward goodness and good qualities. Now, royal and political authority come to man qua man, because it is something peculiar to man and is not found among animals. Thus, the good qualities in man are appropriate to political and royal authority, since goodness is appropriate to political authority. We have already noted that glory has a basis upon which it is built and through which it achieves its reality, group feeling and the tribal group. Glory also depends upon a detail that completes and perfects its existence, an individual's personal qualities. Royal authority is a goal of group feeling. Thus, it is likewise a goal of the perfecting details, namely, the personal qualities. The existence of royal authority without the perfecting details would be like the existence of a person with his limbs cut off, or it would be like appearing naked before people. the existence of group feeling without the practice of praiseworthy qualities would be a defect among people who possess a house and prestige. All the more so would it be a defect in men who are invested with royal authority, the greatest possible kind of glory and prestige. Furthermore, political and royal authority are God's guarantee to mankind and serve as a representation of God among men with respect to his laws. Now, divine laws affecting men are all for their good and envisage their interests. This is attested by the religious law. Bad laws, on the other hand, all result from stupidity and from Satan, in opposition to the predestination and power of God. He makes both good and evil and predetermines them, for there is no maker except him. He who thus obtained group feeling guaranteeing power, and who is known to have good qualities appropriate for the execution of God's laws concerning his creatures, is ready to act as his substitute and guarantor among mankind. He has the qualifications for that. This proof is more reliable and solid than the first one. It has thus become clear that good qualities attest the potential existence of royal authority in a person who possesses group feeling. Whenever we observe people who possess group feeling and who have gained control over many lands and nations, we find in them an eager desire for goodness and good qualities, such as generosity, the forgiveness of error, tolerance toward the weak, hospitality toward guests, the support of dependents, maintenance of the indigent, patience in adverse circumstances, faithful fulfillment of obligations, liberality with money for the preservation of honor, respect for the religious law and for the scholars who are learned in it, observation of the things to be done or not to be done that those scholars prescribe for them, thinking highly of religious scholarship, belief in and veneration for men of religion and a desire to receive their prayers, great respect for old men and teachers, acceptance of the truth in response to those who call to it, fairness to and care for those who are too weak to take care of themselves, humility toward the poor, attentiveness to the complaints of supplicants, fulfillment of the duties of the religious law and divine worship in all details, avoidance of fraud, cunning, deceit, and shirking of obligations, and similar things. Thus, we know that these are the qualities of leadership, which, persons qualified for royal authority, have obtained and which have made them deserving of being the leaders of the people under their control, or to be leaders in general. It is something good that God has given them, corresponding to their group feeling and superiority. Vice versa, when God wants a nation to be deprived of royal authority, he causes its members to commit blameworthy deeds and to practice all sorts of vices. This will lead to the complete loss of their political virtues, which will continue to be destroyed until they no longer exercise royal authority. Someone else will exercise it in their stead. This is to constitute an insult to them, in that the royal authority God has given them and the good things he has placed at their disposal are taken away from them. Upon close investigation, many such instances will be found among the nations of the past. It should be known that a quality belonging to perfection, which tribes possessing group feeling are eager to cultivate and which attests to their right to royal authority, is respect for scholars, pious men, noble, relatives of the prophet, well-born persons, and the different kinds of merchants and foreigners, as well as the ability to assign everybody to his proper station. The respect shown by tribes and persons, in control, of group feelings and families, for men of comparable nobility, tribal position, group feeling, and rank, is something natural. It mostly results from the desire for rank, or from fear of the people of the person to whom respect is paid, or from a wish for reciprocal treatment. However, in the case of people who have no group feeling to make themselves feared, and who have no rank to bestow, for which one might hope, there can be no doubt as to why they are respected, and it is quite clear what one seeks through them, namely, glory, perfection in personal qualities, and total progress toward political leadership. Respect for one's rivals and equals must exist in connection with the special political leadership that concerns one's tribe and its competitors, and equals. Respect for excellent and particularly qualified strangers means perfection in general political leadership. The pious are thus respected for their religion, scholars, because they are needed for establishing the statutes of the religious law. Merchants, in order to give encouragement to their profession, so that their usefulness may be as widespread as possible. Strangers are respected out of generosity and in order to encourage them to undertake certain kinds of activity. Assigning everybody to his proper station is done out of fairness, and fairness means justice. When people who possess group feeling have that, one knows that they are ready for general political leadership, which means royal authority. God permits political leadership to exist among them, because the sign of political leadership exists among them. Therefore, the first thing to disappear in a tribe that exercises royal authority, when God wants to deprive its members of their royal and governmental authority, is respect for such people. When a nation is observed to have lost it, it should be realized that its virtues have begun to go, and it can be expected that royal authority will cease to exist in it. 20. While a nation is savage, its royal authority extends farther. This is because such a nation is better able to achieve superiority and full control, and to subdue other groups. The members of such a nation have the strength to fight other nations, and they are among human beings what beasts of prey are among dumb animals. The Bedouins and the Zenata and similar groups, for instance, are such nations, as are the Kurds, the Turkomans, and the KhaldnN. These savage peoples, furthermore, have no homelands that they might use as a fertile pasture, and no fixed place to which they might repair. All regions and places are the same to them. Therefore, they do not restrict themselves to possession of their own and neighboring regions. They do not stop at the borders of their horizon. They swarm across distant zones and achieve superiority over faraway nations. 21. As long as a nation retains its group feeling, royal authority that disappears in one branch will, of necessity, pass to some other branch of the same nation. The reason for this is that, the members of a particular nation, acquire royal authority only after, proving their forcefulness and finding other nations obedient to them. A few are singled out to become the actual rulers and to be directly connected with the throne. It could not be all of them, because there is not enough room for all to compete, and because the existence of jealousy cuts short the aspirations of many of those who aspire to high office. Those who are singled out to support the dynasty indulge in a life of ease and sink into luxury and plenty. They make servants of their fellows and contemporaries and use them to further the various interests and enterprises of the dynasty. Those who are far away from the government and who are thus prevented from having a share in it, remain in the shadow of the dynastic power. They share in it by virtue of their descent, they are not affected by senility, because they remain far from the life of luxury and the things that produce luxury. Time gets the upper hand over the original group, in power. Their prowess disappears as the result of senility. The duties of the dynasty saps their energy. Time feasts on them, as their energy is exhausted by well-being and their vigor drained by the nature of luxury. They reach their limit, the limit that is set by the nature of human urbanization and political superiority. At that moment, the group feeling of other people, within the same nation, is strong. Their force cannot be broken. Their emblem is recognized to be victorious. As a result, their hopes of achieving royal authority, from which they had been kept until now by a superior power within their own group, are high. Their superiority is recognized, and, therefore, no one disputes their claim to royal authority. They seize power. They then have the same experience as their predecessors, at the hands of those other groups within the nation that remain away from the government. Royal authority thus continues in a particular nation until the force of its group feeling is broken and gone, or until all its groups have ceased to exist. That is how God proceeds with regard to life in this world. This can be illustrated by what happened among the nations. When the royal authority of Ad was wiped out, their brethren, the Tamid, took over. They were succeeded, in turn, by the Amalekites. The Amalekites were succeeded by the Imyar by the Tubas, who belonged to the Imyar. They, likewise, were succeeded by the Adwa. Then, the Mu'ar came to power. The same was the case with the Persians. When the Khayanate rule was wiped out, the Sasanians ruled after them. Eventually, God permitted them all to be destroyed by the Muslims. The same was also the case with the Greeks. Their rule was wiped out and transferred to the Romans. This is how God proceeds with his servants and creatures. All this has its origin in group feeling, which differs in different groups. Luxury wears out royal authority and overthrows it. When a dynasty is wiped out, power is taken away from that dynasty by those whose group feeling has a share in the established group feeling, since it is recognized that people submit and are subservient to the established group feeling, and since people are used to the fact that this has superiority over all other group feelings. The same group feeling, now, exists only in those people who are closely related to the outgoing dynasty, because group feeling is proportionate to the degree of relationship. Eventually, a great change takes place in the world, such as the transformation of a religion, or the disappearance of a civilization, or something else willed by the power of God. Then, royal authority is transferred from one group to another to the one that God permits to effect that change. 22. The vanquished always want to imitate the victor in his distinctive characteristics, his dress, his occupation, and all his other conditions and customs. The reason for this is that the soul always sees perfection in the person who is superior to it and to whom it is subservient. It considers him perfect, either because it is impressed by the respect it has for him, or because it erroneously assumes that its own subservience to him is not due to the nature of defeat but to the perfection of the victor. If that erroneous assumption fixes itself in the soul, it becomes a firm belief. The soul, then, adopts all the manners of the victor and assimilates itself to him. This, then, is imitation. Or, the soul may possibly think that the superiority of the victor is not the result of his group feeling or great fortitude, but of his customs and manners. This also would be an erroneous concept of superiority, and, the consequences, would be the same as in the former case. Therefore, the vanquished can always be observed to assimilate themselves to the victor in the use and style of dress, mounts, and weapons, indeed, in everything. In this connection, one may compare how children constantly imitate their fathers. They do that only because they see perfection in them. One may also compare how almost everywhere people are dominated, in fashion, by the dress of the militia and the government forces, because they are ruled by them. This goes so far that a nation dominated by another, neighboring nation will show a great deal of assimilation and imitation. At this time, this is the case in Spain. The Spaniards are found to assimilate themselves to the Galician nations in their dress, their emblems, and most of their customs and conditions. This goes so far that they even draw pictures on the walls and have them in buildings and houses. The intelligent observer will draw from this the conclusion that it is a sign of being dominated by others. In this light, one should understand the secret of the saying, "The common people follow the religion of the ruler." This saying belongs to the subject under discussion. The ruler dominates those under him. His subjects imitate him, because they see perfection in him, exactly as children imitate their parents, or students their teachers. God is wise and all-knowing. 23. A nation that has been defeated and has come under the rule of another nation will quickly perish. The reason for this may possibly lie in the apathy that comes over people when they lose control of their own affairs and, through enslavement, become the instrument of others and dependent upon them. Hope diminishes and weakens. Now, propagation and an increase in civilization, population, take place only as the result of strong hope and of the energy that hope creates in the animal powers of man. When hope and the things it stimulates are gone through apathy, and when group feeling has disappeared under the impact of defeat, civilization decreases and business and other activities stop. With their strength dwindling under the impact of defeat, people become unable to defend themselves. They become the victims of anyone who tries to dominate them, and a prey to anyone who has the appetite. It makes no difference whether they have already reached the limit of their royal authority or not. Here, we possibly learn another secret, namely, that man is a natural leader by virtue of the fact that he has been made a representative of God on earth. When a leader is deprived of his leadership and prevented from exercising all his powers, he becomes apathetic, even down to such matters as food and drink. This is in the human character. A similar observation may be made with regard to beasts of prey. They do not cohabit when they are in human captivity. The group that has lost control of its own affairs thus continues to weaken and to disintegrate until it perishes. God alone endures. This may be illustrated by the Persian nation. In the past, the Persians filled the world with their great numbers. When their military force was annihilated by the Arabs, they were still very numerous. It is said that Said Abi waked counted the population beyond Ctesiphon. It numbered 137,000, including 37,000 heads of families. But when the Persians came under the rule of the Arabs and were subjugated, they lasted only a short while and were wiped out as if they had never been. One should not think that this was the result of some persecution or aggression perpetrated against them. The rule of Islam is known for its justice. Such disintegration is in human nature. It happens when people lose control of their own affairs and become the instrument of someone else. Therefore, the Negro nations are, as a rule, submissive to slavery, because Negroes have little that is, essentially, human and possess attributes that are quite similar to those of dumb animals, as we have stated. 24 Bedouins can gain control only over flat territory. On account of their savage nature, the Bedouins are people who plunder and cause damage. They plunder whatever they are able to lay their hands on without having to fight or to expose themselves to danger. They then retreat to their pastures in the desert. They do not attack or fight except in self-defense. Every stronghold or locality that seems difficult to attack, they bypass in favor of some less difficult enterprise. Tribes that are protected by inaccessible mountains are safe from their mischief and destructiveness. The Bedouins would not cross hills or undergo hardship and danger in order to get to them. Flat territory, on the other hand, falls victim to their looting and prey to their appetite whenever they can gain power over it, when there is no militia, or when the dynasty is weak. Then they raid, plunder, and attack that territory repeatedly, because it is easily accessible to them. Eventually, its inhabitants succumb utterly to the Bedouins and then are pushed around by them in accordance with changes of control and shifts in leadership. Eventually, their civilization is wiped out. God has power over his creatures. 25 places that succumb to the Bedouins are quickly ruined. The reason for this is that the Bedouins are a savage nation, fully accustomed to savagery and the things that cause it. Savagery has become their character and nature. They enjoy it, because it means freedom from authority and no subservience to leadership. Such a natural disposition is the negation and antithesis of civilization. All the customary activities of the Bedouins lead to wandering and movement. This is the antithesis and negation of stationariness, which produces civilization. For instance, they need stones to set them up as supports for their cooking pots. So, they take them from buildings which they tear down to get the stones, and use them for that purpose. Wood, too, is needed by them for props for their tents and for use as tent poles for their dwellings. So, they tear down roofs to get the wood for that purpose. The very nature of their existence is the negation of building, which is the basis of civilization. This is the case with them quite generally. Furthermore, it is their nature to plunder whatever other people possess. Their sustenance lies wherever the shadow of their lances falls. They recognize no limit in taking the possessions of other people. Whenever their eyes fall upon some property, furnishings, or utensils, they take them. When they acquire superiority and royal authority, they have complete power to plunder, as they please. There no longer exists any political power to protect property, and civilization is ruined. Furthermore, since they use force to make craftsmen and professional workers do their work, they do not see any value in it and do not pay them for it. Now, labor is the real basis of profit. When labor is not appreciated and is done for nothing, the hope for profit vanishes, and no productive work is done. The sedentary population disperses, and civilization decays. Furthermore, the Bedouins are not concerned with laws, or with deterring people from misdeeds or with protecting some against others. They care only for the property that they might take away from people through looting and imposts. When they have obtained that, they have no interest in anything further, such as taking care of people, looking after their interests, or forcing them not to commit misdeeds. They often impose fines on property, because they want to get some advantage, some tax or profit out of it. This is their custom. It does not help to prevent misdeeds or to deter those who undertake to commit them. On the contrary, it increases misdeeds, because as compared to getting what one wants, the possible financial loss through fines is insignificant. Under the rule of Bedouins, their subjects live as in a state of anarchy, without law. Anarchy destroys mankind and ruins civilization, since, as we have stated, the existence of royal authority is a natural quality of man. It alone guarantees their existence and social organization. Furthermore, every Bedouin is eager to be the leader. There is scarcely one among them who would cede his power to another, even to his father, his brother, or the eldest member of his family. That happens only in rare cases and under pressure of considerations of decency. There are numerous authorities and amirs among them. The subjects have to obey many masters in connection with the control of taxation and law. Civilization decays and is wiped out. It is noteworthy how civilization always collapsed in places the Bedouins took over and conquered, and how such settlements were depopulated and laid in ruin. The Yemen where Bedouins live is in ruins, except for a few cities. Persian civilization in the Arab Iraq is likewise completely ruined. The same applies to contemporary Syria. Formerly, the whole region between the Sudan and the Mediterranean was settled. This is attested to by the relics of civilization there, such as monuments, architectural sculpture, and the visible remains of villages and hamlets. 26 Bedouins can acquire royal authority only by making use of some religious coloring, such as prophethood, or sainthood, or some great religious event in general. The reason for this is that because of their savagery, the Bedouins are the least willing of nations to subordinate themselves to each other, as they are rude, proud, ambitious, and eager to be the leaders. Their individual aspirations rarely coincide. But when there is religion, among them, through prophethood or sainthood, then they have some restraining influence in themselves. The qualities of haughtiness and jealousy leave them. It is, then, easy for them to subordinate themselves and to unite, as a social organization. This is achieved by the common religion they now have. It causes rudeness and pride to disappear and exercises a restraining influence on their mutual envy and jealousy. When there is a prophet or saint among them, who calls upon them to fulfill the commands of God, rids them of blameworthy qualities, and causes them to adopt praiseworthy ones, and who prompts them to concentrate all their strength in order to make the truth prevail, they become fully united and acquire superiority and royal authority. Besides, no people are as quick to accept religious truth and right guidance, because their natures have been preserved free from distorted habits and uncontaminated by base qualities. The only difficulty lies in the quality of savagery, which, however, is easily taken care of and which is ready to admit good qualities, as it has remained in its first natural state, remote from the ugly customs and bad habits that leave their impress upon the soul. 27 The Bedouins are of all nations the one most remote from royal leadership. The reason for this is that the Bedouins are more rooted in desert life and penetrate deeper into the desert than any other nation. They have less need of the products and grain of the hills, because they are used to a tough, hard life. Therefore, they can dispense with other people. It is difficult for them to subordinate themselves to each other, because they are not used to any control, and because they are in a state of savagery. Their leader needs them mostly for the group spirit that is necessary for purposes of defense. He is, therefore, forced to rule them kindly and to avoid antagonizing them. Otherwise, he would have trouble with the group spirit, resulting in his undoing and theirs. Royal leadership and government, on the other hand, require the leader to exercise a restraining influence by force. If not, his leadership would not last. Furthermore, it is the nature of the Bedouins not only to appropriate the possessions of other people but, beyond that, to refrain from arbitrating among them and to fail to keep them from fighting each other. When they have taken possession of a nation, they make it the goal of their rule to profit from their position by taking away the property of the members of that nation. They often punish crimes by fines on property, in their desire to increase the tax revenues and to obtain some pecuniary advantage. That is no deterrent. It is often an incentive to it, in view of the fact that incentives to commit misdeeds may be very strong, and that, in the opinion of the criminal, payment of a fine is insignificant, weighed against getting what he wants. Thus, misdeeds increase, and civilization is ruined. A nation dominated by the Bedouins is in a state no different from anarchy, where everybody is set against the others. Such a civilization cannot last and goes quickly to ruin, as would be the case in a state of anarchy, as we have mentioned before. The Bedouins are by nature remote from royal leadership. They attain it once their nature has undergone a complete transformation under the influence of some religious coloring that wipes out all such qualities, and causes the Bedouins to have a restraining influence on themselves and to keep people apart from each other. This is illustrated by the Arab dynasty in Islam. Religion cemented their leadership with the religious law and its ordinances, which, explicitly and implicitly, are concerned with what is good for civilization. The caliphs succeeded one another. As a result, the royal authority and government of the Arabs became great and strong. Later on, the Arabs were cut off from the dynasty for generations. They neglected religion. Thus, they forgot political leadership and returned to their desert. They were ignorant of the connection of their group feeling with the people of the ruling dynasty, because subservience and lawful government had become strange to them. They became once again as savage as they had been before. The epithet royal was no longer applicable to them, except in so far as it applied to the caliphs who were Arab by race. When the caliphate disappeared and was wiped out, governmental power passed altogether out of their hands. Non-Arabs took over their power, and they remained as Bedouins in the desert, ignorant of royal authority and political leadership. Most Arabs do not even know that they possessed royal authority in the past, or that no nation had ever exercised such sweeping royal authority as had their race. The dynasties of Ad and Tamid, the Amalekites, the Imyar, and the Tubas testify to that statement, and then, there was the Mu'ar dynasty in Islam, the Umayyads and the Abbasids. But when the Arabs forgot their religion, they no longer had any connection with political leadership, and they returned to their desert origins. At times, they achieve superiority over weak dynasties, as is the case in the contemporary Maghreb. But their domination leads only to the ruin of the civilization they conquer, as we have stated before. 28 desert tribes and groups are dominated by the urban population. We have said before that desert civilization is inferior to urban civilization, because not all the necessities of civilization are to be found among the people of the desert. They do have some agriculture at home but do not possess the materials that belong to it, most of which depend on crafts. They do not have any carpenters, tailors, blacksmiths, or others, who would provide them with the necessities required for making a living in agriculture and other things. Likewise, they do not have coined money. They have the equivalent of it in harvested grain, in animals and in animal products such as milk, wool, camels, hair, and hides, which the urban population needs and pays the Bedouins money for. However, while the Bedouins, need the cities for their necessities of life, the urban population needs, the Bedouins, for conveniences and luxuries. Thus, as long as they live in the desert and have not acquired royal authority and control of the cities, the Bedouins need the inhabitants of the latter. They must be active in behalf of their interests and obey them whenever the cities ask and demand obedience from them. When there is a ruler in the city, the submissiveness and obedience of the Bedouins is the result of the ruler's superiority. When there is no ruler in the city, some political leadership and control by some of the inhabitants over the remainder must, of necessity, exist there. If not, the civilization of the city would be wiped out. Such a leader makes the Bedouins obey him and exert themselves in behalf of his interests. He does so either by persuasion, in that he distributes money among them and lets them have the necessities they need from his city, which enables their civilization to subsist, or, if he has the power to do so, he forces them to obey him, even if he has to cause discord among them so as to get the support of one party, with the help of which he will then be able to overcome the remainder and thus force the others to obey him, since they fear the decay of their civilization as the result of the unstable situation. These Bedouins often cannot leave particular districts and go to other regions, because all of them are already inhabited by other Bedouins who usurped them and kept others out of them. They have, therefore, no hope of survival except by being obedient to the city. Thus, they are of necessity dominated by the urban population. Chapter 3. On dynasties, royal authority, the caliphate, government ranks, and all that goes with these things. The chapter contains basic and supplementary propositions. 1. Royal authority and large-scale dynastic power are attained only through a group and group feeling. This is because aggressive and defensive strength is obtained only through group feeling, which means affection and willingness to fight and die for each other. Now, royal authority is a noble and enjoyable position. It comprises all the good things of the world, the pleasures of the body, and the joys of the soul. Therefore, there is, as a rule, great competition for it. It rarely is handed over, voluntarily, but it may be taken away. Thus, discord ensues. It leads to war and fighting, and to attempts to gain superiority. Nothing of all this comes about except through group feeling, as we have also mentioned. This situation is not at all understood by the great mass. They forget it, because they have forgotten the time when the dynasty first became established. They have grown up in settled areas for a long time. They have lived there for successive generations. Thus, they know nothing about what took place with God's help at the beginning of the dynasty. They merely notice that the coloring of the men of the dynasty is determined, that people have submitted to them, and that group feeling is no longer needed to establish their power. They do not know how it was at the beginning and what difficulties had to be overcome by the founder. The inhabitants of Spain especially have forgotten group feeling and its influence, because so long a time has passed, and because as a rule they have no need of the power of group feeling, since their country has been annihilated and is depleted of tribal groups. 2. When a dynasty is firmly established, it can dispense with group feeling. The reason for this is that people find it difficult to submit to general dynastic power at the beginning, unless they are forced into submission by strong superiority. The new government is something strange. People are not familiar with, or used to, its rule. But once leadership is firmly vested in the members of the family qualified to exercise royal authority in the dynasty, and once royal authority has been passed on by inheritance over many generations and through successive dynasties, the beginnings are forgotten, and the members of that family are clearly marked as leaders. It has become a firmly established article of faith that one must be subservient and submissive to them. People will fight with them in their behalf, as they would fight for the articles of faith. By this time, the rulers will not need much group feeling to maintain their power. It is as if obedience to the government were a divinely revealed book that cannot be changed or opposed. The rulers maintain their hold over the government and their own dynasty with the help, then, either of clients and followers who grew up in the shadow and power of group feeling, or of tribal groups of a different descent who have become their clients. Something of the sort happened to the Abbasids. The group feeling of the Arabs had been destroyed by the time of the reign of Al-Mutasim and his son, Al-Wadiq. They tried to maintain their hold over the government thereafter with the help of Persian, Turkish, Daylam I Saljuk, and other clients. Then, the non-Arabs and their clients gained power over the provinces of the realm. The influence of the dynasty grew smaller, and no longer extended beyond the environs of Baghdad. Eventually, the Daylam closed in upon and took possession of that area. The caliphs were ruled by them. Then, the Daylam, in turn, lost control. The Saljuks seized power after the Daylam, and the caliphs were ruled by them. Then, the Saljuks, in turn, lost control. Finally, the Tatars closed in. They killed the caliph and wiped out every vestige of the dynasty. The same happened to the Umayyad dynasty in Spain. When its Arab group feeling was destroyed, small princes seized power and divided the territory among themselves. In competition with each other, they distributed among themselves the realm of the Umayyad dynasty. Each one of them seized the territory under his control and aggrandized himself. These rulers learned of the relations that existed between the non-Arabs in the east and the Abbasids. Imitating them, they adopted royal surnames and used royal trappings. There was no danger that anyone would take the prerogatives they claimed away from them or alter the situation in this respect, because Spain was no longer the home of groups and tribes. They tried to maintain their power with the help of clients and followers and with that of the Zenata and other Berber tribes which infiltrated Spain from the African shore. They imitated the way the Umayyad dynasty in its last stages had tried to maintain its power with their help. These newcomers founded large states. Each one of them had control over a section of Spain. They also had a large share of royal authority, corresponding to that of the dynasty they had divided up. They thus remained in power until the Almoravids, who shared in the strong Lamtuna group feeling, crossed the sea. The latter came and replaced and dislodged them from their centers. They obliterated all traces of the small princes, who were unable to defend themselves because they had no longer any group feeling. 3 members of a royal family may be able to found a dynasty that can dispense with group feeling. This is because the group feeling in which a member of a royal family shares may have much power over nations and races, and the inhabitants of remote regions who support his power may be obedient to that family and submissive. So, when such a person secedes, leaving the seat of his rule and the home of his might, and joins those inhabitants of remote regions, they adopt him. They support his rule and help him. They take care of establishing his dynasty on a firm basis. They hope that he will be confirmed in his family rights, and take the power away from his kinsmen. They do not desire to share in any way in his rule, as they subject themselves to his group feeling and submit to the coloring of material superiority firmly belonging to him and his people. They believe, as in an article of faith, in being obedient to him and his people. Were they to desire to share his rule with him or to rule without him, the earth would be shaken. Point 1. 4 dynasties of wide power and large royal authority have their origin in religion based either on prophethood or on truthful propaganda. This is because royal authority results from superiority. Superiority results from group feeling. Only by God's help in establishing his religion do individual desires come together in agreement to press their claims, and hearts become united. The secret of this is that when hearts succumb to false desires and are inclined toward the world, mutual jealousy and widespread differences arise. When they are turned toward the truth and reject the world and whatever is false, and advance toward God, they become one in their outlook. Jealousy disappears. Mutual cooperation and support flourish. As a result, the extent of the state widens, and the dynasty grows, as we shall explain now. 5. Religious propaganda gives a dynasty at its beginning another power in addition to that of the group feeling it possessed as the result of the number of its supporters. As we have mentioned before, the reason for this is that religious coloring does away with mutual jealousy and envy among people who share in a group feeling, and causes concentration upon the truth. When people come to have the right insight into their affairs, nothing can withstand them, because their outlook is one and their object one of common accord. They are willing to die for their objectives. The members of the dynasty they attack may be many times as numerous as they. But their purposes differ, inasmuch as they are false purposes, and the people of the worldly dynasty come to abandon each other, since they are afraid of death. Therefore, they do not offer resistance to the people with the religious coloring, even if they themselves are more numerous. They are overpowered by them and quickly wiped out, as a result of the luxury and humbleness existing among them, as we have mentioned before. This happened to the Arabs at the beginning of Islam during the Muslim conquests. The armies of the Muslims at Al-Qadisiyah and at the Yarmouk numbered some 30,000 in each case, while the Persian troops at Al-Qadisiyah numbered 120,000, and the troops of Heraclius, according to Al-Waqidi, 400,000. Neither of the two parties was able to withstand the Arabs, who routed them and seized what they possessed. This can also be illustrated by the situation existing at the time, when the religious coloring changes and is destroyed. The power of the ruling dynasty is then wiped out. Superiority exists then merely in proportion to the existing group feeling, without the additional power of religion. As a result, the dynasty is overpowered by those groups, up to this time, under its control, that are equal or superior to it in strength. It had formerly overpowered the groups that had a stronger group feeling and were more deeply rooted in desert life, with the help of the additional power that religion had given it. 6. Religious propaganda cannot materialize without group feeling. This is because every mass, political, undertaking by necessity requires group feeling. This is indicated in Muhammad's saying, God sent no prophet who did not enjoy the protection of his people. If this was the case with the prophets, who are among human beings those most likely to perform wonders, one would expect it to apply, all the more so to others. One cannot expect them to be able to work the wonder of achieving superiority without group feeling. To this chapter belong cases of revolutionaries from among the common people and of jurists who undertake to reform evil practices. Many religious people who follow the ways of religion come to revolt against unjust amirs. They call for a change in, and prohibition of, evil practices. They hope for a divine reward for what they do. They gain many followers and sympathizers among the great mass of the people, but they risk being killed, and most of them actually do perish in consequence of their activities as sinners, unrewarded, because God had not destined them for such activities. He commands such activities to be undertaken only where there exists the power to bring them to a successful conclusion. Muhammad said, "Should one of you see evil activities, he should change them with his hand. If he cannot do that, he should change them with his tongue. And if he cannot do that, he should change them with his heart." Rulers and dynasties are strongly entrenched. Their foundations can be undermined and destroyed only through strong efforts backed by the group feeling of tribes and families, as we have mentioned before. Similarly, prophets in their religious propaganda depended on groups and families, though they were the ones who could have been supported by God with anything in existence, if he had wished, but in his wisdom he permitted matters to take their customary course. If someone who is on the right path were to attempt religious reforms in this way, his isolation would keep him from gaining the support of group feeling, and he would perish. If someone merely pretends to achieve religious reforms in order to gain political leadership, he deserves to be hampered by obstacles and to fall victim to perdition. Religious reforms are a divine matter that materializes only with God's pleasure and support, through sincere devotion for him and in view of good intentions toward the Muslims. No Muslim, no person of insight, could doubt this. Many deluded individuals took it upon themselves to establish the truth. They did not know that they would need group feeling for that. They did not realize how their enterprise must necessarily end and what they would come to. Towards such people it is necessary to adopt one of the following courses. One may either treat them, if they are insane, or one may punish them either by execution or beatings when they cause trouble, or one may ridicule them and treat them as buffoons. At the beginning of this century, a man known as Al-Abbas appeared among the Gumara. The lowest among the stupid and imbecile members of those tribes followed his blood herring. He marched on Badis, one of the Gumara cities, and entered it by force. He was then killed, 40 days after the start of his mission. He perished like those before him. There are many similar cases. Their mistake is that they disregard the significance of group feeling, for success, in such matters. If deceit is involved, it is better that such a person should not succeed and be made to pay for his crime. 7. Each dynasty has a certain amount of provinces and lands, and no more. The reason for this is that the group to which a given dynasty belongs and the people who support and establish it, must of necessity be distributed over the provinces and border regions which they reach and take into possession. Only thus is it possible to protect them against enemies and to enforce the laws of the dynasty relative to the collection of taxes, restrictions, and other things. When the various groups have spread over the border regions and provinces, their numbers are necessarily exhausted. This, then, is the time when the territory of the dynasty has reached its farthest extension, where the border regions form a belt around the center of the realm. If the dynasty then undertakes to expand beyond its holdings, its widening territory remains without military protection and is laid open to any chance attack by enemy or neighbor. This has the detrimental result for the dynasty of the creation of boldness toward it and of diminished respect for it. If the group is a very large one and its numbers are not exhausted when distributed over border regions and territories, the dynasty retains the strength to go beyond the limit, so far reached, until its expansion has gone as far as possible. The natural reason for this situation lies in the fact that the power of group feeling is one of the natural powers. Any power resulting in any kind of action must proceed in its action in such manner. A dynasty is stronger at its center than it is at its border regions. When it has reached its farthest expansion, it becomes too weak and incapable to go any farther. This may be compared to light rays that spread from their centers, or to circles that widen over the surface of the water when something strikes it. When the dynasty becomes senile and weak, it begins to crumble at its extremities. The center remains intact until God permits the destruction of the whole dynasty. Then, the center is destroyed. But when a dynasty is overrun from the center, it is of no avail to it that the outlying areas remain intact. It dissolves all at once. The center is like the heart from which the vital spirit spreads. Were the heart to be overrun and captured, all the extremities would be rooted. This may be observed in the Persian dynasty. Its center was Al-Madain, Ctesiphon. When the Muslims took over Al-Madain, the whole Persian Empire dissolved. Possession of the outlying provinces of the realm was of no avail to Yazdjard. Conversely, the center of the Byzantine dynasty in Syria was in Constantinople. When the Muslims took Syria away from the Byzantines, the latter repaired to their center in Constantinople. The loss of Syria did not harm them. Their rule continued there without interruption until God permitted it to be ended. Another example is the situation of the Arabs at the beginning of Islam. Since they were a very large group, they very quickly overran neighboring Syria, Iraq, and Egypt. Then, they penetrated western India, as Sind, Abyssinia, Ifriqiya, and the Maghreb, and later Spain. Their numbers were exhausted by that expansion. No further conquests could be made by them, and the Muslim empire reached its farthest extension. The situation of later dynasties was the same. Each dynasty depended on the numerical strength of its supporters. When its numbers were exhausted through expansion, no further conquest or extension of power was possible. This is how God proceeds with his creatures. 8. The greatness of a dynasty, the extent of its territory, and the length of its duration depend upon the numerical strength of its supporters. The reason for this is that royal authority exists only through group feeling. Representatives of group feeling are the militiamen who settle in the provinces and territories of the dynasty and are spread over them. The more numerous the tribes and groups of a large dynasty are, the stronger and larger are its provinces and lands. Their royal authority, therefore, is wider. An example of this was the Muslim dynasty when God united the power of the Arabs in Islam. The number of Muslims who participated in the raid against Tabuk, the Prophet's last raid, was 110,000 mu'er and can horsemen and foot soldiers. That number was augmented by those who became Muslims after the raid, and down to the time of the Prophet's death. When all these people then set out to seek for themselves the royal authority held by other nations, there was no protection against them or refuge. They were allowed to take possession of the realms of the Persians and the Byzantines, who were the greatest dynasties in the world at that time, as well as the realms of the Turks in the east, of the European Christians and Berbers in the west, Maghreb, and of the Goths in Spain. They went from the Ij to As-Sus in the far west, and from the Yemen to the Turks in the farthest north. They gained possession of all 7 zones. Thus, the expansion and power of a dynasty correspond to the numerical strength of those who obtain superiority at the beginning of the rule. The length of its duration also depends upon it. The life of anything that comes into being depends upon the strength of its temper. The temper of dynasties is based upon group feeling. If the group feeling is strong, the dynasty's temper likewise is strong, and its life of long duration. Group feeling, in turn, depends on numerical strength. The real reason why large dynasties last longer is that when collapse comes, it begins in the outlying regions, and the large dynasty has many such provinces far from its center. Each defection that occurs necessarily requires a certain time. The time required for collapse will be long in such cases, because there are many provinces, each of which collapses in its own good time. The duration of a large dynasty, therefore, is long. This may be observed in the Arab Muslim dynasty. It lasted the longest of all Muslim dynasties, counting both the Abbasids in the center and the Umayyads far away in Spain. Their rule collapsed only after the 4th–10th century. Thus, the life of a dynasty depends upon the number of its supporters. 9. A dynasty rarely establishes itself firmly in lands with many different tribes and groups. This is because of differences in opinions and desires. Behind each opinion and desire, there is a group feeling defending it. At any time, therefore, there is much opposition to a dynasty and rebellion against it, even if the dynasty possesses group feeling, because each group feeling under the control of the ruling dynasty thinks that it has in itself enough strength and power. One may compare what has happened in this connection in Afriqiya and the Maghreb from the beginning of Islam to the present time. The inhabitants of those lands are Berber tribes and groups. The first, Muslim, victory over them and the European Christians, in the Maghreb, was of no avail. They continued to rebel and apostatize time after time. The Muslims massacred many of them. After the Muslim religion had been established among them, they went on revolting and seceding, and they adopted dissident religious opinions many times. They remained disobedient and unmanageable. The Iraq at that time was different, and so was Syria. The militia there consisted of Persians and Byzantines respectively. All the inhabitants were a mixed lot of town and city dwellers. When the Muslims deprived them of their power, there remained no one capable of making a defense or of offering opposition. The Berber tribes in the west are innumerable. All of them are Bedouins and members of groups and families. Whenever one tribe is destroyed, another takes its place and is as refractory and rebellious as the former one had been. Therefore, it has taken the Arabs a long time to establish their dynasty in the land of Afriqiya and the Maghrib. In the age of the Israelites, the same was the case in Syria, where there existed a very large number of tribes with a great variety of group feelings, such as the tribes of Palestine and Canaan, the children of Esau, the Midianites, the children of Lot, the Edomites, the Armenians, the Amalekites, Girgashites, and the Nabateans from the Jazirat and Mosul. Therefore, it was difficult for the Israelites to establish their dynasty firmly. Time after time, their royal authority was endangered. The spirit of opposition in the country communicated itself to the Israelites. They opposed their own government and revolted against it. They thus never had a continuous and firmly established royal authority. Eventually they were overpowered, first by the Persians, then by the Greeks, and finally by the Romans, when their power came to an end in the diaspora. On the other hand, it is easy to establish a dynasty in lands that are free from group feelings. Government there will be a tranquil affair, because rebellions are few, and the dynasty there does not need much group feeling. This is the case in contemporary Egypt and Syria. They are free from tribes and group feelings. Indeed, one would never suspect that Syria had once been a mine of them, as we have stated. Royal authority in Egypt is most peaceful and firmly rooted, because Egypt has few dissidents or people who represent tribal groups. Egypt has a sultan and subjects. Its ruling dynasty consists of the Turkish rulers and their groups. They succeed each other in power, and the rule circulates among them, passing from one branch to another. The caliphate belongs in name to an Abbasid, a descendant of the Abbasid caliphs of Baghdad. The same is the case in contemporary Spain. 10. By its very nature, royal authority claims all glory for itself and goes in for luxury and prefers tranquility and peace. As to claiming all glory for itself, this is because, as we have mentioned before, royal authority exists through group feeling. Group feeling is something composite that results from amalgamating many groups, one of which is stronger than all the others. Thus, a group feeling is able to overcome and gain power over all the others, and, eventually, brings them all under its sway. In this way, social organization and superiority over men and dynasties come about. The secret here is that a group feeling extending over the entire tribe corresponds to the temper in the things that come into being. Temper is the product of the mingling of the elements. When the elements are combined in equal proportions, no mixing can take place. One element must be superior to the others, and when it exercises its superiority over them, mixing occurs. In the same way, one of the various tribal group feelings must be superior to all, in order to be able to bring them together, to unite them, and to weld them into one group feeling comprising all the various groups. All the various groups are then under the influence of the superior group feeling. This highest group feeling can go only to people who have a house and leadership among the tribe. One of those people must be the leader who has superiority over them. He is singled out as leader of all the various group feelings, because he is superior to all the others by birth. When he is singled out for leadership, he is too proud to let others share in his leadership and control or to let them participate in it, because the qualities of haughtiness and pride are innate in animal nature. Thus, he develops the quality of egotism, innate in human beings. Moreover, politics requires that only one person exercise control. Were various persons, liable to differ among each other, to exercise it, destruction of the whole could result. Thus, the aspirations of the various group feelings are blunted. People become tame and do not aspire to share with the leader in the exercise of control. Their group feeling is forced to refrain from such aspirations. The leader takes charge all by himself, as far as possible. Eventually, he leaves no part in his authority to anyone else. He thus claims all the glory for himself and does not permit the people to share in it. This may come to pass already with the first ruler of a dynasty, or it may come to pass only with the second or the third, depending on the resistance and strength of the various group feelings, but it is something unavoidable in a dynasty. As to going in for luxury, this is because, when a nation has gained the upper hand and taken possession of the holdings of its predecessors who had royal authority, its prosperity and well-being grow. People become accustomed to a great number of things. From the necessities of life and a life of austerity, they progress to the luxuries and a life of comfort and beauty. They come to adopt the customs and enjoy the conditions of their predecessors. Luxuries require development of the customs necessary to produce them. People then also tend toward luxury in food, clothing, furnishings and household goods. They take pride in such things, envy with other nations in delicacies, gorgeous raiment, and fine mounts. Every new generation wants to surpass the preceding one in this respect, and so it goes right down to the end of the dynasty. The larger the realm ruled by a dynasty, the greater is the share of its people in these luxuries. The limit eventually to be reached is set for a particular dynasty by its own power and by the customs of its predecessors. As to preferring tranquility and peace, this is because a nation acquires royal authority only by pressing its claims, having in mind the purpose of obtaining superiority and royal authority. When this purpose is accomplished, all efforts cease. When people have acquired royal authority, they no longer do the tiresome chores they had been used to undertake while still in search of it. They prefer rest and quiet and tranquility. Now they seek to enjoy the fruits of royal authority, such as buildings, dwellings, and clothing. They build castles and install running water. They plant gardens and enjoy life. They take pride in clothing, food, household goods, and furnishings, as much as possible. They get used to this attitude and pass it on to later generations. It continues to grow in their midst, until God permits His command to be executed. 11. When the natural tendencies of royal authority to claim all glory for itself and to acquire luxury and tranquility have been firmly established, the dynasty approaches senility. This can be explained in several ways. First, as we have stated, royal authority, by its very nature, must claim all glory for itself. As long as glory was the common property of the group, and all members of the group made an identical effort, their aspirations to gain the upper hand over others and to defend their own possessions were expressed in exemplary unruliness and lack of restraint. They all aimed at fame. Therefore, they considered death encountered in pursuit of glory sweet, and they preferred annihilation to the loss of glory. Now, however, when one of them claims all glory for himself, he treats the others severely and holds them in check. Further, he excludes them from possessing property and appropriates it for himself. People, thus, become too lazy to care for fame. They become dispirited and come to love humbleness and servitude. The next generation grows up in this condition. They consider their allowances the government's payment to them for military service and support. No other thought occurs to them, but, a person would rarely hire himself out to sacrifice his life. This situation debilitates the dynasty and undermines its strength. Its group feeling decays because the people who represent the group feeling have lost their energy. As a result, the dynasty progresses toward weakness and senility. Second, as we have said before, royal authority by its very nature requires luxury. People get accustomed to a great number of things. Their expenses are higher than their allowances and their income is not sufficient to pay for their expenditure. Those who are poor perish. Spendthrifts squander their income on luxuries. This condition becomes aggravated in the later generations. Eventually, all their income cannot pay for the luxuries and other things they have become used to. They grow needy. When their rulers urge them to defray the costs of raids and wars, they cannot get around it. Therefore, the rulers impose penalties on the people, and deprive many of them of their property, either by appropriating it for themselves or by handing it over to their own children and supporters in the dynasty. In that way, they make the people too weak to keep their own affairs going, and their weakness then recoils upon the ruler and weakens him. Also, when luxury increases in a dynasty and people's income becomes insufficient for their needs and expenses, the ruler, that is, the government, must increase their allowances in order to tide them over and remedy their unsound condition. The amount of tax revenue, however, is a fixed one. It neither increases nor decreases. When it is increased by new customs duties, the amount to be collected as a result of the increase has fixed limits, and cannot be increased again. And when the tax revenues must go to pay for recently increased allowances that had to be increased for everybody in view of new luxuries and great expenditure, the militia decreases in number from what it had been before the increase in allowances. 1. Luxury, meanwhile, is still on the increase. As a result, allowances become larger, and the militia decreases in number. This happens a third and a fourth time. Eventually, the army is reduced to the smallest possible size. The result is that the military defense of the dynasty is weakened and the power of the dynasty declines. Neighboring dynasties, or groups and tribes under the control of the dynasty itself, become bold and attack it, and God permits it to suffer the destruction that He has destined for His creatures. Furthermore, luxury corrupts the character, through luxury the soul acquiring diverse kinds of evil and sophisticated customs, as will be mentioned in the section on sedentary culture. People lose the good qualities that were a sign and indication of royal authority. They adopt the contrary bad qualities. This points toward retrogression and ruin, according to the way God has planned for His creatures in this connection. The dynasty shows symptoms of dissolution and disintegration. It becomes affected by the chronic diseases of senility and finally dies. Third, as we have mentioned, royal authority, by its very nature, requires tranquility. When people become accustomed to tranquility and rest and adopt them as character traits, they become part of their nature. This is the case with all the things to which one grows accustomed. The new generations grow up in comfort and the ease of luxury and tranquility. The trait of savagery, that former generations had possessed, undergoes transformation. They forget the customs of desert life that enabled them to achieve royal authority, such as great energy, the habit of rapacity, and the ability to travel in the wilderness and find one's way in waste regions. No difference remains between them and ordinary city dwellers, except for their fighting skill and emblems. Their military defense weakens, their energy is lost, and their strength is undermined. The evil effects of this situation on the dynasty show themselves in the form of senility. People, meanwhile, continue to adopt ever newer forms of luxury and sedentary culture and of peace, tranquility, and softness in all their conditions, and to sink ever deeper into them. They thus become estranged from desert life and desert toughness. Gradually, they lose more and more of the old virtues. They forget the quality of bravery that was their protection and defense. Eventually, they come to depend upon some other militia, if they have one. An example of this is the nations whose history is available in the books you have. What I have said will be found to be correct and admitting of no doubt. In a dynasty affected by senility as the result of luxury and rest, it sometimes happens that the ruler chooses helpers and partisans from groups not related to the ruling dynasty but used to toughness. He uses them as an army which will be better able to suffer the hardships of wars, hunger, and privation. This could prove a cure for the senility of the dynasty when it comes, but only until God permits His command regarding the dynasty to be executed. That was what happened to the Turkish dynasty in the East. Most members of its army were Turkish clients. The rulers then chose horsemen and soldiers from among the white slaves, Mamluks, who were brought to them. They were more eager to fight and better able to suffer privations than the children of the earlier white slaves who had grown up in easy circumstances as a ruling class in the shadow of the government. The same was the case with the Almohad dynasty in Afriqiyat. Their rulers often selected their armies from the Zenata and the Arabs. They used many of them, and disregarded their own people who had become used to luxury. Thus, the dynasty obtained another, new life, unaffected by senility. 12 dynasties have a natural lifespan like individuals. In the opinion of physicians and astrologers, the natural lifespan of individuals is 120 years, that is, the period astrologers call the Great Lunar Year. Within the same generation, the duration of life differs according to the conjunctions. It may be either more or less than 120 years. The lifespan of persons who are under some particular conjunction will be a full 100 years. Of others, it will be 50 or 80 or 70 years, accordingly as the indications of conjunctions noted by these observers may require. The life of a Muslim lasts between 60 and 70 years. The natural lifespan of 120 years is surpassed only on the occasion of rare configurations and extraordinary positions on the firmament. Such was the case with Noah and with a few among the peoples of Ad and Thamud. The same applies to the lifespan of dynasties. Their duration may differ according to the conjunctions. However, as a rule no dynasty lasts beyond the lifespan of 3 generations. 1 A generation is identical with the average duration of the life of a single individual, namely, 40 years, the time required for growth to be completed and maturity reached. Our statement is confirmed by the significance of the 40-year sojourn of the children of Israel in the desert. Those 40 years were intended to bring about the disappearance of the generation then alive and the growth of another generation, one that had not witnessed and felt the humiliation in Egypt. This is proof of the assumption that 40 years, which is identical with the average life of a single individual, must be considered the duration of a generation. We have stated that the life of a dynasty does not as a rule extend beyond 3 generations. The first generation retains the desert qualities, desert toughness, and desert savagery. Its members are used to privation and to sharing their glory with each other. They are brave and rapacious. Therefore, the strength of group feeling continues to be preserved among them. They are sharp and greatly feared. People submit to them. Under the influence of royal authority and a life of ease, the second generation changes from the desert attitude to sedentary culture, from privation to luxury and plenty, from a state in which everybody shared in the glory to one in which one man claims all the glory for himself while the others are too lazy to strive for glory, and from proud superiority to humble subservience. Thus, the vigor of group feeling is broken to some extent. People become used to lowliness and obedience. But many of the old virtues remain in them, because they had had direct personal contact with the first generation and its conditions, and had observed with their own eyes its prowess and striving for glory and its intention to protect and defend itself. They cannot give all of it up at once, although a good deal of it may go. They live in hope that the conditions that existed in the first generation may come back, or they live under the illusion that those conditions still exist. The third generation, then, has, completely, forgotten the period of desert life and toughness, as if it had never existed. They have lost the taste for the sweetness of fame and for group feeling, because they are dominated by force. Luxury reaches its peak among them, because they are so much given to a life of prosperity and ease. They become dependent on the dynasty and are like women and children who need to be defended. Group feeling disappears completely. People forget to protect and defend themselves and to press their claims. With their emblems, apparel, horseback riding, and fighting skill, they deceive people and give them the wrong impression. For the most part, they are more cowardly than women upon their backs. When someone comes and demands something from them, they cannot repel him. The ruler, then, has need of other, brave people to support him. He takes many clients and followers. They help the dynasty to some degree, until God permits it to be destroyed, and it goes with everything it stands for. As one can see, we have there 3 generations. In the course of these 3 generations, the dynasty grows senile and is worn out. Therefore, it is in the 4th generation that ancestral prestige is destroyed. 3 generations last 120 years, as stated before. As a rule, dynasties do not last longer than that many years, a few more or a few less, save when, by chance, no one appears to attack them. When senility becomes preponderant, there may be no claimant for dynastic power, and then nothing will happen, but if there should be one, he will encounter no one capable of repelling him. If the time is up, the end of the dynasty cannot be put off for a single hour, nor can it be advanced. In this way, the lifespan of a dynasty corresponds to the lifespan of an individual. It grows up and passes into an age of stagnation and thence into retrogression. Therefore, people commonly say that the lifespan of a dynasty is 100 years. 13. The transition of dynasties from desert life to sedentary culture. It should be known that these stages are natural for the growth of dynasties. The superiority through which royal authority is achieved is the result of group feeling and of the great energy and rapacious habits which go with it. As a rule, these things are possible only in connection with desert life. The first stage of dynasties, therefore, is that of desert life. When royal authority is acquired, it is accompanied by a life of ease and increased opportunities. Sedentary culture is merely a diversification of luxury and a refined knowledge of the crafts employed for its diverse aspects and ways. This concerns, for instance, food, clothing, building, carpets, utensils, and other household needs. Each one of these things requires special interdependent crafts serving to refine and improve it. These increase in number with the variety of pleasures and amusements and ways and means to enjoy the life of luxury the soul desires, and, with the growing number of different things to which people get used. The sedentary stage of royal authority follows the stage of desert life. It does so of necessity, as a result of the fact that royal authority is necessarily accompanied by a life of ease. In the sedentary stage and under sedentary conditions, the people of a given dynasty always follow the traditions of the preceding dynasty. They observe with their own eyes the circumstances under which the preceding dynasty lived, and, as a rule, learn from them. Something of the sort happened to the Arabs during the conquest by which they came to rule the Persians and Byzantines and made their daughters and sons their servants. At that time, the Arabs had no sedentary culture at all. The story goes that when they were given a pillow they supposed it was a bundle of rags. The camphor they found in the treasuries of the Persian king was used by them as salt in their dough. There are many similar things. The Arabs, then, enslaved the people of the former dynasties and employed them in their occupations and their household needs. From among them, they selected skilled masters of the various crafts, and were in turn taught by them to handle, master, and develop these for themselves. In addition, the circumstances of the Arabs' life widened and became more diversified. Thus, they reached the limit in this respect. They entered the stage of sedentary culture, of luxury and refinement in food, drink, clothing, building, weapons, carpets, household goods, music, and all other commodities and furnishings. The same perfection they showed on their gala days, banquets, and wedding nights. In this respect, they surpassed the limit. Looking at the reports of Al-Masudi, Ayabar, and other historians, concerning the wedding of Al-Mamun to Buran, daughter of Alison b. Saul, one will be amazed. They tell about the gifts Buran's father made to the retinue of Al-Mamun when the caliph came by boat to Alison's house in Fumail to ask for Buran's hand. They tell about the expenditure for the wedding and the gifts Al-Mamun gave her. On the wedding day, Alison b. Saul gave a lavish banquet that was attended by Al-Mamun's retinue. To members of the first class, Alison distributed lumps of musk wrapped in papers granting farms and estates to the holders. Each obtained what chance and luck gave him. To the second class, he distributed bags each of which held 10,000 dinars. To the third class, he distributed bags with the same amount in dirhams. In addition to all this, he had already spent many times as much when Al-Mamun had stayed in his house. Also, Al-Mamun gave Buran 1,000 hyacinths, rubies, as her wedding gift on the wedding night. He burned candles of amber, each of which weighed 100 man, a man being 1 2/3 pounds. He had laid down for her carpets woven with threads of gold and adorned with pearls and hyacinths. 140 mule loads of wood had been brought 3 times a day for a whole year to the kitchen in readiness for the wedding night. All that wood was consumed that very night. Palm twigs were set alight by pouring oil on them. Boatmen were ordered to bring boats to transport the distinguished guests on the Tigris. The boats prepared for that purpose numbered 30,000, and they carried people back and forth all day long. There were many other such things. A similar occasion was the wedding of Al-Ma'mun b. in Toledo. All these people had previously been in the first stage of desert life. They had been completely incapable of such things, because, in their low standard of living and their simplicity, they lacked both the means and the people with technical ability. Sedentary culture was always transferred from the preceding dynasty to the later one. The sedentary culture of the Persians was transferred to the Arab Umayyads and Abbasids. The sedentary culture of the Umayyads in Spain was transferred to the Almohad and Zenata kings of the contemporary Maghrib. That of the Abbasids was transferred, successively, to the Daylam, to the Seljuk Turks, to the Turks in Egypt, and to the Tatars in the 2 Iraqs. The larger a dynasty, the more important is its sedentary culture. For sedentary culture is the consequence of luxury, luxury is the consequence of wealth and prosperity, and wealth and prosperity are the consequences of royal authority and related to the extent of territorial possessions which the people of a particular dynasty have gained. All the elements of sedentary culture are, thus, proportionate to the greater or smaller extent of royal authority. Upon close and careful examination this will be found to be a correct statement as regards civilization and dynasties. 14. Luxury will at first give additional strength to a dynasty. The reason for this is that a tribe that has acquired royal authority and luxury is prolific and produces many children, so that the community grows. Thus, the group grows. Furthermore, a greater number of clients and followers is acquired. The new generations grow up in a climate of prosperity and luxury. Through them, the dynasty gains in numbers and in strength, because a great number of groups form at that time as the result of the numerical increase. When the first and second generations are gone and the dynasty starts to become senile, its followers and clients cannot do anything on their own to put the dynasty and its royal authority on a firmer basis, because they never had authority of their own but were dependent on the men of the dynasty, and, merely, supported it. When the roots are gone, the branches cannot be strong on their own, but disappear completely, and the dynasty no longer retains its former strength. This is exemplified by what happened to the Arab dynasty in Islam. The Arabs at the time of the Prophet and the early caliphs numbered approximately 150,000 mu'arrankan, tribesmen. The life of luxury reached its climax in the dynasty. The population grew rapidly with the growth of prosperity. The caliphs acquired many clients and followers. Thus, the original number increased many times. It is said that during the conquest of Amorium, Al-Mutaim laid siege to the city with 900,000 men. This number can hardly fail being correct, if one thinks of the large size of the Muslim militia of the border regions both far and near, in both the east and the west, and adds the soldiers directly in the service of the ruler, together with all the clients and followers. 75. The stages of dynasties. How the desert attitude differs among the people in the different stages. A dynasty goes through different stages and encounters new conditions. Through the conditions that are peculiar to a particular stage, the supporters of the dynasty acquire in that stage traits of character such as do not exist in any other stage. Traits of character are the natural result of the peculiar situations in which they are found. The conditions and stages of a dynasty are as a rule no more than 5, in number. The first stage is that of success, the overthrow of all opposition, and the appropriation of royal authority from the preceding dynasty. In this stage, the ruler serves as model to his people by the manner in which he acquires glory, collects taxes, defends property, and provides military protection. He does not claim anything exclusively for himself to the exclusion of his people, because such an attitude is dictated by group feeling, and it was group feeling that gave superiority to the dynasty, and group feeling still continues to exist as before. The second stage is the one in which the ruler gains complete control over his people, claims royal authority all for himself, excluding them, and prevents them from trying to have a share in it. In this stage, the ruler of the dynasty is concerned with gaining adherents and acquiring clients and followers in great numbers, so as to be able to blunt the aspirations of the people who share in his group feeling and belong to his group, who are of the same descent as he himself and have the same claim to royal authority as he has. He keeps them from power and bars them from its sources. He stops them from getting to it, and, eventually, all the power is in the hands of his family. He reserves all the glory that he is building up to the members of his own house. He takes as much, or more, care to keep his people at a distance and to subdue them, as the first members of the dynasty did in the search for power. The first members of the dynasty kept strangers away, and all the people who shared in their group feeling supported them in this. He, on the other hand, keeps his relatives away, and he is supported in this effort only by a very small number of people, who are not related to him. Thus, he undertakes a very difficult task. The third stage is one of leisure and tranquility in which the fruits of royal authority are enjoyed, the things that human nature desires, such as acquisition of property, creation of lasting monuments, and fame. All the ability of the ruler is expended on collecting taxes, regulating income and expenses, bookkeeping and planning expenditure, erecting large buildings, big constructions, spacious cities, and lofty monuments, presenting gifts to embassies of nobles from foreign nations and tribal dignitaries, and dispensing bounty to his own people. In addition, he supports the demands of his followers and retinue with money and positions. He inspects his soldiers, pays them well, and distributes fairly their allowances every month. Eventually, the result of this liberality shows itself in their dress, their fine equipment, and their armor on parade days. The ruler thus can impress friendly dynasties and frighten hostile ones with his soldiers. This stage is the last during which the ruler is in complete authority. Throughout this and the previous stages, the rulers are independent in their opinions. They build up their strength and show the way for those after them. The fourth stage is one of contentment and peacefulness. The ruler is content with what his predecessors have built. He lives in peace with all his royal peers. He adopts the tradition of his predecessors and follows closely in their footsteps. He imitates their ways most carefully. He thinks that to depart from tradition would mean the destruction of his power and that they knew better what is good for the preservation of the glory they themselves had built. The fifth stage is one of waste and squandering. In this stage, the ruler wastes on pleasures and amusements, the treasures, accumulated by his ancestors, through excessive generosity to his inner circle. Also, he acquires bad, low-class followers to whom he entrusts the most important matters of state, which they are not qualified to handle by themselves, not knowing which of them they should tackle and which they should leave alone. The ruler seeks to destroy the great clients of his people and followers of his predecessors. Thus they come to hate him and conspire to refuse support to him. He loses a number of soldiers by spending their allowances on his pleasures, instead of paying them, and by refusing them access to his person and not supervising them properly. Thus, he ruins the foundations his ancestors had laid and tears down what they had built up. In this stage, the dynasty is seized by senility and the chronic disease from which it can hardly ever rid itself, for which it can find no cure, and, eventually, it is destroyed. 16. The monuments of a given dynasty are proportionate to its original power. The reason for this is that monuments owe their origin to the power that brought the dynasty into being. the impression the dynasty leaves is proportionate to that power. The monuments of a dynasty are its buildings and large edifices. They are proportionate to the original power of the dynasty. They can materialize only when there are many workers and united action and cooperation. When a dynasty is large and far-flung, with many provinces and subjects, workers are very plentiful and can be brought together from all sides and regions. Thus, even the largest edifice can be constructed. Think of the works of the people of Ad and Thamud, about which the Quran tells. Or, one should see with one's own eyes the reception hall of Khosrav, that powerful achievement of Persian architecture. Ar-Rashid intended to tear it down and destroy it. He could not do so for all his trouble. He began the work, but then was not able to continue. It is worth noting that one dynasty was able to construct a building that another dynasty was unable to tear down, even though destruction is much easier than construction. That illustrates the great difference between the two dynasties. One may also compare the Mosque of Al-Walid in Damascus, the Umayyad Mosque in Córdoba, the bridge over the river at Córdoba, and, as well, the arches of the aqueduct over which water is brought into Carthage, the monuments of Sherchel in the Maghrib, the pyramids of Egypt, and many other such monuments that may still be seen. They illustrate differences in strength and weakness that have existed among the various dynasties. All these works of the ancients were possible only through engineering skill and the concerted labor of many workers. Only thus could these monuments and works be constructed. One should not think, as the common people do, that it was because the ancients had bodies larger in size than our own. Human beings do not differ in this respect as much as monuments and relics differ. Storytellers have seized upon the subject and used it to make exaggerated fables. One of the strangest of these stories is about Og, the son of Anak, one of the Canaanites against whom the children of Israel fought in Syria. According to these storytellers, he was so tall that he took fish out of the ocean and held them up to the sun to be cooked. To their ignorance of human affairs, the storytellers here add ignorance of astronomical matters. They believe that the sun is heat and that the heat of the sun is greatest close to it. They do not know that the heat of the sun is its light and that its light is stronger near the earth than it is near the sun, because of the reflection of the rays from the surface of the earth when it is hit by the light. Therefore, the heat here is many times greater than near the sun. When the zone in which the reflected rays are effective is passed, there will be no heat there, and it will be cold. That is, where the clouds are. The sun itself is neither hot nor cold, but a simple uncomposed substance that gives light. The error of storytellers results from the fact that they admired the vast proportions of the monuments left by nations of the past, but did not understand the different situation in which dynasties may find themselves with respect to social organization and cooperation. They did not understand that superior social organization, together with engineering skill, made the construction of large monuments possible. Therefore, they ascribed such monuments to a strength and energy derived by the peoples of the past from the large size of their bodies. But this is not so. Another kind of monument to the greatness of a dynasty is the way it handled weddings and banquets, as we have mentioned. Another monument of a dynasty is the gifts it made. Gifts are proportionate to the importance of a dynasty. This holds true even when the dynasty is close to senility. The way the Barmecides gave allowances and gifts and spent their money illustrates this. Whenever they provided for a needy person, it meant property, high office, and prosperity for that person forever after. It was not just an allowance that was spent in a day or sooner. A person who looks at these data should bear in mind the relative importance of the various dynasties. He should not reject data for which he finds no observable parallels in his own time. Otherwise, many things that are possible would be considered impossible by him and escape his attention. Many excellent men, hearing stories of this kind about past dynasties, have not believed them. This is not right. Conditions in the world and in civilization are not always the same. He who knows a low or medium level of civilization does not know all of them. When we consider our information about the Abbasids, the Umayyads, and the Ubaydid, Fahmids, and when we compare what we know to be sound in it with our own observations of the less important dynasties of today, then we find a great difference between them. That difference results from differences in the original strength of those dynasties, and in the civilizations of their realms. As we have stated before, all the monuments of a dynasty are proportionate to its original strength. We are not entitled to reject any such information about them. Much of it deals with matters that are extremely well known and obvious. Part of it is traditional information known through a continuous tradition. Part of it is direct information based upon personal observation of architectural monuments and other such things. One should think of the various degrees of strength and weakness, of bigness and smallness, in the various dynasties as they are known through tradition, and compare that information with the following interesting story. In the times of the Marinid Sultan, Abu Anan, a sheikh from Tangier, by name Ibn Battuta I came back to the Maghrib. 20 years before, he had left for the east and journeyed through the countries of the Iraq, the Yemen, and India. He had come to the city of Delhi, the seat of the ruler of India, the Sultan Muhammad Shah. 2. The ruler esteemed Ibn Battuta highly and employed him as Malikite judge in his domain. He then returned to the Maghrib and made contact with the Sultan Abu Anan. He used to tell about experiences he had had on his travels and about the remarkable things he had seen in different realms. He spoke mostly about the ruler of India. He reported things about him that his listeners considered strange. That, for instance, when the ruler of India went on a trip, he counted the inhabitants of his city, men, women, and children, and ordered that their requirements for the next 6 months be paid them out of his own income. When he returned from his trip and entered the city, it was a festive day. All the people went out into the open country and strolled about. In front of the ruler, in the crowd, mangonels were set up on the backs of pack animals. 3 From the mangonels, bags of dirhams and dinars were shot out over the people, until the ruler entered his audience hall. Ibn Battuta told other similar stories, and people in high positions whispered to each other that he must be a liar. During that time, one day I met the Sultan's famous wazir, Faris B. Wadrer. I talked to him about this matter and intimated to him that I did not believe that man's stories, because people in the dynasty were in general inclined to consider him a liar. Whereupon the wazir Faris said to me, "Be careful not to reject such information about the conditions of dynasties, because you have not seen such things yourself. You would then be like the son of the wazir who grew up in prison." The wazir had been imprisoned by his ruler and remained in prison several years. His son grew up in prison. When he reached the age of reason, he asked his father about the meat which he had been eating. His father told him that it was mutton, and he asked him what that was. When his father described a sheep to him in all details, the son said, "Father, you mean, it looks like a rat." His father was angry with him and said, "What has a sheep to do with a rat?" The same happened later about beef and camel meat. The only animals he had seen in prison were rats, and so he believed that all animals were of the same species as rats. It often happens that people are incredulous with regard to historical information, just as it also happens that they are tempted to exaggerate certain information, in order to be able to report something remarkable. We stated this earlier at the beginning of the book. Therefore, a person should look at his sources and rely upon himself. With a clear mind and straightforward, natural, common sense, he should distinguish between the nature of the possible and the impossible. Everything within the sphere of the possible should be accepted, and everything outside it should be rejected. We do not have in mind possible in the absolute sense of what is intellectually possible. That covers a very wide range, so that it cannot be used to determine what is possible in actual fact. What we have in mind is the possibility inherent in the matter that belongs to a given thing. When we study the origin of a thing, its genus, specific, difference, size, and strength, we can draw conclusions as to the possibility or impossibility of the data reported in connection with it. We adjudge to be impossible everything outside the sphere of the possible, in this sense. 17. The ruler seeks the help of clients and followers against the men of his own people and group feeling. A ruler can achieve power only with the help of his own people. They are his group and his helpers in his enterprise. He uses them to fight against those who revolt against his dynasty. It is they with whom he fills the administrative offices, whom he appoints as wazirs and tax collectors. They help him to achieve superiority. They participate in the government. They share in all his other important affairs. This applies as long as the first stage of a dynasty lasts, as we have stated. With the approach of the second stage, the ruler shows himself independent of his people, claims all the glory for himself, and pushes his people away from it with the palms of his hands. As a result, his own people become, in fact, his enemies. In order to prevent them from seizing power, and in order to keep them away from participation in it, the ruler needs other friends, not of his own kin, whom he can use against them, and who will be his friends in their place. These become closer to him than anyone else. They deserve better than anyone else to be close to him and to be his followers, as well as to be preferred and to be given high positions, because they are willing to give their lives for him, preventing his own people from regaining the power that had been theirs and from occupying with him the rank to which they had been used. In this situation, the ruler cares only for his new followers. He singles them out for preference and for many honors. He distributes among them as much property as he does among most of his own people. He confers upon them the most important administrative positions, such as the offices of wazir, general, and tax collector, as well as royal titles which are his own prerogative, and which he does not share with his own people. He does this, because they are now his closest friends and most sincere advisers. This, then, announces the destruction of the dynasty and indicates that chronic disease has befallen it, the result of the loss of the group feeling on which the dynasty's superiority had been built. The feelings of the people of the dynasty become diseased as a result of the contempt in which they are held and the hostility of the ruler. They hate him and await the opportunity of a change in his fortune. The great danger inherent in this situation reverts upon the dynasty. There can be no hope it will recover from that illness. The mistakes of the past grow stronger with each successive generation and lead eventually to loss of the dynasty's identity. This is exemplified by the Umayyad dynasty. For their wars and for administrative purposes, they had recourse to the support of Arabs such as Amr b. Said b. Abi Waqt, Ubadallah b. Ziyad b. Abi Sufyan, Al-Ajoy b. Yusuf, and others. For a while the Abbasid dynasty, too, used the support of Arab personalities. But when the dynasty came to claim all the glory for itself and kept the Arabs from aspiring to administrative positions, the wazirate fell to non-Arabs such as the Barmecides and others. Thus, the dynasty came to belong to people other than those who had established it. Power went to people other than those who had first won it. This is how God proceeds with his servants. 18. The situation of clients and followers in dynasties. Followers occupy different positions in a dynasty depending on whether their close contact with the ruler is of old or of recent standing. The reason for this is that the purpose of group feeling, which is defense and aggression, can be fulfilled only with the help of a common descent. For, as we have stated before, blood relations and other close relatives help each other, while strangers and outsiders do not. Client relationships and contacts with slaves or allies have the same effect as common descent. The consequences of common descent, though natural, still are something imaginary. The real thing to bring about the feeling of close contact is social intercourse, friendly association, long familiarity, and the companionship that results from growing up together, having the same wet nurse, and sharing the other circumstances of death and life. If close contact is established in such a manner, the result will be affection and cooperation. Observation of people shows this to be so. Something similar can be observed in connection with the relation between master and follower. Between the two, there develops a special closeness of relationship which has the same effect, as common descent, and strengthens the close contact. Even though there is no common descent, the fruits of common descent are there. Whenever such a client relationship exists between a tribe and its clients before the tribe has acquired royal authority, the roots of the relationship are more firmly intertwined, the feelings and beliefs involved are more sincere, and the relationship itself is more clearly defined, for two reasons. First, before people acquire royal authority, they are a model in their ways. Only in the rarest cases is a distinction made between common descent and the client relationship. The position of clients is the same as that of close or blood relatives. However, if they choose followers after they have acquired royal authority, their royal rank causes them to make a distinction between master and client, and another between close relatives and clients or followers. The conditions of leadership and royal authority require this in view of distinctions and differences in rank. The situation of followers, therefore, is different. They are now on the same level as strangers. The close contact between the ruler and his followers weakens, and cooperation, therefore, becomes less likely. This means that followers are now less close than they were before he acquired royal authority. Second, followers from before the time the ruler acquired royal authority had the status of followers long before the dynasty came to power. It is, thus, no longer clear to contemporaries how the close contact came about. As a rule, it is supposed to be a case of common descent, and in this case the group feeling is strengthened. On the other hand, follower relationships formed after the ruler has acquired royal authority are of recent date and equally well known to most people. The origin of the close contact is clear, and it is clearly distinguishable from common descent. The group feeling, in the latter case, is weak in comparison with the group feeling that results from the client relationship that existed before the dynasty came to power. A look at dynasties and other cases of political leadership will show this to be so. Follower relationships formed before leadership and royal authority were secured will be found to show a stronger and closer contact between masters and followers. The latter occupy the same position with their master as do his children, his brothers, and other blood relatives. On the other hand, follower relationships formed after royal authority and political leadership were acquired do not show the same close connection that exists in the first group. At the end of their power, dynasties eventually resort to employing strangers and accepting them as followers. These people, however, do not acquire any such glory as the men who had become followers of the dynasty before it came to power were able to build up for themselves. Their status as followers is too recent in origin. Also, the destruction of the dynasty is imminent. Therefore, they occupy a very low and humble position. In taking them on as followers and replacing his old clients and original followers by them, the ruler is motivated by the fact that his old clients and followers have become overbearing. They show little obedience to him. They look at him in the same way as his own tribe and relatives do. Close contact existed between him and them for a very long time. They had grown up together with him, had had connections with his ancestors and older members of his family, and were aligned with the great men of his house. As a result, they become proud and overbearing towards him. This is why the ruler comes to shun them and use others in their place. It has been only for a short time that he has come to care for these others and to use them as followers. Therefore, they do not attain positions of glory but retain their position as outsiders. This is the case with dynasties at their end. As a rule, the words followers and clients are used for the first group. The more recent followers are called servants and helpers. 19. Seclusion of and control over, the ruler, by others, may occur in dynasties. When royal authority is firmly established in one particular family and branch of the tribe supporting the dynasty, and when that family claims all royal authority for itself and keeps the rest of the tribe away from it, and when the children of that family succeed to royal authority in turn, by appointment, then it often happens that their wazirs and entourage gain power over the throne. This occurs most often when a little child or a weak member of the family is appointed successor by his father or made ruler by his creatures and servants. It becomes clear that he is unable to fulfill the functions of ruler. Therefore, they are fulfilled by his guardian, one of his father's wazirs, someone from his entourage, one of his clients, or a member of his tribe. That person gives the impression that he is guarding the power of the child ruler for him. Eventually, it becomes clear that it is he who exercises control, using the fact as a tool to achieve royal authority. He keeps the child away from his people. He accustoms him to the pleasures of a life of luxury and gives him every possible opportunity to indulge in them. He causes him to forget to look at government affairs. Eventually, he gains full control over him. He accustoms the child ruler to believe that the ruler's share in royal authority consists merely in sitting on the throne, shaking hands, being addressed as sire, and sitting with the women in the seclusion of the harem. All exercise of the actual executive power, and the personal handling and supervision of matters that concern the ruler, such as inspection of the army, finances, and defense of the border regions, are believed, by the child ruler, to belong to the wazir. He defers to him in all these things. Eventually the wazir definitely adopts the coloring of the leader, of the man in control. The royal authority comes to be his. He reserves it for his family and his children after him. Such was the case with the Buyids and the Turks, with Kafir al-Ikhshidi and others in the east, and with al-Manrabi Abi Amir in Spain. It may happen that a ruler who is secluded and deprived of authority becomes aware of his situation and contrives to escape from it. He thus regains royal authority for his family. He stops the person who has gained power over it, either by killing him or by merely deposing him. However, this happens very rarely. Once a dynasty has fallen into the hands of wazirs and clients, it remains in that situation. Rarely is it able to escape from it, because such control by others is mostly the result of living in luxury and of the fact that the royal princes have grown up immersed in prosperity. They have forgotten the ways of manliness and have become accustomed to the character traits of wet nurses, and they have grown up that way. They do not desire leadership. They are not used to exercising sole power, the prerogative of superiority. All their ambition requires is the satisfactions of pomp and having a great variety of pleasures and luxuries. Clients and followers gain superiority when the family of the ruler is in sole control over its people and claims all royal authority for itself to their exclusion. This is something that happens to dynasties of necessity, as we have stated before. These are two diseases of dynasties which cannot be cured, except in very rare cases. 20. Those who gain power over the ruler do not share with him in the special title that goes with royal authority. This is because the first men to achieve royal and governmental authority at the beginning of the dynasty do so with the help of the group feeling of their people and with the help of their own group feeling, which causes their people to follow them until they and their people have definitely adopted the coloring of royal authority and superiority. The coloring, then, continues to exist. Through it the identity and persistence of the dynasty are assured. The person who gains superiority over the ruler may have a share in the group feeling that belongs to the tribe which has gained royal authority or to its clients and followers. However, his group feeling still is comprised by, and subordinate to, the group feeling of the family of the ruler. He cannot take on the coloring of royal authority. Thus, in gaining control, he does not plan to appropriate royal authority for himself openly, but only to appropriate its fruits, that is, the exercise of administrative, executive, and all other power. He gives the people of the dynasty the impression that he merely acts for the ruler and executes the latter's decisions from behind the curtain. He carefully refrains from using the attributes, emblems, or titles of royal authority. He avoids throwing any suspicion upon himself in this respect, even though he exercises full control. For, in his exercise of full control, he takes cover behind the curtain the ruler and his ancestors had set up to protect themselves from their own tribe when the dynasty came into being. He disguises his exercise of control under the form of acting as the ruler's representative. Should he undertake to adopt any of the royal prerogatives, the people who represent the group feeling and tribe of the ruler would resent it and contrive to appropriate such prerogatives for themselves, to his exclusion. He has no definite coloring to make him appear suited for the royal prerogatives, or cause others to submit to him and obey him. Any attempt by him to appropriate the royal prerogatives would, thus, instantly precipitate his doom. 21. The true character and different kinds of royal authority. Royal authority is an institution that is natural to mankind. We have explained before that human beings cannot live and exist except through social organization and cooperation for the purpose of obtaining their food and other necessities of life. When they have organized, necessity requires that they deal with each other and satisfy their needs. Each one will stretch out his hand for whatever he needs and try simply to take it, since injustice and aggressiveness are in the animal nature. The others, in turn, will try to prevent him from taking it, motivated by wrathfulness and spite and the strong human reaction when one's own property is menaced. This causes dissension, which leads to hostilities, and hostilities lead to trouble and bloodshed and loss of life, which lead to the destruction of the species. Now, the human species is one of the things the Creator has especially enjoined us to preserve. People, thus, cannot persist in a state of anarchy and without a ruler who keeps them apart. Therefore, they need a person to restrain them. He is their ruler. As is required by human nature, he must be a forceful ruler, one who exercises authority. In this connection, group feeling is absolutely necessary, for as we have stated before, aggressive and defensive enterprises can succeed only with the help of group feeling. As one can see, royal authority of this kind is a noble institution, toward which all claims are directed, and one that needs to be defended. Nothing of the sort can materialize except with the help of group feelings, as has been mentioned before. Group feelings differ. Each group feeling exercises its own authority and superiority over the people and family adhering to it. Not every group feeling has royal authority. Royal authority, in reality, belongs only to those who dominate subjects, collect taxes, send out military expeditions, protect the frontier regions, and have no one over them who is stronger than they. This is generally accepted as the real meaning of royal authority. There are people whose group feeling falls short of accomplishing one or another of these things which constitute part of real royal authority, such as protecting the frontier regions, or collecting taxes, or sending out military expeditions. Such royal authority is defective and not royal authority in the real meaning of the term. Then, there are people whose group feeling is not strong enough to gain control over all the other group feelings or to stop everyone, so that there exists an authority superior to theirs. Their royal authority is also defective, and not royal authority in the real meaning of the term. It is exercised, for instance, by provincial amirs and regional chieftains who are all under one dynasty. This situation is often found in far-flung dynasties. I mean that there are rulers of provincial and remote regions who rule their own people but also obey the central power of the dynasty. 22. Exaggerated harshness is harmful to royal authority and in most cases causes its destruction. The interest subjects have in their ruler is not interest in his person and body, for example, in his good figure, handsome face, large frame, wide knowledge, good handwriting, or acute mind. Their interest in him lies in his relation to them. Royal and governmental authority is something relative, a relationship between ruler and subjects. Government becomes a reality when a ruler rules over subjects and handles their affairs. A ruler is he who has subjects, and subjects are persons who have a ruler. The quality accruing to the ruler from the fact of his correlative relation with his subjects is called rulership. That is, he rules them, and if such rulership and its concomitants are of good quality, the purpose of government is most perfectly achieved. If such rulership is good and beneficial, it will serve the interests of the subjects. If it is bad and unfair, it will be harmful to them and cause their destruction. Good rulership is equivalent to mildness. If the ruler uses force and is ready to mete out punishment and eager to expose the faults of people and to count their sins, his subjects become fearful and depressed and seek to protect themselves against him through lies, ruses, and deceit. This becomes a character trait of theirs. Their mind and character become corrupted. They often abandon the ruler on the battlefield and fail to support his defensive enterprises. The decay of sincere intentions causes the decay of military protection. The subjects often conspire to kill the ruler. Thus, the dynasty decays, and the fence that protects it lies in ruin. If the ruler continues to keep a forceful grip on his subjects, group feeling will be destroyed. If the ruler is mild and overlooks the bad sides of his subjects, they will trust him and take refuge with him. They love him heartily and are willing to die for him in battle against his enemies. Everything is then in order in the state. The concomitants of good rulership are kindness to, and protection of, one's subjects. The true meaning of royal authority is realized when the ruler defends his subjects. To be kind and beneficent toward them is part of being mild to them and showing an interest in the way they live. These things are important for the ruler in gaining the love of his subjects. An alert and very shrewd person rarely has the habit of mildness. Mildness is usually found in careless and unconcerned persons. The least of the many drawbacks of alertness in a ruler is that he imposes tasks upon his subjects that are beyond their ability, because he is aware of things they do not perceive and, through his genius, foresees the outcome of things at the start. The ruler's excessive demands may lead to his subjects' ruin. Muhammad said, "Follow the pace of the weakest among you." Muhammad therefore made it a condition that the ruler should not be too shrewd. For this quality is accompanied by tyrannical and bad rulership and by a tendency to make the people do things that it is not in their nature to do. The conclusion is that it is a drawback in a political leader to be, too, clever and shrewd. Cleverness and shrewdness imply that a person thinks too much, just as stupidity implies that he is too rigid. In the case of all human qualities, the extremes are reprehensible, and the middle road is praiseworthy. This is, for instance, the case with generosity in relation to waste and stinginess, or with bravery in relation to foolhardiness and cowardice. And so it is with all the other human qualities. For this reason, the very clever person is said to have the qualities of a devil. He is called a Satan, or a would-be Satan, and the like. 23. The meaning of caliphate and imamate. Royal authority implies a form of organization necessary to mankind. It requires superiority and force, which express the wrathfulness and animality of human nature. The decisions of the ruler will therefore, as a rule, deviate from what is right. They will be ruinous to the worldly affairs of the people under his control, since, as a rule, he forces them to execute his intentions and desires, and this may be beyond their ability. This situation will differ according to the intentions to be found in different generations. It is for this reason difficult to be obedient to the ruler. Disobedience makes itself noticeable and leads to trouble and bloodshed. Therefore, it is necessary to have reference to ordained political norms, which are accepted by the mass and to whose laws it submits. The Persians and other nations had such norms. The dynasty that does not have a policy based on such norms cannot fully succeed in establishing the supremacy of its rule. If these norms are ordained by the intelligent and leading personalities and minds of the dynasty, the result will be a political institution with an intellectual, rational basis. If they are ordained by God through a lawgiver who establishes them as religious laws, the result will be a political institution with a religious basis, which will be useful for life in both this and the other world. This is because the purpose of human beings is not only their worldly welfare. This entire world is trifling and futile. It ends in death and annihilation. The purpose of human beings is their religion, which leads them to happiness in the other world. Therefore, religious laws have as their purpose to cause them to follow such a course in all their dealings with God and their fellow men. This situation also applies to royal authority, which is natural in human social organization. The religious laws guide it along the path of religion, so that everything will be under the supervision of the religious law. Anything done by royal authority that is dictated by force, superiority, or the free play of the power of wrathfulness, is tyranny and injustice and considered reprehensible by the religious law, as it is also considered reprehensible by the requirements of political wisdom. Likewise, anything done by royal authority that is dictated by considerations of policy or political decisions without supervision of the religious law, is also reprehensible, because it is vision lacking the divine light. At the resurrection, the actions of human beings, whether they had to do with royal authority or anything else, will all come back to them. Political laws consider only worldly interests. On the other hand, the intention the lawgiver has concerning mankind is their welfare in the other world. Therefore, it is necessary, as required by the religious law, to cause the mass to act in accordance with the religious laws in all their affairs touching both this world and the other world. The authority to do so was possessed by the representatives of the religious law, the prophets, then by those who took their place, the caliphs. This makes it clear what the caliphate means. To exercise natural royal authority means to cause the masses to act as required by purpose and desire. To exercise political royal authority means to cause the masses to act as required by intellectual, rational insight into the means of furthering their worldly interests and avoiding anything that is harmful in that respect. To exercise the caliphate means to cause the masses to act as required by religious insight into their interests in the other world as well as in this world. Worldly interests have bearing upon the interests in the other world, since according to Muhammad all worldly conditions are to be considered in their relation to their value for the other world. Thus, the caliphate, in reality is a substitute for Muhammad inasmuch as it serves, like him, to protect the religion and to exercise leadership of the world. 24. The differences of Muslim opinion concerning the laws and conditions governing the caliphate. We have explained the real meaning of the caliphate. It is a substitute for Muhammad inasmuch as it serves, like him, to preserve the religion and to exercise political leadership of the world. The institution is called the caliphate or the imamate. The person in charge of it is called the caliph or the imam. In later times, he has been called the sultan, when there were numerous claimants to the position, or when, in view of the distances separating the different regions, and in disregard of the conditions governing the institution, people were forced to render the oath of allegiance to anybody who seized power. The position of imam is a necessary one. The consensus of the men around Muhammad and the men of the second generation shows that the imamate is necessary according to the religious law. At the death of the Prophet, the men around him proceeded to render the oath of allegiance to Abu Bakr and to entrust him with the supervision of their affairs. And so it was at all subsequent periods. In no period were the people left in a state of anarchy. This was so by general consensus, which proves that the position of imam is a necessary one. Some people have expressed the opinion that the necessity of the imamate is apparent for rational reasons, and that the consensus which happens to exist merely confirms the authority of the intellect in this respect. As they say, what makes the imam rationally necessary is the need of human beings for social organization and the impossibility of their living and existing by themselves. One of the necessary consequences of social organization is disagreement, because of the pressure of cross-purposes. As long as there is no ruler who exercises a restraining influence, this leads to trouble which, in turn, may lead to the destruction and uprooting of mankind. Now, the preservation of the species is one of the necessary intentions of the religious law. This very idea is the one the philosophers had in mind when they considered prophethood as something, intellectually, necessary for mankind. We have already shown the incorrectness of their reasoning. One of its premises is that the restraining influence comes into being only through a religious law from God, to which the mass submits as a matter of belief and religious creed. This premise is not acceptable. The restraining influence comes into being as the result of the impetus of royal authority and the forcefulness of the mighty, even if there is no religious law. This was the case among heathens and other nations who had no scriptures and had not been reached by a prophetic mission. Or, we might say, in order to remove disagreement, it is sufficient that every individual should know that injustice is forbidden him by the authority of the intellect. Then, their claim that the removal of disagreement takes place only through the existence of the religious law in one case, and the position of the imam in another case, is not correct. It may be removed, as well through the existence of powerful leaders, or through the people refraining from disagreement and mutual injustice, as through the position of the imam. Thus, the intellectual proof based upon that premise does not stand up. This shows that the necessity of an imam is indicated by the religious law, that is, by the consensus, as we have stated before. Some people have taken the exceptional position of stating that the position of imam is not necessary at all, neither according to the intellect nor according to the religious law. People who have held that opinion include the Mu'tazila and certain Kharijites, among others. They think that it is necessary only to observe the religious laws. When Muslims agree upon the practice of justice and observance of the divine laws, no imam is needed, and the imamate is not necessary. Those who so argue are refuted by the consensus. They adopted such an opinion because they were attempting to escape the royal authority and its overbearing, domineering, and worldly ways. They had seen that the religious law was full of censure and blame for such things and for the people who practiced them, and that it encouraged the desire to abolish them. The religious law does not censure royal authority as such and does not forbid its exercise. It merely censures the evils resulting from it, such as tyranny, injustice, and pleasure-seeking. Here, no doubt, we have forbidden evils. They are the concomitants of royal authority. The religious law praises justice, fairness, the fulfillment of religious duties, and the defense of religion. It states that these things will of necessity find their reward in the other world. Now, all these things are concomitants of royal authority, too. Thus, censure attaches to royal authority only on account of some of its qualities and conditions, not others. The religious law does not censure royal authority as such, nor does it seek to suppress it entirely. It also censures concupiscence and wrathfulness in responsible persons, but it does not want to see either of these qualities relinquished altogether, because necessity calls for their existence. It merely wants to see that proper use is made of them. David and Solomon possessed royal authority such as no one else ever possessed, yet they were divine prophets and belonged, in God's eyes, among the noblest human beings that ever existed. Furthermore, we say to them, they attempt to dispense with royal authority by assuming that the institution of the imamate is not necessary does not help you at all. You agree that observance of the religious laws is a necessary thing. Now, that is achieved only through group feeling and power, and group feeling, by its very nature, requires royal authority. Thus, there will be royal authority, even if no imam is set up. Now, that is just what you wanted to dispense with. If it has been established that the institution of the imamate is necessary by the consensus, it must be added that this institution is a community duty and is left to the discretion of all competent Muslims. It is their obligation to see to it that the imamate is set up, and everybody has to obey the imam, in accordance with the verse of the Quran, obey God, and obey the apostle and the people in authority among you. 1. It is not possible to appoint two men to the position of imam at the same time. Religious scholars generally are of this opinion, on the basis of certain traditions. Others hold that the prohibition against two imams applies only to two imams in one locality, or where they would be close to each other. When there are great distances and the imam is unable to control the farther region, it is permissible to set up another imam there to take care of public interests. The prerequisites governing the institution of the imamate are 4. 1. Knowledge, 2. Probity, 3. Competence, and 4. Freedom of the senses and limbs from any defect that might affect judgment and action. There is a difference of opinion concerning a fifth prerequisite, that is, 5. Qurayshite descent. 1. The necessity of knowledge as a prerequisite is obvious. The imam can execute the divine laws only if he knows them. Those he does not know, he cannot properly present. His knowledge is satisfactory only if he is able to make independent decisions. Blind acceptance of tradition is a shortcoming, and the imamate requires perfection in all qualities and conditions. 2. Probity is required because the imamate is a religious institution and supervises all the other institutions that require this quality. There is no difference of opinion as to the fact that his probity is nullified by the actual commission of forbidden acts and the like. But there is a difference of opinion on the question of whether it is nullified by innovations in dogma. 3. Competence means that he is willing to carry out the punishments fixed by law and to go to war. He must understand warfare and be able to assume responsibility for getting the people to fight. He also must know about group feeling and the fine points of diplomacy. He must be strong enough to take care of political duties. All of which is to enable him to fulfill his functions of protecting religion, leading in the holy war against the enemy, maintaining the religious laws, and administering the public interests. 4. Freedom of the senses and limbs from defects or disabilities such as insanity, blindness, muteness, or deafness, and from any loss of limbs affecting the imam's ability to act, such as missing hands, feet, or testicles, is a prerequisite of the imamate, because all such defects affect his full ability to act and to fulfill his duties. Even in the case of a defect that merely disfigures the appearance, as, for instance, loss of one limb, the condition of freedom from defects remains in force as a condition in the sense that it aims at his perfection. Lack of freedom of action is connected with loss of limbs. Such a lack may be of two kinds. One is forced inaction, and complete inability to act through imprisonment or the like. Absence of any restriction upon freedom of action is as necessary a condition of the imamate as freedom from bodily defects. The other kind is in a different category. This lack of freedom of action implies that some of the imam's men may gain power over him, although no disobedience or disagreement may be involved, and keep him in seclusion. Then, the problem is shifted to the person who has gained power. If he acts in accordance with Islam and justice and praiseworthy policies, it is permissible to acknowledge him. If not, Muslims must look for help from persons who will restrain him and eliminate the unhealthy situation created by him, until the caliph's power of action is re-established. 5. The prerequisite of a Qurayshite origin is based upon the consensus on this point that obtained in the men around Muhammad on the day of Abu Bakr's elevation to the caliphate. Among those who deny that Qurayshite descent is a condition of the imamate is Judge Abu Bakr al-Bakilani. The Qurayshite group feeling had come to disappear and dissolve, in his day, and non-Arab rulers controlled the caliphs. Therefore, when he saw what the condition of the caliphs was in his day, he dropped the prerequisite of a Qurayshite origin. Scholars in general, however, retain Qurayshite descent as a condition, of the imamate. They maintain that, the imamate rightly belongs to a Qurayshite, even if he is too weak to handle the affairs of the Muslims. Against them is the fact that this involves dropping the prerequisite of competence, which requires that he have the power to discharge his duties. If his strength has gone with the disappearance of group feeling, his competence, too, is gone. And if the condition of competence be eliminated, that will reflect further upon knowledge and religion. In this case, then, the conditions governing the institution would no longer be considered, and this would be contrary to the consensus. When one considers what God meant the caliphate to be, nothing more needs to be said about it. God made the caliph his substitute to handle the affairs of his servants. He is to make them do the things that are good for them and forbid them to do those that are harmful. He has been directly told so. A person who lacks the power to do a thing is never told directly to do it. The religious leader, Ibn al-Qaib, said that most religious laws apply to women as they do to men. However, women are not directly told to follow the religious laws by express reference to them in the text, but, in Ibn al-Qaib's opinion, they are included only by way of analogical reasoning. That is because women have no power whatever. Men control their actions, except in as far as the duties of divine worship are concerned, where everyone controls his own. Therefore, women are directly told to fulfill the duties of divine worship by express reference to them in the text, and not merely by way of analogical reasoning. Furthermore, the world of existence attests to the necessity of group feeling for the caliphate. Only he who has gained superiority over a nation or a race is able to handle its affairs. The religious law would hardly ever make a requirement in contradiction to the requirements of existence. 26. The transformation of the caliphate into royal authority. Royal authority is the natural goal of group feeling. It results from group feeling, not by choice but through inherent necessity and the order of existence, as we have stated before. All religious laws and practices and everything that the masses are expected to do requires group feeling. Only with the help of group feeling can a claim be successfully pressed, as we have stated before. Group feeling is necessary to the Muslim community. Its existence enables the community to fulfill what God expects of it. Still, we find that Muhammad censured group feeling and urged us to reject it and to leave it alone. He said, God removed from you the arrogance of pre-Islamic times and its pride in ancestry. You are the children of Adam, and Adam was made of dust. God said, most noble among you in God's eyes is he who fears God most one. We also find that Muhammad censured royal authority and its representatives. He blamed them because of their enjoyment of good fortune, their senseless waste, and their deviations from the path of God. He enjoined friendship among all Muslims and warned against discord and dissension. It should be known that in Muhammad's opinion, all of this world is a vehicle for transport to the other world. He who loses the vehicle can go nowhere. When Muhammad forbids or censures certain human activities or urges their omission, he does not want them to be neglected altogether. Nor does he want them to be completely eradicated, or the powers from which they result to remain altogether unused. He wants those powers to be employed as much as possible for the right aims. Every intention should thus eventually become the right one and the direction of all human activities one and the same. Muhammad did not censure wrathfulness with the intention of eradicating it as a human quality. If the power of wrathfulness were no longer to exist in man, he would lose the ability to help the truth become victorious. There would no longer be holy war or glorification of the word of God. Muhammad censured the wrathfulness that is in the service of Satan and reprehensible purposes, but the wrathfulness that is one in God and in the service of God deserves praise. Such praiseworthy wrathfulness was one of the qualities of Muhammad. Likewise, when he censures the desires, he does not want them to be abolished altogether, for a complete abolition of concupiscence in a person would make him defective and inferior. He wants the desires to be used for permissible purposes to serve the public interests, so that man becomes an active servant of God who willingly obeys the divine commands. Likewise, when the religious law censures group feeling and says, neither your blood relatives nor your children will be of use to you, on the day of resurrection, 1. Such a statement is directed against a group feeling that is used for worthless purposes, as was the case in pre-Islamic times. It is also directed against a group feeling that makes a person proud and superior. For an intelligent person to take such an attitude is considered a gratuitous action, which is of no use for the other world, the world of eternity. On the other hand, a group feeling that is working for the truth and for fulfillment of the divine commands is something desirable. If it were gone, religious laws would no longer be, because they materialize only through group feeling, as we have stated before. Likewise, when Muhammad censures royal authority, he does not censure it for gaining superiority through truth, for forcing the great mass to accept the faith, nor for looking after the public interests. He censures royal authority for achieving superiority through worthless means and for employing human beings for indulgence in selfish purposes and desires, as we have stated. If royal authority would sincerely exercise its superiority over men for the sake of God and so as to cause those men to worship God and to wage war against his enemies, there would not be anything reprehensible in it. When the messenger of God was about to die, he appointed Abu Bakr as his representative to lead the prayers, since prayer was the most important religious activity. People were, thus, content to accept him as caliph, that is, as the person who causes the great mass to act according to the religious laws. No mention was made of royal authority, because royal authority was suspected of being worthless, and because at that time it was the prerogative of unbelievers and enemies of Islam. Abu Bakr discharged the duties of his office in a manner pleasing to God, following the traditions of his master. He fought against apostates until all the Arabs were united in Islam. He then appointed Umar his successor. Umar followed Abu Bakr's example and fought against foreign nations. He defeated them and permitted the Arabs to appropriate their worldly possessions and their royal authority, and the Arabs did that. The caliphate, then, went to Uthman b. Affan and Ali. All these caliphs renounced royal authority and kept apart from its ways. They were strengthened in this attitude by the low standard of living in Islam and the desert outlook of the Arabs. The world and its luxuries were more alien to them than to any other nation, on account of their religion, which inspired asceticism where the good things of life were concerned, and on account of the desert outlook and habitat and the rude, severe life to which they were accustomed. No nation was more used to a life of hunger than the Mu'ar. In the Ij, the Mu'ar inhabited a country without agricultural or animal products. They were kept from the fertile plains, rich in grain, because the latter were too far away and were monopolized by the Rubia and Yemenites who controlled them. They had no envy of the abundance of those regions. They often ate scorpions and beetles. They were proud to eat illas, that is, camel hair ground with stones, mixed with blood, and then cooked. The Quraysh were in a similar situation with regard to food and housing. Finally, the group feeling of the Arabs was consolidated in Islam through the prophethood of Muhammad with which God honored them. They then advanced against the Persians and Byzantines, and they looked for the land that God had truthfully promised and destined to them. They took away the royal authority of the Persians and the Byzantines, and confiscated their worldly possessions. They amassed enormous fortunes. It went so far that one horseman obtained, as his share in one of the raids, about 30,000 gold pieces. The amounts they got were enormous. Still, they kept to their rude way of life. Umar used to patch his only garment with pieces of leather. Ali used to say, "Gold and silver. Go and lure others, not me." Abu Musa refrained from eating chicken, because chickens were very rare among the Arabs of that time and not, generally, known to them. Sieves were altogether non-existent among the Bedouins, and they ate wheat kernels with the bran. Yet, the gains they made were greater than any ever made by other human beings. Al-Masudi says, in the days of Uthman, the men around Muhammad acquired estates and money. On the day Uthman was killed, 150,000 dinars and 1 million dirhams were in the hands of his treasurer. The value of his estates in Wadi al-Qura and Unain and other places was 200,000 dinars. He also left many camels and horses. The eighth part of the estate of Aziz Ubayr after his death amounted to 50,000 dinars. He also left 1,000 horses and 1,000 female servants. Ali's income from the Iraq was 1,000 dinars a day, and his income from the region of Ashshara was more than that. The stable of Abdar Rambi Auf contained 1,000 horses. He also had 1,000 camels and 10,000 sheep. 1/4 of his estate after his death amounted to 84,000. Zayd b. Thabit left silver and gold that was broken into pieces with pickaxes, in addition to the other property and estates that he left, in the value of 100,000 dinars. Aziz Ubayr built himself a residence in Al-Bara and other residences in Egypt and Al-Kufa and Alexandria. Allah built one in Al-Kufa and had his residence in Medina improved. He used plaster, bricks, and teakwood. Said b. Abi Waqt built himself a residence in Al-Akik, a suburb of Medina. He made it high and spacious, and had balustrades put on top of it. Al-Miqdad built his residence in Medina and had it plastered inside and out. Yalabi Munya left 50,000 dinars and estates and other things the value of which amounted to 300,000 dirhams. End of the quotation from Al-Masudi. Such were the gains people made. Their religion did not blame them for amassing so much, because, as booty, it was lawful property. They did not employ their property wastefully but in a planned way in all their conditions, as we have stated. Amassing worldly property is reprehensible, but it did not reflect upon them, because blame attaches only to waste and lack of planning, as we have indicated. Since their expenditure followed a plan and served the truth and its ways, amassing so much property helped them along on the path of truth and served the purpose of attaining the other world. Soon, the desert attitude of the Arabs and their low standard of living approached its end. The nature of royal authority, which is the necessary consequence of group feeling as we have stated, showed itself, and with it, there came superiority and force. Royal authority, as the early Muslims saw it, belonged in the same category as luxury and amassed property. They did not apply their superiority to worthless things, and they did not abandon the intentions of their religion or the ways of truth. When trouble arose between Ali and Muawiyah as a necessary consequence of group feeling, they were guided in their dissensions by the truth and by independent judgment. They did not fight for any worldly purpose or over preferences of no value, or for reasons of personal enmity. This might be suspected, and heretics might like to think so. However, what caused their difference was their independent judgment as to where the truth lay. It was on this matter that each side opposed the point of view of the other. Even though Ali was in the right, Muawiyah's intentions were not evil. He wanted the truth, but missed it. Each was right in so far as his intentions were concerned. Now, the nature of royal authority requires that one person claim all the glory for himself and appropriate it to himself. It was not for Muawiyah to deny the natural requirement of royal authority to himself and his people. Royal authority was a natural thing that group feeling, by its very nature, brought in its train. Even the Umayyads and those of their followers who were not after the truth like Muawiyah felt that. They banded together around him and were willing to die for him. Had Muawiyah tried to lead them on another course of action, had he opposed them and not claimed all the power for himself and them, it would have meant the dissolution of the whole thing that he had consolidated. It was more important to him to keep it together than to bother about a course of action that could not entail much criticism. When royal authority is obtained and we assume that one person has it all for himself, no objection can be raised if he uses it for the various ways and aspects of the truth. Solomon and his father David had the royal authority of the Israelites for themselves, as the nature of royal authority requires, and it is well known how great a share in prophecy and truth they possessed. Likewise, Muawiyah appointed Yazid as his successor, because he was afraid of the dissolution of the whole thing, inasmuch as the Umayyads did not like to see the power handed over to any outsider. Had Muawiyah appointed anyone else his successor, the Umayyads would have been against him. Moreover, they had a good opinion of Yazid. Muawiyah would not have been the man to appoint Yazid his successor, had he believed him to be really so wicked. Such an assumption must be absolutely excluded in Muawiyah's case. The same applies to Marwan b al-Hakam and his sons. Even though they were kings, their royal ways were not those of worthless men and oppressors. They complied with the intentions of the truth with all their energy, except when necessity caused them to do something unworthy. Such a necessity existed, when there was fear that the whole thing might face dissolution. To avoid that, was more important to them than any other intention. That this was their attitude is attested by the fact that they followed and imitated the early Muslims. Then came the later Umayyads. As far as their worldly purposes and intentions were concerned, they acted as the nature of royal authority required. They forgot the deliberate planning and the reliance upon the truth that had guided the activities of their predecessors. This caused the people to censure their actions and to accept the Abbasid propaganda in the place of the Umayyads. Thus, the Abbasids took over the government. The probity of the Abbasids was outstanding. They used their royal authority to further, as far as possible, the different aspects and ways of the truth. The early Abbasids eventually were succeeded by the descendants of Ar-Rashid. Among them there were good and bad men. Later on, when the power passed to their descendants, they gave royal authority and luxury their due. They became enmeshed in worldly affairs of no value and turned their backs on Islam. Therefore, God permitted them to be ruined, and the Arabs to be completely deprived of their power, which he gave to others. Whoever considers the biographies of these caliphs and their different approaches to truth and worthlessness knows that what we have stated is correct. It has thus become clear how the caliphate was transformed into royal authority. The form of government in the beginning was a caliphate. Everybody had his restraining influence in himself, that is, the restraining influence of Islam. They preferred Islam to their worldly affairs, even if the neglect of worldly affairs led to their own destruction. When Uthman was besieged in his house, Alisan, Al-Husayn, Abdullah b. Umar, Ibn Ja'far, and others came and offered to defend him. But he refused and did not permit swords to be drawn among Muslims. He feared a split and wanted to preserve the harmony that would keep the whole thing intact, even if it could be done only at the cost of his own destruction. At the beginning of his term of office, Ali himself was advised by al-Mughira to leave Aziz Zubayr, Muawiyah, and Ali in their positions, until the people had agreed to render the oath of allegiance to him and the whole thing was consolidated. After that, he might do what he wanted. That was good power politics. Ali, however, refused. He wanted to avoid deceit, because deceit is forbidden by Islam. Al-Mughira came back to him the following morning and said, "I gave you that advice yesterday, but then I reconsidered it and realized that it was neither right nor good advice." "You were right." Ali replied, "Indeed, no. I know that the advice you gave me yesterday was good advice and that you are deceiving me today. However, regard for the truth prevented me from following your good advice." To such a degree were these early Muslims concerned with improving their religion at the expense of their worldly affairs. It has thus been shown how the form of government came to be royal authority. However, there remain the traits that were characteristic of the caliphate, namely, preference for Islam and its ways, and adherence to the path of truth. A change became apparent only in the restraining influence that had been Islam and now came to be group feeling and the sword. That was the situation in the time of Muawiyah, Marwan, his son Abd al-Malik, and the first Abbasid caliphs down to Ar-Rashid and some of his sons. Then, the characteristic traits of the caliphate disappeared, and only its name remained. The form of government came to be royal authority, pure and simple. Superiority attained the limits of its nature and was employed for particular, worthless, purposes, such as the use of force and the arbitrary gratification of desires and for pleasure. This was the case with the successors of the sons of Abd al-Malik and the Abbasids after al-Mutaim and al-Mutawakkil. They remained caliphs in name, because the Arab group feeling continued to exist. In these two stages caliphate and royal authority existed side by side. Then, with the disappearance of Arab group feeling and the annihilation of the race and complete destruction of Arabism, the caliphate lost its identity. The form of government remained royal authority, pure and simple. This was the case, for instance, with the non-Arab rulers in the East. They showed obedience to the caliph in order to enjoy the blessings involved in that, but royal authority belonged to them with all its titles and attributes. The caliph had no share in it. It is thus clear that the caliphate at first existed without royal authority. Then, the characteristic traits of the caliphate became mixed up and confused. Finally, when its group feeling had separated from the group feeling of the caliphate, royal authority came to exist alone. 27. The meaning of the oath of allegiance. It should be known that the bay'ah, oath of allegiance, is a contract to render obedience. It is as though the person who renders the oath of allegiance made a contract with his Amir, to the effect that he surrenders supervision of his own affairs and those of the Muslims to him, and that he will not contest his authority, and that he will obey him by executing all the duties with which he might be charged, whether agreeable or disagreeable. When people rendered the oath of allegiance to the Amir and concluded the contract, they put their hands into his hand to confirm the contract. This was considered to be something like the action of buyer and seller, after concluding a bargain. Therefore, the oath of allegiance was called bay'ah, the infinitive of baa, to sell, or buy. The bay'ah was a handshake. Such is its meaning in customary linguistic terminology and the accepted usage of the religious law. The oath of allegiance that is common at present is the Persian custom of greeting kings by kissing the earth, or their hand, their foot, or the lower hem of their garment. The term bay'ah, which means a contract to render obedience, was used metaphorically to denote this, since such an abject form of greeting and politeness is one of the consequences and concomitants of obedience. The practice has become so general that it has become customary and has replaced the handshake which was originally used, because shaking hands with everybody meant that the ruler lowered himself and made himself cheap, things that are detrimental to leadership and the dignity of the royal position. However, the handshake is practiced by a very few rulers who want to show themselves humble and who, therefore, themselves shake hands with their nobles and with famous divines among their subjects. This customary meaning of the oath of allegiance should be understood. A person must know it, because it imposes upon him certain duties toward his ruler and imam. His actions will thus not be frivolous or gratuitous. This should be taken into consideration in one's dealings with rulers. 28. The succession. We have been discussing the imamate and mentioned the fact that it is part of the religious law because it serves the public interest. We have stated that its real meaning is the supervision of the interests of the Muslim nation in both their worldly and their religious affairs. The caliph is their guardian and trustee. He looks after their affairs as long as he lives. It follows that he should also look after their affairs after his death, and, therefore, should appoint someone to take charge of them as he had done, someone they can trust to look after them as they had trusted him then. The appointment of a successor is recognized as part of the religious law through the consensus of the Muslim nation, which says that it is permissible and binding when it occurs. Thus, Abu Bakr appointed Umar as his successor in the presence of the men around Muhammad. They considered this appointment permissible and considered themselves obliged by it to render obedience to Umar. Likewise, Umar appointed 6 persons to be members of an electoral council. No suspicion of the imam is justified in this connection, even if he appoints his father or his son his successor. He is trusted to look after the affairs of the Muslims as long as he lives. He is all the more responsible for not tolerating while he is alive the possibility that there might arise evil developments after his death. This is against those who say that he is suspect with regard to the appointment of his son or father, and also against those who consider him suspect with regard to the appointment of his son only, not his father. In fact, he could hardly be suspected in this respect in any way. Especially if there exists some reason for the appointment of a successor, such as a desire to promote the public interest or fear that some harm might arise. If no successor were appointed, suspicion of the Imam is out of the question. This, for instance, was the case with Muawiyah's appointment of his son Yazid. The action met with agreement of the people, and, therefore, is in itself an argument for the problem under discussion. But Muawiyah himself preferred his son Yazid to any other successor, because he was concerned with the public interest of preserving unity and harmony among the people, since the men who possessed executive authority, that is, the Umayyads, agreed at that time upon Yazid. No other motive could be expected of Muawiyah. His probity and the fact that he was one of the men around Muhammad preclude any other explanation. After Muawiyah, caliphs who were used to choosing the truth and to acting in accordance with it, acted similarly. Such caliphs included the Umayyads Abd al-Malik and Sulaiman, and the Abbasids as-Saf, al-Manr, al-Mahdi, and ar-Rashid, and others like them whose probity, and whose care and concern for the Muslims are well known. They cannot be blamed because they gave preference to their own sons and brothers, in that respect departing from the sunnah of the first four caliphs. Their situation was different from that of the four caliphs who lived in a time when royal authority as such did not yet exist, and the restraining influence was religious. Thus, everybody had his restraining influence in himself. Consequently, they appointed the person who was acceptable to Islam, and preferred him over all others. They trusted every aspirant to have his own restraining influence. After them, from Muawiyah on, the group feeling of the Arabs approached its final goal, royal authority. The restraining influence of religion had weakened. The restraining influence of government and group was needed. If, under those circumstances, someone not acceptable to the group had been appointed as successor, such an appointment would have been rejected by it. The chances of the appointee would have been quickly demolished, and the community would have been split and torn by dissension. Someone asked Ali, "Why do the people disagree concerning you, and why did they not disagree concerning Abu Bakr and Umar?" Ali replied, "Because Abu Bakr and Umar were in charge of men like me, and I today am in charge of men like you." He referred to the restraining influence of Islam. When al-Ma'mun appointed Ali b. Musa b. Ja'far Adiq his successor and called him Ari, the Abbasids greatly disapproved of the action. They declared invalid the oath of allegiance that had been rendered to al-Ma'mun, and took the oath of allegiance to his uncle Ibrahim b. al-Mahdi. There was so much trouble, dissension, and interruption of communications, and there were so many rebels and seceders, that the state almost collapsed. Eventually, al-Ma'mun went from Khorasan to Baghdad and brought matters back to their former condition. Such differences as the one just cited between caliphate and royal authority must be taken into consideration in connection with the problem of succession. Times differ according to differences in affairs, tribes, and group feelings, which come into being during those times. Differences in this respect produce differences in public interests, and each public interest has its own particular laws. However, Islam does not consider preservation of the ruler's inheritance for his children the proper purpose of appointing a successor. Succession to the rule is something that comes from God, who distinguishes by it whomsoever he wishes. In appointing a successor, it is necessary to be as well intentioned as possible. Otherwise, there is danger that one may trifle with religious institutions. Some wrongly assume the imamate to be one of the pillars of the faith. It is one of the general, public, interests. The people are delegated to take care of it. If it were one of the pillars of the faith, it would be something like prayer, and Muhammad would have appointed a representative, exactly as he appointed Abu Bakr to represent him at prayer. Had he done so, it would have become generally known, as was the case with prayer, that the men around Muhammad considered the caliphate as something analogous to prayer, and on the strength of that attitude argued in favor of Abu Bakr's caliphate, is merely another proof of the fact that no appointment of an heir had taken place. It also shows that the question of the imamate and succession to it was not as important then as it is today. Group feeling, which determines unity and disunity in the customary course of affairs, was not of the same significance then as it was to be later on. Islam was winning the hearts of the people and causing them to be willing to die for it in a way that disrupted the customary course of affairs. That happened because people observed with their own eyes the presence of angels to help them, the repeated appearance of heavenly messages among them, and the constant, Quranic, recitation of divine pronouncements to them in connection with every happening. Thus, it was not necessary to pay any attention to group feeling. Men generally had the qualities of submissiveness and obedience. They were thoroughly frightened and perturbed by a sequence of extraordinary miracles and other divine happenings, and by frequent visitations of angels. Such questions as that of the caliphate, of royal authority, succession, group feeling, and other such matters, were submerged in this turmoil the way it happened. These helpful circumstances passed with the disappearance of miracles and the death of the generations that had witnessed them with their own eyes. The qualities mentioned changed little by little. The impression the wonders had made passed, and affairs took again their ordinary course. The influence of group feeling and of the ordinary course of affairs manifested itself in the resulting good and bad institutions. The questions of caliphate and royal authority and that of the succession to both became very important affairs in the opinion of the people. Their importance increased somewhat during the time of the early caliphs because there arose certain needs in connection with military protection, the holy war, the apostasy of Arab tribes after Muhammad's death, and the conquests. The first caliphs could decide whether they would appoint successors or not. Subsequently, as at the present time, the matter has become most important in connection with harmony in military protection and the administration of public interests. Group feeling has come to play a role in it. Group feeling is the secret divine factor that restrains people from splitting up and abandoning each other. It is the source of unity and agreement, and the guarantor of the intentions and laws of Islam. When this is understood, God's wise plans with regard to his creation and his creatures will become manifest. As regards the wars that took place in Islam among the men around Muhammad and the men of the second generation, those differences concerned religious matters only, and arose from independent interpretation of proper arguments and considered insights. Differences may well arise among people who use independent judgment. They were no more than differences in the independent interpretation of equivocal religious problems, and they have to be considered in this light. 29. The functions of the religious institution of the Caliphate. It has become clear that to be caliph in reality means acting as substitute for the lawgiver, Muhammad, with regard to the preservation of the religion and the political leadership of the world. The lawgiver was concerned with both things, with religion in his capacity as the person commanded to transmit the duties imposed by the religious laws to the people and to cause them to act in accordance with them, and with worldly political leadership in his capacity as the person in charge of the public interests of human civilization. We have mentioned before that civilization is necessary to human beings and that care for the public interests connected with it is likewise necessary, if mankind is not to perish of neglect. We have also mentioned before that royal authority and its impetus suffice to create the institutions serving the public interest, although they would be more perfect if they were established through religious laws, because they understand the public interests better. Royal authority, if it be Muslim, falls under the caliphate and is one of its concomitants. The royal authority of a non-Muslim nation stands alone. But in any case, it has its subordinate ranks and dependent positions which relate to particular functions. The people of the dynasty are given offices, and each one of them discharges the duties of his office as directed by the ruler who controls them all. Thus, the power of the ruler fully materializes, and he is well able to discharge his governmental duties. Even though the institution of the caliphate includes royal authority in the sense mentioned, its religious character brings with it special functions and ranks peculiar to the Muslim caliphs. We are going to mention the religious functions peculiar to the caliphate, and we shall come back later on to the functions of royal government. All the religious functions of the religious law, such as prayer, the office of judge, the office of mufti, the holy war, and market supervision fall under the great imamate, which is the caliphate. The caliphate is a kind of great mainspring and comprehensive basis, and all these functions are branches of it and fall under it because of the wide scope of the caliphate, its active interest in all conditions of the Muslim community, both religious and worldly, and its general power to execute the religious laws relative to both religious and worldly affairs. The leadership of prayer. The leadership of prayer is the highest of these functions and higher than royal authority as such, which, like prayer, falls under the caliphate. This is attested by the circumstance that the men around Muhammad deduced from the fact that Abu Bakr had been appointed Muhammad's representative as prayer leader, the fact that he had also been appointed his representative in political leadership. They said, "The messenger of God found him acceptable for our religion. So, why should we not accept him for our worldly affairs?" If prayer did not rank higher than political leadership, the analogical reasoning would not have been sound. The laws and conditions governing the office of prayer leader, and the person entrusted with it are known from the law books. The first caliphs did not delegate the leadership of prayer. The fact that certain of the caliphs were stabbed in the mosque during the call to prayer, being expected by the assassins to be there at the prayer times, shows that the caliphs personally led the prayer and were not represented by others. This custom was continued by the Umayyads later on. They considered it their exclusive privilege and a high office to lead the prayer. Later, when the nature of royal authority, with its qualities of harshness and unequal treatment of the people in their religious and worldly affairs, made itself felt, the rulers chose men to represent them as prayer leaders. They reserved for themselves the leadership of prayer at certain times and on general, festive occasions, such as the 2 holidays and the Friday service. This was for purposes of display and ostentation. The office of mufti. As to the office of mufti, the caliph must examine the religious scholars and teachers and entrust it only to those who are qualified for it. He must help them in their task, and he must prevent those who are not qualified for the office from attaining it. The office of mufti is one of the public interests of the Muslim religious community. The caliph has to take care lest unqualified persons undertake to act as mufti and so lead the people astray. Teachers have the task of teaching and spreading religious knowledge and of holding classes for that purpose in the mosques. If the mosque is one of the great mosques under the administration of the ruler, where the ruler looks after the prayer leaders, teachers must ask the ruler for permission to teach there. If it is one of the general mosques, no permission is needed. However, teachers and muftis must have some restraining influence in themselves that tells them not to undertake something for which they are not qualified, so that they may not lead astray those who ask for the right way or cause to stumble those who want to be guided. The office of judge. The office of judge is one of the positions that come under the caliphate. It is an institution that serves the purpose of settling suits and resolving disputes and dissensions. It proceeds, however, along the lines of the religious laws laid down by the Quran and the Sunnah. Therefore, it is one of the positions that belongs to the caliphate and falls under it generally. At the beginning of Islam, the caliphs exercised the office of judge personally. They did not permit anyone else to function as judge in any matter. The first caliph to charge someone else with exercise of this office was Umar. He appointed Abu Darda to be judge with him in Medina, he appointed Shurayh as judge in Al-Bara, and Abu Musa al-Ash'ari as judge in Al-Kufa. On appointing Abu Musa, he wrote him the famous letter that contains all the laws that govern the office of judge, and is the basis of them. He says in it, "Now, the office of judge is a definite religious duty and a generally followed practice. Understand the depositions that are made before you, for it is useless to consider a plea that is not valid. Consider all the people equal before you in your court and in your attention, so that the noble will not expect you to be partial and the humble will not despair of justice from you. The claimant must produce evidence, from the defendant, an oath may be exacted. Compromise is permissible among Muslims, but not any agreement through which something forbidden would be permitted, or something permitted forbidden. If you gave judgment yesterday, and today upon reconsideration come to the correct opinion, you should not feel prevented by your first judgment from retracting, for justice is primeval, and it is better to retract than to persist in worthlessness. Use your brain about matters that perplex you and to which neither Quran nor Sunnah seem to apply. Study similar cases and evaluate the situation through analogy with them. If a person brings a claim, which he may or may not be able to prove, set a time limit for him. If he brings proof within the time limit, you should allow his claim, otherwise you are permitted to give judgment against him. This is the better way to forestall or clear up any possible doubt. All Muslims are acceptable as witnesses against each other, except such as have received a punishment provided for by the religious law, such as are proved to have given false witness, and such as are suspected, of partiality, on the ground of client status or relationship, for God, praised be He, forgives when sworn testimony is rendered and postpones punishment, in face of the evidence. Avoid fatigue and weariness and annoyance at the litigants. For establishing justice in the courts of justice, God will grant you a rich reward and give you a good reputation. Farewell. Although the personal exercise of the office of judge was to have been the task of the caliphs, they entrusted others with it because they were too busy with general politics and too occupied with the holy war, conquests, defense of the border regions, and protection of the center. These were things which could not be undertaken by anyone else because of their great importance. They considered it an easy matter to act as judge in litigation among the people and, therefore, had themselves represented by others in the exercise of the office of judge, so as to lighten their own burden. Still, they always entrusted the office only to people who shared in their group feeling either through common descent or their status as clients. They did not entrust it to men who were not close to them in this sense. In the period of the caliphs, the duty of the judge was merely to settle suits between litigants. Gradually, later on, other matters were referred to him more and more often as the preoccupation of the caliphs and rulers with high policy grew. Finally, the office of judge came to include, in addition to the settling of suits, certain general concerns of the Muslims, such as supervision of the property of insane persons, orphans, bankrupts, and incompetents who are under the care of guardians, supervision of wills and mortmain donations and of the marrying of marriageable women without guardians to give them away, according to the opinion of some authorities, supervision of public roads and buildings, examination of witnesses, attorneys, and court substitutes, to acquire complete knowledge and full acquaintance relative to their reliability or unreliability. All these things have become part of the position and duties of a judge. Former caliphs had entrusted the judge with the supervision of torts. This is a position that combines elements both of government power and judicial discretion. It needs a strong hand and much authority to subdue the evildoer and restrain the aggressor among two litigants. In a way, it serves to do what the judges and others are unable to do. It is concerned with the examination of evidence, with punishments not foreseen by the religious law, with the use of indirect and circumstantial evidence, with the postponement of judgment until the legal situation has been clarified, with attempts to bring about reconciliation between litigants, and with the swearing in of witnesses. This is a wider field than that with which the judges are concerned. The first caliphs exercised that function personally until the days of the Abbasid al-Mu'tadi. They also often entrusted the judges with leadership of the holy war in summer campaigns. Making appointments to these functions was the task of the caliphs or of those to whom they entrusted it, such as a minister to whom full powers were delegated, or a ruler who had gained superiority. The police. In the Abbasid dynasty and in the dynasties of the Umayyads in Spain and under the Ubaydid, Fahmids, in Egypt and the Maghrib, the control of crimes and imposition of punishments required by the religious law was also a special task and was delegated to the chief of police. The police is another religious function that under these dynasties belonged to the positions connected with the religious law. Its field is somewhat wider than that of the office of judge. It makes it possible for suspects to be brought into court. It decides upon preventive punishments before crimes have been committed. It imposes the punishments required by the religious law where they are due, and determines compensation in cases of bodily injury where the law of talion applies. It imposes punishments not provided for by the religious law, and provides for corrective measures against those who did not execute the crimes they had planned. The proper functions of the police and of torts were forgotten during the dynasties in which the nature of the caliphate was no longer remembered. Torts were transferred to the ruler whether he had been delegated by the caliph to take care of them or not. The police function was split into two parts. One of them was that of taking care of suspects, imposing the punishments required by the religious law, and amputating criminals condemned for crimes punishable by the amputation of a limb, and seeing to it that the laws of talion were applied where appropriate. For these duties, the dynasties appointed an official who exercised his office in the service of the political establishment, without reference to the religious laws. He was sometimes called Wali, governor, and sometimes Shura, police. The remaining former police functions dealt with punishments not provided for by the religious law and the imposition of punishments for crimes fixed by the religious law. They were combined with the functions of judge previously mentioned. They became part of the official duties of the judge, and have so remained down to this time. This position was taken away from the people who shared in the group feeling of the dynasty. When there was a religious caliphate, the caliphs entrusted the function, since it was a religious office, only to Arabs or to clients, allies, slaves, or followers who shared in their group feeling and upon whose ability and competence to execute the tasks they could rely. When the character and appearance of the caliphate changed and royal and government authority took over, the religious functions lost to some degree their connection with the powers in control, inasmuch as they did not belong among the titles and honors of royal authority. The Arabs later on lost all control of the government. Royal authority fell to Turkish and Berber nations. These caliphal functions, as far as their character and the group feeling that belonged to them was concerned, were even more remote from them than from their predecessors. This was because the Arabs had been of the opinion that the religious law was their religion and that the Prophet was one of them and that his religious laws distinguished them in their thought and action from other nations. The non-Arabs did not think that way. If they had some respect for these functions, it was merely because they had become Muslims. Therefore, they came to entrust them to men outside their own group who had become familiar with these functions, in the dynasties of former caliphs. Under the influence of the luxury of the dynasties to which they had been accustomed for hundreds of years, these people had forgotten the old desert period and desert toughness. They had acquired sedentary culture, luxurious customs, tranquility, and lack of ability to take care of themselves. In the kingdoms that succeeded the rule of the caliphs, the functions of the caliphate became the prerogative of this kind of urban weakling. They were no longer exercised by people of prestige, but by persons whose qualifications were limited, both by their descent and by the sedentary culture to which they had become accustomed. They were despised as sedentary people are, who live submerged in luxury and tranquility, who have no connection with the group feeling of the ruler, and who depend on others for protection. Their position in the dynasty derives from the fact that it takes care of the Muslim religious community and follows the religious laws, and that these persons know the laws and can interpret them through legal decisions. They have no standing in the dynasty because they are honored as personalities. Their standing merely reflects an affectation of respect for their position in the royal councils, where it is desired to make a show of reverence for the religious ranks. They do not have executive authority to make decisions in these councils. If they participate in the making of decisions, it is just as a matter of form, with no reality behind it. Executive authority in reality belongs to those who have the power to enforce their decisions. Those who do not have the power to enforce their decisions have no executive authority. They are merely used as authorities on religious law, and their legal decisions are accepted. Some scholars think that this is not right, and that rulers who keep jurists and judges out of their councils act wrongly, since Muhammad said, "The scholars are the heirs of the prophets." However, royal and governmental authority is conditioned by the natural requirements of civilization. Were such not the case, it would have nothing to do with politics. The nature of civilization does not require that jurists and scholars have any share in authority. Advisory and executive authority belongs only to the person who controls the group feeling and is by it enabled to exercise authority, to do things or not do them. Those who do not have group feeling, who have no control over their own affairs, and who cannot protect themselves, are dependent upon others. How, then, could they participate in councils, and why should their advice be taken into consideration? Their advice as derived from their knowledge of the religious laws, is taken into consideration, only in so far as they are consulted for legal decisions. Advice on political matters is not their province, because they have no group feeling and do not know the conditions and laws which govern group feeling. To honor jurists and scholars is an act of kindness on the part of rulers and amirs. It testifies to their high regard for Islam and to their respect for men who are in any way concerned with it. The position of official witness. This is a religious position depending on the office of judge and connected with court practice. The men who hold it give testimony with the judge's permission for or against people's claims. They serve as witnesses when testimony is to be taken, testify during a lawsuit, and fill in the registers which record the rights, possessions, and debts of people and other legal transactions. We have mentioned the judge's permission because people may have become confused, and then only the judge knows who is reliable and who is not. Thus, in a way, he gives permission to those of whose probity he is sure, so that people's affairs and transactions will be properly safeguarded. The prerequisite governing this position is the incumbent's possession of the quality of probity according to the religious law, his freedom from unreliability. Furthermore, he must be able to fill in the court records and make out contracts in the right form and proper order and correctly, observing the conditions and stipulations governing them from the point of view of the religious law. Thus, he must have such knowledge of jurisprudence as is necessary for the purpose. Because of these conditions and the experience and practice required, the office came to be restricted to persons of probity. Probity came to be considered the particular quality of persons who exercise this function. But this is not so. Probity is one of the prerequisites qualifying them for the office. The judge must examine their conditions and look into their way of life, to make sure that they fulfill the condition of probity. He must not neglect to do so, because it is his duty to safeguard the rights of the people. The responsibility for everything rests with him, and he is accountable for the outcome. Once, official witnesses have been shown clearly to be qualified for the position, they become more generally useful to the judges. They can be used to find out about the reliability of other men whose probity is not known to the judges, because of the large size of cities and their confused conditions. In assessing the reliability of the evidence, they usually count upon these professional witnesses. In every city, they have their own shops and benches where they always sit, so that people who have transactions to make can engage them to function as witnesses and register the testimony in writing. The term probity, adala, thus came to be used both for the position whose significance has just been explained and for probity, reliability, as required by the religious law, which is used paired with unreliability. The two are the same, but still, they are different. Market supervision. The office of market supervisor is a religious position. It falls under the religious obligation to command to do good and forbid to do evil, which rests with the person in charge of the affairs of the Muslims. He appoints to the position men whom he considers qualified for it. The obligation thus devolves upon the appointee. He may use other men to help him in his job. He investigates abuses and applies the appropriate punishments and corrective measures. He sees to it that the people act in accord with the public interest in the town. For instance, he prohibits the obstruction of roads. He forbids porters and boatmen to carry too heavy loads. He orders the owners of buildings threatening to collapse to tear them down and thus remove the possibility of danger to passers-by. He prevents teachers in schools and other places from beating young pupils too much. His authority is not restricted to cases of quarrels or complaints, but he must look after, and rule on, everything of the sort that comes to his knowledge or is reported to him. He has no authority over legal claims in general, but he has authority over everything relating to fraud and deception in connection with food and other things and in connection with weights and measures. Among his duties is that of making dilatory debtors pay what they owe, and similar things that do not require hearing of evidence or a legal verdict, in other words, cases with which a judge would have nothing to do because they are so common and simple. These, therefore, are referred to the person who holds the office of market supervisor to take care of them. The position, consequently, is subordinate to the office of judge. In many Muslim dynasties, such as the dynasties of the Ubaydid Fimids in Egypt and the Maghrib and that of the Umayyads in Spain, the office of market supervisor fell under the general jurisdiction of the judge, who could appoint anyone to the office at discretion. Then, when the position of ruler became separated from the caliphate and when the ruler took general charge of all political matters, the office of market supervisor became one of the royal positions and a separate office. The Mint. The office of the Mint is concerned with the coins used by Muslims in commercial transactions, with guarding against possible falsification or substandard quality, clipping, when the number of coins, and not the weight of their metal, is used in transactions, and with all else relating to monetary matters. Further, the office is concerned with putting the ruler's mark upon the coins, thus indicating their good quality and purity. The mark is impressed upon the coins with an iron seal that is especially used for the purpose and that has special designs, legends, on it. It is placed upon the dinar and the dirham after their proper weight has been established, and is then beaten with a hammer until the designs have been impressed upon the coin. This then indicates the good quality of the coin according to the best methods of melting and purification customary among the inhabitants of a particular region under the ruling dynasty. The metal standard is not something rigidly fixed but depends upon independent judgment. Once the inhabitants of a particular part or region have decided upon a standard of purity, they hold to it and call it the guide or standard. They use it to test their coins. If they are substandard, they are bad. Supervision of all these things is the duty of the holder of the office of the Mint. In this respect, it is a religious office and falls under the caliphate. It used to belong to the general jurisdiction of the judge but now has become a separate office, as is the case with that of market supervision. This is all that is to be said about caliphal positions. There were other positions that disappeared when the things that were their concern disappeared. Further, there are positions that became positions of rulers other than the caliph. Such are the positions of Amir and Wazir, and those concerned with warfare and taxation. They will be discussed later on in their proper places. The position concerned with prosecution of the Holy War ceased to exist when the Holy War was no longer waged, save in a few dynasties which, as a rule, classify the laws governing it under the governmental, and not the caliphal, authority. Likewise, the office of marshal of the nobility consisting of relatives of the caliphs, whose descent gives them a claim to the caliphate or to an official pension, disappeared when the caliphate ceased. In general, the honors and positions of the caliphate merged with those of royal authority and political leadership. This is the present situation in all dynasties. 30. The title of Commander of the Faithful, which is characteristic of the Caliph. It was created in the period of the first four caliphs. This is because the men around Muhammad and all the other early Muslims called Abu Bakr, when he received the oath of allegiance, representative, Khalifa, Caliph, of the Messenger of God. This form of address was used until he died. Then, the oath of allegiance was rendered to Umar, who was appointed by Abu Bakr, and people called Umar representative of the Messenger of God. However, they considered the title somewhat cumbersome. It was long and had a succession of genitives. With successive caliphs, it would become longer and longer and end up as a tongue twister, and it would no longer be distinct and recognizable because of the great number of dependent genitives. Therefore, they tried to replace the title by some other one appropriate to a caliph. The leaders of military missions used to be called amirs. Before becoming Muslims, people used to call the Prophet Amir of Mecca and Amir of the Ij. Now, it so happened that one of the men around Muhammad addressed Umar as Commander of the Faithful. People liked this form of address, and approved it. Thus, they called Umar by this title. The caliphs who succeeded him inherited the title as a characteristic which no other person shared with them. The caliphs inherited the title of Commander of the Faithful from each other. It became a characteristic of the ruler of the Ij, Syria, and the Iraq, the regions that were the home of the Arabs and the centers of the Muslim dynasty and the bases of Islam and Muslim conquest. Therefore, it was no longer distinctive, when the Abbasid dynasty reached its flowering and prime, and another style of address gained currency, one that served to distinguish them from each other, inasmuch as the title of Commander of the Faithful was one they all had. The Abbasids took surnames such as As-Safa, Al-Manr, Al-Mahdi, Al-Hadi, Ar-Rashid, and so on, and thus created a sort of cover to guard their proper names against abuse by the tongues of the common people and protect them against profanation. They continued with that custom, down to the end of the dynasty. The Ubaydid, Fimids, in Afriqiya and Egypt followed their example. The Umayyads refrained from that, for a long time. The earlier Umayyads in the East had done so, in keeping with their austerity and simplicity. Arab manners and aspirations had not yet been abandoned in their time, and, the Umayyads, had not yet exchanged Bedouin characteristics for those of sedentary culture. The Umayyads in Spain also refrained from such titles, because they followed the tradition of their ancestors. Moreover, they were conscious of their inferior position, since they did not control the caliphate which the Abbasids had appropriated, and had no power over the Ij, the mainspring of the Arabs and Islam, and were remote from the seat of the caliphate around which the Arab group feeling centered. By being rulers of a remote region, they merely protected themselves against the persecution of the Abbasids. Finally, however, it became known how greatly the liberty of the caliphate in the East had been curtailed and how the clients of the Abbasids had taken control of the dynasty and had achieved complete power to depose, replace, kill, or blind the caliphs. Abd-ar-Ram III, therefore, adopted the ways of the caliphs in the East and in Afriqiya. He had himself called Commander of the Faithful and assumed the surname of Amir Lead-in Allah. This custom, which he was the first to practice, was followed and became an established one. This situation prevailed down to the time when Arab group feeling was completely destroyed and the caliphate lost its identity. Non-Arab clients gained power over the Abbasids, followers of their own making gained power over the Ubaydid Fimids in Cairo, the Inja gained power over the realm of Afriqiya, the Zenata gained power over the Maghrib, and the Reyes de Taifas, small princes, in Spain gained power over the Umayyads. Each of these groups took over part of the caliphate. The Muslim empire dissolved. The rulers in the West and the East adopted different titles. Formerly, they had all been called by the name of Sultan. The non-Arab rulers in the east were distinguished by the caliphs with special honorific surnames indicating their subservience and obedience and their good status as officials. When these men gained control over the caliphs, they were satisfied to keep these surnames and did not adopt caliphal titles out of deference to the institution and in order to avoid any usurpation of its peculiar characteristics, as is customary among those who gain power and control over an existing institution. However, later on, the non-Arabs in the East strengthened their grip on royal authority and became more and more prominent in state and government. The group feeling of the caliphate vanished and dissolved completely. At that time, these non-Arabs were inclined to adopt titles that were characteristic of royal authority, such as Amir and Al-Manr. This was in addition to the titles they had previously held and which indicated that they were no longer clients and followers. The Reyes de Taifas in Spain, who had a powerful grip on the caliphate, by virtue of the fact that they shared in its tribal group feeling, divided up and distributed among themselves the caliphal titles. The Inja restricted themselves to the display titles that the Ubaidid Fatimid caliphs had given them. Later on, as the distance between them and the caliphate grew, they forgot these titles and restricted themselves to the name of Sultan. The same was the case with the Makrawah rulers in the Maghrib. The only title they adopted was that of Sultan, in accordance with Bedouin custom and desert austerity. At the time when the name of the caliphate had become extinct and its influence non-existent, the Almoravid ruler Yusuf b. Tashfin made his appearance among the Berber tribes in the Maghrib. He became the ruler of both shores. He was a good and conservative man who, consequently, in order to comply with all the formalities of his religion, wished to submit to the caliphal authority. He addressed himself to the Abbasid al-Mustahir and sent to him two sheikhs from Seville as his ambassadors, Abdullah b al-Arabi and Abdullah's son, Judge Abu Bakr. They were to transmit the oath of allegiance to al-Mustahir and were to ask him to appoint and invest Ibn Tashfin as ruler over the Maghrib. They returned with the caliphal appointment of Ibn Tashfin as ruler over the Maghrib and with permission to use the caliphal style in dress and flag. In the document, the caliph addressed Ibn Tashfin as commander of the Muslims, in order to honor and distinguish him. Ibn Tashfin, therefore, took that as his title. The Mahdi, of the Almohads, followed upon the Almoravids. He made propaganda for the truth. He called his followers Almohads, champions of the strict oneness of God. He followed the opinion of the Ulids with regard to the infallible Imam who must exist in every age and whose existence preserves the order of the world. Al-Mahdi was at first called Imam, in accordance with the aforementioned Shia practice with regard to the title of their caliphs. The word al-Masum, infallible, was linked with Imam to indicate his tenet. When governmental authority in the Maghrib lapsed and the Zenata took power, their first rulers continued the ways of desert life and simplicity and followed the Almoravids in using the title of commander of the Muslims, out of deference to the high rank of the caliphate. The later, Zenata, rulers aspired to the title of commander of the faithful, and are using it at this time to comply fully with royal aspirations and the ways and characteristics of royal authority. 31 Remarks on the words Pope and Patriarch in the Christian religion and on the word Kohen used by the Jews. It should be known that after the removal of its prophet, a religious group must have someone to take care of it. Such a person must cause the people to act according to the religious laws. In a way, he stands to them in the place of their prophet, inasmuch as he enjoins the obligations which the prophet had imposed upon them. Furthermore, in accordance with the aforementioned need for political leadership in social organization, the human species must have a person who will cause them to act in accordance with what is good for them and who will prevent them by force from doing things harmful to them. Such a person is the one who is called ruler. In the Muslim community, the holy war is a religious duty, because of the universalism of the Muslim mission and the obligation to convert everybody to Islam either by persuasion or by force. Therefore, caliphate and royal authority are united in Islam, so that the person in charge can devote the available strength to both of them at the same time. The other religious groups did not have a universal mission, and the holy war was not a religious duty to them, save only for purposes of defense. It has thus come about that the person in charge of religious affairs in other religious groups is not concerned with power politics at all. Among them, royal authority comes to those who have it by accident and in some way that has nothing to do with religion. It comes to them as the necessary result of group feeling, which by its very nature seeks to obtain royal authority, as we have mentioned before, and not because they are under obligation to gain power over other nations, as is the case with Islam. They are merely required to establish their religion among their own people. This is why the Israelites after Moses and Joshua remained unconcerned with royal authority for about 400 years. Their only concern was to establish their religion. The person from among them who was in charge of their religion was called the Kohen. He was in a way the representative, caliph, of Moses. He regulated the prayers and sacrifices of the Israelites. They made it a condition for him to be a descendant of Aaron, as it had been destined for him and his children by divine revelation. 4. Supervision of the political matters which naturally arise among human beings. The Israelites selected 70 elders who were entrusted with a general legal authority. The Kohen was higher in religious rank than they and more remote from the turbulent legal authority. This continued to obtain, among the Israelites, until the nature of group feeling made itself fully felt and all power became political. The Israelites dispossessed the Canaanites of the land that God had given them as their heritage in Jerusalem and the surrounding region, as it had been explained to them through Moses. The nations of the Philistines, the Canaanites, the Armenians, the Edomites, the Ammonites, and the Moabites fought against them. During that time political leadership was entrusted to the elders among them. The Israelites remained in that condition for about 400 years. They did not have any royal power and were harassed by attacks from foreign nations. Therefore, they asked God through Samuel, one of their prophets, that he permit them to make someone king over them. Thus, Saul became their king. He defeated the foreign nations and killed Goliath, the ruler of the Philistines. After Saul, David became king, and then Solomon. His kingdom flourished and extended to the borders of the Aj and further to the borders of the Yemen and to the borders of the land of the Byzantines. After Solomon, the tribes split into 2 dynasties. This was in accordance with the necessary consequence of group feeling in dynasties, as we have mentioned before. One of the dynasties was that of the 10 tribes in the region of Nablus, the capital of which is Samaria, Sabbathia, and the other that of the children of Judah and Benjamin in Jerusalem. Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, then deprived them of their royal authority. He first dealt with the 10 tribes in Samaria, and then with the children of Judah in Jerusalem. Their royal authority had had an uninterrupted duration of 1,000 years. Now he destroyed their temple, burnt their Torah, and killed their religion. He deported the people to Afan and the Iraq. Eventually, one of the Persian Khayanid, Achaemenid, rulers brought them back to Jerusalem, 70 years after they had left it. They rebuilt the temple and re-established their religion in its original form with priests only. The royal authority belonged to the Persians. Alexander and the Greeks then defeated the Persians, and the Jews came under Greek domination. The Greek rule then weakened, and, with the help of their natural group feeling, the Jews rose against the Greeks and made an end to their domination over them. Jewish royal authority was in charge of their Hasmonean priests. The Hasmoneans fought the Greeks. Eventually, their power was destroyed. The Romans defeated them, and the Jews came under Roman domination. The Romans advanced toward Jerusalem, the seat of the children of Herod, relatives by marriage of the Hasmoneans and the last remnant of the Hasmonean dynasty. They laid siege to them for a time, finally conquering Jerusalem by force in an orgy of murder, destruction, and arson. They laid Jerusalem in ruins and exiled the Jews to Rome and the regions beyond. This was the second destruction of the temple. The Jews call it the Great Exile. After that, they had no royal authority, because they had lost their group feeling. They remained afterwards under the domination of the Romans and their successors. Their religious affairs were taken care of by their head, called the Kohen. The Messiah, Jesus, brought the Jews his religion, as is known. He abolished some of the laws of the Torah. He performed marvelous wonders, such as healing the insane and reviving the dead. Many people joined him and believed in him. The largest group among his following were his companions, the apostles. There were 12 of them. He sent some of them as messengers to all parts of the world. They made propaganda for his religious group. That was in the days of Augustus, the first of the Roman emperors, and during the time of Herod, the king of the Jews, who had taken away royal authority from the Hasmoneans, his relatives by marriage. The Jews envied Jesus and declared him a liar. Their king, Herod, wrote to the Roman emperor, Augustus, and incited him against Jesus. The Roman emperor gave the Jews permission to kill him, and the story of Jesus as recited in the Quran occurred. The apostles divided into different groups. Most of them went to the country of the Romans and made propaganda for the Christian religion. Peter was the greatest of them. He settled in Rome, the seat of the Roman emperors. They then wrote down the gospel that had been revealed to Jesus, in 4 recensions according to their different traditions. Matthew wrote his gospel in Jerusalem in Hebrew. It was translated into Latin by John, the son of Zebedee, one of the apostles. Luke wrote his gospel in Latin for a Roman dignitary. John, the son of Zebedee, wrote his gospel in Rome. Peter wrote his gospel in Latin and ascribed it to his pupil Mark. These 4 recensions of the gospel differ from each other. Not all of it is pure revelation, but the gospels have an admixture of the words of Jesus and of the apostles. They consist chiefly of sermons and stories. There are very few laws in them. The apostles came together at that time in Rome and laid down the rules of the Christian community. They entrusted them to Clement, a pupil of Peter, noting in them the list of books that are to be accepted and in accordance with which one must act. The books which belong to the old religious law of the Jews are the following: the Torah, which consists of 5 volumes. The book of Joshua. The book of Judges. The book of Ruth. The book of Judith. The 4 books of Kings. The book of Chronicles. The 3 books of Maccabees, by Ibn Gorion. The book of Ezra, the religious leader. The book of Esther and the story of Haman. The book of Job the righteous. The Psalms of David. The 5 books of David's son, Solomon. The 16 prophecies of the major and minor prophets. The book of Jesus, the son of Sarah, the minister of Solomon. The books of the religious law of Jesus that was received by the apostles are the following: the 4 recensions of the gospel. The book of Paul, which consists of 14 epistles. The Catholica, general epistles, which consist of 7 epistles, the 8th being the Praxis, Acts, stories of the apostles. The book of Clement, which contains the laws. The book of the Apocalypse, Revelation, which contains the vision of John, the son of Zebedee. The attitude of the Roman emperors toward Christianity varied. At times, they adopted it and honored its adherents. At other times, they did not recognize it and persecuted its adherents and killed and exiled them. Finally, Constantine appeared and adopted Christianity. From then on, all, the Roman emperors, were Christians. The head of the Christian community, and the person in charge of Christian religious institutions is called patriarch. He is their religious head and the representative, caliph, of the Messiah among them. He sends his delegates and representatives to the remote Christian nations. They are called bishop, that is, delegate of the patriarch. The man who leads the prayers and makes decisions in religious matters is called priest. The person who withdraws from society and retires into solitude for worship is called monk. The latter usually seeks solitude in monastic cells. The Apostle Peter, the chief apostle and oldest of the disciples, was in Rome and established the Christian religion there. Nero, the 5th Roman emperor, killed him. Successor to Peter at the Roman See was Arius. Mark the Evangelist spent 7 years in Alexandria and Egypt and the Maghreb making propaganda. After him came Ananias, who was called Patriarch. He was the first patriarch there. He appointed 12 priests to be with him, and it was arranged that when the patriarch died, one of the 12 should take his place, and one of the faithful be elected to take his place as the 12th priest. Thus, the patriarchate fell to the priests. Later on, dissension broke out among the Christians with regard to the basic principles and articles of their religion. They assembled in Nicaea in the days of Constantine, in order to lay down the doctrine of true Christianity. 318 bishops agreed upon one and the same doctrine of Christianity. They wrote it down and called it the Creed. They made it the fundamental principle to which they would all have reference. Among the things they set down in writing was that with respect to the appointment of the Patriarch as the head of Christianity, no reference should be made to the independent judgment of the priests, as Ananias, the disciple of Mark, had prescribed. That point of view was abolished. The Patriarch was to come from a large group and to be elected by the leaders and chiefs of the believers. It has been so ever since. Later on, other dissensions arose concerning the basic principles of Christianity. Synods concerned with regulating the religion were assembled, but there was no dissension with regard to the basic principles of the method of selecting the Patriarch. It has remained the same ever since. The patriarchs always appointed bishops as their delegates. The bishops used to call the patriarch father, as a sign of respect. The priests similarly came to call the bishop father, when he was not together with the patriarch, as a sign of respect. This caused confusion in the use of the title over a long period, ending, it is said, with the Patriarchate of Heraclius in Alexandria. It was considered desirable to distinguish the patriarch from the bishop in the matter of respect, shown to him by style of address. Therefore, the patriarch was called Pope, that is, father of fathers. The name first appeared in Egypt, according to the theory expressed by Georges B. Alamid in his history. It was then transferred to the occupant of the most important see, the See of Rome, which was the see of the Apostle Peter, as we have mentioned before. The title of Pope has remained characteristic of the See of Rome down to this day. Thereafter, there were dissensions among the Christians with regard to their religion and to Christology. They split into groups and sects, which secured the support of the various Christian rulers against each other. At different times there appeared different sects. Finally, these sects crystallized into 3 groups, which constitute the Christian sects. Others have no significance. These are the Melchites, the Jacobites, and the Nestorians. We do not think that we should blacken the pages of this book with discussion of their dogmas of unbelief. In general, they are well known. All of them are unbelief. This is clearly stated in the Noble Quran. To discuss or argue those things with them is not for us. It is for them to choose between conversion to Islam, payment of the poll tax, or death. Later on, each sect had its own patriarch. The Patriarch of Rome is today called Pope. He is of the Melchite persuasion. Rome belongs to the European Christians. Their royal authority is established in that region. The Patriarch of the Christian subjects in Egypt is of the Jacobite persuasion. He resides among them. The Abyssinians follow the religion of the Egyptian Christians. The Patriarch of Egypt delegates bishops to the Abyssinians, and these bishops arrange religious affairs in Abyssinia. The name of Pope is specially reserved for the Patriarch of Rome at this time. The Jacobites do not call their Patriarch Pope. The word is pronounced Papa. It is the custom of the Pope with respect to the European Christians to urge them to submit to one ruler and have recourse to him in their disagreements and agreements, in order to avoid the dissolution of the whole thing. His purpose is to have the group feeling that is the strongest among them, concentrated upon one ruler, so that he has power over all of them. The ruler is called emperor. The Pope personally places the crown upon the head of the emperor, in order to let him have the blessing implied in that ceremony. The emperor, therefore, is called the crowned one. Perhaps that is the meaning of the word emperor. This, briefly, is our comment on the two words Pope and Kohen. 32. The ranks of royal and governmental authority and the titles that go with those ranks. It should be known that, by himself, the ruler is weak, and carries a heavy burden. He must look for help from his fellow men. He needs their help for the necessities of life and for all his other requirements. How much more, then, does he need it to exercise political leadership over his own species, over the creatures and servants of God whom God entrusted to him as subjects? He must defend and protect the community from its enemies. He must enforce restraining laws among the people, in order to prevent mutual hostility and attacks upon property. This includes improving the safety of the roads. He must cause the people to act in their own best interests, and he must supervise such general matters involving their livelihood and mutual dealings as foodstuffs and weights and measures, in order to prevent cheating. He must look after the mint, in order to protect from fraud the currency used by the people in their mutual dealings. He must exercise political leadership and get people to submit to him to the degree he desires and be satisfied, both with his intentions regarding them and with the fact that he alone has all the glory and they have none. This requires an extraordinary measure of psychology. A noble sage has said, "Moving mountains from their places is easier for me than to influence people psychologically." It is better that such help be sought from persons close to the ruler through common descent, common upbringing, or old attachment to the dynasty. This makes such persons and the ruler work together in the same spirit. The person from whom the ruler seeks help may help him with the sword, or with the pen, or with advice and knowledge, or by keeping the people from crowding upon him and diverting him from the supervision of their affairs. The ruler may also entrust the supervision of the whole realm to him and rely upon his competence and ability for the task. Therefore, the help the ruler seeks may be given by one man, or it may be distributed among several individuals. Each of the different instruments through which help may be given has many different subdivisions. The pen has such subdivisions, for instance, as the pen of letters and correspondence, the pen of diplomas and fiefs, and the pen of bookkeeping, which means the offices of chief of tax collections and allowances and of minister of the army. The sword includes such subdivisions, for instance, as the offices of chief of military operations, chief of police, chief of the postal service, and administration of the border regions. It should further be known that governmental positions in Islam fell under the caliphate, because the institution of the caliphate was both religious and worldly. The religious laws govern all governmental positions, and apply to each one of them in all its aspects, because the religious law governs all the actions of human beings. Jurists, therefore, are concerned with the rank of ruler or sultan and with the conditions under which it is assumed, whether by gaining control over the caliphate this is what is meant by sultan or by the caliph delegating power, that is what they mean by wazir, as will be mentioned. They are also concerned with the extent of the ruler's jurisdiction over legal, financial, and other political matters, which may be either absolute or circumscribed. Furthermore, they are concerned with the causes that necessitate the ruler's removal, should such causes present themselves, and with other things connected with the ruler or sultan. Jurists are likewise concerned with all the positions under the ruler and sultan, such as the wazirate, the tax collector's office, and the administrative functions. Jurists must concern themselves with all these things, because, as we have mentioned before, in Islam the caliphate is an institution of the Muslim religious law, and as such determines the position of the ruler or sultan. However, when we discuss royal and governmental positions, it will be as something required by the nature of civilization and human existence. It will not be under the aspect of particular religious laws. This, one knows, is not our intention in this book. The subject is fully treated in books on administration. If we discuss the caliphal positions and treat them individually, it is only in order to make the distinction between them and the governmental positions clear, and not in order to make a thorough study of their legal status. This is not the purpose of our book. Thus, we shall discuss those matters only as the necessary result of the nature of civilization in human existence. The Wazirate. The Wazirate is the mother of governmental functions and royal ranks. The name itself simply means help. We mentioned before, at the beginning of this section, that the conditions and activities of the ruler are restricted to 4 fields. 1. They may concern ways and means of protecting the community, such as the supervision of soldiers, armaments, war operations, and other matters connected with military protection and aggression. The person in charge is the wazir, as the term was customarily used in the old dynasties in the East, and as it is still used at this time in the West. 2. Or, they may concern correspondence with persons far away from the ruler in place or in time, and the execution of orders concerning persons with whom the ruler has no direct contact. The man in charge is the secretary. 3. Or, they may concern matters of tax collection and expenditure, and the safe handling of these things in all their aspects. The man in charge is the chief of tax and financial matters. In the contemporary East, he is called the wazir. 4. Or, they may concern ways to keep petitioners away from the ruler, so that they do not crowd upon him and divert him from his affairs. This task reverts to the doorkeeper, who guards the door. The ruler's activities do not extend beyond these 4 fields. Each royal and governmental function belongs to one of them. However, the most important field is the one that requires giving general assistance in connection with everything under the ruler's direct control. This means constant contact with the ruler and participation in all his governmental activities. All functions that concern some particular group of people or some particular department are of lower rank. Among these are the military, leadership of a border region, the administration of some special tax, or the supervision of some particular matter, such as surveillance of foodstuffs, or supervision of the mint. All these activities are concerned with particular conditions. The persons in charge are, therefore, subordinate to those in general supervision, and the latter outrank them. It was this way throughout the whole pre-Islamic period. When Islam appeared on the scene and power was vested in the caliph, the forms of royal authority no longer existed, and all its functions disappeared, except for some advisory and consultative ones that were natural and continued to exist because they were unavoidable. The Prophet used to ask the men around him for advice and to consult them on both general and special, private, matters. In addition, he discussed other very special affairs with Abu Bakr. Certain Arabs familiar with the situation in the Persian, Byzantine, and Abyssinian dynasties, called Abu Bakr, therefore, Muhammad's wazir. The word wazir was not known, originally, among the Muslims, because the simplicity of Islam had done away with royal ranks. No specific ranks existed among the early Muslims, in the fields of tax collection, expenditure, and bookkeeping. The Muslims were illiterate Arabs who did not know how to write and keep books. For bookkeeping they employ Jews, Christians, or certain non-Arab clients versed in it. Bookkeeping was little known among them. Their nobles did not know it well, because illiteracy was their distinctive characteristic. Likewise, no specific rank existed among the early Muslims, in the field of official correspondence and the transmission in writing of orders to be executed. They were illiterate, and everyone could be trusted to keep a statement secret and to forward it safely to its destination. Also, there were no political matters that would have required the use of confidential secretaries, because the caliphate was a religious matter and had nothing to do with power politics. Furthermore, secretarial skill had not yet become a craft, with its best features sought by the caliph. Every individual was capable of explaining what he wanted in the most eloquent manner. The only thing lacking was the technical ability to write. For this, the caliph always appointed someone who knew how to write well, to do such writing as there was occasion for. Keeping petitioners away from the gates of the caliph's court was something that the religious law forbade, and they did not do it. However, when the caliphate changed to royal authority and when royal forms and titles made their appearance, the first thing the dynasty did was to bar the masses from access to the ruler. The rulers feared that their lives were in danger from attacks by rebels and others, such as had happened to Umar, to Ali, to Muawiyah, to Amr bin with circumflex, and to others. Furthermore, were the people given free access to the ruler, they would crowd upon him and divert him from state affairs. Therefore, the ruler appointed some person to take care of this for him and called him doorkeeper. Afterwards, royal authority flourished. The official, counselor and assistant for tribal and group affairs made his appearance. For him, the name of wazir was used. Bookkeeping remained in the hands of clients, Jews and Christians. For official documents, a special secretary was appointed, as a precaution against possible publication of the ruler's secrets, something that would be disastrous to his role as political leader. This secretary was not as important as the wazir, because he was needed only for written matters, and not for matters that could be discussed orally. At that time, speech still preserved its old position and was uncorrupted. Therefore, the wazirate was the highest rank throughout the Umayyad dynasty. The wazir had general supervision of all matters delegated to him and in which he acted in a consultative capacity, as well as all other matters of a defensive or offensive nature. This also entailed the supervision of the ministry of the army, the assignment of military allowances at the beginning of each month, and other matters. Then the Abbasid dynasty made its appearance. Royal authority flourished. The royal ranks were many and high ones. At that time, the position of wazir assumed an added importance. He became the delegate of the caliph, as executive authority. His rank in the dynasty became conspicuous. Everyone looked toward the wazirate and submitted to it. Supervision of the bookkeeping office was entrusted to the wazir, because his function required him to distribute the military allowances. Thus, he had to supervise the collection and distribution of the money. Furthermore, supervision of the pen and official correspondence was entrusted to him, in order to protect the ruler's secrets and to preserve good style, since the language of the great mass had, by that time, become corrupt. A seal was made to be placed upon the documents of the ruler, in order to preserve them from becoming public. This was also entrusted to the wazir. Thus, the name of wazir came to include the functions of both the sword and the pen, in addition to all the other things for which the wazirate stood and in addition to its function of giving assistance to the ruler. In the days of Ar-Rashid, Jafar b. Yai was actually called Sultan, an indication of the general extent of his supervisory powers and control of the dynasty. The only governmental rank that he did not hold was the office of doorkeeper, and he did not hold it because he disdained to accept such an office. Then the Abbasid dynasty entered the period when control over the caliphs was exercised by others. That control was at times in the hands of the wazir. At other times, it was in the hands of the ruler. When the wazir gained control, it was necessary for him to be appointed the caliph's delegate to comply fully with the religious laws. At that time, the wazirate was divided into an executive wazirate. This happened when the ruler was in control of his affairs and the wazir executed his decisions, and a delegated wazirate, which happened when the wazir controlled the ruler and the caliph delegated all the affairs of the caliphate, leaving them to his supervision and independent judgment. This has caused a difference of opinion as to whether two wazirs could be appointed at the same time to the delegated wazirate. The ruler continued to be controlled in this way. Non-Arab rulers seized power. The identity of the caliphate was lost. The usurpers were not interested in adopting the caliphal titles, and they disdained to share the same title with the wazirs, because the wazirs were their servants. Therefore, they used the names Amir and Sultan. Those in control of the dynasty were called Amir al-Umarat or Sultan, in addition to the ornamental titles which the caliph used to give them. They left the name wazir to those who held the office in the private retinue of the caliph. So remained the case down to the end of the Abbasid dynasty. In the course of this long period, language had become corrupt. It became a craft practiced by certain people. Thus, it came to occupy an inferior position, and the wazirs were too proud to bother with it. Also, the wazirs were non-Arab, and neither eloquence, nor good style, could be expected of their language. People from other classes were chosen for this function. It was their specialty, and it came to be something that was at the service of the wazir. The name Amir was restricted to the men in charge of war operations and the army and related matters, although, the Amir, had power over the other ranks and exercised control over everything, either as, the ruler's, delegate or through being in control, of the government. This remained the situation. Very recently, the Turkish dynasty has made its appearance in Egypt. The Turkish rulers noticed that the wazirate had lost its identity, because the amirs had been too proud to accept it and had left it to men who were inclined to hold it in the service of the secluded, and powerless, caliph. The authority of the wazir had become secondary to that of the amir. The wazirate had become a subordinate, ineffectual office. Consequently, the persons who held high rank in the dynasty, as, for example, the amirs, disdained to use the name of wazir. The person in charge of legal decisions and supervision of the army at the present time, they call deputy, naib. They used the name wazir to designate the person in charge of tax collection. The Umayyads in Spain at first continued to use the name wazir in its original meaning. Later, they subdivided the functions of the wazir into several parts. For each function, they appointed a special wazir. They appointed a wazir to furnish an accounting of government, finances, another for official correspondence, another to take care of the needs of those who had suffered wrongs, and another to supervise the situation of people in the border regions. A house was prepared for all these wazirs. There, they sat upon carpets spread out for them and executed the orders of the ruler, each in the field entrusted to him. One of the wazirs was appointed liaison officer between the wazirs and the caliph. He had a higher position than the others, because he had constant contact with the ruler. His seat was higher than that of the other wazirs. He was distinguished by the title of doorkeeper, jib. So it continued down to the end of the Umayyad dynasty. The function and rank of jib took precedence over the other ranks. Eventually, the Reyes de Taifas came to adopt the title. The most important among them at that time was called doorkeeper. Then, the Shia dynasty, the Ubaidid Fimids, made its appearance in Afriqiyat and Al-Qayrawan. The people who supported it were firmly rooted in desert life. Therefore, they at first neglected such functions and did not use the proper names for them. Eventually, however, the dynasty reached the stage of sedentary culture, and people came to follow the tradition of the two preceding dynasties with regard to the use of titles, as the dynasty's history reveals. When, later on, the Almohad dynasty made its appearance, it at first neglected the matter because of its desert attitude, but eventually it, too, adopted names and titles. The name wazir was used in its original meaning. Later the tradition of the Spanish Umayyad dynasty was followed with regard to government matters, and the name wazir was used for the person who guarded the ruler in his court and saw to it that embassies and visitors to the ruler used the proper forms of greeting and address, and that the requisite manners were observed in his presence. The office of doorkeeper was considered by the later Almohads a much higher one. It has continued to be this way down to the present time. In the Turkish dynasty in the east, the official who sees to it that people use the proper modes of address and greeting at court and when embassies are presented to the ruler, is called the Dawaydar. His office includes control of the private secretary and of the intelligence agents, who are active in the ruler's interest both far and near. Such is the condition of the Turkish dynasty at this time. The office of doorkeeper. We have already mentioned that in the Umayyad and Abbasid dynasties the title of doorkeeper was restricted to the person who guarded the ruler from the common people and would not give them access to him, or only in such ways, and at such times, as he determined. The office of doorkeeper was lower in rank at that time than the other functions and subordinate to them, because the wazir could intervene whenever he saw fit. This was the situation during the whole Abbasid period, and the situation still persists at this time. In Egypt, the doorkeeper is subordinate to the person in charge of the highest function there, who is called deputy, naib. In the Umayyad dynasty in Spain, the doorkeeper was the person who guarded the ruler from his entourage and from the common people. He was the liaison officer between the ruler and the wazirs and lower officials. In the Umayyad dynasty, the office of doorkeeper was an extremely high position. Later, when the Umayyad dynasty came under the control of others, the person in control was called doorkeeper, jib, because the office of doorkeeper had been such a distinguished one. The most powerful of the Rayas de Tafas used the royal style and titles, and then inevitably mentioned the titles jib and dhul waziratain, holder of the two wazirates, meaning the wazirates of the sword and the pen. In the dynasties of the Maghrib and Afriqiya, no mention was made of the title of doorkeeper, on account of their Bedouin attitude. Occasionally, but rarely, it is found in the Ubaidid, Fatimid, dynasty in Egypt. That was at the time when, the Ubaidid Fatimids, had become powerful and used to sedentary culture. In the Almohad dynasty, sedentary culture, which calls for the use of titles and the separation of government functions with distinctive names, only later on became firmly established. The only rank they had at first was that of wazir, which they used for the secretary who participated with the ruler in the administration of his private affairs. He also had to take care of bookkeeping and all the financial business. Later on, the name of wazir was given to relatives of the Almohad dynasty. In the Afid dynasty of Afriqiya, the top position was at first in the hands of a wazir who gave advice and counsel. He was called Sheikh of the Almohads. He had to take care of appointments and dismissals, the leadership of the army, and war operations. Bookkeeping and the ministry of tax collection were another, separate rank. The person in charge of it was called Ib al-Ashghal, manager of financial affairs. He had complete charge of income and expenditure. He audited the finances, collected payments, and punished defaulters. One condition was that he be an almohad. The pen was also a separate office under the almohads. It was only entrusted to a person with good knowledge of official correspondence and who could be trusted with secrets. Since people, of consequence in the dynasty, had no professional knowledge of writing and the proper use of their language for official correspondence, a particular descent was not a condition of appointment to that office. The royal authority of the Afid ruler was very far-flung, and a great number of dependants lived in his house. Therefore, he needed a steward to be in charge of his house, who had the duty properly of apportioning and fixing the salaries, allowances, garments, kitchen and stable expenditure, and other things. He was in control of the stores in the treasuries and had the duty of telling the tax collectors to provide for the quantities and amounts of money needed. He was called doorkeeper. Occasionally, the function of signing documents was added to his duties, if he happened to have a good knowledge of writing. However, that function was occasionally given to somebody else. It continued to be this way. The ruler stayed in seclusion, and the doorkeeper became the liaison officer between the people and all the officials. In the later years of the dynasty, the offices of the sword and of war operations were added to his duties. At this time it also became his duty to give advice and counsel. Thus, his office became the highest in rank and included all government functions. For some time after the reign of the 12th ruler of the Afids, the government was controlled by others, and the ruler kept in seclusion. Afterwards, his grandson Sultan Abu el-Abbas regained control of his affairs. He removed the vestiges of seclusion and, outside, control by abolishing the office of doorkeeper, which had been the stepping stone toward control of the government. He handled all his affairs himself without asking anyone else for help. This is the situation at the present time. There is no trace of the title of doorkeeper among the Zenata dynasties in the Maghrib, of which the most important is the dynasty of the Marinids. Leadership of war operations and of the army belongs to the wazir. The rank of the pen, as far as it is concerned with bookkeeping and official correspondence, goes to the person who knows these things well, even though it may be in the private possession of certain houses among followers of the dynasty. Sometimes, the office is kept in the same family, sometimes it is shared with others. Present-day Spaniards call the person in charge of bookkeeping and of the ruler's activities and of all the other financial matters, wakil, manager. The wazir has the same duties as the wazir usually has, but he is also in charge of official correspondence. The ruler puts his signature to all documents. Thus, the Spaniards do not have a separate office of signer of documents, alamat, as other dynasties have. In the Turkish dynasty in Egypt, the name of doorkeeper, kim, is used for persons of authority, kim, among the men who hold power, that is, the Turks. These persons have to enforce the law among the people in the town. There are numerous jibs. The office of jib among the Turks is lower than that of naib, which has general jurisdiction over both the ruling class and the common people. The naib has the authority to appoint and remove certain officials at the proper times. He may grant and fix small salaries. His orders and decrees are executed as those of the ruler. He is the ruler's delegate in every respect. The doorkeepers, jib, on the other hand, have jurisdiction over the various classes of common people and over the soldiers only when a complaint is lodged against them. They can use force against those who do not want to submit to their judgment. In the Turkish dynasty, the wazir is the person in charge of collecting all the different kinds of taxes, the land tax, customs duties, and the poll tax. He also is in charge of the disposition of the tax revenue for government expenditure and the fixed stipends for soldiers and government employees. In addition, he can appoint or remove all officials, whatever their rank and description, who are concerned with tax collection and disbursement. It is a custom of the Turks that the wazir be appointed from among the Copts in charge of the office of bookkeeping and tax collection, because in Egypt they have been familiar with these matters since ancient times. Occasionally, the ruler appoints to that office a member of the ruling group, one of the Turkish grandees or one of their descendants, as occasion may arise. The Ministry of Financial Operations and Taxation. The Ministry of Taxation is an office that is necessary to the royal authority. It is concerned with tax operations. It guards the rights of the dynasty in the matters of income and expenditure. It takes a census of the names of all soldiers, fixes their salaries, and pays out their allowances at the proper times. In this connection recourse is had to rules set up by the chiefs of tax operations and the stewards of the dynasty. They are all written down in a book which gives all the details concerning income and expenditure. It is based upon a good deal of accounting, which is mastered only by those who have considerable skill in tax operations. The book is called the Divan. At the same time, the word Divan designates the place where the officials concerned with these matters have their offices. One person is in charge of this office. He supervises all the operations of this kind. Each branch has its own supervisor. In some dynasties, supervision of the army, of military fiefs, of keeping count of allowances, and of other such things, is constituted as separate offices. The office of tax collections originates in dynasties only when their power and superiority and their interest in the different aspects of royal authority and in the ways of efficient administration have become firmly established. The first to set up the Divan in the Muslim dynasty was Umar. The reason is said to have been the arrival of Abu Hurairah with money from Al-Bahrain. The Muslims thought that it was a very large sum, and they had trouble with its distribution. They tried to count the money and to establish how it should be paid out for allowances and claims. On that occasion, Khalid bin al-Walid advised the use of the divan. He said, "I have seen the rulers of Syria keeping a divan." Umar accepted the idea from Khalid. It has also been said that the person who advised Umar to introduce the divan was al-Hurmuzan. 1. He noticed that, military, missions were dispatched without a divan, a muster roll. He asked Umar, who would know if some of the soldiers disappeared. Those who remained behind might leave their places and abscond with the money that had been given to them for their services, if they could assume that their desertion would not be noticed. Such things should be noted down exactly in a book. Therefore, establish a divan for them. Umar asked what the word divan meant, and it was explained to him. He ordered his men to write down the divan of the Muslim army. It was arranged, according to family relationships, and began with the relatives of the Prophet and continued according to the degree of relationship. This was the beginning of the ministry divan of the army. At first the ministry, divan, of the land tax and tax collections in the Iraq used Persian, and in Syria Byzantine Greek. The secretaries of the divans were Muslim subjects of the two groups. Then, with the appearance of Abd al-Malik b. Marwan, the form of the state became that of royal authority. People turned from the low standard of desert life to the splendor of sedentary culture, and from the simplicity of illiteracy to the sophistication of literacy. Experts in writing and bookkeeping made their appearance among the Arabs and their clients. Thus, Abd al-Malik ordered Sulayman b. Said, then governor of the Jordan province, to introduce the use of Arabic in the Divan of Syria. Sulayman completed the task in exactly 1 year to the day. Al-Ajoy ordered his secretary Li b. Abd ar-Ram to introduce the use of Arabic, instead of Persian, in the Divan of the Iraq. Li knew how to write both Arabic and Persian. Li now carried out Al-Ajoy's order and introduced the use of Arabic in the Divan, overcoming the reluctance of the Persian secretaries. Later on, in the Abbasid dynasty, the office was added to the duties of the wazir, who supervised the man in charge of it. This was the case under the Barmecides and other Abbasid wazirs. This office constitutes a large part of all royal authority. In fact, it is the third of its basic pillars. Royal authority requires soldiers, money, and the means to communicate with those who are absent. The ruler, therefore, needs persons to help him in the matters concerned with the sword, the pen, and finances. Thus, the person who holds the office of tax collections has a good part of the royal authority for himself. This was the case under the Umayyad dynasty in Spain and under its successors, the Reyes de Tafas. In the Almohad dynasty, the man in charge of the office was an Almohad. He had complete freedom to levy, collect, and handle money, to control the activities of officials and agents in this connection, and then to make disbursements in the proper amounts and at the proper times. He was known as Ab al-Ashghal, financial affairs manager. Occasionally, in some places, the office was held by persons who had a good understanding of it, but were not almohads. The Afids gained control over Afriqiya at the time when the exodus from Spain took place. Exiled Spanish notables came to the Afids. Among them, there were some who had been employed in this type of work in Spain, such as the Banu Said, the lords of Alcala near Granada, who were known as the Banu Abi al-Uzayn. The Afids entrusted them with the supervision of tax affairs, which was what they had been doing in Spain. They employed them and the almohads alternately for this purpose. Later on, the accountants and secretaries took the office over for themselves, and the almohads lost it. As the position of doorkeeper, Jib, became more and more important, and as his executive power came to extend over all government affairs, the institution of the Hib al-Ashghal ceased to be influential. The person in charge of it was dominated by the doorkeeper and became, no more than, a mere tax collector. He lost the authority he had formerly had in the dynasty. In the contemporary Marinid dynasty, the accounting of the land tax and military allowances is in the hands of one man. He audits all accounts. Recourse is had to his divan, and his authority is second only to the authority of the ruler or wazir. His signature attests to the correctness of the accounts dealing with the land tax and military allowances. These are the principal governmental ranks and functions. They are high ranks, involving the exercise of general authority and direct contact with the ruler. In the Turkish dynasty, these functions are divided. The person in charge of the divan of military allowances is known as Inspector of the Army, Nir al-Jaysh. The person in charge of finances is called the wazir. He has supervision over the dynasty's divan of general tax collection. This is the highest rank among the men who are in charge of financial matters. Among the Turks, supervision of financial matters is spread over many ranks, because the dynasty rules a large territory, and exercises great powers, and its finances and taxes are too vast to be handled by one man all by himself, however competent. Therefore, for the general supervision of financial affairs, the man known as wazir is appointed. In spite of his important position, he is second to one of the clients of the ruler who shares in the ruler's group feeling and belongs to the military caste, and who is called Ustad ad-Dar. This official outranks the wazir, who does all he can to do his bidding. He is one of the great amirs of the dynasty and belongs to the army and the military caste. Other functions are subordinate to that of the wazir among the Turks. All of them have reference to financial matters and bookkeeping, and are restricted in their authority to particular matters. There is, for instance, the inspector of the privy purse, Nir al-Kha with circumflex, that is, the person who handles the ruler's private finances, such as concern his fiefs or his shares in the land tax and taxable lands that are not part of the general Muslim fisc. He is under the control of the Amir, the Ustad ad-Dar, but if the wazir is an army man, the Ustad ad-Dar has no authority over him. The inspector of the privy purse also is under the control of the treasurer of the finances of the ruler, one of the latter's Mamluks, who is called Hazindar, treasurer, because his office is concerned with the private property of the ruler. Such is the nomenclature used in connection with the function of financial administration in the Turkish dynasty in the East. The Ministry of Official Correspondence and Writing. This office is not required by the nature of royal authority. Many dynasties were able to dispense with it completely, as, for example, the dynasties rooted in the desert and which were not affected by the refinements of sedentary culture and high development of the crafts. In the Muslim dynasty, the Arabic language situation and the custom of expressing what one wanted to express in good form intensified the need for the office. Thus, writing came to convey, as a rule, the essence of a matter in better stylistic form than was possible in oral expression. The secretary to an Arab Amir was customarily a relative and one of the great of his tribe. This was the case with the caliphs and leading personalities among the men around Muhammad in Syria and the Iraq, because of the great reliability and genuine discretion of relatives and tribesmen. When the language became corrupt and a craft that had to be learned, the office was entrusted to those who knew Arabic well. Under the Abbasids, it was a high office. The secretary issued documents freely, and put his own signature to them at the end. He sealed them with the seal of the ruler, which was a signet upon which the name of the ruler or his emblem was engraved. It was impressed on a red clay mixed with water and called sealing clay. The document was folded and glued, and then both sides were sealed. Later on, documents were issued in the name of the ruler, and the secretary affixed his signature, alamat, to them at the beginning or end. He could choose where he wanted to put it as well as its wording. The office then lost standing through the fact that officials of other government ranks gained in the ruler's esteem or because the wazir gained control over the ruler. The signature of a secretary became ineffective, as a sign of authority, and was replaced by the signature of his superior, and this was now considered decisive. The secretary affixed his official signature, but the signature of his superior made the document valid. This happened in the later years of the Afid dynasty, when the office of doorkeeper gained in esteem, and the doorkeeper became the delegate of the ruler and then came to control him. The signature of the secretary became ineffective, as a sign of authority, but was still affixed to documents, in acknowledgement of its former importance. The doorkeeper made it a rule for the secretary to sign letters of his by affixing a handwritten note, for which he could choose any formula of ratification he wished. The secretary obeyed him and affixed the usual mark. As long as the ruler was in control of his own affairs, he saw to the matter himself and made it a rule for the secretary to affix the signature. One of the functions of the secretary's office is the talkie. It means that the secretary sits in front of the ruler during his public audiences and notes down, in the most concise and stylistically most perfect manner, the decisions he receives from the ruler concerning the petitions presented to him. These decisions are then issued as they are, or they are copied in a document which must be in the possession of the petitioner. The person who formulates a talkie needs a great deal of stylistic skill. Jafar-B. I used to write talkies on petitions for Ar Rashid and to hand the petition, with the talkie, back to the petitioner. Stylists vied with each other to obtain his talkies, in order to learn the different devices and kinds of good style from them. It has even been said that such petitions, with Jafar's talkie on them, were sold for a dinar. Things were handled in this manner in various dynasties. The person in charge of this function must be selected from among the upper classes and be a refined gentleman of great knowledge and with a good deal of stylistic ability. He will have to concern himself with the principal branches of scholarship, because such things may come up in the gatherings and audiences of the ruler. In addition, to be a companion of kings calls for good manners and the possession of good qualities of character. And he must know all the secrets of good style, to be able to write letters and find the words that conform to the meaning intended. In some dynasties, the rank of secretary is entrusted to military men, since those dynasties, by their very nature, have no regard for scholarship, on account of the simplicity of group feeling prevailing in them. The ruler gives his government offices and ranks to men who share in his group feeling. Appointments to the financial administration, to the sword, and to the office of secretary, are made from among them. The sword requires no learning. But the financial administration and the secretaryship need it, for the latter requires a good style and the former requires accounting skill. Therefore, rulers select people from the learned class for the office of secretary, when there is need for it, and entrust it to them. However, the secretary is subordinate to the higher authority exercised by the men who share in the ruler's group feeling, and his authority derives from that of his superior. This is the case with the Turkish dynasty in the East at this time. The office of chief secretary belongs to the Secretary of State, Ibn al-Shah. However, the Secretary of State is under the control of an Amir from among the men who share in the group feeling of the ruler. This man is known as the Dawidar. The ruler usually relies upon him, trusts him, and confides in him, whereas he relies upon the secretary for matters that have to do with good style and the conformity of the expression to what one wants to express, and other related matters. The ruler who selects and picks a secretary from the rank and file has many conditions to consider. These are best and most completely presented in the epistle that the Secretary Abd al-Amd addressed to his fellow secretaries. It runs as follows. And now, may God guard you who practice the craft of secretaryship, and may He keep you and give you success and guidance. There are prophets and messengers and highly honored kings. After them come different kinds of men, all of them made by God. They are of different kinds, even if they are all alike in fact. God occupied them with different kinds of crafts and various sorts of businesses, so that they might be able to make a living and earn their sustenance. He gave to you, secretaries, the great opportunity to be men of education and gentlemen, to have knowledge and good judgment. You bring out whatever is good in the caliphate and straighten out its affairs. Through your advice, God improves the government for the benefit of human beings and makes their countries civilized. The ruler cannot dispense with you. You alone make him a competent ruler. Your position with regard to rulers is that you are the ears through which they hear, the eyes through which they see, the tongues through which they speak, and the hands through which they touch. May God give you, therefore, enjoyment of the excellent craft with which He has distinguished you, and may He not deprive you of the great favors that He has shown you. No craftsman needs more than you to combine all praiseworthy good traits and all memorable and highly regarded excellent qualities, O secretaries, if you aspire to fit the description given of you in this letter. The secretary needs on his own account, and his master, who trusts him with his important affairs, expects him, to be mild where mildness is needed, to be understanding where judgment is needed, to be enterprising where enterprise is needed, to be hesitant where hesitation is needed. He must prefer modesty, justice, and fairness. He must keep secrets. He must be faithful in difficult circumstances. He must know, beforehand, about the calamities that may come. He must be able to put things in their proper places and misfortunes into their proper categories. He must have studied every branch of learning and must know it well, and if he does not know it well, he must at least have acquired an adequate amount of it. By virtue of his natural intelligence, good education, and outstanding experience, he must know what is going to happen to him before it happens, and he must know the result of his actions before action starts. He must make the proper preparations for everything, and he must set up everything in its proper, customary form. Therefore, assembled secretaries, vie with each other to acquire the different kinds of education and to gain an understanding of religious matters. Start with knowledge of the Book of God and religious duties. Then, study the Arabic language, as that will give you a cultivated form of speech. Then, learn to write well, as that will be an ornament to your letters. Transmit poetry and acquaint yourselves with the rare expressions and ideas that poems contain. Acquaint yourselves also with both Arab and non-Arab political events, and with the tales of both groups, and the biographies describing them, as that will be helpful to you in your endeavors. Do not neglect to study accounting, for it is the mainstay of the land tax register. Detest prejudices with all your heart, lofty ones as well as low ones, and all idle and contemptible things, for they bring humility and are the ruin of secretaryship. Do not let your craft be a low one. Guard against backbiting and calumny and the actions of stupid people. Beware of haughtiness, foolishness, and pride, for they mean acquiring hostility without, even the excuse of, hatred. Love each other in God in your craft. Advise your colleagues to practice it in a way befitting your virtuous, fair, and gifted predecessors. If times go hard for one of you, be kind to him and console him, until everything be well with him again. Should old age make one of you unable to get around and pursue his livelihood and meet his friends, visit him and honor him and consult him, and profit from his outstanding experience and mature knowledge. Every one of you should be more concerned for his assistants, who may be useful when needed, than for his own children or brothers. Should some praise come, to one of you, in the course of his work, he should ascribe the merit to his colleague, any blame he should bear all by himself. He should beware of mistakes and slips and of being annoyed when conditions change. You know that every one of you has a master, one who gives from his own as much as can be expected, and, every one of you, has the obligation to repay him, since he deserves it, with fidelity, gratefulness, tolerance, patience, good counsel, discretion, and active interest in his affairs, and to show his good intentions by his actions whenever his master needs him and his resources. Be conscious of your obligations. God give you success in good and bad circumstances, in privation as in munificence and kindness, in happiness as in misfortune. Any member of this noble craft who has all these qualities has good qualities indeed. If any one of you be appointed to an office, or if some matter that concerns God's children be turned over to one of you, He should think of God and choose obedience to him. He should be kind to the weak and fair to those who have been wronged. All creatures are God's children. He loves most those who are kindest to his children. Furthermore, he should judge with justice, he should honor the noble, descendants of Muhammad, augment the booty, gained in wars against infidels, and bring civilization to the country. He should be friendly to the subjects, and refrain from harming them. He should be humble and mild in his office. He should be kind in handling the land tax registers and in calling in outstanding claims. You should explore the character of him with whom you associate. When his good and bad sides are known, you will be able to help him to do the good things that agree with him, and be able to contrive to keep him from the bad things he desires. You must be able to do that in the subtlest and best manner. You know that a person who is in charge of an animal and understands his job, endeavors to know the character of the animal. If it is inclined to gallop, he does not goad it when he is riding it. If it is inclined to kick, he takes precautions with its forelegs. If he fears that it will shy, he takes precautions with its head. If it is restive, he gently subdues its desire to go where it wants to go. If it still continues, he pulls it slightly to the side, then has its halter loosened. This description of how to take care of an animal contains good points for those who want to lead human beings and deal with them, serve them, and have intimate contact with them. The secretary, with his excellent education, his noble craft, his subtlety, his frequent dealings with people who confer with him and discuss things with him and learn from him or fear his severity, needs to be kind to his associates, to flatter them, and to supply their wants, even more than the person in charge of an animal which cannot answer, does not know what is right, does not understand what is said to it, and goes only where its master who rides upon it makes it go. Be kind. God show you mercy when you look after things. Use as much reflection and thought as possible. God permitting, you will thus escape harshness, annoyance, and rudeness on the part of your associates. They will be in agreement with you, and you will have their friendship and protection, if God wills. None of you should have too sumptuous an office or go beyond the proper limits in his dress, his mount, his food, his drink, his house, his servants, or in the other things pertaining to his station, for, despite the nobility of the craft by which God has distinguished you, you are servants who are not permitted to fall short in their service. You are caretakers whom one does not permit to be wasteful or spendthrift. Try to preserve your modesty by planned moderation in all the things I have mentioned and told you. Beware of the wastefulness of prodigality and the bad results of luxury. They engender poverty and bring about humiliation. People, prodigal and living in luxury, are put to shame, especially if they be secretaries and men of education. Things repeat themselves. One thing contains the clue to another. Let yourselves be guided in your future undertakings by your previous experience. Then, choose the method of doing things that is most definite, most accurate, and that promises the best result. You should know that there is something that defeats accomplishment, namely, talking about things. The person who does it is prevented from using his knowledge and his ability to think. Therefore, every one of you, while he is in his office, should endeavor to talk no more than is sufficient. He should be concise in the matters he brings up and in the answers he gives, and he should give thought to all the arguments he advances. His work will profit from that. It will prevent too much preoccupation with other things. He should implore God to grant him success and to support him with his guidance, for he must fear making mistakes that might hurt his body and, cast doubt upon, his intelligence and education. When any one of you says or thinks that the high quality and efficiency of his work is obviously the result of his own cleverness and knowledge of how to do things, he provokes God. God will let him depend upon himself alone, and then he will find that he is not adequate to his task. This is no secret to those who reflect. None of you should say that he has a better understanding of affairs, or knows better how to handle difficult matters, than other members of his craft, than those who serve together with him. Of two persons, discerning people consider him the more intelligent who throws off conceit and thinks his colleagues more intelligent and more skillful than he. But at any rate, both parties should acknowledge the excellence of God's favors. No one should let himself be deceived by his own opinions and consider himself free from mistakes. Nor should he strive to outdo his friends, equals, colleagues, or his family. Everybody must give praise to God, in humility in the face of his greatness, in meekness in the face of his might, and in fulfillment of the command to speak of God's favors. In this letter of mine, let me refer to the old proverb, "He who accepts good advice is successful." This is the essence of this letter and the best that is said in it, after the references to God it contains. Therefore, I have placed it at the end, and I close the letter with it. May God take care of us and of you, assembled students and secretaries, in the same way he takes care of those whom, as he knows in his prescience, he will make happy and guide aright. He can do it. It is in his hand. Farewell, and God's mercy and blessings upon you. The Police. In Afriqiya, the holder, of the office of Chief of Police, is at this time called the Magistrate, Kim. In Spain, he is called the Town Chief, Ibn al-Medina. In the Turkish dynasty, in Egypt, he is called the Governor, Vali. It is an office that is subordinate to the person in charge of the sword in the dynasty, who at times uses the Chief of Police to execute his orders. The office of Chief of Police was originally created by the Abbasid dynasty. The person who held it had a twofold duty. He had, firstly, to concern himself with crimes in the investigating stage, and, secondly, to execute the legal punishments. The religious law cannot concern itself with suspicions of possible criminal acts. It can concern itself only with executing the legal punishments. Political leadership, on the other hand, has to concern itself with the investigating stage, in which is ascertained the commission of crimes, necessitating legal punishments. It does this through the magistrate, who, being in the possession of all the circumstantial evidence, forces the criminal to confess, as is required by the general public interest. The person in charge of the investigating stage and of executing afterwards the legal punishments due, when the judge has no longer anything to do with the case, was called Chief of Police. Occasionally, he was given sole jurisdiction over capital crimes and legal punishments, and those matters were taken away from the judge's jurisdiction. This rank was considered one of great reputation, and was entrusted to high military leaders and important clients of the court entourage. It implied no general executive power over all classes, its jurisdiction extending only over low and suspect elements and, involving, the restraining of turbulent and criminal people. Among the Spanish Umayyads, the office acquired great celebrity. It was divided into a great police and a small police. The jurisdiction of the great police was made to extend over both the upper and the lower classes. It had jurisdiction over government dignitaries, and, in cases of wrongdoing, could restrain them, their relatives, and other persons of rank who were connected with them as clients. The chief of the small police was concerned only with the common people. The chief of the great police had his seat at the gate of the palace of the ruler. He had footmen, rajal, who occupied places near him, which they did not leave except to go about his business. The office was entrusted only to great personalities of the dynasty. It even became a stepping stone to the wazirate and to the office of doorkeeper. In the Almohad dynasty in the Maghrib, the office enjoyed a certain reputation, even though it did not have general jurisdiction. It was entrusted only to important Almohad personalities. It did not have authority over government dignitaries. Nowadays, its importance has greatly decreased. It no longer is the preserve of Almohad personalities, and may be entrusted to any follower of the dynasty able to take charge of it. In the Marinid dynasty at this time in the West, the office is vested in the houses of Marinid clients and followers. In the Turkish dynasty in the East, The office is entrusted to Turkish persons or to descendants of the people of the preceding Kurdish dynasty. They are chosen for the office according to the energy and resolution they show in enforcing the law. The purpose is to cut down corruption, to stamp out criminality, to destroy and dissolve the homes and centers of criminal activity, and to enforce the punishments imposed by the religious law and by the political authorities, as concern for the general, public, interests in a town requires. The Admiralty. The Admiralty is one of the ranks and functions of the dynasty in the realm of the Maghrib and Afriqiyat. It is subordinate to the person in charge of the sword and comes under his authority in many respects. In customary usage, the person in charge of the Admiralty is called Almiland, with an emphatic L. The word is derived from the language of the European Christians. It is the technical term for the office in their language. The rank of admiral is restricted to the realm of Afriqiyat and the Maghrib, because both Afriqiyat and the Maghrib are on the southern shore of the Mediterranean. Along its southern shore the lands of the Berbers extend from Jeddah to Alexandria and on to Syria. Along its northern shore are the countries of Spain and of the European Christians, Franks, the Slavs, and the Byzantines, also extending to Syria. It is called the Byzantine Sea or the Syrian Sea, according to the people who inhabit its shores. Those who live along the coast and on the shores of both sides of the Mediterranean are more concerned with maritime conditions than any other maritime nation. The Byzantines, the European Christians, and the Goths lived on the northern shore of the Mediterranean. Most of their wars and most of their commerce was by sea. They were skilled in navigating the Mediterranean, and in naval war. When these people coveted the possession of the southern shore, as the Byzantines coveted Afriqiyat and as the Goths the Maghrib, they crossed over in their fleets and took possession of it. Thus, they achieved superiority over the Berbers and deprived them of their power. They had populous cities there, such as Carthage, Sbaitla, Jalila, Mernach, Sherchel, and Tangier. The ancient master of Carthage used to fight the master of Rome and to send fleets loaded with armies and equipment to wage war against him. Thus, seafaring is a custom of the inhabitants of both shores of the Mediterranean, which was known in ancient as in modern times. When the Muslims took possession of Egypt, Umar b al-Khattab wrote to Amr b al-A with circumflex and asked him to describe the sea to him. Amr replied, "The sea is a great creature upon which weak creatures ride like worms upon a piece of wood." Thus, he recommended at that time that the Muslims be kept away from seafaring. No Arab traveled by sea save those who did so without Umar's knowledge and were punished by him for it. Thus it remained until Muawiyah's reign. He permitted the Muslims to go by sea and to wage the holy war in ships. The reason for this was that on account of their Bedouin attitude, the Arabs were at first not skilled in navigation and seafaring, whereas the Byzantines and the European Christians, on account of their experience of the sea and the fact that they had grown up traveling in ships, were used to the sea and well trained in navigation. The royal and governmental authority of the Arabs became firmly established and powerful at that time. The non-Arab nations became servants of the Arabs and were under their control. Every craftsman offered them his best services. They employed seagoing nations for their maritime needs. Their own experience of the sea and of navigation grew, and they turned out to be very expert. They wished to wage the holy war by sea. They constructed ships and galleys and loaded the fleet with men and weapons. They embarked the army and warriors to fight against the unbelievers across the sea. This was the special concern of the provinces and border regions closest to the shores of the Mediterranean, such as Syria, Afriqiyat, the Maghrib, and Spain. The Caliph Abd al-Malik recommended to Hassan bin Numan, the governor of Afriqiyat, that a shipyard be set up in Tunis for the production of maritime implements, as he was desirous of waging the holy war. From there, the conquest of Sicily was achieved. Thereafter, under the Ubaydid, Fahmids, and the Spanish Umayyads, the fleets of Afriqiyat and Spain constantly attacked each other's countries in civil war operations, and they thoroughly devastated the coastal regions. In the days of Abdar Rahman Nasir, the Spanish fleet had grown to about 200 vessels, and the African fleet to the same number, or close to it. The fleet admiral in Spain was Ibn Rumis. The ports used by the Spanish fleet for docking and hoisting sail were Pechina and Almeria. The fleet was assembled from all the provinces. Each region where ships were used contributed one unit under the supervision of a commander in charge of everything connected with fighting, weapons, and combatants alike. There also was a captain who directed the movement of the fleet, using either the wind or oars. He also directed its anchoring in port. When the whole fleet was assembled for a large-scale raid or for important government business, it was manned in its home port. The ruler loaded it with men from his best troops and clients, and placed them under the supervision of one commander, who belonged to the highest class of the people of his realm and to whom all were responsible. He then sent them off, and awaited their victorious return with booty. During the time of the Muslim dynasty, the Muslims gained control over the whole Mediterranean. Their power and domination over it was vast. The Christian nations could do nothing against the Muslim fleets, anywhere in the Mediterranean. All the time, the Muslims rode its wave for conquest. There occurred then many well-known episodes of conquest and plunder. The Muslims took possession of all the islands that lie off its shores, such as Majorca, Minorca, Ibiza, Sardinia, Sicily, Pantelleria, Malta, Crete, Cyprus, and of all the other, Mediterranean, provinces of the Byzantines and the European Christians. Abu al-Qasim ash-Shi'wan and his descendants sent their fleets on raids against the island of Genoa from Al-Madiyat. They returned victorious with booty. Mujahid al-Amri, the master of Dinia, one of the Reyes de Taifas, conquered the island of Sardinia with his fleet in the year 405 1014/15. The Christians reconquered it in due course. During all that time, the Muslims were gaining control over the largest part of the High Sea. Their fleets kept coming and going, and the Muslim armies crossed the sea in ships from Sicily to the great mainland opposite Sicily, on the northern shore. They fell upon the European Christian rulers and made massacres in their realms. This happened in the days of the Banu Abi al-Uzayn II, the rulers of Sicily, who supported the Ubaidid, Fatimid, propaganda there. The Christian nations withdrew with their fleets to the northeastern side of the Mediterranean, to the coastal regions inhabited by the European Christians and the Slavs, and to the Aegean islands, and did not go beyond them. The Muslim fleet had pounced upon them as eagerly as lions upon their prey. They covered most of the surface of the Mediterranean with their equipment and numbers and traveled its lanes, on missions both peaceful and warlike. Not a single Christian board floated on it. Eventually, however, the Ubaidid, Fatimid, and Umayyad dynasties weakened and softened and were affected by infirmity. Then, the Christians reached out for the eastern islands of the Mediterranean, such as Sicily, Crete, and Malta, and took possession of them. They pressed on against the shores of Syria during this interval, and took possession of Tripoli, Ascalon, Tyre, and Akko. They gained control over all the seaports of Syria. They conquered Jerusalem and built there a church as an outward manifestation of their religion and worship. They deprived the Banu Hazran of Tripolitania and conquered Gabes and Sfax, and imposed a poll tax upon their inhabitants. Then they took possession of Al-Madiyat, the original seat of the Ubaidid, Fatimids, and took it away from the descendants of Bulajan b. Ziri. In the 5th–11th century, they had the lead in the Mediterranean. In Egypt and Syria, interest in the fleet weakened and eventually ceased to exist. Since then, they have shown no concern for the naval matters with which they had been so exceedingly concerned under the Ubaidid, Fatimid, dynasty. In consequence, the identity of the office of the admiralty was lost in those countries. It remained in Afriqiya and the Maghrib, but only there. At the present time, the Western Mediterranean has large fleets and is very powerful. No enemy has trespassed on it or been able to do anything there. In Almoravid times, the admirals of the fleet in the west were the Banu Maymun, chieftains from the peninsula of Cadiz, which they, later on, handed over to the Almohad, Abd al-Muranin, to whom they paid obedience. Their fleets, from the countries on both shores, reached the number of 100. In the 6th–12th century, the Almohad dynasty flourished and had possession of both shores. The Almohads organized their fleet in the most perfect manner ever known and on the largest scale ever observed. Their admiral was Amadei Ikili. The Christians had captured him, and he had grown up among them. The ruler of Sicily, Roger II, selected him for his service and employed him in it, but he died and was succeeded by his son, whose anger, Ahmed, somehow aroused. He feared for his life and went to Tunis, where he stayed with the chief of Tunis. He went on to Marrakesh, and was received there by the Caliph Yusuf al-Ashribi Abd al-Mumin with great kindness and honor. The Caliph gave him many presents and entrusted him with command of his fleet. As commander of the fleet, he went to wage the holy war against the Christian nations. He did noteworthy and memorable deeds during the Almohad dynasty. In his time, the Muslim fleet was of a size and quality never, to our knowledge, attained before or since. When Al-ad-Din Yusuf b. Ayyub, the ruler of Egypt and Syria at this time, set out to recover the ports of Syria from the Christian nations and to cleanse Jerusalem of the abomination of unbelief and to rebuild it, one fleet of unbelievers after another came to the relief of the ports, from all the regions near Jerusalem which they controlled. They supported them with equipment and food. The fleet of Alexandria could not stand up against them. The Christians had had the upper hand in the eastern Mediterranean for so long, and they had numerous fleets there. The Muslims, on the other hand, had for a long time been too weak to offer them any resistance there, as we have mentioned. In this situation, Salah ad-Din sent Abd al-Karim b. Munkid, a member of the family of the Banu Munkid, the rulers of Shazar, as his ambassador to Yaqub al-Manr, the Almohad ruler of the Maghrib at that time, asking for the support of his fleets, to prevent the fleets of the unbelievers from achieving their desire of bringing relief to the Christians in the Syrian ports. Al-Manr sent him back to Al-ad-Din, and did not comply with his request. This is evidence that the ruler of the Maghrib alone possessed a fleet, that the Christians controlled the eastern Mediterranean, and that the dynasties in Egypt and Syria at that time and later were not interested in naval matters or in building up government fleets. Yaqub al-Manr then died, and the Almohad dynasty became infirm. The Galician nation seized control of most of Spain. The Muslims sought refuge in the coastal region and took possession of the islands of the western Mediterranean. They regained their former strength, and their power on the surface of the Mediterranean grew. Their fleets increased, and the strength of the Muslims became again equal to that of the Christians. This happened in the time of the Marinid Sultan, Abu el-Hasan I the Zenata ruler in the Maghrib. When he desired to wage the holy war, his fleet was as well equipped and numerous as that of the Christians. Then, the naval strength of the Muslims declined once more, because of the weakness of the ruling dynasty. Maritime habits were forgotten under the impact of the strong Bedouin attitude prevailing in the Maghrib, and as the result of the discontinuance of Spanish habits. The Christians resumed their former, famous maritime training, and renewed their constant activity in the Mediterranean and their experience with conditions there. They again showed their former superiority over others on the high seas and in Mediterranean shipping. The Muslims came to be strangers to the Mediterranean. The only exceptions are a few inhabitants of the coastal regions. They ought to have many assistants and supporters, or they ought to have support from the dynasties to enable them to recruit help and to work toward the goal of increased seafaring activities. The rank of admiral has been preserved to this day in the dynasties of the Maghrib. There, the identity of the admiralty is still preserved, and how to take care of a fleet, how to build ships and navigate them, is known. Perhaps some political opportunity will arise in the coastal countries, and the Muslims will ask the wind to blow against unbelief and unbelievers. The inhabitants of the Maghrib have it on the authority of the books of predictions that the Muslims will yet have to make a successful attack against the Christians and conquer the lands of the European Christians beyond the sea. This, it is said, will take place by c. 33. The different importance of the ranks of the sword and the pen in the dynasties. It should be known that both the sword and the pen are instruments for the ruler to use in his affairs. However, at the beginning of a dynasty, so long as its people are occupied in establishing power, the need for the sword is greater than that for the pen. In that situation, the pen is merely a servant and agent of the ruler's authority, whereas the sword contributes active assistance. The same is the case at the end of a dynasty when its group feeling weakens and its people decrease in number under the influence of senility. The dynasty then needs the support of the military. The dynasty's need of the military for the purpose of protection and defense is as strong then as it was at the beginning of the dynasty, for the purpose of getting established. In these two situations, the sword, thus, has the advantage over the pen. At that time, the military have the higher rank. They enjoy more benefits and more splendid fiefs. In mid-term of the dynasty, the ruler can to some degree dispense with the sword. His power is firmly established. His only remaining desire is to obtain the fruits of royal authority, such as collecting taxes, holding property, excelling other dynasties, and enforcing the law. The pen is helpful in all that. Therefore, the need for using it increases. The swords stay unused in their scabbards, unless something happens and they are called upon to repair a breach. In this situation, the men of the pen have more authority. They occupy a higher rank. They enjoy more benefits and greater wealth and have a closer and more frequent and intimate contact with the ruler. At such a time, the wazirs and the military can be dispensed with. They are kept away from the intimate circle of the ruler and have to beware of his moods. 34. The characteristic emblems of royal and government authority. It should be known that the ruler has emblems and arrangements that are the necessary result of pomp and ostentation. They are restricted to him, and by their use he is distinguished from his subjects, his intimates, and all other leaders in his dynasty. We shall mention the best known emblems as well as our knowledge permits. Trumpets and banners. One of the emblems of royal authority is the display of banners and flags and the beating of drums and the blowing of trumpets and horns. In the book on politics ascribed to Aristotle, he notes that its real significance is to frighten the enemy in war. Frightful sounds do have the psychological effect of causing terror. Indeed, as everyone knows from his own experience, this is an emotional element that plays a role on battlefields. The explanation given by Aristotle, if it was he who gave it, is correct in some respects. But the truth is that listening to music and sounds no doubt causes pleasure and emotion in the soul. The spiritual temper of man is thereby affected by a kind of elation, which causes him to make light of difficulties and to be willing to die in the very condition in which he finds himself. This state of affairs exists even in dumb animals. Camels are influenced by the driver's call, and horses are influenced by whistling and shouting, as everyone knows. The effect is greater when the sounds are harmonious ones, as in the instance of music. It is known what happens to people who listen to music. The non-Arabs, therefore, take musical instruments, drums, or trumpets, onto the battlefield with them. Singers with instruments surround the cavalcade of the ruler and sing. Thus, they move the souls of brave men emotionally and cause them to be willing to die. In the wars of the Arabs, in northwestern Africa, we have seen persons in front of the cavalcade sing poetical songs and make music. The minds of heroes were stirred by the contents of the songs. They hurried to the battleground, and everybody went forth eagerly to meet his rival. The origin of it all is the cheerfulness created in the soul, through music. It leads to bravery, just as drunkenness does, as the result of the cheerfulness which it produces. The great number of flags, their manifold colors, and their length, are intended to cause fright, nothing more. Fright produces greater aggressiveness in the soul. Psychological conditions and reactions are strange. The various rulers and dynasties differ in their use of such emblems. Some of them use a great many, others few, according to the extent and importance of the given dynasty. Flags have been the insignia of war since the creation of the world. The nations have always displayed them on battlefields and during raids. This was also the case in the time of the Prophet and that of the caliphs who succeeded him. The Muslims, however, refrained from beating drums and blowing trumpets at the beginning of Islam. They wanted to avoid the coarseness of royal authority and do without royal customs. They also despised pomp, which has nothing whatever to do with the truth. The caliphate then came to be royal authority, and the Muslims learned to esteem the splendor and luxury of this world. Persian and Byzantine clients, subjects of the preceding, pre-Islamic, dynasties, mixed with them and showed them their ways of ostentation and luxury. Among the things the Muslims came to like were those emblems. Therefore, they used them, and permitted their officials to use them, to increase the prestige of royal authority and its representatives. Abbasid or Ubaidid, Fatimid, caliphs would often grant permission to display their flags to officials such as the master of a border region or the commander of an army. Such officials then, setting out on a mission or going from the house of the caliph or from their own houses to their offices, were accompanied by a cavalcade of people carrying flags and trumpets. The only distinction between the cavalcade of an official and that of the caliph was the number of flags, or the use of particular colors for the caliph's flag. Thus, black was used for the flags of the Abbasids. Their flags were black as a sign of mourning for the martyrs of their family, the Hashemites, and as a sign of reproach directed against the Umayyads who had killed them. When the Hashemites divided into factions and the Ulids went against the Abbasids on every possible occasion, they wanted to differ from them in the color of their flag, and so they used white flags. White was used by the Ulids throughout the reign of the Ubaidid, Fatimids. It was also used by the Ulids who seceded at that time in the east. When Al-Ma'mun gave up wearing black and using the black insignia of his dynasty, he turned to green and used green flags. The contemporary Galicians, a European Christian nation in Spain, use only a few flags, which fly high in the air. In addition, they make a kind of music with string and wind instruments on the battlefields. This is all the information we have about them and the non-Arab rulers who live beyond them. The throne. Throne, dais, couch, chair, they all mean pieces of wood or ottomans set up for the ruler, so that he may have a higher seat than the other people at court and so that he will not be on the same level with them. This has always been a royal custom, even before Islam and in the non-Arab dynasties. Pre-Islamic rulers sat upon thrones of gold. Solomon, the son of David, had a throne of ivory overlaid with gold. However, dynasties use a throne only after they have become flourishing and luxurious, as is the case with all pomp. Dynasties that are in the initial stage and still keep the Bedouin attitude do not desire it. The first to use a throne in Islam was Muawiyah. He asked the people for permission to use one, saying that he had become corpulent. So they permitted him to use one, and he did. His example was followed by all the later Muslim rulers. The use of an ornate throne came to indicate a tendency toward pomp. One day Amr with circumflex was in his castle in Egypt, sitting on the ground with the Arabs. The Muqaddimah one came to the castle. He had men carry out a throne of gold, so that he could sit upon it like a king. He sat on it in front of the Arabs. They were not jealous of him, because they felt that they had to give him the protection upon which they had agreed, and because they rejected royal pomp. Later on, the Abbasids, the Ubaidid, Fatimids, and all the other Muslim rulers in both the east and the west had thrones, daises, and couches that eclipsed, in splendor, those of the Persian and Roman emperors. The mint. The mint is concerned with the stamping of the dinars and dirhams used in commercial transactions. This is done with a die of iron, upon which pictures or words are engraved in reverse. The stamp is pressed upon the dinar or the dirham, and the designs, legends, of those engravings appear on the coin clearly and correctly. Before this is done, the standard of purity of the particular coin, the result of repeated refinings, is taken into consideration, and the individual dinars and dirhams are given the proper, fixed weight that has been agreed upon. Then, the number of coins, and not their weight only, can be made use of in transactions. If the individual pieces have not been given the weight fixed upon, then the weight of the coins must be taken into consideration. The word sikha, mint, refers to the stamp, that is, the piece of iron used for the purpose of stamping the coins. The word was then used to designate the result of the application of the stamp, that is, the engravings that appear upon dinars and dirhams. The word was further used to designate control of the process of engraving, and supervision of the whole operation, of everything dealing with coinage and all the conditions that govern it. Such control and supervision is exercised by the office of the mint. The word has thus come to designate that office, and is customarily so used in governmental usage. It is an office that is necessary to the royal authority, for it enables people to distinguish between good and bad coins in their transactions. That they are not bad is guaranteed by the engravings known to have been stamped upon them by the ruler. The non-Arabs used coins and engraved special pictures on them, for example, a picture of the ruler at the time of issue, a fortress, some animal or product, or something else. This remained the practice of the non-Arabs down to the end of their power. When Islam appeared, the practice was discontinued, because of the simplicity of Islam and the Bedouin attitude of the Arabs. In their transactions, they used gold and silver according to weight. They also had Persian dinars and dirhams. They used them, too, according to weight and employed them as their medium of exchange. The government paid no attention to the matter. As a result, the frauds practiced with dinars and dirhams eventually became very serious. According to reports, Abd al-Malik ordered al-Ajoy to coin dirhams, and bad coins began to be distinguished from good ones. This took place in 74-693/94, or in 75-694/95. In the year 76-695/96, Abd al-Malik ordered that dirhams be coined in all the other regions. Later on, in the days of Yazid b. Abd al-Malik, Ibn Hubayra became governor of the Iraq and improved the mint. Then Khalid al-Kasri, and after him Yusuf b. Umar, made great efforts to improve it. When Abd al-Malik saw fit to use the mint to protect against fraud, the two coins, the gold dinar and the silver dirham, that were current in Muslim transactions, he determined their values as what they had been in the time of Umar. He used the iron stamp, but engraved words on it, rather than pictures, because eloquent words were obviously more congenial to the Arabs. Moreover, the religious law forbids pictures. After Abd al-Malik, the coinage remained the same for the whole Muslim period. Both the dinar and the dirham were round. The inscription on them was written in concentric circles. On one side, the legend included the names of God with the formulas, "There is no God but God and praised be God," and the prayer for the Prophet and his family. On the other side, it included the date and the name of the Caliph. Coins were of this type during the period of the Abbasids, the Ubaidid, Fahmids, and the Spanish Umayyads. The Inja had no mint except at the end of their rule, when Al-Manr, the master of Bougie, used one. For the Almohads, Al-Mahdi set the precedent of coining square dirhams and engraving a square on the round dinar. He covered one side of the coins with formulas, "There is no God but God and praised be God," and the other with a legend of several lines containing his name, replaced by his successors with their names. This became the practice of the Almohads. Their coinage has kept that shape down to this time. It has been reported that before Al-Mahdi came forth, he was described as master of the square dirham by the practitioners of magic who predicted the coming of his dynasty. The present-day inhabitants of the East have no coinage of fixed value. For their transactions, they use dinars and dirhams by weight, and their value is determined through standard weights corresponding to so and so many dirhams, or dinars. The mint engraves on them the formula "There is no God but God" and the prayer for the Prophet, as well as the ruler's name, as is also the practice of the Makribis. The seal. Use of the seal is one of the government functions and a royal office. The sealing of letters and diplomas was known to rulers before and after Islam. It has been established that when the Prophet wanted to write to the Byzantine emperor, he was told that the non-Arabs accepted only sealed letters. Thus, he took a silver seal, ring, and had the following legend engraved upon it: Muhammad, the messenger of God. Muhammad said, no one else should use a similar legend. Abu Bakr, Umar, and Uthman have been said to have continued to use that ring for sealing. The process of sealing expresses the idea of end or completion, in the sense that a writing thus sealed is correct and valid. A particular letter somehow becomes effective through the use of such a signature. Without it, it would be invalid and imperfect. The sealing may also be effected through something written by hand at the end or the beginning of a letter, some well-chosen words of praise and glory, or the name of the ruler or Amir, or of the writer of the letter, whoever he may have been, or through terms descriptive of the writer. Such formulas, written by hand, indicate the correctness and validity of the letter. They are commonly known under the name of signature, but are also called seal because they are compared to the impression of the seal ring. The seal the judge sends to litigants is connected with this usage. That seal is his signature and hand, validating his decisions. The seal of the ruler or caliph, that is, his signature, is also connected with the usage referred to. It is also possible to impress a seal upon some soft substance, so that the letters of the legend appear on that substance, and to place the substance, with the seal impression, on the knots of the strings with which letters are tied, and upon places for deposits, such as storehouses, strong boxes, etc. The first to introduce the sealing of letters, that is, the use of signature, was Muawiyah. He also introduced the ministry of the seal. It is composed of the secretaries who see to it that the letters of the ruler are expedited and sealed, either by means of a signature, or by tying them. Letters are tied either by piercing the paper and tacking the letter together with a string, as is the custom of the secretaries of the Maghrib, or by gluing the top of the sheet to the part of the letter over which the top is folded, as is the custom of the people in the East. Over the place where the letter is pierced and tacked, or where it is glued, a signature is placed. It guarantees that the letter has not been opened and that its contents have not been read. The people of the Maghrib place a piece of wax where the letter is pierced and tacked, and seal it with a seal upon which some signature is engraved for use in sealing, and the engraving is impressed upon the wax. In the old dynasties of the East, the place where the letter was glued was also sealed with an engraved seal that was put into a red paste of clay prepared for that purpose. The engraving of the seal was impressed upon the clay. Under the Abbasid dynasty, this clay was called sealing clay. The use of the seal was peculiar to the Ministry of Correspondence. In the Abbasid dynasty, it belonged to the wazir. Later on, custom differed. It went to those who were in charge of official correspondence and the office of the secretaries in the various dynasties. In the Maghrib, people came to consider the seal ring as one of the royal marks and emblems. They made artistic seal rings of gold inlaid with gems of hyacinth, ruby, turquoise, and emerald. The ruler, according to their custom, wore the seal ring as an insignia. The Erts. It is part of royal and governmental pomp and dynastic custom to have the names of rulers or their peculiar marks embroidered on the silk, brocade, or pure silk garments that are prepared for their wearing. The writing is brought out by weaving a gold thread or some other colored thread of a color different from that of the fabric itself into it. Its execution depends upon the skill of the weavers in designing and weaving it. Royal garments are embroidered with such ayerts, in order to increase the prestige of the ruler or the person of lower rank who wears such a garment, or in order to increase the prestige of those whom the ruler distinguishes by bestowing upon them his own garment when he wants to honor them or appoint them to one of the offices of the dynasty. The pre-Islamic non-Arab rulers used to make ayats of pictures and figures of kings, or figures and pictures specifically designed for it. The Muslim rulers later on changed that and had their own names embroidered together with other words of good omen or prayer. In the Umayyad and Abbasid dynasties, the yurts was one of the most splendid things and honors. The houses within the palaces in which such garments were woven were called yurts houses. The person who supervised them was called yurts master. He was in charge of the craftsmen, the implements, and the weavers in the yurts houses, the payment of their wages, the care of their implements, and the control of their work. The office of yurts master was entrusted by the Abbasids to their intimates and their most trusted clients. The same was the case with the Umayyads in Spain and their successors, the Reyes de Taifas, as well as with the Ubaydid, Fahmids, in Egypt and the eastern non-Arab rulers contemporary with them. When luxury and cultural diversity receded with the receding power of the great dynasties, and when the number of small dynasties grew, the office and its administration completely ceased to exist in most dynasties. When, at the beginning of the 6th-12th century, the Almohads succeeded the Umayyads, they did not have the yurts at the beginning of their dynasty, because they had been taught by their Imam Muhammad b. Tumurt al-Mahdi the ways of religion and simplicity. They were too austere to wear garments of silk and gold. The office of the yurts, therefore, had no place in their dynasty. Their descendants in the later years of the dynasty, however, re-established it in part, but it was not nearly so splendid. At the present time, we have personally seen quite a lot of yurts manufacture in the flourishing and proud Marinid dynasty in the Maghrib. The Marinids had learned it from the contemporary dynasty of the Ibn al-Amr, Narids, in Spain. They, in turn, followed the yurts customs of the Reyes de Taifas and achieved in this respect something that speaks for itself. In the contemporary Turkish dynasty of Egypt and Syria, the yurts is very much cultivated in accordance with the importance of the realm of that dynasty, and the civilization of its country. However, the yurts is not produced within the houses and palaces of the dynasty, and it is not an office of the dynasty. The yurts, required by the dynasty, is woven by craftsmen familiar with the craft, from silk and pure gold. They call it zarkash, a Persian word. The name of the ruler or Amir is embroidered on it. It is made by craftsmen for the dynasty, together with other fine products. Large tents and tent walls. It should be known that among the emblems of royal authority and luxury are small and large tents and canopies of linen, wool, and cotton, with linen and cotton ropes. They are used for display on journeys. They are of different kinds, large or small, according to the affluence of the dynasty. At the beginning of the dynasty, the same type of housing used by the people of the dynasty before they have achieved royal authority, continues to be used. At the time of the first Umayyad caliphs, the Arabs continued to use the dwellings they had, tents of leather and wool. Only a very few of the Arabs had at that date ceased to live in the Bedouin manner. When they went on raids or went to war, they traveled with all their camels, their nomad households, and their dependent women and children, as is still the case with the Arabs at this time. Their armies, therefore, consisted of many nomad households, and the distance between the encampments was great. The groups were widely separated, and each group was too far away to see the other. The Arab dynasty then adopted diverse ways of sedentary culture and ostentation. People settled in towns and cities. They were transformed from tent dwellers into palace dwellers. They exchanged the camel for the horse and the donkey as riding animals. Now, they used linen fabrics for their dwellings on their journeys, fashioning them into houses, tents, of various shapes and sizes, round, oblong, or square. In this connection, they displayed the greatest possible pomp and art. Luxurious living then caused women and children to stay behind in their palaces and mansions. People, therefore, traveled light. The spaces between the encampments of the army became less far apart. Army and ruler encamped in one and the same camp, which was completely within the field of vision of a single observer. It was a pretty sight because of the various colors. This remained the way dynasties displayed their luxury. It has also been this way in the Almohad and Zenata dynasties, whose shadow extends over us. At the beginning of their power, when they traveled, they used the ordinary sleeping tents they had used before they achieved royal authority. However, eventually, the dynasty adopted the ways of luxury, and people began to dwell in palaces. Then, they turned to using tents both large and small to a greater extent than they had, first, intended. It is a great luxury. However, armies become more vulnerable to night attacks when they are assembled in one place, where a sudden attack may involve them all. Furthermore, they do not have their families and children with them, and it is for their families and children they would be willing to die. Therefore, other protective measures are needed in this connection. The prayer enclosure, makra, and the prayer during the Friday sermon. These two things are caliphal prerogatives and royal emblems in Islam. They are not known in non-Muslim dynasties. The enclosure for the ruler to pray in is a lattice screen around the prayer niche, merb, and the space immediately adjacent. The first to use one was Muawiyah Abi Sufyan, after a Khurajite had stabbed him. It is also said that the first to use one was Marwan al-Hakam, after a Yemenite had stabbed him. Afterwards, all the caliphs used it. It became a custom distinguishing the ruler from the rest of the people during prayer. It arises only when dynasties are luxurious and flourishing, as is the case with all pomp. It remained this way in all Muslim dynasties when the Abbasid dynasty dissolved and the number of different dynasties in the east grew. It also remained so in Spain when the Umayyad dynasty was destroyed and the Reyes de Taifas became numerous. As for the Maghrib, the Aqlabids used it in Al-Qayrawan. It was used later on by the Ubaydid, Fatimid, caliphs and by their Inja governors of the Maghrib. When the Almohads then took possession of all the Maghrib and Spain, they abolished the institution of the prayer enclosure, in accordance with the desert attitude that characterized them. But then the dynasty flourished and acquired its share of luxury. When the third Almohad ruler, Yaqub al-Manr, appeared, he used a prayer enclosure. Afterwards, its use remained a custom of the rulers of the Maghrib and of Spain. The same was the case with all other dynasties. As to the prayer from the pulpit, minbar, during the Friday sermon, it should be said that the caliphs at first directed the prayers themselves. Therefore, they used to say a prayer, for themselves, after the obligatory prayer for the Prophet and the blessings for the men around him had been spoken. The first to use a pulpit was Amr Bla with circumflex when he built his mosque in Egypt. Umar al-Khattab wrote to him, "And now, I have heard that you use a pulpit and thus raise yourself above the necks of the Muslims. Is it not sufficient for you that you are standing while the Muslims are at your heels? Therefore, I urge you to smash it to bits." When pomp came into being and the caliphs came to be prevented from, personally delivering, the sermon and leading the prayer, they appointed delegates for both tasks. The preacher mentioned the caliph from the pulpit. He mentioned his name in praise and prayed for him, because God had appointed him in the interest of the world, and because a prayer at such an hour was thought likely to be heard. Only the caliph was mentioned. But when the time came that the caliphs were secluded and under the control of others, the men who were in control of the dynasties often shared the prayer with the caliph, and their names were mentioned after his. When these dynasties disappeared, the custom also disappeared. Only the ruler was privileged to be mentioned in the prayer from the pulpit, and no one else. No one was permitted to share that privilege with the ruler or to aspire to do so. The founders of dynasties often neglected this institution when the dynasty still had a low standard of living and preserved the negligent and coarse Bedouin attitude. They were satisfied with a summary, anonymous reference to the one entrusted with the affairs of the Muslims. but when their political eyes were opened and they looked toward all the aspects of royal authority and perfected the details of sedentary culture and the ideas of ostentation and pomp, they adopted all the external attributes of royal authority, and exhausted all the possibilities in this respect. They disliked the idea that anyone else might share in them, and they were afraid that they might lose them and that their dynasty would be deprived of the effect of them. 35 Wars and the methods of waging war practiced by the various nations. Wars and different kinds of fighting have always occurred in the world since God created it. The origin of war is the desire of certain human beings to take revenge on others. Each party is supported by the people sharing in its group feeling. When they have sufficiently excited each other for the purpose and the two parties confront each other, one seeking revenge and the other trying to defend itself, there is war. It is something natural among human beings. No nation and no race, generation, is free from it. The reason for such revenge is as a rule either jealousy and envy, or hostility, or zeal in behalf of God and his religion, or zeal in behalf of royal authority and the effort to found a kingdom. The first kind of war usually occurs between neighboring tribes and competing families. The second kind, war caused by hostility, is usually found among savage nations living in the desert, such as the Arabs, the Turks, the Turkomans, the Kurds, and similar peoples. They earn their sustenance with their lances and their livelihood by depriving other people of their possessions. They declare war against those who defend their property against them. They have no further desire for rank and royal authority. Their minds and eyes are set only upon depriving other people of their possessions. The third is the kind the religious law calls the holy war. The fourth kind, finally, is dynastic war against seceders and those who refuse obedience. These are the four kinds of war. The first two are unjust and lawless, the other two are holy and just wars. Since the beginning of men's existence, war has been waged in the world in two ways. One is by advance in closed formation. The other is the technique of attack and withdrawal. The advance in closed formation has been the technique of all the non-Arabs throughout their entire existence. The technique of attack and withdrawal has been that of the Arabs and of the Berbers of the Maghreb. Fighting in closed formation is more steady and fierce than fighting with the technique of attack and withdrawal. That is because in fighting in closed formation, the lines are orderly and evenly arranged, like arrows or like rows of worshippers at prayers. People advanced in closed lines against the enemy. This makes for greater steadiness in assault and for better use of the proper tactics. It frightens the enemy more. A closed formation is like a long wall or a well-built castle which no one could hope to move. It is obvious what great wisdom there is in requiring that the lines be kept steady and in forbidding anyone to fall back during an attack. Those who turn their backs to the enemy bring disorder into the line formation. They are guilty of the crime of causing a rout. Fighting in closed formation was more important than any other kind, in the opinion of Muhammad. Fighting with the technique of attack and withdrawal is not as fierce or as secure against the possibility of rout, as is fighting in closed formation, unless there is set up a steady line formation to the rear, to which the fighting men may fall back in attack and withdrawal throughout the fighting. Such a line formation would take the place of the closed formation. The ancient dynasties had many soldiers and a vast realm. They subdivided their armies into smaller units. The reason for this was that their soldiers grew exceedingly numerous and were assembled from the most remote regions. This made it unavoidable that some of the soldiers would not know others when they mingled on the field of battle and engaged the enemy in shooting and close fighting. It was feared lest, on such occasions, they would fall to fighting each other because of the existing confusion and their ignorance of each other. Therefore, they divided the armies into smaller units and put men who knew each other together. They arranged the units in an arrangement resembling the natural one of the four directions of the compass. The chief of all the armies, either the ruler himself or a general, was in the center. This arrangement was called the battle order. It is mentioned in the history of the Persians, that of the Byzantines, and that of the Umayyad and Abbasid dynasties at the beginning of Islam. In front of the ruler stood one army with its own battle lines, its own general and its own flag. It was called the advance guard. Then, to the right of the place where the ruler was, stood another army. It was called the right flank. There was another army to the left, called the left flank. Then, there was another army behind the main army, called the rear guard. The ruler and his entourage stood at the middle of these four armies. The place where he was called the center. When this ingenious arrangement was completed, covering an area within the field of vision of a single observer, or extending over a wider area but with at most 1 or 2 days' journey between each of the two armies, and utilizing the possibilities suggested by the greater or smaller number of soldiers, then, when the battle order was thus set up, the advance in closed formation could begin. This may be exemplified by the history of the Muslim conquests and the history of the Umayyad and Abbasid dynasties. Much the same sort of arrangement was also to be found among the Spanish Umayyads. It is not known among us now, because we live in a time when dynasties possess small armies which cannot mistake each other on the field of battle. Most of the soldiers of both parties together could nowadays be assembled in a hamlet or a town. Every one of them knows his comrade and calls him by his name and surname in the thick of battle. Therefore, this particular battle order can be dispensed with. One of the techniques of the people who use the method of attack and withdrawal is to set up, behind their armies, a barricade of solid objects and dumb animals to serve as a refuge for the cavalry during attack and withdrawal. It is intended to steady the fighters, so that they will fight more persistently and have a better chance of winning. Those who fight in closed formation do the same, in order to increase their steadfastness and power. The Persians who fought in closed formation used to employ elephants in their wars. They made them carry wooden towers like castles, loaded with combatants, weapons, and flags. They disposed them in successive lines behind them in the thick of battle, as if they were fortresses. This fortified them psychologically and gave them added confidence. In this connection, one may compare what happened at Al-Qadisiyat. On the third day, the Persians pressed the Muslims hard with the elephants. Eventually, some outstanding Arabs counterattacked, infiltrated among the elephants, and struck them on the trunk with their swords. The elephants fled and turned back to their stables in Al-Mada'in. This paralysed the Persian camp, and they fled on the fourth day. The Byzantines, the Gothic rulers in Spain, and most other non-Arab peoples used to employ thrones for the purpose of steadying the battle lines. A throne would be set up for the ruler in the thick of battle and surrounded by those of the ruler's servants, entourage, and soldiers who were thought to be willing to die for him. Flags were run up at the corners of the throne. A further wall of sharpshooters and foot soldiers was put around it. The throne thus assumed considerable dimensions. It became, for the fighters, a place to fall back upon and a refuge in attack and withdrawal. This was what the Persians did in the Battle of Al-Qadisiyat. Rustam sat upon a throne that had been set up for him there. Finally, the Persian lines became disordered, and the Arabs penetrated to his throne. He abandoned it and went to the Euphrates, where he was killed. The Arabs and most other Bedouin nations that move about and employ the technique of attack and withdrawal, dispose their camels and the pack animals carrying their litters in lines to steady the fighting men. Such lines become for them a place to fall back upon. Every nation that follows this technique can be observed to be more steady in battle and to be better protected against being surprised and routed. This is a well-attested fact, but it has been altogether neglected by the contemporary dynasties. Instead, they dispose the pack animals carrying their baggage and large tents behind them, as a rear guard. These animals cannot take the place of elephants and camels. Therefore, the armies are exposed to the danger of being routed, and they are always ready to flee in combat. At the beginning of Islam, all battles were fought in closed formation, although the Arabs knew only the technique of attack and withdrawal. Two tilings at the beginning of Islam caused them to fight in closed formation. First, their enemies fought in closed formation, and they were thus forced to fight them in the same way. Second, they were willing to die in the holy war, because they wished to prove their endurance and were very firm in their belief. Now, the closed formation is the fighting technique most suitable for one willing to die. When luxury penetrated the various dynasties, the use of the rally line behind the fighters was forgotten. This was because when they were Bedouins and lived in tents, they had many camels, and the women and children lived in camp with them. Then they achieved royal luxury and became used to living in palaces and in a sedentary environment, and they abandoned the ways of the desert and waste regions. At that time, they forgot the period of camels and litters, and it was difficult for them to use them. When they traveled, they left their women behind. Royal authority and luxury caused them to use tents both large and small. They restricted themselves to pack animals carrying baggage and tents. They used these things to form their protective line in war. It was by no means sufficient. These things, unlike one's own family and property, do not inspire any willingness to die. People, therefore, have little endurance. The turmoil of the battle frightens them, and their lines crumble. We have mentioned the strength that a line formation behind the army gives to the fighters who use the technique of attack and withdrawal. Therefore the Maghribi rulers have come to employ groups of European Christians in their army, and they are the only ones to have done that, for their compatriots know only the technique of attack and withdrawal. The position of the ruler is strengthened by establishing a line formation in support of the fighting men ahead of it. The men in such a line formation must be people who are used to hold firm in closed formation. If not, they will run away like the men who use the technique of attack and withdrawal, and, when they run away, the ruler and the army will be routed. Therefore, the rulers of the Maghrib had to use soldiers from a nation used to hold firm in closed formation. That nation was the European Christians. The Maghribi rulers do that despite the fact that it means utilizing the aid of unbelievers. They fear that their own line formation might run away, and, they know that, the European Christians know only how to hold firm, because it is their custom to fight in closed formation. They are, therefore, more suitable for the purpose than others. However, the Maghribi rulers employ such European Christians only in wars against Arab and Berber nations, in order to force them into submission. They do not use them for the holy war, because they are afraid that they might take sides against the Muslims. Such is the situation in the Maghrib at this time. We hear that the fighting technique of the contemporary Turkish nations is the shooting of arrows. Their battle order consists of a line formation. They divide their army into 3 lines, one placed behind the other. They dismount from their horses, empty their quivers on the ground in front of them, and then shoot from a sitting position. Each line protects the one ahead of it against being overrun by the enemy, until victory is assured for one party. This is a very good and remarkable battle order. In war, the ancients followed the method of digging trenches around their camps when they were about to attack, because they were afraid of treacherous night attacks and assaults by night upon the camp, since darkness and wildness multiply fear. Under such conditions, the soldiers might seek refuge in flight and would find in the darkness a psychological protection against the shame of fleeing. If all the soldiers were to do the same, the camp would be disorganized, and there would be a rout. Therefore, they were accustomed to dig trenches around the camp. They set up their tents and made trenches all around them on every side, lest the enemy be able to get through them in a night attack, in which case they would abandon